Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
3 days later, Levi once again went to MI7 and found the old butler. "You want to investigate the Lancaster family?" The old butler was somewhat surprised. "This case hasn't ended yet. The case can be considered closed, but the problem has not been completely resolved." Levi gave a brief explanation. "According to my investigation, everything stemmed from the Lancaster family who first lived there. So I want to conduct a further investigation into their situation and see if I can find more clues." Fine, wait a moment." The old butler picked up the telephone, gave 2 soft instructions, then nodded at Levi. "All right, if you find anything, report back as soon as possible." "No problem." This was where the intelligence unit differed from the police. For the police, solving the case was the most important thing. Once the case was solved and closed, that was the end of it. As for what lay behind the case, they did not care, nor could they, in truth. After all, cases happened at every moment in Mist City. If each one had to be investigated from beginning to end with absolute clarity, then no number of policemen would ever be enough. But the intelligence unit was different. This was precisely their job. If they felt something was suspicious, digging to the very bottom was only natural. "By the way, how do you plan to write this case up?" Levi asked curiously. He knew that every mysterious case he solved might end up in the exploration newspaper. So Levi very much suspected how they were going to write this one, no, how they were going to fabricate it. "It's already written. Here, have a look." The old butler chuckled and handed over the manuscript at his side. Levi reached out to take it, then scanned through. Nothing much in the beginning. It simply connected the deaths that had occurred at that place, naturally piquing the reader's curiosity. Why were people dying here? Then, of course, it was time for the brilliant and heroic detective to make his entrance. After investigation, he discovered that the first owner of the house had a fondness for plants, and in the garden of the house he had planted a flower species from a distant foreign land. But this flower, when in bloom, released a neurotoxin that, over time, caused hallucinations and neurological disorders in the people living inside the house. For this reason, the residents of the house had reacted one after another in various abnormal ways, and tragedies had inevitably followed. Upon realizing this, the detective solved the case, found the remains of the mysteriously missing people, and for safety's sake burned down the house and garden together into ashes. At the end, the author even urged readers to beware of introducing foreign species they were unfamiliar with, to avoid similar tragedies. Good grief, it almost sounded plausible. If Levi himself had not known otherwise, he would have believed it too. Well written. Story comes first, after all. The old butler made no attempt to conceal his newspaper's talent for fabricating stories, or rather, that was their very mission. Other newspapers might need to stick to the facts, but they absolutely could not. Otherwise, things would get messy. That's true enough. Levi nodded, then prepared to leave. But the old butler quickly called him back. "By the way, although this investigation cost us some losses, it was very effective. All departments are willing to coordinate with us now. In the future, there may be many times we'll need to trouble you." "Understood." Levi was not surprised. At least for now, his work was like that of a policeman or a firefighter. Unless humanity went extinct, it would never disappear. "And also, that procedure you suggested earlier, we've already arranged it. From now on it will become a standard regulation. But some people are asking if we could use prisoners for the first wave of probing and testing. For example, death row inmates. Release them into those environments to determine the level of danger. My personal recommendation is not to do that." Levi shook his head. "After all, this isn't as simple as a poisonous environment. Those evil things are clever and intelligent. I don't think the prisoners would want to die either. If they made some kind of bargain with those entities and turned against us, it would be trouble." "You're right. We're here to solve problems, not create them." The old butler clearly agreed. Then, curiously, he looked at the briefcase in Levi's hand. A neat rectangular case, outwardly simple enough, but the old butler remembered Levi had not carried such a thing before. "Why are you carrying that now?" "It's more convenient for self-defense." Levi gave a brief explanation without elaborating. The old butler nodded. "Indeed. In this line of work, who knows where danger might come from? Better safe than sorry." They chatted for a while longer, then Levi took his leave. As he walked out of the office, a clerk came in. "Mr. Levi, here are the detailed records on the Lancaster family." Thank you." Levi accepted the file and began flipping through it. From the intelligence, this family had largely stayed out of sight most of the time. Or rather, the Lancaster family's brightest moment was during the Unification Wars when they followed Emperor Arthur and, for their merits, were granted titles and land by the Empire. After that, the Lancasters had steadily declined, and by the current generation had almost squandered everything away. Even during Emperor Arthur's time, the Lancasters had not held much status. At most, they were mid to upper rank, with little political influence. Perhaps precisely because of this, they managed to survive the Empire's political upheavals again and again, another reason being that the Lancaster fief was located near Mist City. The saying applied, the monk might escape, but the temple remains. Of course, that was speaking of the past. In the early days of the Empire, Lancaster lands were considered outlying territory. But as Mist City expanded again and again over the years, the Lancaster estate went from being in the neighboring province to being on Mist City's outskirts. The haunted house had originally been a resting place before entering Mist City. In the past, whenever the Lancaster family went into the city, they would first stay overnight there, and then enter the city the next day. But now, that house had been absorbed into Mist City's residential districts, within the 7th ring, no less. Levi had no interest in Lancaster family gossip. What he wanted was the Lancaster mansion. After all, according to the account, his ring had been found in the Lancaster mansion's secret chamber. To figure out what the ring really was, it was clear that investigating the mansion directly would be most effective. Old records were hard to find. But fortunately, the Lancaster family had only truly disappeared from sight within the past few decades. So with some effort, Levi managed to locate the mansion. However, looking at the record on paper, Levi raised an eyebrow. Lancaster Manor, homicide case, status, abandoned. The second sheet contained the details of the murder. Lancaster Manor murder case, deceased, Mr. Roger Brando, Madam Martha Brando. Case type, robbery murder. Perpetrator, Cost Clope, caught on the spot. Verdict, death penalty. According to the record, this Cost had apparently been the Brando servant. On a rainy night, he killed the Brando couple, stole their property, and fled, only to be arrested by the police. The whole process looked straightforward enough. Levi also remembered that Eliza had said Lancaster's wife recalled they had sold the ancestral mansion to pay off gambling debts, meaning the buyers had been this couple. Unlucky, indeed. That was all the investigation notes recorded. After all, a difference engine was not a computer, nor did it have massive storage capacity. Fortunately, Levi had been in this world long enough to have some connections. So he quickly went to the police station and found Inspector Lestrade. The Lancaster Manor robbery murder. When Levi explained his purpose, Inspector Lestrade was momentarily stunned, then became instantly excited. Hey, you've come to the right man. Don't tell me this was your case, Inspector Lestrade. Of course. Not. At the time I was just a rookie, only responsible for keeping order and such. The case itself was handled by another officer. But, Come to think of it, I remember this case quite well, because it was the very first murder case I experienced after joining the force. Inspector Lestrade bit down on his pipe, a nostalgic look on his face. Was there anything strange about it at the time? Strange? Inspector Lestrade scratched his head. Not really. According to the police, after receiving the report they went to Lancaster Manor, and upon entering the front gate they found the murderer standing in the hall with a blood-stained knife, right beside the corpses of the couple. The place was in complete disarray. It was practically catching the thief red-handed. He was arrested on the spot. Report? Who reported it? I think it was a postman. He was driving his carriage on the return route and heard a scream from the manor. So he went to the nearest police station to report it. But, now that you mention it. Inspector Lestrade frowned as he tried to recall. Actually, yes, there was something strange. The manor was quite large. But when we arrived, the entire place was turned upside down, like a gang of robbers had ransacked it. Yet according to footprints, fingerprints, and traces left at the scene, the only person there was the culprit himself. That's odd. How could one man have the strength and energy to search through the entire manor like that? Do you know the manor's exact location? You want to go there? I'm planning to take a look. Perfect. Hearing Levi's words, Inspector Lestrade stood up excitedly. I'll go with you. Let's treat it like a trip. As a middle-aged, single man, one of the advantages was that he could go wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted. Just like Inspector Lestrade right now. After Inspector Lestrade made his decision, he handed over the rest of the work to Officer Fletcher, then drove off with Levi, leaving the police station and heading toward the Lancaster Manor. Incidentally, in this era, there was of course no such regulation prohibiting the use of public vehicles for private matters. The little steam car chugged merrily along the asphalt road, spraying steam as it went. Of course, from Levi's perspective, the car's speed wasn't exactly fast, but it was at least much faster than a carriage. And at the wheel, Inspector Lestrade was humming along to the cartridge-style music player in the carriage, the tune somewhat resembling jazz. You see, this is life, this is freedom. Inspector Lestrade chuckled, humming while speaking. Are you sure you won't be punished for this? Of course not. Working with you people does have its perks. Hearing Levi's question, Inspector Lestrade let out a hearty laugh. If I left on my own, some troublesome fellows might come looking to bother me. But if I leave with you, then there's no problem. Besides, I really did want to go back and take another look at that place. After all, that manor holds some sentimental value for me. It was the very first case I worked on after becoming a policeman. Before that, I was just patrolling the streets, catching petty thieves and the like. Regarding that couple, do you have any other information you can provide? Since there was nothing better to do on the road, Levi casually asked. Let me think. I still remember it quite clearly. That couple hadn't been in Mist City for very long when it happened. The reason they bought that manor was to break into Mist City's social circle. The husband ran an antique trade business, while the wife was mainly responsible for hosting guests. Before that tragedy, they held various themed parties at the manor every weekend, inviting other guests to enjoy themselves together. Inspector Lestrade said this with an expression of slight regret. Of course, we also suspected that the two might have been involved in some illegal dealings, but after checking their records, nothing unusual came up. The people they associated with were all reputable and prestigious, and their servants testified that there was nothing unusual. Servants? Didn't you say at the time of the case there were only the killer and the two victims? What about the servants? They were hourly workers hired from nearby villages. They usually worked during the day, then went home after dinner. You really do remember this case clearly. Levi gave Inspector Lestrade a surprised glance. The latter looked a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, you see, back then I thought I might be able to find some clue in it and crack a big case. At the time, I was just a rookie, so you can understand my feelings. A greenhorn officer solving a mysterious big case and receiving commendation. Heh, but in the end, it was just the kind of fantasy young men tend to have. At this point, Inspector Lestrade turned his gaze toward Levi. By the way, what are you going there for? Don't tell me that case really has some hidden truth. I don't even know the case you're talking about. I'm going there to investigate the manor itself. It's connected to another case I investigated previously. I see. The two of them continued chatting as they drove. Then Inspector Lestrade slowed the car down, looking forward. Levi also looked ahead, only to see a steam car slanted on the side of the road, wheezing pitifully with intermittent steam, looking half dead. What is it? Let's go take a look. As a policeman, Inspector Lestrade still had a sense of duty. Even if he had taken this drive as an excuse to get out with Levi, he hadn't forgotten his responsibilities. Now, he drove the little car closer with a tutu-tutu. As they got nearer, they saw a man and a woman standing beside the broken-down vehicle. The man bent over, inspecting the front of the car, while the woman stood anxiously at his side. Seeing another steam car approach, the woman quickly ran over to the man and tugged his sleeve. The man raised his head and looked toward Levi and Inspector Lestrade. Hey there, sir, miss. Inspector Lestrade leaned out and waved to them. What happened? Our car broke down. Perhaps it was Inspector Lestrade's barrel-shaped physique radiating a sense of security, but the two didn't seem too nervous. The bespectacled man pushed up his thick glasses and spoke. Could you take a look at it for us? Of course. Inspector Lestrade nodded, got out of the car, and went over. Levi scanned the surroundings, then stepped out and stretched. Although a steam car was faster than a carriage, its speed was still limited, and sitting for the whole ride left his body stiff. A little stretch was good. After carefully inspecting it, Inspector Lestrade quickly came to a conclusion. The water tank cracked. He fixed the two with a policeman's keen stare. This car of yours is really old. It's rented. Ordinary people hardly ever realized when the police were probing them. This bespectacled man was no exception. We just got married and planned a honeymoon trip, so we rented this steam car from a rental shop. These days, many rental shops aren't that proper. Some even drag steam cars that were scrapped from junkyards, patch them up, and put them back on the road. Where did you rent yours from? Thornflower Carriage Shop. The bespectacled man hurriedly fished out the business card from his pocket and handed it over, not realizing Inspector Lestrade was testing him. I heard they were a proper shop with a good reputation. It's all your fault, insisting on renting a steam car. The newlywed wife beside him now voiced her displeasure. A carriage would have been just fine. But steam cars are the trend now. Besides, the newspapers say that in the future everyone will be driving steam cars. The bespectacled man hastily explained, but judging by his wife's dissatisfied expression, his explanation was of little use. Looks like you two were just unlucky. After chatting a while longer, long enough to practically trace their family tree, Inspector Lestrade finally changed the topic. Where are you headed? We were going to a nearby inn. Could you give us a ride? Of course. Inspector Lestrade nodded, then led them back to the car. At this point, Levi was sitting in the passenger seat, leisurely sipping tea. One undeniable advantage steam cars had over petrol ones was that hot water was always available. With a teapot in the middle, one could drink warm tea the entire trip. Levi. What is it? Their car broke down. We'll give them a lift. No problem. Levi took another sip of tea and nodded to the two. Would you like a cup? At the sight of Levi, the newlywed wife under her sun hat blushed, staring blankly at him without a word. Her bespectacled husband, however, immediately pulled her close with a wary look, then forced a smile at Levi. And no need. Thank you for the trouble. You're welcome. After this little interlude, the group continued their journey. The newlywed couple sat in the back seat, while their broken-down vehicle was towed behind. Since steam cars of this era were essentially tractors, pulling a big iron box behind them was nothing unusual. After all, there were no traffic regulations yet. The new bride was lively, frequently sharing stories of her honeymoon trip with the others, mainly directed at Levi. Her husband, meanwhile, looked timid, as if wanting to chime in but unable to find the words. Levi had seen this kind of thing many times, so he wasn't bothered. He responded casually, just to pass the time. The police steam car wasn't especially powerful, and hauling cargo wasn't its specialty. Now, with a heavy iron box hitched behind, its speed dropped even more. Dusk was falling, and the landscape was still a stretch of desolate countryside. Fortunately, the asphalt road remained smooth enough to be reassuring. "Where is your inn located?" Inspector Lestrade asked. At this pace, it might be dark before they arrived. They might as well stay the night at the inn and head out the next day. "Not far. Just ahead." The bespectacled man held the map and pointed. "Turn left at the next junction." The car chugged along with a toot-toot-toot. At last, around dusk, they saw a small side road. Naturally, it wasn't as smooth as the asphalt road, but fortunately it was still passable. They left the main road and twisted along the narrow path for a while until a manor, stylish in appearance, came into view. At the sight of the building, Inspector Lestrade froze, then turned to the bespectacled man. "Here." "Of course. Look, it says so on the sign." The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and pointed to a sign nearby. "Red Moon Inn." "Ah, Inspector Lestrade grunted, then drove forward. Seeing his pensive expression, Levi raised an eyebrow and asked softly. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Well, not exactly a problem." Inspector Lestrade gazed at the manor with a complicated expression. Really didn't expect that this place would be turned into an inn. Thanks to the difference engine, the Empire had now entered the information age. However, unlike the modern information age, information here did exist, but it did not necessarily arrive in time. And so, problems arose. "I remember the document said abandoned." Levi looked at the brightly lit manor before him, not knowing what to say for the moment. That's just how things are in the countryside. Inspector Lestrade, more experienced, remained calm and unruffled. Most likely, no one managed it, then it was sold again later, but no one filed an update. Happens all the time. After all, most rural places don't even have a line connected to the data center. If you want to update records, you've got to make a special trip to Mist City. But many people can't be bothered, because once you update, it means paying taxes. That's basically a form of tax evasion. Forget it, we're not the tax bureau anyway. Not our problem. When we get back, I can talk to them, maybe sell a favor. Levi was not surprised. Local officials always outweighed distant ones, he also knew well how the countryside worked. The steam car went put-put-put as it entered the manor gates, arriving at the plaza in front, and parked in a spot. There were only their 2 steam cars here, along with a few horse-drawn carriages. Not far away, horses strolled leisurely across the lawn, occasionally biting down on tender grass. I remember this manor used to have a racecourse, mainly for those city young masters and misses to come experience country life. Looks like it's still in use. As a policeman, Inspector Lestrade seemed more familiar with this manor than its current owner. He glanced around, sighed with emotion, then led the group inside the inn. Stepping through the doors, Levi and the others first saw a spacious hall, at the end of which stood stairs leading to the second floor. On both the left and right were doors. Behind the counter, no one was present, though the entryway itself was quite bright and neatly kept. No one. Inspector Lestrade frowned and muttered, then walked to the counter and pressed the bell. Ding-ling-ling. After a short while, the door beside opened, and a middle-aged woman, rounder in diameter even than Inspector Lestrade, walked out. "Ah, hello, welcome to the Red Moon Inn. May I ask?" We had a reservation. "My name is Carter Bryan." The man with glasses hurried forward, announcing his name. "Ah, hello, Mr. Bryan." The middle-aged woman picked up the ledger on the counter, checked it, and nodded. "And this is your wife?" "Why yes." "Then these two are." "We're travelers." Levi stepped forward and addressed the woman. "May I ask if you still have vacant rooms here?" Oh, of course, of course." At the sight of Levi, the woman froze for a moment, then suddenly seemed to awaken, bursting with enthusiasm that did not match her body shape. Smiling, she picked up the ledger and handed it to Levi. "Please sign here." Levi glanced at the ledger, then signed his name. Next came Inspector Lestrade's signature. The woman took the ledger back, looked it over, and put it away. "Please follow me." Twisting her waist as she walked, she led them up to the second floor, while also introducing the place. "I imagine you are not yet very familiar with here. The Red Moon Inn used to be a private manor, later converted into an inn. We have 8 single rooms, and 2 double rooms. Precisely prepared for you two." As she spoke, the woman turned to the newlywed couple and smiled slightly. The honeymoon suite. That could not be better. Afterward, everyone took their keys and went up to the second-floor rooms. Levi's room was at the far western end. It was not small, with a private bathroom, a double bed, a screen partition, and a large desk in the middle. In the wall's fireplace, the coal fire burned brightly. Together with the soft sofa, blanket, tea table, and a sunlit balcony outside, it was quite a fine room. Levi set down his coat, washed his face, and then sat down in the armchair by the fireplace. It was not yet summer, and in this mountain area, nights were still a little cold. Sitting before the burning fireplace to chase away the chill and sipping a cup of fine black tea, what a leisurely way to pass the evening. Ah, if only he did not have such a short life at the moment, he would have liked to buy a manor in the deep forest, hire a few servants, work at sunrise and rest at sunset, though, thinking about it like that, it felt rather dull. The thought made Levi chuckle to himself. Modern young people longed for country life, but in the past, people risked everything to rush into the city. Beyond the better opportunities and money, the most important thing was convenient communication. Don't be fooled, those young people who yearn for rural life, if you told them no internet, no electricity, no deliveries, they would instantly wilt. Levi was no different. Staying in such a guest house style inn for a few days to rest was fine. But to live here a lifetime? Too boring. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Levi glanced at the door, went over, and opened it. He saw Inspector Lestrade walk in with a grin. Not disturbing you, am I? Heh, your room is quite nice. Is it? Watching Lestrade admire his room with envy, Levi merely raised a brow. They're all about the same. No way. My room is half the size of yours. No bathroom, I have to use the public one downstairs. Lestrade bit down on his pipe, envy written all over his face. Same price, how can there be such a difference? Maybe they simply ran out of rooms. Levi did not mind. Before his crossing, he often encountered flight upgrades, hotel suite upgrades, and so on. Reasons varied, being the 10,000th passenger on the flight, or the hotel lacking standard rooms and forced to give you the presidential suite. It had been that way since he was young. Over time, Levi had gotten used to it. He, could be. Lestrade puffed on his pipe, glanced at Levi, wanted to say more, but finally only changed the subject. Say, what do we do now? What do you mean? You came here to investigate, didn't you? But as things stand, we can't just investigate freely. What he said was indeed their biggest problem. Originally, since the records marked this manor as abandoned, Levi and Lestrade did not need to do anything special. They could have broken in directly and investigated whatever they wanted. But unexpectedly, times had changed. Now it was rebuilt into an inn, and that complicated matters. Even though the document said abandoned, at present it clearly had an owner. And as a public servant, Inspector Lestrade would need a search warrant. The problem was, such warrants were not so easily obtained. On top of that, this was not even an active case. They had no grounds to apply for one. Let's watch the situation first. If it doesn't work, we'll sneak an investigation. That's not something I can do. Lestrade laughed heartily and patted his beer belly. At most I can cover for you. Just be careful not to get caught. I'll be careful. Levi was not skilled in lockpicking or sneaking either. He lacked those skills, but since he had thought of it, naturally he had his own way. Knock, knock, knock. While they chatted, another knock came. Being closer, Lestrade opened the door. A young maid, about the same age as Irene, stood there. Seeing Lestrade, she froze. Then her eyes fell on Levi by the fireplace, and she stared, transfixed. The sight amused Lestrade. He deliberately stepped aside, then after a moment coughed. Have you stared enough? I am sorry. Hearing his teasing, the girl flushed and quickly lowered her head. I came to inform you, dinner is ready. Please come down to the dining hall. All right, we'll be right there. Once Lestrade replied, the girl hurried off, while he grinned at Levi. Come on, time for dinner. You're right. After traveling all the way, Levi was hungry too. Hearing that dinner was ready, he stood, tidied his clothes, and picked up the rectangular case by his side again. What do you keep in there? You guard it like treasure. Seeing Levi treat the case so carefully, Lestrade was curious. But Levi only smiled faintly. Something useful. Lestrade wanted to ask more, but Levi clearly intended to keep it secret. So he dropped it, and the two left their room for the first-floor dining hall. Though now an inn, this had once been a manor. Much of the layout still remained the same, and so did the dining hall. A long table stretched across the room, with chairs along both sides. That meant all guests ate at one table. In a luxury inn, such an arrangement would have been unacceptable. But this place was closer to a guesthouse, and people of this era tolerated shared accommodations far more than modern folk. Sitting at one table was no big deal, so long as one kept a little distance. When Levi and Lestrade arrived, several people were already seated. Naturally, Levi's appearance drew their attention. Levi walked into the dining hall and looked toward the table, discovering that out of the 16 available seats on both sides, 6 people were already seated. Among them were 2 people Levi recognized, the newlywed couple. They sat together, and when the wife saw Levi, she excitedly waved at him. The husband beside her looked a bit displeased but said nothing. Across from the couple, on the side seat, sat an old lady. Her attire was somewhat strange, she wore a black veil and a black dress. Her thin, small body was curled up in the chair, giving the impression of a shadow. At the moment, she only lowered her head without saying a word. With a seat separating her and the veiled old lady was a family of 3, a husband, a wife, and a 4 or 5-year-old daughter. The little girl had golden hair, dressed like a doll, with bright blue eyes that blinked curiously at everyone, full of liveliness. Her mother beside her was very caring, occasionally turning to smile softly and whisper to her. The father, however, wore a stern, serious face, smoking silently without a hint of a smile. Levi nodded politely to the people at the table as a greeting, then sat down across from the family of three. The little girl had been watching him curiously ever since he entered. Now that he sat opposite her, she showed a playful smile, waved at him, and Levi smiled back, returning the gesture. Inspector Lestrade then sat beside Levi, grinning as he waved at the little girl as well. Frightened, she quickly buried her head into her mother's arms. She stole a peek at Inspector Lestrade, then swiftly turned her head away again. Inspector Lestrade's mouth twitched as he glanced at Levi. "Do I really smile that terribly? The way you looked just now, it was as if you'd spotted prey and were planning to eat it raw." Levi answered bluntly, and Inspector Lestrade sighed. "Ah, after being a policeman for so long, I've forgotten how to smile. I thought whenever I smiled at suspects and they confessed everything, it was because my smile had charm. Now it seemed that not scaring people to death was already fortunate." The two exchanged a few words before the middle-aged woman from before, along with a young maid in uniform, entered to serve dinner. In Levi's world, there was a saying that foreigners rarely ate animal organs, only the meat, never touching hooves, heads, and such. Levi didn't know if that was true. After all, he knew foreigners also ate dog meat, horse meat, and snails. By that logic, if they could eat snails, saying they didn't eat organs wasn't exactly honest. But at least in this world, Levi did feel a touch of that use every part philosophy from his own world. The so-called inn was essentially just a guest house. And a guest house naturally lived off its surroundings. This manor sat by mountains and forests, with lakes and streams nearby, and even had its own stables. Even if a biohazard broke out, they wouldn't starve here. Tonight's dishes, of course, were all local specialties. The starter was veal head soup, with roasted fish in celery cream sauce. The entree, fried shrimp cutlets, veal liver, and herb-flavored bacon. The main dishes included stewed chicken, cold-cut ham, and vegetable salad. Alongside were lemon milk jelly, desserts, and frozen sweets, making for quite a feast. Levi naturally ate heartily, his only request being to replace the pre-dinner wine with a cup of rose tea. "You don't drink?" Inspector Lestrade looked at Levi in surprise. Drinking was such a daily habit in this era that seeing someone refuse was like watching someone eat dumplings but only the wrapper without the filling. One couldn't help but suspect something was wrong with his head. "Alcohol is bad for health," Levi calmly replied. "Every drink shaved 30 minutes off one's life, who wouldn't feel distressed? Whether fine or cheap, alcohol still shortened one's lifespan, the difference was only whether it cost 10 minutes or an hour." Before crossing over, Levi hadn't liked drinking, and now he simply refused it altogether. "You just can't hold your liquor, right?" Inspector Lestrade didn't mind, grinning at Levi. As a policeman, he had seen all kinds of people, some could down a barrel and stay sober, others forgot their own names after a sip. In his view, Levi probably belonged to the latter. This amused him. Finally, he had found Levi's little weakness. Something like that. Levi didn't care. For men of this era, if someone questioned their drinking capacity, they'd prove it by draining 3 big bowls to set the record straight. Otherwise, they weren't real men. But Levi couldn't be bothered. To waste his life just for useless pride, that would be truly foolish. Inspector Lestrade teased him for a bit. Seeing Levi unmoved, he lost interest and stopped. By the time dinner was almost over, the middle-aged woman and the maid returned again. This time, however, they were preceded by a middle-aged man in formal wear, stylishly dressed. Just how stylish? Wearing sunglasses indoors at night in the dining hall, that's stylish. "Good evening, honored guests. I am Cohen, manager of the Red Moon Inn." The man walked to the end of the dining table and bowed slightly. "Welcome to the Red Moon Inn. May I ask if you were satisfied with tonight's dinner?" Unless they were fools or looking for trouble, no one would complain. "Thank you, everyone." The manager smiled again after hearing their responses. "However, please don't hurry to leave. After dinner, we have prepared a small entertainment program for you." "Entertainment program?" The newlywed wife looked at him curiously, and he nodded. "Perhaps you don't know, but before becoming the Red Moon Inn, this place was once the residence of a nobleman." Hearing this, Levi and Inspector Lestrade remained calm on the surface, though their ears were perked. That nobleman had a tradition. Every holiday, he would host themed banquets and invite guests to participate. "We inherited this tradition. Of course, we won't take too much of your time. It will simply be a small themed entertainment after dinner." "Then, what exactly will we do?" the newlywed husband asked, and the manager smiled faintly. "It is spirit communication." At that moment, Levi's gaze at the manager carried the clear meaning, if you want to die, just go jump in a river. In modern horror movies, seances were already cliché death flags at the beginning of the story. But in this world and era, seances were considered a kind of pseudoscience, a parlor game where people placed hands on a planchette in a pitch-black room, muttered strange incantations, and played at thrills, a cheap equivalent of a haunted house attraction. But in this house, Levi knew people had actually died here. Not to mention the ring on his finger came from this very place. Who knew what else was lurking here? Playing with seances in such circumstances, wasn't that just asking to die faster? "I think it's better to change the activity." Levi quickly voiced his objection. "Why so, sir?" Such things are far too stimulating. I don't think they're suitable for our group. Levi gestured toward the elderly and children at the table. There are old people and children here. Isn't it too much stimulation? A game of cards would be just fine. Please don't worry about that. The manager smiled at the old lady in black. This lady here is the medium I specially invited. With her present, I guarantee the seance will be absolutely safe. So this man was adding insurance to speed up their deaths. Of course, if any of you don't wish to join, we understand. But tradition is tradition. Even if there are no guests, we ourselves must complete the ritual. You just said ritual. You said ritual, didn't you? Levi's hand silently pressed against his waist, debating whether drawing his gun right now would be too impolite. Could his charm convince the others that after shooting this man, he was actually exposing a ruthless criminal? Based on his horror movie experience, Levi was 90% sure this man was suspicious. Should they just skip the prelude and fight the monster straight away? Levi glanced at Inspector Lestrade, who only shook his head helplessly. Alright, maybe not. Levi quietly lowered his hand, though clearly he wasn't dropping the matter. We'll be going upstairs to rest. The mother seemed sensible enough. Hearing all this, she pulled her daughter to stand and spoke a few words to her husband. But the husband seemed intent on staying. So the mother had no choice but to take the girl upstairs to rest. On the other side, the newlywed wife also seemed uninterested. She tugged her husband's sleeve, wanting to leave, but... Don't worry, dear. Nothing will happen. The husband clearly sensed a chance to show off. He shot a defiant glance at Levi, then turned to his wife. We'll stay here. I promise you, it will be fun. But... The wife looked at Levi, then at her husband, and in the end obediently stayed. We are ready. The manager once more gestured invitingly to everyone. Please, to the entertainment room. What should we do? Walking out of the dining hall, Inspector Lestrade came up beside Levi and asked in a low voice. By logic, they should have been finding an excuse to leave right now, then sneak around to investigate. After all, everyone in this inn was going to attend that so-called seance, which meant the other places would definitely be empty. But the problem was... This group of people really looked like they were about to summon a boss to unleash an ultimate skill. Even Inspector Lestrade felt a little uneasy. In the past, he never believed in such things. But now, that was another story. Let's see what trick they're playing. Levi did not think this was a good chance to investigate. He was more concerned about this so-called seance. As for searching, that could wait until late at night when everyone was asleep. After all, the house was here and would not run away. If it came to it, Levi already had a plan: let Inspector Lestrade return and report to the tax bureau. They would surely be more than happy to come and negotiate with this group of tax evaders. At that point, they could just slap a seal on the place and close it for 10 days or half a month. Then wouldn't they be able to investigate however they liked? After all, the monk might run, but the temple couldn't. Levi didn't believe this house could grow legs and escape. But if something happened during the seance, then it would be trouble. Levi would rather rely on the tax bureau to seal the house than let a murder case occur. Unfortunately, this world still didn't have silencers. Levi had actually asked Benjamin about it before. He preferred silent killing tools. Revolvers certainly looked intimidating, but when it came to actually pulling the trigger, Levi really didn't want to expose himself. If he could silently deal with his opponent, wasn't that better than going head-to-head in a gunfight? Benjamin found Levi's requests and ideas quite interesting, but Levi couldn't explain the details. He wasn't a weapons enthusiast. Sure, he had held a few guns before, and during trips abroad he had shot some for fun. But that was only for fun, he had no plans to make guns. Who knew the technical principles behind them? So Levi just described a few things he remembered from the internet, half guessing, and let Benjamin figure it out. He had already noticed, Benjamin was the type who feared peace and quiet, probably dedicating his whole life to researching and building stronger, deadlier weapons. Who knew, maybe one day he would even stumble his way into making an atomic bomb. After making his decision, Levi and Inspector Lestrade followed the others into the recreation room. At this time, all the windows had been shut and curtains drawn. In the center was a round table, probably used for playing cards normally, but right now a spirit board had been placed upon it. Seeing this, Levi raised his eyebrows. A spirit board was just a rectangular wooden board carved with letters and numbers, plus a yes and no. This was basically the predecessor of the pen fairy game in horror films, or rather, the pen fairy was derived from this. The process was the same: everyone gathered around, placed their fingers on the planchette, and invited spirits to answer their questions. There was a reason why this became so popular. Everyone thought they weren't moving their fingers, but the planchette still slid around on its own. That made people curious, excited, and thrilled. Of course, scientific research suggested it was closer to mass hypnosis. You thought you weren't moving, but in fact you were unconsciously applying pressure with your finger. Of course, this was just a scientific hypothesis. No one could say for sure. But this thing, in China, it would be difficult to pull off. That seances originated in the West wasn't without reason. With just 26 letters, the digits 1 to 0, plus yes and no, the space required was minimal. Japan had modified it, replacing the alphabet with the 50 kana. But if Levi tried this here, how would it work? With pinyin and tones? What if the spirit messed around with homophones? With Wubi input? Nowadays hardly anyone knew Wubi, let alone ghosts. Directly with characters. Thousands of them. How big would the board have to be to fit them? Even if you carved them all, the thing would be as big as a banquet table. Movies sometimes cheated by letting the ghost write characters directly, but if a ghost could already write, then why did you need the board? Wouldn't using a phone be more convenient? So really, it would be easier if the ghost just came in a dream. This foreign invention simply didn't fit the national conditions of China. These things depended on cultural context. Psychologists were the same. If you had trouble at work, a psychologist would only tell you to be tolerant, adjust your mentality, treat people kindly, or maybe change jobs. In the end, you spent money, wasted time, and still felt miserable. What was the point? Better to spend 50 yuan on a fortune teller. They would praise you as a dragon among men, say that you were only suffering from petty villains for now, but if you endured you would soon soar like a carp leaping the dragon gate. As for those villains, they would die miserable deaths. Now wasn't that much more satisfying to hear? Psychology, from a certain perspective, was just another form of metaphysics, not much different from fortune-telling. If anything, fortune-tellers provided better customer service. Why else had so many emperors and officials in ancient times liked fortune-telling, or gone to temples and monasteries to chant scriptures? In truth, it was to treat their psychological issues. If you talked about psychology, those abbots and Taoist priests of the past might well have been considered top psychologists today. After all, they had honed their skills through life and death practice. Modern experts couldn't match that. While Levi's thoughts wandered, the people at the table had already begun. Under the manager's instructions, the newlywed couple, the middle-aged man, and two maids sat around the table, along with the old lady medium and the manager himself. Levi and Inspector Lestrade, however, stayed on the sidelines. If something went wrong, they could intervene. The manager didn't seem to mind. The others looked somewhat uneasy, but said nothing. Levi sat on the sofa by the window, while Inspector Lestrade, with tacit understanding, stood guard at the door. Outside, it had begun to rain. Even through the windows, they could hear the gusting wind, the pitter-patter of raindrops against the glass, and occasional low rumbles of thunder. If nothing else, this scene practically screamed ghost story. The atmosphere was set. If nothing supernatural happened, it would feel like a waste of all this effort. All right. Turn off the lights. At the manager's command, the maid turned off the lamps. Only a single candle in the center of the round table remained, its dim flame flickering unsteadily. This was why many people thought seances were just hypnosis. In a dark room with only a single flame, everyone's attention would fixate on it. Add in the chanting of spirit-summoning incantations, and with just a little trickery, it was easy to create a hypnotic effect. But to Levi, the simplest method was to push the planchette yourself and deny it. While pushing hard, you could shout in surprise, "Hey! I didn't move. Why is it moving on its own?" The easiest and hardest to expose. After all, it wasn't like anyone would hook you up to a lie detector for a ghost game. At this moment, the old lady medium told everyone to extend one finger onto the round planchette, a bowl-sized wooden piece with a hole in the middle. Then she closed her eyes and began chanting gibberish in some unknown language. Levi had nothing better to do, so he leaned back on the sofa and activated soul sight. He wanted to see whether this seance was real or fake. If it was fake, fine. But if it was real, that would be trouble. The room was pitch black. In Levi's eyes, the only lights were the white souls of the people around the table, and Inspector Lestrade leaning by the door. Levi paid special attention to the manager, his soul also glowed white. At least on the surface, nothing seemed amiss. Jibber-jabber, jibber-jabber, jibber-jabber. The medium's chanting grew louder, like a wailing cry. At the same time, Levi suddenly noticed changes in the surroundings. Through soul sight, the dark objects around began faintly glowing with light. It wasn't bright, but enough to notice. Then, Levi felt the air growing colder, and even heard the howl of icy wind. Woo-woo. A chill wind drifted from afar. The people at the table noticed something too, looking around nervously. Then, the old lady medium spoke again. "O soul slumbering here, heed my call. Grant us your wisdom." The moment she spoke, a strange thing happened. Levi's eyes widened in shock. From the direction of the door, a white human figure floated in. It passed right by Inspector Lestrade, yet he showed no reaction at all. Was there really a ghost? Levi was stunned. He had seen many monsters before, but this was his first time seeing a ghost. Under the gaze of soul sight, the white figure drifted toward the table. Was this real? Did ghosts truly exist in this world? Levi was dumbfounded. He was even considering whether he should draw his gun and shoot the thing when. Rumble. With an explosive thunderclap, blinding white light burst forth, piercing through the black curtains and flooding the entire room in dazzling brilliance. And then, a blood-curdling scream split the air. "Aha! Turn on the light." Levi closed soul sight and shouted. Before his voice had even fallen, Inspector Lestrade, who was standing at the door, immediately turned on the surrounding lamps. Very quickly, the light came on, forcing everyone who had just been in the dim environment to instinctively close their eyes, then open them again. And then. Ah! A scream rang out once more. This time, it was the newlywed wife who screamed. Her face turned deathly pale as she looked at the table in front of her, shrieking as she staggered backward. Her husband also held his wife tightly, his own expression frozen stiff, staring in shock. At this moment, Levi had already leapt forward with the agility of a leopard, staring at the table. The others had retreated far from it, but one person still sat there, as if asleep, their head collapsed onto the table, face tilted to the side, convulsing non-stop. It looked like he was having a seizure. And this person was none other than the innkeeper. Move aside. Let me see. Inspector Lestrade rushed over and stared at the convulsing innkeeper. He froze for a moment, then quickly reached out and laid him flat on the ground. At this time, the innkeeper's convulsions grew worse, to the point that he began foaming at the mouth. Who's a doctor? Inspector Lestrade pressed down on the innkeeper and shoved a handkerchief into his mouth to stop him from biting through his tongue, while shouting loudly. At this, Levi sighed and walked over. Let me take a look. After all, he did have the diagnosis skill. Though he specialized more in gynecological diseases, ordinary conditions were not outside his ability to examine. Levi signaled the maid to bring over a gas lamp, then examined the innkeeper's pupils and checked his pulse. How is he? Does it look like illness or poisoning? More like his spirit suffered some kind of shock. Spiritually shocked. This fool set this whole thing up himself, and ended up scaring himself mad. What an idiot, I knew it. But before Inspector Lestrade could finish, the innkeeper suddenly struggled violently. His strength was so great that even Inspector Lestrade, who was all muscle, could not restrain him. In a careless moment, the inspector was forced back upright. Seeing this, Levi was already prepared to draw his gun, just waiting for the man to attack so he could let him taste the special style of American police, emptying the whole magazine. At worst, he'd just write up a report afterward and take a 2-week vacation. Oh wait, he was MI7. It seemed there wasn't such a perk after all. However, the innkeeper did not attack. Instead, he raised both hands high, eyes wide, staring at the ceiling as if someone were up there. Spare me. Spare me. Spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. As soon as he finished shouting, the innkeeper collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Levi immediately stepped forward and felt his pulse, then regretfully shook his head at Inspector Lestrade. Seeing Levi's expression, the inspector tensed. He's dead. Dead. Hearing this, Inspector Lestrade stared at the corpse without a word. Levi also stood up and looked around. The newlywed couple were huddled together, shivering in a far corner. The two maids stood nearby, completely at a loss, unable to speak. The middle-aged man stood far off on the other side, staring silently. Though he was trying hard to remain calm, his trembling legs betrayed him. As for the medium, she was kneeling on the floor, holding some strange charm of unknown material, muttering incomprehensible gibberish. No one is allowed to leave here. Inspector Lestrade's face darkened as he immediately began his work. W.I. The first to speak was the middle-aged man. Because a death has occurred. Now we need to investigate everyone. As he spoke, Inspector Lestrade flashed his badge. At his words, everyone present except Levi was stunned. Dead? The newlywed wife heard this and immediately fainted, her eyes rolling back. Luckily, her husband caught her in time, or she might have hit her head on the table and added another casualty. The two maids covered their mouths with both hands, eyes wide in horror, trembling uncontrollably. The middle-aged man looked increasingly anxious. He glanced nervously at the door, then at the others, and finally turned to head toward the entertainment room exit. Where are you going? Seeing the man trying to leave, Inspector Lestrade immediately drew his gun and aimed it at him. I need to go back. My wife and child are still in our room. I can't stay here alone. This. Hearing his shout, Inspector Lestrade felt torn. On the one hand, the man's worry was justified. On the other, someone had just died here. If he let people leave. Thinking of this, he glanced at Levi, who instantly understood. I'll escort him back to his room. Levi picked up his suitcase, stood up, and nodded at the man. Two people at least can look out for each other. Fine. The middle-aged man, already impatient, hurried out of the entertainment room as soon as Inspector Lestrade agreed. Levi followed close behind. The two moved quickly one after the other, but in the vast manor, under the bright lamps, not a single other person could be seen. It felt as if the entire manor's inhabitants had vanished into thin air. Tell me what happened just now. Levi walked beside the man, speaking. What do you mean? Weren't you there watching too? The man wasn't surprised by Levi's question. Since Inspector Lestrade had shown his identity, and everyone knew Levi came with him, it was natural they assumed Levi was also a policeman. I don't know the details of what you all did. Explain. Or should I wait until we reach your room before asking? Fine. The man clearly didn't want to be interrogated in front of his wife and daughter. Without stopping, he headed up the stairs, muttering in a low voice. It wasn't much. We each just put a finger on the wooden board. Then that old woman chanted a bunch of words I couldn't understand. After that, she told us to each ask a question, anything at all. You asked one. I didn't get the chance. The man shook his head. The innkeeper went first. What did he ask? I don't know. The old woman said we only had to silently think of the question, and the evil spirit would answer directly. The one who screamed was him. Yes. He closed his eyes, touching the board. His expression. I couldn't tell, but he seemed very nervous, wiping sweat with his other hand. Then suddenly, he opened his mouth and screamed, scaring the rest of us half to death. As they spoke, the two reached the man's room. He knocked, but there was no reply. Maria? The man's face changed. He knocked again, harder this time, then tried pushing the door, but it was locked. Maria! He shouted louder and pounded desperately on the door. Levi's expression also shifted. Damn it, the more you hope nothing happens, the more something happens. Break the door down. Levi didn't hesitate. He gave the order decisively, someone had already died, and this place would be sealed off anyway. A door hardly mattered anymore. Oh. The man came to his senses. The two stepped back, bracing themselves against the door. 1, 2, 3. They rammed into it together. With a loud thud, the door burst open. Levi rushed inside, gun already raised, half expecting the classic scene from TV, bursting in only to see the culprit's back vanish, too late to chase. So the instant he entered, Levi activated Eye of the Reaper, scanning the room. Anything that moved, he was ready to unload everything he had. But inside the room, he saw no fleeing figure. Only a woman lying on the ground. Maria. The man dashed forward, scooping his wife up and shaking her frantically. Maria. Wake up. Under his cries, she slowly stirred awake. Seeing her husband, her expression eased slightly. Carl. She murmured, then suddenly widened her eyes, looking around the room. Where's Alice? Did you see Alice? Alice? Hearing his daughter's name, the man immediately panicked. Levi also swept the room with his gaze, but the lovely little girl was nowhere to be seen. Where's Alice? Where did Alice go, Maria? I don't know. We were just together. But then lightning struck outside, it startled me. I only looked out the window for a moment, and I think I saw something. Faced with her husband's demand, the wife was filled with terror. I heard Alice crying, then I don't remember anything. Rumble. As if to confirm her words, a series of thunderclaps roared. Pale lightning lit up the room again and again. The storm winds drove sheets of rain against the window with urgent rattling sounds. Seeing this, Levi furrowed his brows. Sure enough, trouble had come. Levi had not expected that a single seance could stir up so much trouble. The dead were no issue. He had already been mentally prepared for deaths, and since the one who died was that half-witted innkeeper, Levi cared even less. People always sought their own doom. Levi had already warned him before, but the man had refused to listen. Levi could do nothing about that. But a disappearance was another matter entirely. Levi circled around the guest room, inside and out, and finally had to admit that he had encountered the kind of case most suitable for a detective but least suitable for himself. A locked room case. If it had been one of those so-called famous detectives, they would have perked up at once, more excited than if they had taken drugs. But Levi was a detective who had only taken up the profession halfway through life, and the thing he disliked most was precisely this kind of locked room case. The couple's guest room had the same layout as Inspector Lestrade's. The room was not large, containing a bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a chair. There was no balcony. The window was sealed shut, the door was locked from the inside. There was only one key, kept on the wife's person. She had said that after she brought the child back to the room, she locked the door from the inside. Even if someone outside had a key, they would not have been able to open it. Levi relied on investigation to sweep the room carefully, but he found no trace of the girl's footprints near the doorway. It was as though she had vanished into thin air from within the room. Go downstairs. Levi frowned as he looked at the guest room he had just searched. What vexed him was not so much the disappearance itself, but rather the couple's wailing and crying. Even when he wanted to search carefully, the pair's frantic screaming made it extremely difficult. So Levi made a decisive choice. You two should go downstairs first. I will continue the search later. How can we do that? The middle-aged man immediately protested when he heard Levi's words. If we can't find her. You've practically torn this guest room apart already, and still haven't found her. Levi cut him off. Right now what we must do is remain calm, collect clues, organize the facts, and then find the child. Arguing and screaming here will not solve the problem. But. The man still wanted to protest, but the wife was the first to regain her composure. She grabbed her husband's arm and nodded at Levi. We'll go down first. It seemed someone at least had sense enough to listen. When the group came back downstairs, they saw the recreation room door tightly shut, with Inspector Lestrade watching as a maid locked it. Seeing Levi approach, Lestrade was briefly stunned, then simply waved him over without saying much. Everyone, to the dining hall. After the others walked toward the dining room, Inspector Lestrade slowed his pace, waited for Levi to catch up, and asked in a low voice. What happened? Trouble. That little girl has disappeared. Disappeared? Inspector Lestrade was shocked, staring at Levi. Levi nodded, recounting what he had just discovered. When he finished, Lestrade frowned deeply, his expression grave. This complicates matters. Isn't that the truth? Levi knew exactly what Lestrade meant. To be honest, when the innkeeper had first died, neither of them had taken it too seriously. From diagnosis, it was clear he had not died from poisoning, nor from external wounds. The likely possibilities were sudden illness, or ghosts at work. If one factored in the typical plots of detective novels, then perhaps he had ingested poison at dinner, which only took effect during the séance. But regardless, the man was dead. With no way to perform a dissection here, the only option was to send a telegram to the police station and wait for them to collect the corpse the next day. Until then, as long as Lestrade and Levi kept the others under watch, all would be fine. But now the little girl had vanished, and things instantly became complicated. Never mind the cliché, is the killer among us, question, what Levi had seen so far strongly suggested it was the work of a ghost. But here was the real problem. A death could be left alone, but a disappearance could not. And outside, a storm was raging. What if something happened to a 4- or 5-year-old girl? Or had she been seized by a ghost? Should they send people out to search? But splitting up, anyone who had watched horror films knew that was taboo. Divide into 2-person teams, send out 3 or 4 groups to search, and before long half the group would be dead. That was standard horror movie script writing, wasn't it? I'll go search. After weighing acting according to horror movie tropes and not acting according to horror movie tropes for a while, Levi finally gave his answer. I'll leave it to you to keep them under control. All right, leave it to me. At his age, Inspector Lestrade had no problem keeping a group of ordinary people in check. Besides, he trusted Levi's abilities. Since Levi was volunteering to investigate, it was likely indeed to be something supernatural. Sending ordinary people to look could very well lead to more corpses. After a few more words with Lestrade, Levi turned back upstairs. He did not go to the guest room again, but instead returned to his own room. He hefted his briefcase, then set it on the floor. In the next moment, the rectangular briefcase suddenly twisted and warped, transforming within seconds from a case into a black cat. Or rather, a feline. Its entire body was pitch black, without the faintest glimmer of reflection. Its size was slightly larger than an overfed tabby, slightly smaller than a leopard. Its limbs were well proportioned, carrying the imposing air of a predator. Very good. Not bad. Levi nodded in satisfaction at the black cat sitting upright at his feet. This world did not possess advanced robotics, and certainly could not produce something like a Terminator. Normally, something like this was impossible. And indeed, it was impossible, unless one cheated. Levi had only been able to make it thanks to Puppeteer. The ability of Puppeteer was simple to describe. Levi could use threads of soul threads to control whatever he created, just as a puppet master controlled dolls in a marionette show. The difference was that this was far more efficient. Levi only needed to will it, and the puppet moved. Even if it was just a pile of blocks, if Levi had built it, it could transform or do backflips at his command. Whatever he imagined, it could do. At first, Levi had considered creating a humanoid puppet, but immediately rejected the thought. A grown man lugging around a doll, who wouldn't find that odd? Besides, what would it look like if, in danger, he tossed a doll at the enemy? Playing house like a little girl? So Levi decided instead to borrow the idea of transforming robots from his own world's animations, creating this. The choice of a cat was deliberate. Considering the skills of Puppeteer, this was the most fitting. With Puppeteer, Levi controlled his puppet via soul threads. At the same time, he could also share his abilities with the puppet. Skills such as Soul Sight, Eye of the Reaper, and Shadow Step could be used by both Levi and the puppet. That meant he could send the puppet to investigate in his stead, especially in places where he could not go. Therefore, it could not be human-shaped, or it would immediately give him away. But a cat was far more convenient. Cats roamed freely everywhere, arousing no suspicion. With its slightly larger build, this one could even fight. Of course, there was one drawback: the puppet only moved when Levi concentrated on controlling it. Left unattended, it was a lifeless cat, unable to move at all. This was why he usually kept it in briefcase form. After all, he could not focus on it 24 hours a day. It had taken him 3 days to make this prototype, with considerable help from Irene. Her family had once sold and repaired mechanical parts, and she had grown up immersed in the craft. Many joints, components, and design features were her work. Without Levi's Puppeteer, it would have been nothing more than a handcrafted toy that could transform between briefcase and cat. With Puppeteer, it became a weapon. The cat's claws hid sharp blades. Next time he encountered a monster, Levi was confident it could shred flesh, even leave marks on that giant bat. In short, if anything lunged at him again, Levi could just smash the briefcase into its face, then pull back and kite it from a distance. And among his skills, this was the only one that did not shorten his lifespan. Aside from the limitations of range and puppet size due to his low level, it had no real flaws. As Puppeteer activated, Levi's vision shifted instantly, as if a computer screen had appeared in front of him. On it, the black cat ran and leapt, like the third-person view of an action game. It was not the cat's actual perspective, of course, since Levi's mind was linked to the soul threads, not the puppet itself. In theory, he could switch freely between first-person and third-person views, but Levi naturally preferred third-person, which gave a wider field of vision. With first-person, he risked being blindsided by an attack. This was no game. Why handicap himself for immersion? Levi tested the controls, WSAD, spacebar for jumping, and then opened the window. In the next instant, the black cat leapt out, swiftly scrambling up onto the roof. Then Levi activated Soul Sight. Immediately, the cat lowered its head, and the entire building came into view beneath it. The cat now resembled a satellite. If only Levi's level were higher, his control range greater, then he could have built an eagle instead, using it as a UAV. Paired with Soul Sight, it would be better than infrared. For now, the cat would have to suffice. Better days lay ahead. From the rooftop, Levi peered down through the cat's Soul Sight. Soon, he spotted several white light points moving. Most were clustered together, with a few wandering about, clearly Inspector Lestrade and the others. Levi's own light was in another room nearby. That left one more light, surely the child. Levi hoped so. Seeing a light meant the person was alive. If there was no light, that would be a problem. Fortunately, luck was on his side. As Levi guided the cat to the roof's edge, he suddenly noticed a faint, tiny light below. It was small, weaker than the stars above. But to Levi, finding it was victory enough. Now there was only one thing left to do. Levi's thought shifted, and at once the cat sprang forward, vanishing into the shadows. Shadow step. With X-ray vision and phase walking, I refuse to believe I can't handle this. Passing through walls was an extremely useful cheat. Not just in FPS games, just think about those massive open-world RPGs. Often, players would see the target location right in front of them, yet no matter what they tried, they couldn't find the entrance. After wandering around in frustration, unable to figure out how to get inside, they would finally lose their temper, open the console, input the wall hack command, and, bam, straight through the wall, directly to the mission objective. The good part was that you could reach your destination right away. The bad part was, sometimes players would be completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to be doing? Right now, Levi was feeling exactly like that. Where was this place? Controlling the black cat, Levi stared at the scene before him, utterly confused. If it was a cellar he had stumbled upon, Levi wouldn't have been surprised. If it was a graveyard, Levi wouldn't have been surprised either. But what if it was ruins? Looking at the enormous hollow space before him, Levi couldn't help but feel as if he had accidentally dug his way into the first emperor's mausoleum. In fact, the difference wasn't all that big. After using Shadow Step several times to phase through walls and shorten the distance between himself and that light point, he once again slipped through a wall. The next moment, the space suddenly opened wide before him, and the black cat, completely unprepared, plummeted downward as if someone had missed a stair while descending. With a splat, it hit the ground. Luckily, it wasn't a real cat, otherwise it would have been flattened into a cat pancake. Levi maneuvered the black cat to lift its head and scan the surroundings. And then, what the hell was this place? Seeing the scene before him, Levi was completely stunned. The hollow chamber was about half the size of a football field, looking much like a natural stalactite cave. Stalactites hung down densely from the ceiling, resembling spears arranged as traps. Underneath the black cat's paws was a spiraling staircase made of stone, extending all the way down to the bottom of the hollow. The stone pillars around the chamber were engraved with strange patterns, looking like the supporting columns of a palace. Below, he could see an altar and several stone-carved chairs. The whole environment reminded Levi of a round banquet table in a hotel's private room. That was about right, one large round table in the middle, surrounded by chairs. And at this moment, the little girl was lying right in the center of that round table, looking as if she had been served up as a dish. Clearly not a good sign. This was going to be troublesome. Levi frowned, made the black cat leap onto a higher ledge, and once again activated Soul Sight to scan the surroundings. Aside from the little girl, there was nothing. Not even the souls he had seen before. He should go down and take a look. Levi sighed, made the black cat leap forward again, and then stopped. He had reached the limit of his control range. Feeling the taut threads between his fingers, Levi let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Then he stood up, walked out of the room, and headed toward the first floor. Although he didn't yet know where the entrance to that underground world was, he needed to get closer if he could. As Levi walked down the stairs, the dining room doors suddenly opened beside him, and Inspector Lestrade stepped out. His expression was equally grim, and he gestured at Levi. "What is it?" Levi reluctantly set aside his half-played, black cat simulator, and walked over to Inspector Lestrade, lowering his voice to ask. "I just questioned the others, and found something odd." Inspector Lestrade spoke. As a policeman, interrogation was second nature. While Levi had been playing with the cat, Lestrade hadn't been idle. He had taken the opportunity to question everyone one by one, and he had indeed uncovered something. "I asked the two maids. They're usually the ones maintaining this place. That manager only came here once a week, and every time he performed some strange ritual. As for that old medium, she's got no real suspicion on her. She said she worked as a medium in Mist City and had been hired by the manager for this seance game." Lestrade spoke as if it were perfectly reasonable. Levi didn't disagree. Unlike in modern times, where mediums were seen as frauds, in this era many considered them professionals. Their work was more or less equivalent to fortune-tellers of old. For an event like this, hiring a professional medium to preside over things would seem completely normal to people of this era. And then there's that family of three. At this point, Inspector Lestrade perked up. I questioned them separately. The wife said they were here visiting relatives nearby, while the husband said they were here for sightseeing. Their stories didn't match, which raised my suspicions. So I pressured them a bit, and eventually, they told me the truth. What did they say? They said they were here to wait for someone. To wait for someone? Yes. That couple said someone had approached them before, claiming to be some kind of proxy lawyer, and that there was an inheritance for them. When was this? Levi, meanwhile, made the black cat glance once more at the altar, confirming nothing had changed, before turning his attention back. End of last year. A matter from last year, and only now they came. At the time, they didn't trust it. Felt like a scam. After all, if some stranger suddenly showed up at your door claiming you had a huge inheritance, when you'd never heard of them before, wouldn't you also be suspicious? Then why did they come now? The husband lost a lot of money in business. In desperation, he remembered this, and thought it might be a lifeline. Because before leaving, that person had given them a card with an address, telling them if they changed their mind, they could come here. So that's why they came. Did you ask who that proxy lawyer was? And that's the most interesting part. Inspector Lestrade grinned. It was the innkeeper. Good grief. Hearing this, Levi's expression darkened. So this fellow really was wearing more than one hat. I searched him already. Nothing. The guy was clean as a corpse. And now, well, he really is a corpse. Lestrade's face wasn't looking good either. Normally, in these times, people carried wallets with them, containing citizen IDs, various documents, money, even punched bank cards. But when inspecting the corpse earlier, Lestrade had searched him thoroughly, yet found nothing. Not even a watch or a ring. What about his room? As manager, he should have had an office here. Yes, but I didn't have time to check. I don't have time now either. Levi understood what Lestrade meant. But lives were at stake. He glanced again at the situation over there. The little girl hadn't woken yet, but Levi didn't believe she was lying there just asleep. You found the child. I have a lead. I'm going to get her now. We'll deal with the rest later. As he spoke, Levi patted his pocket, pulled out a box of silver bullets, and handed it over. What's this? Lestrade took the bullets curiously, puzzled. Silver bullets. They say silver weapons can kill evil spirits. If you run into something you can't handle, you might try these, though I can't promise they'll work. Even if they don't, it's reassuring to have them. Inspector Lestrade didn't hesitate, pocketing them immediately. Anyway, you be careful. You too. Stay alert. Levi felt that Lestrade's situation was even more dangerous than his own. After all, he had to watch over a whole group of people. If an attack really happened, chaos could break out instantly, forget it. No use worrying now. For now, the only goal was to survive the night. After a few more words, Inspector Lestrade returned to the dining hall, while Levi slipped away to a corner of the first floor. It was a storeroom. On the surface, nothing unusual, and in fact, it really was ordinary. But what Levi cared about wasn't the storeroom itself, it was what lay beneath it. He quietly made the black cat take a few steps, reaching the wall. Under the burning torchlight, the cat's shadow stretched long across the stone floor, but here was the question, this place looked as though no one had been here in centuries. So why were there burning torches? That was also why Levi couldn't afford to wait any longer. Of course, he could use the black cat to scout the passages, find the entrance connecting to the underground hollow, then go down that way. But the problem was, there might not be enough time. Since he had the cheat-like ability to pass through walls, the best move was to rescue the girl first. Whoever had kidnapped her, and for what reason, those could be dealt with later. If possible, Levi would have preferred to remain hidden, using the black cat to rescue her. But Shadow Step was a single-target ability, he couldn't bring anyone else through with it. Which meant he had to go himself. With that thought, Levi made up his mind. Stepping forward, he slipped into the corridor's deep shadow. The darkness melted into a cold swamp, silently swallowing Levi whole as he sank downward. In that pitch blackness, he felt like a deep-sea fish, swimming through the lightless abyss, navigating only by the faint disturbances of the currents, until he stepped forward. At that moment, Levi felt as though he had surfaced from the freezing waters of the Arctic Ocean. Shadows writhed and twisted around him, and then he emerged from them. Lifting a hand, he pressed down the brim of his hat, scanning his surroundings warily. Though he had already scouted with the black cat to be safe, he still needed to see with his own eyes. Stepping out of the shadows, Levi collected his thoughts, and once more swept the area. Using soul sight and shadow step in succession had drained him considerably. But with a child's life at stake, he didn't consider it a waste. On the other hand, when the innkeeper had jumped up earlier, Levi hadn't even bothered activating Eye of the Reaper. On lunatics like that, why waste anything? Just close his eyes and empty a magazine, job done. Controlling the black cat, Levi double-checked the surroundings for anyone hiding in the dark. Finding none, he quickly strode toward the round table. The table was massive, even larger than the 24-seat banquet tables of restaurants. It was carved entirely from stone, as were the 12 surrounding chairs. If there was anything odd, it was that the table and chairs were a bit too large. Levi estimated that if he sat on one, it would be like a 4 or 5-year-old sitting in an adult's chair, his legs wouldn't even reach the ground. Forget it, those details could wait. Levi climbed onto the table and approached the little girl. She was curled up, eyes closed, appearing to sleep soundly. Her breathing was steady, no visible injuries, she seemed perfectly fine. Seeing this, Levi breathed a little easier. He reached out, preparing to wake her and ask what had happened. But just then, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his finger. Looking down, Levi saw the ruby ring on his right index finger glowing with a dazzling light. And then, the little girl, who had been fast asleep, shuddered and opened her eyes. Her cute blue eyes had turned blood red, staring coldly at him. The next instant, a violent gust of air surged straight toward Levi. The attack came very suddenly. Fortunately, at the moment when that ring produced an anomaly, Levi had already raised his guard. Now, upon sensing something was wrong, he reacted quickly. With a backward flicker, his whole body vanished in an instant, then leapt out from the shadow behind the chair. At this moment, the little girl had already stood up, or rather, floated into the air. She stared coldly at Levi, her eyes filled with icy killing intent and hatred. She was completely different from the innocent and cheerful little girl who had been smiling at Levi just a short while ago. Good grief, this world was becoming more and more fantastical. Levi sighed inwardly. Vampires and killers, one might still explain as genetic mutation, but now there were ghosts, and people flying through the air. Who knew what else might show up in the future? This thought merely flashed through Levi's mind, then he quickly raised his head to look at the little girl and once again activated soul sight. During that haunted house case, Levi had discovered that soul sight could often reveal things invisible to the naked eye. Like that big-headed puppet doll, if he hadn't swept his gaze upward while using soul sight, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. The current situation felt very similar to that time with the big-headed doll. This was obviously a boss fight. The reason Levi judged it so was simple: back in the restaurant, he had teased that little girl. At that time, she had been completely normal, with no problems at all, and his ring hadn't reacted either. Now, the little girl was still the same little girl, the ring was still the same ring, but the one difference was that this was not the restaurant, this was the altar. According to the usual logic of games, films, and novels, Levi could already guess, most likely this little girl had been possessed by the boss ghost. Not to mention, the system had just popped up a task prompt for him. Clearly, the mission had been triggered, though he had no time to read it now. As for whether he was right, all he had to do was open soul sight and see. With this thought, Levi widened his eyes once more, staring at the little girl. After activating soul sight, the scene before his eyes was completely different. What he saw was no longer a little girl floating in the air, but a giant over 3 meters tall. Its whole body radiated dazzling red light, with only its eyes as two pools of pitch black. The little girl's original position was now at its chest, pulsing like a heart wrapped in red light. The giant wore full armor, holding sword and shield, looking like a fully armed knight. And not just a knight, but a giant knight. The knight raised its sword and swung down toward Levi. Who? The same rushing sound of wind, but this time, unlike before, Levi at least knew where the danger came from. He rolled to evade again, then saw the giant charging straight through the massive chair toward him. Physical obstacles seemed to mean nothing to it. Good grief, you've got cheats too. Seeing this, Levi cursed inwardly. In many stories, ghosts could pass through walls at will, immune to physical attacks, while freely assaulting others. It was basically the same as having an invincibility cheat. Was this a battle between cheaters now? Levi felt like he had entered a god-tier server. One side had wallhack and X-ray vision, the other had invincibility. Both were cheating, it was just a matter of whose cheat was stronger. Without hesitation, Levi raised his gun, aimed at the knight's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. With 2 gunshots, silver bullets flew out. Considering that the little girl was still inside the ghost's body, Levi didn't use incendiary rounds. He still wanted to save her. Now it was a matter of whether silver bullets worked on ghosts. The ghost knight staggered slightly at Levi's attack, then raised its shield to block. Clang clang. The 2 silver bullets struck the shield, ricocheting away. The shield trembled violently, as if cracks had spread across its surface. It worked. Levi's heart settled. Cheats weren't scary as long as you could hit them. As long as they weren't bloodlocked, he had plenty of ways to kill them. After several cases and battles with the supernatural, Levi had come to realize, in the end, these mysterious incidents were just battles between cheaters. Whoever had the stronger cheat, won. The courtesan killer had been a weak cheater. Betty was a spirit-controlled cheater. And now this was probably the cheat among cheats. As for who it was, Levi didn't care, nor did he have time to. Police didn't usually bother about motives, it wasn't a detective novel where the criminal had to reveal a motive before getting arrested. In real life, as long as there was enough evidence at the scene, the rest was just luring the suspect into explaining themselves. Regular police didn't care about motives before catching someone. So those detective films where the killer stubbornly asked, "What's my motive? Why would I kill him?" and the detective proudly explained it, that was mostly just for show. Likewise, if police couldn't arrest a suspect simply because they didn't know the motive, that was dereliction of duty. Levi thought the same way. He didn't know who this guy was, or why he had dragged the little girl here, but it was definitely nothing good. He would just empty his magazine and finish him off first. As for the backstory, he could find clues and investigate after killing the enemy. Oh. With this thought, Levi retreated again. His opponent was heavy armor, heavy shield, giant sword, clearly a melee type. Practically Levi's natural nemesis. Levi didn't even know martial arts, fighting up close would be suicide. Luckily, he had prepared long ago. He leapt backward, vanished into a nearby shadow, and reappeared on the high platform behind. At the same time, he flicked his left hand, pressing a button. The cane he had been holding dramatically split apart, transforming from a gentleman's staff into a brutal weapon in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Levi took a moment to glance at the system's task prompt. Mission activated, Dawn of the Killer. Objective, escape the underground temple or eliminate the enemy. Reward, unknown. Escape. Impossible now. The enemy would never let him flee. Sure, Levi could walk away, but with the little girl here, there was no way he could abandon her. Which left only one option, kill this thing. His thoughts flashed quickly. Levi loaded an armor-piercing round, pulled the bolt, aimed at the ghost knight again, and fired. Boom. The thunderous gunshot echoed through the cavern, even making Levi's body tremble violently. Thankfully, he hadn't missed. The bullet roared forward. The ghost knight once more raised its shield, but this time, the armor-piercing round's explosive power pierced straight through. The knight tilted its head, and the bullet glanced off the side of its helmet, bouncing away. So close. Levi arched a brow, racking the bolt again. The shell casing ejected, clattering crisply to the ground, as he reloaded another round. By now, the ghost knight was charging toward him in great strides. But Levi had prepared for this. As the knight rushed forward, a black shadow suddenly leapt from its feet, pouncing onto the knight's body, claws slashing furiously. Against the 3-meter-tall knight, Levi's puppet cat really did look like just a cat. But could it fight? Yes, it could. A cat clinging onto a person was already hard to shake off. And Levi had no need to care about the knight's feelings. He controlled the cat to slash and tear recklessly. If it were real armor, maybe the damage would be negligible. But this armor seemed more like something conjured with the soul, so the black cat's claws could rip off chunks with every strike. If it were real armor, it would at least be defective. But the ghost knight wasn't stupid. It shook its body a few times, and when it couldn't dislodge the cat, it roared in fury, raised its greatsword, and stabbed into the ground. Boom. The moment the sword pierced the ground, the earth collapsed, a violent shockwave bursting outward from the knight as its center. Good grief. Seeing the rushing blast, Levi was startled. Sword chi. He had only ever seen that in wuxia novels or games, never thought someone would actually use it in real life. What era was this? Was he being mocked? But however much he thought, Levi didn't stop moving. He quickly used Shadow Step to dodge the attack, then aimed again. At this moment, Levi sighed inwardly. In the novels he used to read, it was always protagonists using sword chi to act superior against enemies with modern weapons. But now, he had become the one being acted superior against. Only now did he realize how miserable it was to be an NPC serving as the protagonist's backdrop. Ah, every family has its hard-to-read scripture. Levi sighed once more and looked at his enemy. If the opponent could even use sword chi, this was an even greater threat. And the way it had dodged his shot earlier proved its combat ability was extraordinary, possibly one of those terrifying types who could block bullets with a sword. Levi knew the simplest solution, kill the little girl. From what Soul Sight showed, she was powering the ghost knight. Kill her, and the knight would probably vanish. But Levi felt it wasn't time for that yet. If he could save her, he would. You've got martial arts, I've got firearms, let's see who laughs last. A cold glint flickered in Levi's eyes as he locked onto the ghost knight, tightening his grip on the cane gun. The next moment, the flow of time around him suddenly slowed. Eye of the Reaper. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder rumbled. Inspector Lestrade shuddered, then suddenly lifted his head and looked around. The restaurant was quiet at this moment, but everyone was still present. After Inspector Lestrade's persuasion, all had decided to stay together for the night. The innkeeper's death had already been terrifying enough, and after that, a little girl had gone missing, leaving everyone even more shaken. So they all decided not to go anywhere, and to remain together tonight. At present, the newlywed couple were leaning against a sofa by the wall, while the parents who had lost their child sat on the other side of the dining table. The mother, perhaps tired from crying, was leaning silently in her husband's arms. The two maids and a medium had already fallen asleep on the table. Everyone was accounted for, no one missing. Inspector Lestrade checked the head count once more, letting out a breath of relief. He was getting old, and staying up late was not something he could endure. Just now, he had dozed off for a moment, and if not for the thunder, he might have slept until dawn. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. No, that was not thunder. Inspector Lestrade instantly tensed up. He pricked up his ears and gripped the gun at his waist. The sound came from outside the door. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. Someone was pounding on the door. As a veteran policeman, Inspector Lestrade reacted almost instantly. His nerves tightened at once, and whatever drowsiness he had felt was gone. A rainy night, someone hammering on the door. If anyone called this good news, nobody would believe it. Inspector Lestrade stood up and carefully made his way toward the restaurant door. Police officer, sir. Only the girl's parents were still awake. Seeing Lestrade's tense demeanor, they also grew uneasy. There's something going on. Wake the others, quick. Lestrade did not dare go around waking people himself. If he shouted, he might alert the person outside, or panic the people inside. So he motioned for the couple to rouse the others. The two understood at once, nodded hurriedly, and went to shake the sleepers awake one by one. The moment the others stirred, before they even realized what was happening, they too heard the pounding from outside, and their faces changed. Could it be that gentleman returning? Could he be injured? The young maid asked nervously. Inspector Lestrade had told them before that Levi had gone to search for the missing child, and they were in fact worried about him. After all, Levi was not the type of muscular Rambo-like man, his frame was actually somewhat slender. A body like that might suit an upper-class banquet guest, but for a policeman, it lacked a sense of security. It won't be him. Inspector Lestrade was certain. The person outside was hammering at the door relentlessly. From what Lestrade knew of Levi, he was not the rash type, and certainly would not pound on a door like this, exhausting himself in the process. Now the question was, should they open the door or not? Gun in hand, Lestrade hesitated. If he opened the door now, he thought carefully, and decided it was better to observe first. Shouldn't we at least check? The newlywed husband, uneasy, approached Lestrade and whispered, pulling out his own gun. I'll help you. You'd better not. Lestrade glanced at the gun in his hand with disdain. At this time, there were no strict gun control laws, and in remote areas, bandit gangs and the like still existed. Many men carried guns for protection, not every man had one, but it was not unusual. But owning a gun and knowing how to use it were two different things. Lestrade could tell right away that this newlywed husband was all show, likely the type who would not even dare to pull the trigger. And if he did, the risk of shooting his own people was higher than hitting an enemy. The pounding grew louder. But this time, Lestrade became calmer. He was certain now, this was wrong. It was likely a trap to lure them into opening the door. No one is to approach the door. Stay away from the doors and windows. Instead of opening the door, Lestrade retreated a few steps, raising his gun toward the entrance. He motioned for the others to hide on the opposite side. They obeyed without protest, they knew they were helpless here, and with a police officer present, they felt a measure of safety. Thud. Suddenly, the pounding stopped. The restaurant fell into utter silence. Yet the silence only made the tension worse. Even the most ignorant could sense instinctively, the danger was about to strike. Boom! All at once, the tightly shut restaurant door burst open. At the same time, the bright lights extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The windows too, as though in collusion, all slammed open at once, letting in roaring wind, rain, and thunder, sweeping away the last vestige of safety. Awe! No! The others had never seen anything like this, especially the women, who now performed their duties as background screamers of a horror film, their shrieks so loud that even the incoming wind seemed to shudder. But Lestrade had no time to care. Eyes wide, he stared at the gaping doorway. As a veteran policeman who had clawed his way through seas of corpses and blood, his instincts screamed danger. Though the room was pitch black, seemingly empty, every hair on his body stood on end, his blood felt frozen. The last time he had felt this way was when he had pursued a fugitive who had turned to kill him. And his reaction was the same, he raised his gun and, without aiming, fired toward the source of his dread. Bang! Ayaha! The moment the trigger was pulled, a scream pierced the dark. A glowing figure suddenly appeared in the void, it was the innkeeper. Eyes bulging, mouth agape, jaw hanging to his chest. What the hell? Even with all his years, Lestrade had never seen such a thing. Terrified, he squeezed the trigger again. Bang! 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 Bullets poured out. The glowing figure flew back like cotton struck by force, then tore apart midair and vanished. At that instant, the lights came back on. And before Lestrade, nothing. Ha! Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Lestrade glanced at his gun. He remembered clearly, these were silver bullets Levi had given him, loaded just in case. And it worked. This really works. He muttered, making a mental note, once he got back, he would ask Levi for a few more silver bullets. Even if only as charms against evil. But Levi knew nothing of what had happened here. And even if he did, he had no time to care. For the danger he faced now was deadly. Bang! Levi pulled the trigger for the third time, then tossed his king gun aside and charged forward. At the same moment, time returned to normal. The 3 bullets shot from the barrel almost simultaneously reached the ghost knight. The knight roared, swung his long sword, and deflected 1 bullet, but the force sent the blade off course. The other 2 bullets continued on. One struck the shield, shattering it. The final bullet sped through the opening, smashing into the knight's helmet. His head snapped back under the force, stumbling 2 steps. When he lowered his head again, his helmet was split in half, revealing an ugly, stubbled face. A face Levi did not know. But what he saw inside. Without the helmet's cover, Levi clearly spotted a crimson light floating in the center of the man's head. Just like the giant doll before, it had one too. The weak point had been found. And with it, the chance. Levi raised the persuader, aiming at the knight's exposed head. His shield gone, his sword knocked aside, off balance and wide open, there was no better chance than this. Bang, 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 bang. Levi emptied the magazine, reloaded swiftly, and once more activated Eye of the Reaper. Another barrage, he had now learned the best way to use it. Rather than taking slow, precise shots, it was better to unleash overwhelming firepower. If it didn't kill, it would cripple. Firepower was justice. Time resumed. The Ghost Knight abandoned sword and shield, raising his arms to block. But before Levi's explosive assault, the defense was pitiful. The first volley shredded both his arms, the second tore apart his head. Yet still he fought, kicking at Levi to interrupt his attack. Too late. From behind the knight, a shadow emerged silently. The black cat puppet lashed forward, its tail's silver blade piercing through the back of the knight's head, and through the floating crimson light within. A scream of agony followed, and a shockwave burst outward like a storm, crashing toward Levi. Without hesitation, Levi again used Shadow Step, vanishing into darkness. When he emerged, the Ghost Knight was gone. Only the little girl remained on the ground. But Levi could still see crimson, tentacle-like things wrapped tightly around her body, cocooning her. What now? He frowned. Was this some kind of curse? If so, he could not deal with it. Should he turn to the Holy Lord Church, to see if they could lift it? He stepped forward, reaching out a hand to take the girl back. Then, something strange happened. As his hand neared her, the ring on his right hand burned hot again. A beam of red light shot out from the ring, striking the girl. Like a flashlight beam, it shone upon her. The crimson tendrils writhing around her body struggled violently, then shattered, sucked into the ring as if by a vacuum cleaner. Levi stared at the ring, speechless. When the Ghost Knight had appeared, the ring had reacted, but not aggressively. Now that he had nearly killed the knight, the ring had leapt forth to devour. What was this thing? He examined it carefully, even with soul sight, but saw nothing but a glow of red. Could it be like some fantasy novel, hiding an old master within, feeding on the things he killed to regain strength? Waiting to gift treasures, or techniques, or to seize his body. Whatever it was, the problem was resolved for now. Levi knew it was not over. The doll had a red glow inside. This Ghost Knight had one too. Even without occult knowledge, he could deduce that the glow was the cause of their transformation. His ring, also red, devoured it. Both crimson, logically, they were connected. Shaking off the thought, Levi knelt by the girl and quickly performed a diagnosis. No injuries. Breathing steady, heartbeat normal. It seemed she was only unconscious, or asleep. Relieved, Levi lifted his gaze toward the ruins before him. This place, he could not handle alone. Best to leave it to MI7. MI7 arrived very quickly. Perhaps it was because, strictly speaking, this was their very first on-site mission since their establishment, and they were rather excited about it. All three experts were present, while the other staff wore police uniforms, searching around and taking photos. Incidentally, after that, Levi also found the exit of this underground ruin, hidden behind a bookshelf in the first-floor office. It was quite uncreative, yet fairly standard. Similar to the Pink Lady's secret passage, only slightly more refined. At least judging from the building traces, it did not look like something added later, but rather something that had always existed. Miss Windsor went to question the couple and the little girl to see if she could find any clues. Levi, on the other hand, mainly brought Benjamin to inspect the battlefield. Good heavens. Benjamin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the traces before him. This thing is more powerful than a grenade blast. Was it really done by that phantom? Indeed. I must say, these fellows are quite bothersome. Levi looked down at the ground and pursed his lips. Now he understood why those famous generals of old were so detestable. They were genuinely hard to kill. Take that knight for example. Levi could not kill it with a gun, it not only blocked bullets but also possessed terrifyingly skilled close combat techniques. If Levi had not possessed Eye of the Reaper and Shadow Step, and if Benjamin's cane gun had not been powerful enough, taking down that ghostly knight would have been far from easy. It could very well have been that Levi would stand his ground, fire a shot, the opponent would simply raise its shield to block, then charge straight at him and slash him down with one strike. Maybe we need to boost the firepower. Or perhaps add a magazine. Hearing Levi's complaints, Benjamin began pondering. Initially, he had designed the weapon as a bolt-action rifle, load one bullet, fire one bullet, for the sake of disguise. But against an opponent like this, even he found it troublesome. He could not read people, but battlefield traces never lied. Benjamin was an expert in weaponry, capable of deducing the power of a weapon from ground marks. With Levi's explanation, comparing it against the evidence here and the type of enemy faced, he indeed found it difficult to handle. Let's enhance the firepower a little more. As for quantity, there's no need to worry. The number of attacks Levi could cheat with Eye of the Reaper, 3 strikes in one round. But raw firepower was a different story. Unlike novel protagonists who wielded innate sword chi and other mystical abilities, Levi's offensive power came entirely from modern weapons. Thus, Benjamin was essentially his grandfather. Alright, I'll see what I can do when I get back. I'll think of a solution. At least, the power of silver bullets has now been confirmed, we can switch all the rounds to them. This way, other squads will also have some combat effectiveness. After a few more exchanges, Benjamin left with his notebook to continue his work. Levi wandered about for a while before heading to Richard, who was examining the altar. Any findings? Seeing Levi approach, Richard straightened his short, rotund figure with a grin and greeted him. There are findings, yes, and very interesting ones. Interesting? Yes. Judging from this altar, the surrounding architecture, and the patterns, this should be a relic of the First Era. You're that certain? Of course. Richard nodded again. Do you know why the First Era of the Age of Silver is called the Age of Gold? Levi thought for a moment before replying. I recall it's because Emperor Arthur claimed to be of the golden lineage, descendants of the gods. He had seen such tricks many times, it all came down to the same mandate of heaven, play. Correct. Richard nodded once more. Back then, Emperor Arthur and his tribe were called the Golden People, and thus the dynasty they founded was called the Golden Age. A major characteristic of Golden Age ruins is their enormous scale, architecture and objects far exceeding the proportions of ordinary humans. You said the ghost knight you encountered was 2 to 3 meters tall. If you had captured it, we might have uncovered a historical mystery. Historical mystery? Yes. Richard patted the stone chair beside him with a sigh. In historical academia, there are several theories regarding these gigantic Golden Age structures, but all are speculation. Many historians lean toward the idea that it represented a kind of giant worship by the Golden People, rather than them truly being so large. More likely, because myths of the Age of Gold described gods as towering, the Golden People, calling themselves children of the gods, worshipped these giant forms as vessels of divinity. Thus, mainstream academia does not believe the gigantic structures were meant for the Golden People themselves. Why not? Richard spread his hands. We have found no remains of the Golden People. Moreover, their greatest creation, the imperial capital, Golden City, has vanished without a trace. So, all of this remains only legend. Levi could somewhat understand. The empire Arthur once built had indeed been glorious, but it disappeared completely, much like the First Qin dynasty's fleeting fall. No one knew exactly what had happened. Folklore claimed that Emperor Arthur, child of the gods with divine blood, had completed his task after unifying the continent, and then ascended to heaven with his golden city, something along those lines. Since then, millennia had passed. The empire had undergone countless trials, even relocating its capital 3 times. To trace back Emperor Arthur's history now was nearly impossible, as difficult as finding the Queen Mother's palace at the heavenly pool. If the Age of Gold had been a mythological period of Nuwa mending the heavens and Hui shooting down suns, then the first era of the Age of Silver, the Golden Age, was like the legendary time of Yao, Shun, and Yu. Some plausibility existed, but heavily colored with myth. The lack of remains was fatal. Thus, legend always remained legend, never history. But conversely, if modern archaeology suddenly unearthed Pangu's or Quafu's skull, the entire view of history would be overturned. So, if a 3-meter skeleton were found, the Golden People could truly shift from legend to reality. Unfortunately, what Levi had encountered was a phantom, not a skeleton, so no evidence could be left behind. What about this ruin, then? For now, it looks like a typical First-Era temple. Typical? Yes. We found similar structures across the empire. As Richard spoke, he grew increasingly enthusiastic, and began to lecture Levi. We all know the tales of Emperor Arthur and his 12 knights. Of course, there are many versions, often contradictory. But the core remains, Arthur and his knights fought across the continent and unified the empire. So most scholars see this as a gesture of reverence for them. He pointed at the round table, then at the throne. 12 knights, and Arthur. As you can see, the chairs are enormous, far beyond normal human size. Ordinary people could never sit on them. Likely, since creating idols was forbidden, people chose to worship them in this symbolic way instead. I see. Of course, some ruins lack the round table, containing only an altar and throne. We believe those worshipped Arthur alone, or perhaps a single knight. Hearing this, Levi thought of the small temple he had discovered beneath the Pink Lady Tavern. It had contained only an altar and a chair. But this mark here, that's the symbol of the Holy Lord Church, isn't it? Levi pointed to the mark on the throne before him. Just like in that smaller temple, here too the chair was carved with the all-seeing eye. Indeed. The Holy Lord Church regarded Arthur as a divine descendant, and Arthur in turn relied on them to pacify and govern the regions, at least, that's what the records say. So, what isn't in the records? Levi naturally caught the hidden meaning in Richard's words. Some suspect the Holy Lord Church attempted to assassinate Arthur, sparking a great war, and the Golden City was destroyed as a result. Richard chuckled. Of course, that's just speculation. After all, the story that Arthur returned to the gods all came from the priests of the church. And since they all told the same tale, it's hard not to suspect something else. Levi was unsurprised. Conflict between divine authority and royal authority had always been so. Just look at the church's current position in the empire. The Puritan sect was considered heretical, yet with imperial support, it nearly beat the Holy Lord Church to death. From the empire's standpoint, promoting the Puritan sect was indeed beneficial. The Puritans discouraged prayer in churches and large ceremonies. This made it difficult for the church to extract wealth from believers. Without that, the church had to rely on state funding. And if they relied on state funding, then they could only obediently eat from the empire's hand, as its dog. If the queen were just a little bolder, she might already be deciding who the next pope would be. Any other discoveries? None. Richard shook his head. If we'd found some antiques or treasure, that would have been interesting. As it stands, we can only do a favor for Shoah Academy's history department. That's fine. Better to let professionals handle it, we'll be at ease that way. Levi didn't mind. Archaeology was best left to the professionals. Their job was only to read the final reports. After circling the ruins, Levi returned through the tunnel to the manor, just as Miss Windsor emerged kindly from the dining room. Seeing him, she gave a small smile. How is the situation? The little girl was frightened and remembers little. Her parents' testimonies have also been checked, they are basically true. Speaking, Miss Windsor glanced out the window. You know, sometimes I wonder whether I should buy an estate in a place like this and live quietly. And now? Shoah Academy is quiet enough. Die here, and no one might notice for 3 to 5 years. She said it casually, then withdrew her gaze. She was effectively MI7's interrogation expert. The other statements have no problems. Their reactions are normal, nothing strange. The only odd one was the manager himself, but he's already dead. The 2 maids were hired from nearby villages, mainly for household chores. Apart from them, there were also 2 gardeners and a groom, but they only worked until evening and didn't stay in the manor. Inspector Lestrade went back to investigate the manager's identity. Hopefully, there will be some results. Levi sighed. As things stood, the manager was undoubtedly the most suspicious. Unfortunately, Levi had found no clues in his office. To borrow Inspector Lestrade's words, as clean as a corpse. After chatting a bit more, Levi turned away, returned to his room, sat on the sofa, and opened the system. Next came the reward time. Quest Dawn of the Killer complete. Time consumed, S. Investigation efficiency, S. Impact, S. Overall evaluation, SSS. For this evaluation, Levi was not surprised. If he had chosen to run away or cower at that time, the quest evaluation might have dropped. But since he had gone all in, and won, there was no way the system would give him a low rating. Reward obtained. Lifespan plus 100, extra plus 50. Very normal. Levi glanced at it without surprise. With this, he had gained more than half a year of life. Although during the battle with that evil spirit knight, Levi had used Shadow Step and Eye of the Reaper several times in a row, while keeping Soul Sight active the entire time, burning away days of his lifespan in one breath, now it seemed that the return on investment was still quite large. Next came the main point. Special reward, skill level plus 1. Levi had delayed claiming the reward precisely because of this. Skill level. The phrase might sound ordinary, but when it came into play, it was truly useful. At present, Levi had 4 skills, Soul Sight, LV1, Eye of the Reaper, LV1, Shadow Step, LV1, and Puppeteer, LV1. And naturally, these skills also had proficiency. Levi had calculated that the more lifespan a skill consumed, the faster its proficiency improved. For example, with Shadow Step, using it once increased proficiency by about 3%. In contrast, Soul Sight, a basic skill, only gains 0.5% proficiency per use, almost like time consumed equals proficiency gained. That was quite reasonable. If different skills had the same proficiency requirements despite vastly different costs, that would clearly be unfair. After all, this was burning life, not MP, there had to be some kind of bonus. Thus, although Shadow Step was the most recent skill Levi had acquired, its proficiency had already climbed to 55%. Eye of the Reaper was at 50%, while Soul Sight had not even reached 40%. Now Levi faced one dilemma: should he use this special reward to raise Puppeteer directly to LV2, or wait until Shadow Step reached LV2 on its own, and then boost it to LV3. Items that could directly raise a skills level were ultimate treasures even in games. Every player knew that skills were easy to level up early on, but got progressively harder later. Compared to Soul Sight, Puppeteer advanced even slower, probably because it did not consume lifespan. Levi couldn't even measure its proficiency increase accurately, but it was definitely lower than Soul Sight. That was what made him hesitate. Puppeteer was undeniably useful. After upgrading, Levi could imagine his control range and puppet size expanding further. Judging from this last battle, Puppeteer had indeed proved its worth. With a bigger range, Levi could even create a low-altitude drone for scouting. But Shadow Step was just as important as a life-saving skill. This time, the enemy had luckily been a melee profession with limited attack range, making kiting possible. But if ranged enemies appeared in the future, the ability to instantly move 100 or 200 meters would eliminate all fear. Similarly, to assassinate a target, he could prepare from 100 meters away, step in, strike, and step back out. Cleaner than a locked room murder. It seemed simple, but in essence, this determined Levi's current development path. In game terms, he had to choose between the Hunter with Pets skill tree, or the Stealth Assassin skill tree. Levi stared at the system interface before him, hesitated for a while, and finally decided to raise Puppeteer directly to LV2. Soon, the system notified him that his control range had increased to 150 meters, and he could simultaneously control 2 puppets. He had long considered creating a reconnaissance drone, especially with Soul Sight assisting. It would be like having infrared scanning on a drone. For a detective, that was incredibly convenient. A cat puppet could crawl through sewers, but it could never fly. If Levi created a flying puppet, he could cover both land and air without flaws. After all, the regulated height for low-altitude drones was only about 100 meters, that would suffice. He would discuss this further with Irene when he got back. Having settled on a direction, Levi let out a breath of relief. Irene truly had talent and skill in this field. She could even make small toys out of spare parts. According to Irene, she had once dreamed of opening a steam machine shop like her father, mainly selling interesting steam toys. She had spent much time honing this craft since childhood. And indeed, she seemed very gifted. With his path decided, Levi relaxed and began checking the other rewards. Special skills, basic swordsmanship/horsemanship/combat techniques. No need to guess, those must be from the evil spirit knight. A brute. Levi cursed inwardly. He didn't want any of the 3. Swordsmanship. What use was that? Horsemanship. What use was that? Combat techniques. What use was that? With his pitiful strength, was he supposed to polish the opponent's boots? As for horsemanship, that was even more useless. He had a supercar waiting for him, far more comfortable than riding a horse. But the system seemed to sense Levi's dissatisfaction, and soon another prompt appeared. User may choose random selection, with skill level +1. Oh, so this was like buying a set meal and getting a free bottle of cooking oil. The system knew how to do business. Levi rolled his eyes and silently tapped random. At once, the skill icons in front of him began spinning rapidly, like a pachinko machine. Then they stopped abruptly. Combat techniques, level 2. As the system displayed the result, Levi suddenly felt an endless flood of knowledge pour into his brain. It was packed with every kind of melee technique this warrior had used, from monkey steals the peach to dragon grabbing hand, from throwing sand to crotch strikes to smashing with bricks. So dirty. Levi shrank his head back, glad he hadn't been foolish enough to fight the evil spirit knight hand to hand. With such filthy tricks, if he had gone up close, he would have been floored instantly. This could be called combat. Levi already felt regret. LV2 combat techniques felt like pollution in his mind. But looking on the bright side, at least he could now defend against such eye pokes, crotch grabs, sand throwing, and brick smashing tricks from enemies. Then came the final reward. Levi pushed aside his irritation and focused on the last task reward. Soul Fragment +1. Just a simple line of text, with no explanation, as if the system implied, I've already told you what this is. Levi was left speechless. He guessed that the so-called soul fragment was the part the ring had absorbed from the little girl's body. If so, then why not from the big-headed doll earlier? Oh, right, he hadn't acquired the ring yet back then. That explained it. Now the question was, whose soul was this fragment? The evil spirit knight's? Or? Levi thought of the glowing red point in the evil spirit knight's head. He still did not know what that was. But at least, this particular matter was settled. As for what use the soul fragments had, once he collected more, perhaps, he would find out. After confirming his rewards, Levi dusted himself off and returned to Mist City, leaving the others behind to dig. As for the inn, it would later reopen, but its manager and staff would all be replaced by MI7 personnel, tasked with monitoring the ruins and surrounding area. A retirement post, really, sending unpopular or elderly agents there to live out their days seemed a fine arrangement. And if more people died, it would be easier to cover up. Back in Mist City, Levi rested for one night. The very next morning, just after getting up, the communicator rang impatiently. Levi picked it up, and soon heard Inspector Lestrade's voice. You still remember that innkeeper, don't you? Levi confirmed he remembered very clearly. The man's office and person had shown no clues. Both MI7 and Inspector Lestrade had been investigating his identity, trying to find out who he really was. I've already found out. This guy's name is Alexander Broughton, a Mist City native, a small-time businessman. At this, Inspector Lestrade took a breath. And here's the problem, according to my investigation, this man died 3 years ago. Admittedly, this answer was beyond Levi's expectations. Died? Yes, dead for 3 years. Supposedly died of illness. What about his family? I'll need to check that, but the identity is certain, it's definitely him. Even Inspector Lestrade's voice carried a trace of unease. Understandably so, someone who had just been talking to them had in fact been dead for years. It sounded exactly like a ghost story. Then please investigate further, mainly about him personally. No problem. Once I find anything, I'll let you know immediately. Inspector Lestrade cut the call, while Levi narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. This matter, it seemed, was not simple at all. Mr. Levi, what do you think of this? Irene eagerly lifted her head from the workbench and showed Levi the little bird in her hands. It looked about the size of a pigeon, with a metal skeleton, wings and body made of fabric, somewhat resembling a kite. Irene moved its wings for Levi, then twisted it lightly with both hands. Right after, the bird's tail spread outward, forming a brim, while its body gradually swelled into the crown of a hat. Its two wings and tiny head flattened, and in the blink of an eye, what had been a bird kite turned into a black top hat, decorated with wing-like ornaments. Levi took it, placed it on his head, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your needlework to be this good, Irene. I didn't like this sort of thing before, but my mother forced me to learn. Clearly proud, Irene lifted her head with a beaming smile. She said that when a girl gets married in the future, she must learn sewing and cooking, she also said. At this point, Irene's expression grew faintly melancholic. She also said that one day, at my wedding, she would give me her best embroidery. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Fortunately, the bell of the elevator broke the awkward silence. Hello, Mr. Levi. Inspector Lestrade stepped out of the elevator with a grin, and Irene quickly adjusted her mood, hurrying forward to take his hat and coat. Hello, Mr. Lestrade. Hello, Miss Irene. Inspector Lestrade nodded toward Irene, who obediently went off to do her duties. He, however, chuckled while staring at the girls retreating back. Seems this young lady is doing well. She's indeed excellent. Levi was also very satisfied with Irene. She was obedient, smart, capable, and hardworking. He had already decided to keep her on. Just her skill in creating steam-powered toys alone made Levi unwilling to let her go. After all, what was a toy in Irene's hands could easily become a deadly weapon in Levi's. Speaking of which, you look rather free these days. I'd like to be, but it's not easy. Inspector Lestrade sighed helplessly, his face clouded with worry. Have you seen today's Daily Times? Not yet. Take a look. Inspector Lestrade placed the newspaper before Levi. Levi opened it and scanned briefly. A new criminal investigation method? That's right. This fellow called Galton solved a theft case using fingerprint identification. Public opinion is in an uproar. Everyone thinks we should rely more on scientific methods to solve crimes. In short, they're demanding we start arresting people by their fingerprints. Inspector Lestrade grew visibly agitated as he spoke. It's sheer nonsense. Solving crimes requires reasoning and evidence. What's this business about catching people with just fingerprints? And what if two people share the same fingerprint? What then? If we find Her Majesty the Queen's fingerprint at a crime scene, are we supposed to arrest Her Majesty as well? Hearing his complaint, Levi couldn't help but laugh softly. In Levi's own era, fingerprints, footprints, DNA, these were all indispensable tools for solving cases. But in this world, investigations relied on far more classical methods, reasoning, deduction, and evidence. Court trials were more like storytelling, prosecution and defense each told the jury a story. Whoever told the more convincing story, backed by evidence, won. It was just like a detective animation, as long as the detective told the audience who the culprit was, why, what evidence proved it, and how the crime was carried out. If the audience believed it was reasonable, then that was how it was. If they thought it was nonsense, then it wasn't. Forensics already existed, but was mainly used to determine cause of death, sometimes comparing footprints, since shoe prints were relatively easy to match. But fingerprints? To old-fashioned policemen like Inspector Lestrade, it felt like pure fantasy. Could the lines on skin really prove someone's identity? Couldn't two people have the same patterns? How were these things even to be examined? Learned? In this age of rapid technological development, the police were extremely sensitive to new science, just like pastoral weavers suddenly overwhelmed by the automatic loom, unable to understand how it could outwork them. To the police, these bizarre new methods were always suspect. For example, say in a murder case, you find a fingerprint at the scene and identify the person, but how do you prove he committed the crime? In the recent theft case, suspicion had already fallen on an insider. Fingerprint comparisons pointed to him, and stolen goods were later found in his room. That was why the press made such a fuss. But for old-school policemen like Lestrade, they could have solved it without fingerprints. No signs of forced entry, no strangers reported entering or leaving, clearly an inside job. Interrogate every employee, and eventually the culprit would slip up. So why rely on fingerprints at all? If fingerprints became required in investigations, wouldn't that mean that even if they caught a suspect, without fingerprints they couldn't prosecute? Naturally, Inspector Lestrade disliked this notion, even suspecting those cheering for fingerprint investigations. It was like modern times, if someone opposed surveillance cameras, suspicion immediately arose that they had something to hide. If you weren't afraid of being caught committing crimes, why oppose monitoring? Freedom. A freedom to commit crimes. To Inspector Lestrade, these supporters of fingerprint investigations looked like potential criminals. Were they already preparing ways to exploit it, which was why they pushed so hard? Did they think that as long as fingerprints weren't present, they could escape justice? Levi couldn't deny, since arriving in this world, he found such clashes between eras fascinating. Things taken for granted in his own time were heretical here, while unimaginable things here were natural. For instance, the subway, Mist City, as the birthplace of the steam revolution, had long been covered in subways. Yet respectable ladies never took the subway. In this era, they only traveled by carriage or steam car. Only courtesans, women of lowly status, rode the subway. If an ordinary woman were seen doing so, she would be criticized and scorned. Of course, Levi also felt the police's current methods weren't without problems. This era relied on witnesses, testimony, and physical evidence. Witnesses had to swear before the Holy Lord not to lie, but of course, everyone knew that was nonsense. Even if you lied, the Holy Lord wouldn't strike you dead with lightning. Testimonies could be fabricated. Evidence could be forged. And witnesses, when a knife pressed against their throat, or a bag of gold pressed into their hand, how many would uphold justice unwaveringly? Actually, I think this could work. As a modern man, Levi knew the advantages of scientific investigation. He also understood why the public supported fingerprints. Police methods here were too crude. Forced confessions were hardly uncommon, and likely routine in many places. Who would want their fate decided by flimsy testimony? Witnesses and evidence could be altered, but fingerprints could at least be compared. If it wasn't yours, then it proved your innocence. I think it's rather good. Thus, in response to Inspector Lestrade's complaints, Levi could only reassure him. As long as the police maintain consistency, even if there's no other evidence, the public will accept that fingerprints prove guilt. Easier said than done. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Inspector Lestrade was clearly unhappy. Who wanted extra work for no reason? Besides, at his age, learning new things was hard. It was like giving someone used to a landline a mobile app, utterly incomprehensible. The times are changing. So must investigation. Levi toyed with his hat, then an idea struck him. I think you could turn this to your advantage. Oh. How so? You could use this as a reason to form a scientific investigation unit, a special team dedicated to using science in solving cases. How's that different from a regular investigation unit? The difference is, they'd focus on applying science to assist in investigations. Levi explained further. For instance, fingerprint comparison would be one. But beyond that, you could consult entomologists, botanists. What for? Say, traces of certain plants on a body could show where the victim was killed. Or the larvae on a corpse could reveal how many days they've been dead. Levi shrugged. You could even partner with the Royal Master Academy. I doubt the scholars would refuse to work with the police. Give them especially tough cases to study, see how science can be applied. If it works, you solve crimes, satisfy the press, and gain new investigative tools. Isn't that 3 benefits in one? And if it fails? Inspector Lestrade wasn't the optimistic sort, but Levi was prepared. Then it just proves the method still lacks something, stopping the public from worshipping science as a cure-all. And in the end, if science fails, don't we still have our own ways? Oh, that makes sense. This was why Levi encouraged Lestrade to form a scientific investigation team. On one hand, it was the natural course of history. On the other, it conveniently allowed MI7 to sift through cases. After all, if science couldn't solve a case, then it was time for non-scientific methods. Good, I get it. I'll do it as soon as I get back. Lestrade wasn't versed in science, but he was no fool. With Levi's reminder, he immediately grasped the value. Grinning, he downed the tea Irene had just brought, then grabbed his hat and coat and strode toward the elevator. Levi watched Inspector Lestrade step into the elevator. And then step out again. By the way, I came to see you about Alexander. I visited Alexander's friends, his colleagues, and some of his business partners, and I learned an interesting rumor. Inspector Lestrade now had quite an amused expression, and in fact, it was indeed amusing. Among those who knew Alexander, he had a nickname, the Undying Alexander. Oh. Why was he called that nickname? This really is a bit interesting. When Inspector Lestrade brought up this topic, he too found it rather amusing. At first, it was due to an accident. He went mountain climbing with his friends, and the weather suddenly changed. His friends saw with their own eyes as a bolt of lightning struck him. They were all terrified, thinking he was doomed, but when they ran over, they found him still alive. They hurriedly carried him down the mountain to the hospital, and after treatment, there was no major problem. Oh, that does sound quite legendary. At this, Levi raised his brows slightly. To be struck by lightning and not die, even in modern times, such a story would be enough to stir endless discussions. Later, there was another time when he went to sea to receive a shipment. He encountered a storm, lost his footing, and was swept into the ocean. Everyone thought he was dead, but in the end, they found him washed onto a nearby beach, once again escaping disaster. His luck really was good. Compared to Inspector Lestrade's animated storytelling, Levi remained calm. In the modern world of developed information networks, he had read about similar events before. Ultimately, some people were simply lucky. But he had to admit, this kind of luck was indeed intriguing. So everyone thought Alexander was lucky, and they gave him this nickname, the Undying Alexander. And what did he think of it himself? He was originally a devout believer. After surviving those 2 dangers, he became even more convinced it was the Holy Lord's protection, and he often went to church for worship. A devout believer, huh? Levi sighed at this, then seemed to recall something. If I remember correctly, that Dr. Dolittle was also a devout believer who often went to church, wasn't he? Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, that really is a coincidence. You don't mean to suspect the church, do you? Inspector Lestrade laughed, but then immediately realized. As a policeman, suspicion was his duty. Not to mention, the conflict between the Holy Lord Church and the Queen was something most of the higher-ups were well aware of. Hard to say. Can you find out which church Alexander frequented? If it turns out to be the same one as Dr. Dolittle, then things would get interesting. That really would be interesting. Inspector Lestrade's eyes lit up at once. As a policeman, he was the last person to believe in coincidences. He did not understand science, nor did he understand the occult, but as a policeman, he did not need to. From his perspective, once there was motive and connection, suspicion would rise sharply. It was like a club frequented by courtesans and gamblers. If someone claimed they were innocent, the police would never believe them. Believing them would make them the fool. By the way, check on Betty too. I suspect she might also be a devout believer who often went to church. Levi added this. He had not thought in this direction before, but after hearing Inspector Lestrade mention devout believers going to church several times, he too began to suspect. In the Empire, most believers belonged to the Puritan sect. They were busy with work and life, and at most they prayed to the all-seeing eye in their rooms in the morning and evening, like Irene, who balanced both work and faith without interference. There were not many who regularly went to church. And those who went and then committed crimes were even fewer. If that's the case, then this really is interesting. Can we investigate this case? Inspector Lestrade's eyes shone brightly now, but he quickly asked, and Levi also nodded. Of course. Given the relationship between MI7 and the royal family, if Inspector Lestrade's investigation proved correct, and if Levi and MI7 managed to find some evidence, then Her Majesty the Queen might seize the opportunity to drive the Holy Lord Church completely out of Mist City. Alright, I'll look into it. Also check where Alexander was buried. We may need to dig up his grave. Got it, wait for my word. Inspector Lestrade truly was a seasoned policeman, clean work, quick action. Soon, Levi received brand new information, and then they came to dig a grave. I really didn't expect we'd one day come to dig up a grave in a churchyard. Katie was thrilled, practically itching to start. Even though it was a moonless, windy night fit for murder, she was as excited as if she were going to Cinderella's ball. Miss Katie, you really are excited. Anthony, on the other hand, looked hesitant and guilty, like a thief. To be precise, he looked like a man dragged unwillingly from a beautiful woman's bed to stand in the cold night wind, clearly preferring a warm blanket over the chill. Because this is fun, isn't it? Fun or not, I can't say, but it's definitely rare. Henry, holding a shovel, shook his head. As a member of Levi's team and the main digging force, he knew tonight would not end peacefully. Enough, let's dig quickly. This is a secret operation. Levi raised the collar of his trench coat to cover his face, and holding up his gas lamp, he spoke in a low voice. Inspector Lestrade's investigation results were shocking. Dr. Dolittle, Betty, and Alexander had all frequented this church. Of course, everyone had assumed they were devout believers attending services. Moreover, Dr. Dolittle's body had been buried here. And, to add, Madame Durex's body was also buried here. The people connected to Levi's cases were all buried in this churchyard. While not impossible, Levi could not shake off a bad feeling. As detective novels would put it, there is no coincidence in this world, only inevitability. Now it turned out that those buried in this church within the past 3 years were all tied to his case. Here it is. Levi lifted the gas lamp, shining it on the tombstone. Start digging. Ah. Henry sighed deeply and had no choice but to begin. Levi certainly would not get his hands dirty, and Anthony did not want to soil his clothes. Katie was strong, everyone knew that, but what would it look like if a group of men stood by while a young girl dug up a grave? As a soldier, Henry could not allow himself to lose face like that, so he had to dig personally. The reason they chose to act secretly at night like grave robbers instead of sealing off the church officially was because Levi, after discussing with the old butler and Lestrade, decided not to alert the enemy. The Holy Lord Church still had several churches in Mist City, the last bastions of the conservative faction. If word got out, they might take action. So the 5 of them came at night to act like grave robbers. Honestly, at first I never thought this matter would involve the Holy Lord Church, but thinking about it now, it isn't strange. Anthony lit a cigarette, sighing, and Levi nodded. Thinking carefully, from the courtesan killer to the vampire murders, though the death count was not high, the real aim was to disturb society, disrupt public order, and create panic. Mist City was the Empire's capital. To stir up such chaos here could hardly be the work of some small radical group. But if the Holy Lord Church did it, that made far more sense. Given their hostile stance against the Queen, Levi could guess even with the roots of his hair why the Holy Lord Church would want to do this. They wanted to create panic, then use it as a pretext to declare the Queen in league with demons. Throw a stone idol into a river, kill a few fish, stuff some papers inside, release a few talking foxes into the forest to shout nonsense. That was why Sister Elizabeth had not come along this time. After all, she too was of the Holy Lord Church, though from the Puritan sect. But who knew whether there were spies among them? Hey, aren't you two going to help me out? Henry stopped digging, glaring at Levi and Anthony. A proper burial was not like a mass grave, where you just dug a shallow pit. The grave was nearly 2 meters deep, and the soil was firmly packed. Without an excavator, the job was exhausting. I'm keeping watch. Levi decisively refused. But he was not lying. At that moment, his puppet bird was perched on a tree branch above them. In the corner of Levi's vision was a mini-map like in an FPS game. Once activated, it showed how many people were around. If anyone approached, Levi would know immediately. I'm wearing fine furs. Do you really have the heart to make me crawl into that muck? Anthony spoke with self-righteousness, as if protecting his clothes was only natural. Of course I do. Just take them off, problem solved. You want me to freeze to death? I want to strangle you. Henry glared fiercely at Anthony. If I don't find a body in here, I'll strangle you and toss you in. Let me do it, Mr. Henry. At this, Katie could not hold back and volunteered. I'm strong. Digging is no problem. How can I let a delicate young lady do this? Fine, I know you can handle it. Henry knew Katie's strength. Back in the haunted house, he had seen her lift a bookcase taller than herself and hurl it at the puppets. Still, his masculine pride made him reluctant to let a girl do such rough work. But seeing Levi and Anthony, one pretending to keep watch, the other smoking, Henry was helpless. Levi was their captain, and without him back in the haunted house, they might not have survived. Henry could only let Katie help. Alrighty. Katie replied with excitement, jumped into the pit, grabbed a shovel, and soon dirt was flying, swish swish swish, out of the grave. Levi glanced over and felt she was faster than an excavator. Not long after, with the soil dug out, a coffin was revealed. Henry did not hesitate. He grabbed the lid and pulled hard. The coffin opened. Everyone leaned in curiously. Levi brought the gas lamp close to shine inside. Under the glow of the gas lamp, the coffin was empty. Really no one inside. Katie leaned her head closer, curiously looking at the empty coffin, her face full of doubt. Could it really have crawled out of the coffin? I don't think so. Anthony shook his head, then struck a flamboyant pose as he took a drag of his cigarette. The coffin was buried underground, with such a thick layer of soil on top. I think it's simply impossible for someone to crawl out from inside. Think or not, what use is that? Henry glared viciously at Anthony. How about I stuff you in there, bury you, and see if you can crawl out? Then I really won't be able to crawl out. Anthony immediately gave in without the slightest hesitation. If you ask me, I'd say the person probably ran off before the burial. But what about during the funeral? Everyone couldn't possibly watch an empty coffin get buried, right? Katie raised her doubt. According to funeral customs, people had to view the deceased one last time before burial and offer flowers. Inspector Lestrade said plenty of people watched him being buried. Nothing wrong there. Levi swept a glance around as he answered Katie's question. So this person just disappeared from the coffin? Like magic? I think it's pretty much the same as magic. Levi also leaned closer, carefully inspecting every corner of the coffin inside. Nothing. No traces at all, as if the corpse had truly vanished into thin air. Perhaps it really had vanished into thin air. Now that body is at the police station, right? Anthony looked curiously at Levi and asked. According to your theory, this guy came back from the dead. Could it be related to the rumors? That immortal Alexander? There's no such good thing, just because people think you won't die doesn't mean you won't die. Henry sneered at that. And besides, with so many people watching him get buried, how could anyone still think he wouldn't die? Because humans pursue excitement. Levi looked at the empty coffin and sighed softly. Look, this man didn't die from being struck by lightning, didn't die from being swept into the sea, but in the end died of illness. Do you think that makes a good story? Indeed, as an ending, not very attractive. Anthony nodded. Exactly. I suspect Alexander is the same. And I suspect he may not have revived of his own will. As Levi spoke, he recalled how when Alexander died, the man had been extremely terrified, even shouting, "Please, I don't want to die." At that time, who had he been begging for help? Based on the clues provided by that couple, Alexander had once approached them, claiming they were distant relatives of the Lancaster family and inviting them to inherit property. Considering what happened afterward, it was very likely that one of that couple truly was a distant relative of the Lancaster family. And their daughter, the little girl, had become the sacrifice used to awaken that ghost night. Why Alexander had to do this, for now, seemed not of his own will. In other words, Alexander himself was only a pawn being manipulated. As for who this manipulator was, Levi did have a suspect. It was the mysterious X who had killed Madame Durex. Since the other party could kill Madame Durex remotely through a mirror with a curse, then using the rumor about Alexander to turn him into a resurrected servant was not completely impossible. But these were just speculations, not even proper deductions, anyone could think of them. The real problem now was that this mysterious X had never been found, which was quite troublesome. Alexander's corpse is at the police station, right? Anthony asked curiously again. What do you plan to do with it? Directly cremate it. Levi gave his opinion without hesitation. In this era, people of the empire were somewhat opposed to cremation, because they believed cremation was used for cultists, heretics, witches, or other evil beings. A righteous, good person, a faithful believer, should be buried in the ground. It was only because those Levi encountered were never good people, that cremating them didn't weigh on him. Of course, in Alexander's case, since he was already dead, cremation carried even less burden. What if he crawls out after being cremated? Anthony's mind clearly worked on its own strange circuit. Would he become a gray, misty figure then? Or something else? Best if he doesn't crawl out at all. Levi casually replied, waving his hand. Fill it up. There's nothing here anymore. Henry was silent for a moment, then quietly closed the coffin and filled the pit. Anthony, meanwhile, grinned as he stood aside, watching Henry shovel dirt. Henry looked up and glared at Anthony viciously. Keep staring and I'll bury you too. I'll pass on that. I really can't stand underground environments. Anthony waved his hand, then stood and walked over to Levi. So next, our investigation target is the church. You have an idea? Levi looked curiously at Anthony, who shamelessly nodded. Of course. Actually, it's simple. Since we don't know what they're doing, we just sneak into the church and look for clues. If we can find evidence, isn't that better than sneaking here in the middle of the night to dig up graves? Besides, we don't need evidence to bring them to court, do we? Seems like this is the only way now. Levi nodded. As things stood, from the courtesan killer case until now, nearly every case was linked to the Holy Lord Church. Not to mention the ruins and temples he had found, all bearing the symbol of the all-seeing eye. To say there was no relation, Levi would never believe that. So, since we're here. Anthony gestured invitingly toward the dark church not far away. Why don't we go inside for a walk? All right. Levi checked his watch, there was still a long time until dawn. Since the church was suspicious, they should start their investigation there. Moreover, he had already used his puppet bird to scout earlier, the church was currently empty. Levi had originally considered investigating it anyway, so now that Anthony suggested it, of course he wouldn't object. Since Levi agreed, Katie naturally didn't object either. The young lady looked as excited as if she were staying up all night at an internet cafe for the first time. Henry, as a soldier, was also used to night operations. Soon, the four of them sneaked to the church doors like thieves, and as expected, the doors were locked. Let me. Perhaps because he hadn't been able to shine in the haunted house before, Anthony was unusually eager this time. He walked up to the church doors, pulled something out from his hand, and just like a burglar in a film, fiddled with the lock a few times. With a click, the doors opened. It was even faster than opening with a key. Anthony turned around, only to see Katie staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Ahaha, just a little trick, nothing respectable. Facing Katie, Anthony only laughed awkwardly, then pushed the door open. Katie blinked, then asked curiously. Since you're picking the church's lock, won't the Holy Lord punish you? Probably not. Anthony's smile stiffened as he quickly replied. Besides, it's only a kind of faith, not like, right? Otherwise, if the church were really doing things to overthrow the empire, would the Holy Lord just sit back and ignore it? Oh. Katie nodded, saying nothing more. Levi, however, grew thoughtful. Would the Holy Lord really intervene? So far, the cases Levi had encountered all used rumors to affect reality, though on a small scale. But if one spoke of the world's largest scale rumor, wasn't it religion? Tens of millions, or even more people's belief, could that not condense into a Holy Lord? If so, then perhaps the church's actions were directly ordered by the Holy Lord itself, and Madame Durex and the others had acted because the Holy Lord had revealed itself. Now was not the time to think too much. In any case, they had to investigate the church first. Levi shook his head. If that logic held, then the story of Emperor Arthur was even more widespread, yet no Emperor Arthur had popped up. Or maybe there was still some pattern he hadn't discovered. Levi did not share his speculation with the others. Having been educated in modern materialism and read web novels, he already held deep-seated common sense, gods were nothing more than higher-dimensional beings or species stronger than humans. So he did not have much reverence for so-called gods. But for people of this era, faith was devout. If they knew the church's plots were actually orders from the Holy Lord, who knew what they would think? Besides, this was only speculation without evidence. And if the Holy Lord really existed, with its power, it could just strike down a bolt of lightning on Her Majesty the Queen in public. Why bother with so much trouble? Stepping into the church, Levi instinctively looked up at the all-seeing eye. Then, his eyes widened suddenly. In the place of the all-seeing eye, a woman in a black robe floated within. Her eyes glowed like LED bulbs. Her long, black hair spread downward, merging into the surrounding shadows, with faint starlight twinkling within. Cough, no, not dandruff sparkles, but starlight. The woman silently gazed at Levi, then stretched out her hand, pointing to the ground. Detective? Katie's voice sounded from beside him, snapping Levi back to his senses. He looked again at the all-seeing eye and found it empty, nothing there. What's wrong? Staring at that symbol. Katie looked at Levi, then at the all-seeing eye symbol hanging on the church wall, puzzled. I was just seeing if I could find any clues. Levi's expression didn't change much, but his mind was already racing. Anthony and the others are heading upstairs to check the bishop's room. Where shall we go? Levi looked at Anthony, Henry, and Katie, thinking for a moment. We'll go down to the underground crypt. The underground catacombs could also be considered one of the specialties of the church. To put it plainly, it was very simple, just dig a basement underground, then put people inside. Of course, the catacombs beneath the church were very prestigious, not just anyone could be placed inside. To be buried in the underground catacombs beneath the church, one had to either have money, power, or fame. As for ordinary common folk, a hole dug at the edge of a graveyard with a tombstone stuck in it was about as good as it got. For this reason, most churches were built in peripheral areas, one reason being to allow for the expansion of graveyards. Only, since the steam industrial revolution, the speed of urban expansion had far surpassed the church's planning. Take the haunted house case Levi had worked on previously, that location had originally been in the countryside, but now it had been zoned into the seventh ring. It could be seen from this that buildings like churches had naturally long since been completely swallowed by the urban forest. Forget about expanding, if they weren't forced to shrink, that already counted as the Lord's blessing. Therefore, the church had no choice but to find another path, digging catacombs directly beneath the ground. Naturally, even these were divided into rich districts and poor districts. The closer to the church, the richer, the farther away, the poorer. The tomb chambers in the rich district were like a one-bedroom flat, at least having a separate burial chamber and a bed. As for the poor, they could only be piled together, sleeping in a common hall. It could be seen from this that in life or in death, reality remained the same. Alexander belonged to those with some money, so the church had arranged for him a place above ground. If there had been no vacancy, then he would have been assigned below. But it was not without drawbacks. Recently, Levi often saw discussions in the newspapers, stating that the church's underground catacombs carried hidden dangers. On one hand, doctors argued that piling corpses together this way carried the risk of plague outbreaks. On the other hand, the church was not exactly specialized in digging tunnels. One mistake could cause a collapse all around. A similar incident had happened before, where half a street had sunk. The people were deeply resentful, after working so hard to buy and build their houses, to have them suddenly collapse inexplicably. Who could endure that? Yet death was inevitable. In the end, corpses would only grow more numerous, never fewer. Therefore cremation had become a focal point of debate in the council. After all, once cremated, a person's remains took up far less space, making storage easier. But whether the public could accept it, that was another question entirely. In any case, none of this concerned Levi. For him, the only fortunate part was that in recent years, no new bodies had been buried in the catacombs, so the air quality inside was still barely tolerable. The entrance to the catacombs was likewise tightly locked, but not securely. Levi now had his own little lock-picking trick. He extended his hand, manipulated the black cat puppet, let it slip inside the door with a shadow step, then leapt up, pounced with its claws. Click, the door opened. Yes, that counted as a lock-picking technique too. Don't ask how it was done. Just look at whether it opened or not. Ugh, the smell is horrible. Stepping into the catacombs, Katie covered her nose and gave a small complaint. That's how it is down here, bear with it. Levi lifted the gas lamp and walked in front, with Katie following behind. Under the dim light, visibility was not great. All around were dug-out burial niches, corpses lying inside like the upper, middle, and lower bunks of a train's hard sleeper carriage. Fortunately, these had lain here a long time, already decayed into skeletons. Otherwise, encountering half-decayed corpses would have been even more revolting. Levi walked ahead, Katie behind him, but in truth the very front was taken by the black cat puppet. The catacombs stretched in all directions, full of turns and corners. Levi certainly did not wish to be jump-scared like in a horror game. Therefore, he sent the puppet ahead first. At each turn it carefully scouted, only after confirming safety did Levi and Katie follow. Where exactly are we going, detective? Katie whispered beside Levi. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. But there are footprints. Levi lifted the gas lamp and shone it on the ground. Nuns and priests would sweep the church above, but the catacombs below were left alone. Besides, they could not keep up. After all, the more the dead, the deeper the tombs dug. At best, they swept the entrance. To clean the entire catacombs would take at least a month. Dust filled the underground air, covering the floor, so footprints stood out clearly. They weren't crystal clear, but Levi's investigation was no joke. Focusing carefully, he quickly locked onto them. And not just one person. Be careful. The information from Levi's investigation told him that people frequently entered and exited the catacombs, more than once, and more than one person. At least 4. Of course, in a catacomb, for carrying a coffin would not be strange. Though the tunnels were narrow, unsuitable for coffin dances. But judging by the freshness of the tracks, they had not entered long ago. Considering that Levi's unmanned scout had not detected them earlier, it was very possible these people were deeper underground. Tap, tap, tap. With the puppet scouting ahead, Levi moved quickly. The two followed the footprints, twisting and turning, until the surroundings changed, from hard sleeper bunks, to soft sleeper bunks, to compartments, and then, common dormitories. Yua. Before them stretched a corridor lined with common dormitories. Katie stood dumbfounded, even Levi was surprised. One had to admit, when both sides of the corridor were packed with common chambers, crammed with skeletons, it gave an overwhelming sense of, well, trypophobia. This shock far exceeded that of the bunks and compartments earlier. Each chamber was crammed full, densely packed with bones. Under the dim gaslight, there was even a strange vitality to the scene. The skulls all stared from every direction at the corridor, as if still alive. Detective, there aren't ghosts here, are there? Katie shrank in terror under the gaze of those hollow-eyed skulls. Don't panic. There shouldn't be. Levi reassured her, then activated Soul Sight and swept the surroundings. Suddenly. Through Soul Sight, he saw a faint red glow appear deeper within the tunnels. Very faint, but visible at once. Could something be there? Levi immediately grew alert, quickened his pace, and advanced further. After 3 more turns, he reached the exit of a tomb passage. Seeing firelight flickering from ahead, Levi first extinguished the gas lamp, then cautiously maneuvered the black cat puppet closer. After a quick sweep confirming no one was around, Levi crawled out. This place looked like a newly dug burial site, not yet occupied. Pits had been dug, likely awaiting simple arrangements before welcoming new residents. The whole chamber was about the size of a classroom, fairly large for a catacomb. But Levi's attention was not on the graves, but on what was placed in the center. What on earth is this? In the center stood something like an altar platform. Strange runes were drawn around it, candles lit, clearly whoever set this up felt safe from prying eyes down here, and so did whatever they pleased. But none of that mattered. What mattered was what sat upon the altar. It was an architectural model. It looked like a miniature bridge, exquisitely crafted, enclosed in a glass case. As a museum exhibit or home ornament, it would have been splendid. But, why place this on a sacrificial altar? Staring blankly at it, Levi was confused. Through Soul Sight he could see the red glow right inside this model. But still. This was far from ordinary. In regular sacrifices, one might expect a human head, entrails, gemstones, or even a living person. But an architectural model? What kind of offering was this? Ah, I've seen this model before. At that moment, Katie spoke, staring at it. You've seen it? Yes. Katie nodded. This is the model of the Imperial Bridge. The Imperial Bridge, you mean the one under construction? Hearing this, Levi recalled the Empire's Imperial Bridge currently being built in Mist City, reported in the newspapers. That's right. When they first proposed building it, the architect presented this model. I thought it was so beautiful, I even wanted to take it home to play with. To be fair, had Levi seen it in a toy shop, he would have wanted to buy it himself. The craftsmanship was stunning. And then? What happened to the model? That I don't know. Should we take it with us now? At her question, Levi hesitated. The 2 previous times he had seen red glows, they had not been good things. By that logic, shooting and destroying it immediately seemed safest. But the way it had been placed here so ceremoniously, could there be more to it? And if they did take it, it would surely alert the church. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, the black cat puppet scouting ahead sharply caught the sound of footsteps. At the same time, on Levi's mini-map, a glow appeared. Someone was coming. Hearing the footsteps, Levi's eyes instantly narrowed. He quickly swept his gaze around, grabbed Katie, and immediately hid inside a freshly chiseled grave chamber not far away. Although this place was a dead corner, Levi's investigation determined that hardly anyone would come here, and the location was concealed enough that they should not be discovered. Keep your voice down. Levi made a shoo gesture at Katie, turned off the gas lamp, and the latter nodded in understanding, clearly realizing what Levi meant. Tap, tap, tap. Along with the footsteps, flickering firelight emerged from another passage. Before long, Levi and Katie saw 4 figures walk out from the tunnel. Each of them held a torch aloft, clad head to toe in white robes, suspicious people who would be stopped by the police immediately if seen on the street. Levi wanted very much to see their faces, but they all wore masks, making it clear that finding out their true identities this way was impossible. The 4 of them came to the building model, standing at its 4 corners. They raised their torches high and began chanting softly. Katie tugged gently on Levi's sleeve and whispered in his ear. This sounds like a church hymn. A bit. Levi nodded. Although he could not understand the words, the drowsy melody was indeed the same as the hymns sung in church. The singers were not sleepy, but the listeners were. After a while, they stopped, and one of them spoke. This node seems fine as well. Can't we do something? Another white-robed man's voice was low and cold. For nodes have already been destroyed, 2 of them core ones. If we don't act, this one might also be ruined. Now is not the time for rash moves. But soon, another voice rang out, filled with authority. The royal family already has eyes on us. As long as this plan succeeds, then afterwards we can spare our hands to deal with that troublesome fellow. But the failures of past plans came from our negligence. This time is different. As long as we complete our mission, the Lord's radiance shall once again shine upon this city. By then, we shall receive his divine grace. At that voice, Katie let out a small cry, but luckily she reacted quickly, clapping a hand over her mouth before drawing their attention. Levi, meanwhile, fixed his eyes on the four robed men, trying to memorize their tones and features so that he could recognize them at once if they met again. However, just as that robed man was delivering his fervent speech, he suddenly grunted and doubled over like a shrimp, torch in his left hand while his right hand clutched his waist, trembling violently, as if he had been stabbed. But the other three were not surprised. They stepped forward, and one produced a vial of medicine to hand over. He took it, swallowed, and gradually calmed down, though his wheezing breaths like a broken bellows showed he had suffered considerably. "Milord, are you all right? Do I look all right to you?" The panting robed man glared at the subordinate who had spoken without thinking. "I was just worried. Your health has worsened recently, and if you really need. I am not ill." The robed man's roar thundered through the tomb like lightning. "I told you, it was only an accident. I have no such perversions. Those damned policemen, how dare they issue such a wanted poster? If I ever find who did it, I will, ugh, ugh. By the holy Lord above, that wicked, shameless, insidious fiend will meet retribution." Once again he raised a hand to clutch his masked face. The other three hurried forward, taking out another vial of medicine. Seeing this, Levi was nearly certain, this man was the mastermind. Back when the wanted notice was issued, Levi had deliberately filled it with revolting details, including diseases painful enough to make one's life a living hell. The idea was, if he could not kill him, he would disgust him to death. This robed man now walked with a limp, clutched his waist and face, exactly matching Levi's fabricated description. Even tooth decay had been on the list. Given the medical level of this era, seeing him suffer now proved Levi's scheme had worked. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Levi sneered inwardly, then activated soul sight. In an instant, the surroundings turned black and white. That did not matter, the key was that Levi saw a black thread fly from the ashes he carried on his chest, linking directly to that man's soul. Yes, as expected. This man was the one who killed Madame Durex. Levi withdrew his gaze, eyes darkening. He had kept part of Madame Durex's ashes in a cigarette case, opening soul sight whenever suspects appeared. Now, at last, the culprit was found. In other words, the murderer of Madame Durex and the one who had incited Betty were the same person. This very man before him. For a moment, Levi's hand reached for his gun, but in the end he calmed himself. He watched as the other three torchbearers supported the limping wretch out of the chamber. Only after their figures disappeared did Levi breathe out and relight the gas lamp. "Shouldn't we catch them, detective?" Katie clenched her little fists, clearly eager for action. "Not yet. Even if we did, there's no way to prove anything. If caught red-handed at the crime scene, it would be best. But in this situation, the four were merely singing around a model, no law in the world forbade that." Although Levi's soul sight revealed the connection between Madame Durex and the robed man, and confirmed that he was indeed the elusive mysterious X, unfortunately Levi had no way to arrest them now. After all, this was church territory. As church members, conducting a ritual in the catacombs was not strange at all. The only suspicious thing was the odd Imperial Bridge model. But that, too, could not serve as evidence. "But that man's voice, I think I know him." "Oh. Do you?" Katie nodded. "Bishop Raphael. It should be him." "You're certain?" "Yes. His accent is funny. Every time I hear it, I want to laugh. That doesn't sound like an imperial name. Bishop Raphael is Franciscan." "Oh, I see." No wonder Katie laughed at his accent. Imperial disdain for Franciscans was all-encompassing, and accent was one of those aspects. Given the hatred between the two nations, Katie's reaction was not strange. Then, could Bishop Raphael actually be that Professor Franz? In the police file, the latter too had come from abroad. As a bishop, would he need to disguise himself as a professor? If this had been planned from the beginning, then not only was the Holy Lord Church involved, but perhaps even the Franciscan Republic. The deeper he dug, the messier it became. And still, he had no proof, only speculation. What exactly does Bishop Raphael do in the church? "I don't know." Katie shook her head. "I only saw him a few times beside the Archbishop. His accent was so funny that I remembered him. But he doesn't seem to attend regular worship or events. Do you know when he came to the Empire?" "No, but I can ask. As far as I know, he's the only Franciscan bishop here." "Then I'll trouble you with that. Leave it to me." Katie puffed her chest proudly, then turned to look at the model on the altar. "What about this model?" Faced with her question, Levi fell into thought. He recalled what the robed man had said, "for nodes destroyed already, including 2 core ones." He immediately linked those words with his past cases. The courtesan killer, the vampire, the haunted house, the ghost knight. His cases matched perfectly. And in the haunted house and ghost knight cases, the boss's foreheads had shown red dots. Could those be the core nodes? If so, Levi looked at the bridge model before him. He had an idea. He opened soul sight again, carefully scanning the model and the surroundings. Other than the model itself glowing red, nothing else seemed unusual. But unlike the concentrated red glow he had seen in the doll and ghost knight cases, this one had not yet formed a solid core, just a hazy radiance. Not enough time. Or insufficient energy. Levi stepped forward and directly picked up the model. Then he turned to Katie. Do you like this? I do. Then it's yours. He handed the model to her. Take it home and play with it. These people looked capable. Levi was curious to see if they were capable enough to go to Katie's house and steal it back. After that, Levi quickly evacuated the underground cemetery with Katie, then regrouped with the other two, and returned to MI7 to report. So, you're certain that Bishop Raphael is the one behind all this? The old butler stared at Levi with a stern expression and asked, while Levi nodded. That's right. Katie confirmed his accent, and this guy also had the features listed in the wanted notice I wrote earlier. It can't be wrong, it's him. Then what do they want with the Imperial Bridge? The old butler narrowed his eyes, staring at the exquisite model before him. By the way, this thing was quite heavy, and aside from Katie, it wasn't easy for anyone else to move it. Based on my experience, they probably want to do the same as before, using the Imperial Bridge as their target, spreading some sort of rumor, and then turning it into reality. That possibility is very high. The old butler nodded. The reconstruction of the Imperial Bridge is a key project. If any problem arises, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the government is also very concerned with the work, and there are always personnel on site guarding it. I don't think they'll be able to do much to the Imperial Bridge. I'll investigate and see if there are any rumors or stories circulating about it. And about this Bishop Raphael, I want you to find out when he came to the Empire, then compare it with the time Professor Franz entered Shoah Academy. I suspect that may be another identity of his. I understand. Your investigation this time went well. Anthony also found some evidence. It seems that the Holy Lord Church is indeed connected with the events happening now. Levi had discovered that strange model in the basement, while Anthony had found letters in the upstairs office between the church's priests and bishops, specifically mentioning Dr. Doolittle, Madame Durex, and Betty. Although these letters weren't enough to convict, at least they proved the church itself was aware. So, what should we do next? At that time in the basement, Levi hadn't immediately taken action to eliminate the enemy. One reason was that they were outnumbered, and another was that he wasn't sure whether Bishop Raphael possessed some mysterious powers. To be honest, when you're dealing with someone who could kill from afar through mirrors, or manipulate the resurrected dead, caution absolutely came first. And with Levi's identity, he wasn't suited to take such drastic preemptive measures. Although many said arrests required evidence, while counterterrorism only needed a list that was based on trust. MI7 was still a newly established organization, and if its members killed on their own initiative, the problems it would cause would be enormous. If Levi had been the head of MI7, then killing would have been one thing. But he was, at best, a partner of MI7. There was no need to risk himself just for it. Besides, if the sky fell, the Queen would be the one to bear it. As for arrests, just him and Katie, how many could they really capture? Wasn't it better to report back to the authorities? Counterterrorism needed lists, yes, but had anyone ever seen counterterrorism done like Rambo, 1 against 20? Wasn't 200 against 20 better? Wait. I've already reported to the higher-ups, they should soon. Re-eyeing. Before the old butler could finish, a sudden, urgent ringing of the telephone broke out. He picked it up. Hello. Yes. The old butler nodded, then covered the receiver, turning to Levi. According to your guess, you think all church crypts might have similar things hidden? Just a guess, no guarantee, no warranty. All right, I understand. The old butler answered calmly into the receiver. Proceed as planned. At this time, dawn had yet to break. When Bishop Raphael dragged his sore body back to his residence, he felt like his whole frame was about to fall apart. That damned bastard. Shedding his robe, Bishop Raphael gasped for breath, sitting heavily on the bed, panting. He hadn't always been like this. Once, Bishop Raphael had been a healthy, disciplined man. He had a good physique, and placed great importance on exercise. For the body was the most precious gift given to mankind by the Holy Lord. It was only through the body that people could experience the world. The body was the Holy Lord's blessing, and required careful care, training, and preservation. Thus, whenever Bishop Raphael saw those fat, bloated ones, or people who ruined themselves into some neither human nor ghost state, he always looked on with disdain. In his eyes, such people were disrespectful to the Holy Lord, not caring for their own bodies meant not revering him. But now, he took off his gloves and looked at his hands, letting out a low whimper. His palms were covered in red blotches, and his body beneath the robe was even more ravaged. And those were only the visible parts, where unseen, it was far worse. Each trip to the toilet was nothing short of torture for Bishop Raphael. A few times, the pain had been so great he almost wished to end it all. If not for the doctrine forbidding suicide, and his own firm willpower, plus medicine to ease the pain, Bishop Raphael would have already done that. But for him, the physical pain was secondary, what was harder to endure was the torment of the mind. Where once he had been utterly indifferent toward women, now Bishop Raphael found himself standing at the window, and whenever he saw a woman pass outside, he couldn't help but stare. It wasn't that he desired them, but rather, he involuntarily thought, if he wore those clothes, how would he look? And whenever he saw the strong bodies of the attendants and priests in the church, his heart would throb with an unfamiliar stirring, as though he wished to throw himself into those broad chests, cheek to cheek, basking in their steadfast faith. No, impossible. Bishop Raphael shivered. He knew he had never been like this before. But recently, the looks others gave him had grown stranger and stranger. Surely, they didn't actually think he had such tastes. And all of this was because of that damned wanted notice. Bishop Raphael didn't know if the other party had done it deliberately, or just by accident, but this wanted notice had indeed inflicted both physical and psychological torment upon him. Still, this was but a trial. The evil deeds of heretics could not shake his faith in the Holy Lord. His body, his soul belonged only to him, only the Holy Lord could possess his all. Bishop Raphael thought, gradually sinking into a daze. Dong, dong. Just then, the bells rang. Bishop Raphael returned to his senses, changed into a fresh robe, stuffed a sachet inside to cover his body's stench, then left his room. Entering the church, he saw the attendants and priests already cleaning, preparing for a new day's worship. As the bishop, he too had preparations to make. Knock knock knock. However, just as they were preparing, the doors suddenly burst open. A group of heavily armed soldiers marched inside. They wore red coats, black trousers, steam rifles in hand, and tall hats on their heads. At this sight, a cold glint flashed in Bishop Raphael's eyes. The Royal Guard. A special force directly under the crown. Bishop Raphael Damien. The leader stepped forward, staring at Raphael as he asked. The latter nodded. This is the sacred church of the Holy Lord. What business have you here? Intelligence indicates you are connected with several recent incidents in Mist City. Please cooperate with our investigation. Saying this, the man waved his hand. Arrest everyone. At his command, the soldiers quickly moved, seizing people. The priests and attendants, unaccustomed to such scenes, were bewildered, not knowing what to do. And at this sight, Bishop Raphael's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected them to play this card. If it had been the police, he could have rejected them on grounds of no search warrant. But the Royal Guard, that was a different matter. As the saying went, investigating needed evidence, counterterrorism only needed a list. If the Royal Guard had a list, no one could refuse. Submit meekly. Bishop Raphael hesitated. If they had tracked him down, it meant they might have discovered something, but it was also possible they hadn't. The Queen's position toward the Holy Lord Church was well known. Were they just using this as an excuse? Was this a warning to others, or had they truly uncovered something? As he wavered, the leader stretched out his hand toward him. And almost at the same moment, Bishop Raphael's heart gave a jolt, and he instinctively thrust out his own hand, pushing at the man. Though Bishop Raphael wasn't old, he wasn't young either, and no match for the strong royal guards. Yet when his hand struck, the man flew back like a cannonball, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the ground. At once, the chaotic church fell into silence. All eyes stared wide at Bishop Raphael, while he himself stared at his own hands. At this moment, he felt it, his strength. Unprecedented, overwhelming power. This was the power bestowed by the Holy Lord. Bishop Raphael turned his gaze to the all-seeing eye emblem behind him. At this instant, he understood. This was power granted by the Holy Lord, given to him for the purpose of defending this church, this sanctuary. Get out. Heretics. Bishop Raphael turned back to the royal guard, now standing tall with fury and majesty. This is the Holy Lord's sanctuary. Not a place for you heretics to run rampant. Fire. The royal guard were not police. They did not bargain or exchange words. Since the target resisted arrest and attacked the guard, he was a felon. Open fire immediately. Quickly, several soldiers raised their steam rifles, aimed at Bishop Raphael, and pulled the triggers. Bang bang bang. The steam-powered rifles unleashed a storm of bullets, tearing through Raphael's robes as they struck his body. Ordinarily, anyone struck by such a barrage would be dead. Yet Bishop Raphael stood firm before the pulpit, motionless, letting the bullets rain upon him. Then, an astonishing sight occurred. Where the bullet struck his body, what sprayed out was not blood, but pure white feathers. Good fellow, they've started fighting. That makes things easier. On the rooftop opposite the church, Levi held his cane gun and stared at his target, sighing to himself. Levi naturally knew the main purpose of this operation, forcing the Holy Lord Church of Mist City to expose its own flaws. The benefit of this was simple: if you don't resist, then we'll thoroughly investigate the entire church. If you do resist, well, that's even better. Whether or not there's a problem, it means there's a problem. But this was something Levi could not do. Only the Queen could do it, or perhaps the old butler. Anyway, it was not something he could do, nor something he would do. This was also another reason why Levi did not directly attack Bishop Raphael. As just a screw in the organization, all he needed to do was his part. There was no need to meddle. As the civil servant's golden rule went, the more you do, the more mistakes, the less you do, the fewer mistakes, do nothing, make no mistakes. Attacking a bishop of the Holy Lord Church could of course be explained as a show of loyalty. Since Her Majesty the Queen wanted to deal with the church, then one should worry about what the leader worried about, think what the leader thought. But, had the leader told you to do it? Besides, whatever the leader wanted to do, it wasn't your place to judge. If you thought the leader should lead in your way, then who was the leader, you or the leader? So, Levi decisively decided, return, report, and let those above decide. He was just a scout. He lit up the map for them, he sent the intel out, how to fight was the commander-in-chief's responsibility. It wasn't up to him to decide when this battle should start, nor how to fight it. Of course, if Bishop Raphael had tied someone up and was about to slice them open, then maybe Levi would have stepped in to stop it. But since they were just singing and dancing around a model, Levi couldn't be bothered. He still cherished this hard-won second life. Now it seemed his decision had been correct. This guy actually has some skill. Through the scope, Levi observed the scene inside the church and couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. After Bishop Raphael launched his attack, the Royal Guard soldiers quickly counterattacked. Yet what followed was astonishing, the bullet striking Raphael didn't draw blood, but rather a flurry of feathers. It looked as if they had smashed open a feather pillow. But what came next was the real problem. The feathers from Bishop Raphael's body scattered and attached themselves to the nearby attendants and guards. Immediately, those people revealed pained expressions, twisting, screaming in agony as they collapsed. Soon after, one feather after another drilled out of their skin. They looked soft, yet they were sharp, piercing out from the pores, replacing body hair to become the new rulers of the skin's surface. Within moments, accompanied by wretched cries, those touched by the feathers had already transformed into feather monsters identical to Bishop Raphael. Seeing this, Levi was deeply shaken, while secretly grateful that he hadn't been stupid enough to fight this guy hand-to-hand. Taking one hit of that, who could survive? But it wasn't over yet. Those infected, feather-wrapped people stood up again. Their eyes glowed red, mouths wide, howling like wild men at the enemies before them. Then, those infected leaped forward and charged. Damn it! Leave now, quickly! The Royal Guard captain shouted loudly, ordering his men to evacuate the church. He wasn't a fool, he had clearly seen what happened to those who came into contact with the feathers. While shouting for retreat, he raised his gun and fired at the feather monsters. Bang! 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 Yet those bullets, capable of piercing stone walls, failed to kill the feather monsters. On the contrary, hitting them only released more feathers, filling the church in an endless flurry. Carried by the air currents, they drifted gracefully through the hall. A beautiful sight, yet in the captain's eyes, more terrifying than demons. But still, it wasn't over. Just as the captain prepared to retreat, suddenly a priest lunged forward and wrapped his arms around the captain's waist. Let go, you bastard. What are you doing? The captain struggled desperately, but the priest refused to release him. His eyes shone with fanatic light, his face full of devout madness, staring at the captain. This is God's blessing. Accept it. Purify your sins. Become God's apostle. Get off me, you lunatics. The captain raised his gun high, smashing the priest's face with the butt. But what chilled him to the bone was that even after his face was bloodied, the priest clung on without letting go. Let go. At this point, the feather monsters had already crossed the church and were nearly upon them. The captain even felt a moment of despair. Then, gunshots rang out. Bang! 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 With the rapid gunfire, the captain saw the first three feather monsters suddenly erupt like barrels of oil set alight. Flames exploded like fireworks, igniting the drifting feathers around them. In just a blink, brilliant fire spread across the church, shining like dazzling fireworks. To be fair, the sparks filling the church were somewhat romantic. But unfortunately, those inside had no way to enjoy it. The captain gritted his teeth, slammed the priest's face completely into a pulp with the butt of his gun, and the man collapsed wordlessly. The captain then kicked him aside, staggering out of the church. The moment he stepped out the doors, he felt as if he had escaped from hell back into the human world. But before he could savor his survival, a voice came through his communicator. Now is not the time to relax. Do you have incendiaries or flamethrowers? Yes. The captain did not recognize the voice well, but it wasn't unfamiliar. He knew it must be the MI7 investigator sent to assist. The man had said he would provide support from the rear. Judging from earlier, it had to be him who fired. Seal all exits and windows. Bishop Raphael must not escape. Anything that crawls out, burn it. While giving orders through the communicator, Levi squinted at the church. In the black and white vision of soul sight, he clearly saw Bishop Raphael pacing like a trapped beast inside. At first he worried the bishop might hide underground, but now it seemed this Raphael, in his current form, had already lost all human reason and consciousness, acting purely on instinct as a monster. But moving targets were harder to shoot. Watching the soul light dart around like a monkey in spring, Levi calmly reloaded a bullet, cocked the rifle, and aimed. Fine, if accuracy wasn't enough, quantity would do. He consoled himself, then aimed. At once, the world slowed. Eye of the Reaper. Levi locked onto Raphael's soul light and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shell flew out slowly, as if played at quarter speed. Levi already had the second bullet in, aimed, fired. Bang! Then the third. Bang! Levi fired 5 shots in one breath, then exhaled. Time returned to normal. All that followed took only seconds. The first explosive bullet shattered the stained glass roof. The second struck Raphael's feathered body and detonated. Feathers burst everywhere, deceptively beautiful. Raphael's chest was blown open with a basin-sized hole, but inside was only feathers, 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 as if his entire being was nothing but a human-shaped pillow stuffed full. The feathers scattered like a celestial maiden casting flowers. Then, 3 incendiaries flew in a triangular formation, striking his head and chest almost simultaneously. Flames burst forth. The fire first ignited the scattered feathers, forming a blazing wall encircling Raphael. The flammable feathers then drew in the nearby floating sparks. The final result was boom! Like a bomb explosion, dazzling fire erupted inside the church. The glass shattered to pieces. Flames spewed from the windows. The church looked like a giant oven. Royal Guard soldiers around quickly retreated, looking up nervously, terrified something white might drift down. Done. Job finished. Watching the church turn into an oven, Levi sighed in relief and lowered his gun. Then he checked his quest bar. Not a bit changed. Meaning all that was for nothing, though expected. Because the quest was. Quest activated, chasing secrets. Quest objective, find the hidden danger of Imperial Bridge and resolve it. Quest reward. Now it was clear, this Bishop Raphael was obviously not the hidden danger of Imperial Bridge. Me 7. The disturbances outside had little to do with this place. Everyone sat at the table, mostly chatting idly. Those lords were a little frightened. Anthony took a sip of whiskey, swirling the glass in his hand. They knew the Queen would sooner or later strike at the conservative faction of the church, just didn't expect her to go this far. Now the foreign ministry is probably in a complete mess. Did His Holiness the Pope lodge a protest? Katie blinked curiously, looking at Anthony. He shrugged. I heard they're sending a delegation. As for what they'll discuss, that's beyond me, and I don't want to know. But today's battle was really dangerous. Henry's face was stern. He hadn't joined the battle on Bishop Raphael's side, but he had read the reports. After being struck, they would spray feathers, anyone touched by the feathers would also turn into feather monsters. And those feather monsters, when blasted, would in turn explode and spray feathers again, then. Fortunately, most churches occupied their own plot of land, relatively independent, and the surroundings had been sealed off before the operation. Levi had also reacted swiftly. Otherwise, if those feather monsters had broken into the Mist City district. Just imagining the consequences sent chills down Henry's spine. Even if fire could solve it, how big a fire would it take? And how many would die? They actually dared to do this. Henry slammed the table in anger, growling lowly. They should all be hanged. They're already dead beyond dead. We should focus on the problems of the living. Levi closed the holy scripture of creation in his hands and spoke calmly. Hearing his words, the others turned their gazes toward him. Detective, did you find the origin of those feather monsters? Katie asked Levi curiously. After all, Levi's task had been to investigate whether Bishop Raphael's mutation was caused by some rumor or tale, since it was impossible that he had simply turned into that monstrosity by himself. I did. Levi glanced at Eliza beside him and nodded. That was the image of an angel. At Levi's reply, everyone was dumbfounded. An angel? How could an angel look like that? Aren't angels supposed to be beautiful? Katie asked in astonishment, while Levi shrugged and looked at Eliza. She could only explain helplessly. Indeed, the general public believes so, but in fact it's not true. This angelic image was fabricated by the church to make proselytizing easier. The true form of angels is nothing like that. For example, the Great Throne, its depiction in the Holy Scripture of creation is a single eye, with 3 pairs of wings, the wings covered in countless eyes, watching sins of the world day and night, perceiving all things. Something like this. Levi casually sketched on paper, then handed it to the others. They saw a huge eyeball with 3 pairs of molting wings sprouting from its sides, each wing covered in eyes darting about. Ugh, this is an angel. Not only did Katie's face stiffen, but the others looked equally horrified. Hearing the description in words, one might not quite imagine it, but seeing it drawn out gave the feeling of one's sanity slipping. No wonder the church beautified it. Who would believe otherwise? But, weren't these mutations supposed to follow rumors? If everyone thinks angels are beautiful, then shouldn't they become beautiful angels? Katie's words were messy, but her meaning was clear. Since Bishop Raphael turned into an angel, shouldn't it have been the pretty version in people's minds? That's just what the public thinks. True clergy do not. Levi shook his head, and Eliza also spoke. In fact, contrary to popular belief, clergy are more accepting of this terrifying angelic form. No, but, why? Katie racked her brain but couldn't understand. With lovely angels available, why would they embrace monstrous ones instead? What kind of logic was that? Because demons must tempt humans into corruption, so they need beautiful faces. Angels, on the other hand, need only terror to strike fear into those who side with demons. Eliza's reasoning made sense to Levi. Simply put, demons needed human souls, so they appeared pleasing to human tastes. Angels had no such need, they were already righteous, and their form mattered not. In fact, the more terrifying they appeared, the more they could strike fear into weak-willed mortals vulnerable to demonic whispers. Of course, Levi admitted, if he encountered one of these himself, he'd fire a full magazine first and think later. Besides, judging from the feather monsters encountered at the church, these angels weren't necessarily good things. I still prefer pretty angels. Katie muttered her complaint, falling silent. Clearly, Eliza's explanation had shattered her girlish fantasy, like telling a child there was no Santa Claus. Levi, meanwhile, merely glanced at Katie before sinking into thought again. It was clear Bishop Raphael's mutation was still tied to rumors, but through two different systems. The public's notion of angels was like an external network, while Raphael's concept was more like the clergy's internal internet, isolated and separate. Thus, Raphael transformed into the angels clergy imagined, not those of the masses. Yes. He was beginning to understand more about the rules of these mutations. Clack. At that moment, the meeting room doors opened. The old butler walked in. Seeing him, everyone sat upright. Any results from the investigation? More or less. Levi handed over the report. The old butler looked it through carefully, then nodded. Good. What about the Imperial Bridge, any clues? At the moment, no useful leads. Levi shook his head. After returning to MI7 last night, they had immediately sent people out to collect rumors about the Imperial Bridge, and sifted through letters sent by readers, but unfortunately found little mention of it. What's the situation at the Imperial Bridge? They're finishing the final work. In 3 days, it opens. Her Majesty the Queen will personally attend the opening ceremony. At this, the old butler's expression grew stern. Before then, we must uncover exactly what danger lies with the Imperial Bridge. How are we supposed to do that? Anthony was the first to groan. According to the boss, rumors need to spread widely, right? But now we can't even find any useful ones. But the captain also said, if there's already some mysterious force there, maybe it doesn't need such widespread influence. Henry retorted. This was a pattern Levi himself had observed from past cases. Of the 4 he'd handled, the courtesan killer and the vampire involved broad influence, but the haunted house and the manor had almost none. Yet the latter were far more dangerous. But no one died during construction of the Imperial Bridge, right? And no strange altars or anything like that. No. The old butler shook his head. The Imperial Bridge was a key project designated by Her Majesty. The media watched closely. If too many people had died, we'd know. And the altars? Already inspected once. Nothing was found. The old butler looked at Levi. Perhaps you should check it yourselves. No helping it. Levi sighed, rising to his feet. Let's head to the site. The Mist City Bridge spanned the Tiles River estuary, 325 meters long. On both banks stood granite and steel towers 60 meters tall. When great ships passed, the central span would split open, lifting to either side. Because of this, the Imperial Bridge at the river's mouth resembled a giant city gate on the water. Newspapers even called it the Water Gate of Mist City and the Empire, a symbol of the era's greatest steam technology and steel might. In short, a wonder. Whether more entertainment or culture, who knew? When Levi and the others arrived, they were stunned, especially Levi. A 6-lane-wide bridge, free of traffic jams, with people strolling about freely, it felt amazing. As the Empire's most prestigious wonder, the Imperial Bridge was, of course, tightly guarded. Soldiers stopped them before they got close, only after showing identification were they allowed through. Waiting at the bridge was already someone expecting them. We've searched the entire bridge thoroughly. Found no signs of sabotage. The man in charge of construction was a burly fellow, built much like Henry, tall and muscular, with the look of someone who could kill with one punch. A pipe clamped in his mouth, his expression fierce. His words sounded bold, but his eyes betrayed unease. If something truly happened at the opening, his life would be over. What about explosive sabotage? Henry was especially concerned, and they quickly discussed it. Impossible. The bridge was designed with sabotage in mind. Thousands of tons of steel and stone are piled here, you could never blast it down, at most disable a few components. The foreman shook his head. We checked those parts too. Nothing suspicious. This was built to wartime standards, the demands for sturdiness, reliability, and stability were the highest. So sabotage would be very difficult. These soldiers aren't just for show. The foreman pointed smugly at the guards. Indeed, such a project, being the nation's face, deserved thorough protection. What about beneath the bridge? Constant patrol. He gestured at the river. Small motorboats were puttering back and forth below, scanning. Levi ignored that, instead activating Soul Sight, walking the bridge thoroughly, while sending his puppet bird to fly across and puppet cat to crawl beneath. The result, nothing. At least within Soul Sight's range, nothing unscientific appeared. Any results, detective? When Levi returned to the bridgehead, Katie came running up. Nothing. Levi shook his head with a sigh. Let's head back and search other leads. For now, that was all he could do. In the following day, Levi spent time separately collecting intelligence from Lestrade and MI7, but there was still no particularly useful information or clues regarding the Imperial Bridge. The only thing he could currently confirm was that, in Levi's eyes, the red glow inside that Imperial Bridge model was gradually taking shape. As for that model, it had now become a bit tricky. Although Levi had told Katie to take it home to play with, she had still temporarily left it at MI7, only playing with it occasionally when she came by. Henry had even suggested simply smashing the damn thing, like the cursed straw dolls in ghost stories. Perhaps if you destroyed it, the trouble would vanish. But from Levi's perspective, it was just like those reckless characters in horror films. If you smashed it and accidentally released something troublesome, who would deal with it? Levi certainly wasn't about to stand at the front. Whoever wanted to die could do so, he definitely would not. So for the moment, the object was stored in MI7's vault. Every day, people would come to circle around it, checking if there were new changes. At least for now, there were none. But in a few days, who could say? Still, the Queen wasn't entirely without solutions. Levi had heard from Anthony that Her Majesty had invited the Archbishop of the Holy Lord Church, the only one not arrested in this operation due to his special identity, to attend the opening ceremony of the Imperial Bridge. How should one put it? It was a bit like, if I die, everyone dies together, you don't get to escape. If the Pope weren't too old to travel, the Queen might well have dragged him along for the funeral too. If the Archbishop were involved in this matter, perhaps he would give up the plan. Yeah, as if. In Levi's view, those religious lunatics had no sense of reason. It wouldn't be surprising if the Archbishop welcomed the idea of dying alongside the Queen. After death, he could immediately go report to the Holy Lord, no need to queue. As for the suggestion that the Queen not attend, Levi had raised it, but it was obvious she had no intention of backing down. Clearly, she would never bow her head to such an illusory threat. That couldn't be helped. You see, what the leader wanted wasn't necessarily what you wanted. All one could do was follow orders. So don't rush where your leader doesn't rush, don't think what your leader thinks, that was all nonsense. As the saying went, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. No matter how much you prepared, if your leader didn't follow your plan, wasn't it all wasted? Who? Levi put down another report and rubbed his eyes. The police station and MI7 had worked hard, and indeed gathered some rumors about the Imperial Bridge, but most were about corruption and bribery. Some said workers had been buried inside the piles during construction, leading to vengeful spirits haunting the bridge. But none of this was enough to damage the bridge itself, and certainly had nothing to do with the model. If it really were vengeful spirits, wouldn't a skull be more convenient? In fact, rumors and gossip had always accompanied the Imperial Bridge's construction. After all, it was the Empire's grandest project, so naturally people talked. But none of those rumors ever questioned the bridge's quality. After all, this was the capital, under the Queen's feet, so people watched their tongues. You look rather tired. Irene walked over, poured Levi another cup of tea, and asked softly. Still manageable. The situation this time is a bit complicated, not easy to handle. Levi sighed and stood up. He had been sitting at his desk the entire day, and his body felt stiff. I'll take a walk outside. I'll be back for dinner. All right. Feeling weary, Levi gave Irene a word of instruction, then stepped into the lift and left the room. When Levi walked out of the clock tower, it was already afternoon. The streets weren't too crowded. The sunlight was dim, but in Mist City that was the norm. Having sunlight at all was already good enough, one couldn't complain about brightness. With hands clasped behind his back, Levi strolled while thinking. This Imperial Bridge case was far more troublesome than the previous ones. The issue was that even with all his cheat-like skills, without a target it was useless. It was like a ball of yarn, you had to find the end of the thread before you could unravel it. But right now, Levi couldn't determine which strand was the thread's end. And even if he did, he wouldn't know what to do. Still, Levi didn't feel much pressure. If he failed. Well, failure didn't mean much to him. At worst, he would simply run. The continent was vast, not just the Empire. He could resign, take the train to some scenic place, live quietly while solving small cases to extend his life. That didn't sound bad at all. He didn't have deep feelings for this country. For him, this case was just a job. Even if the Imperial Bridge really collapsed. It would just collapse, right? What else could happen? After a while, Levi grew tired. He went into a nearby park, bought fish and chips from a stall, and sat on a bench to eat and rest, though strictly speaking, he only ate the chips. He didn't touch the fish, since he had never much liked fish anyway. Meow. While Levi was enjoying the scenery, a stray cat approached with its tail raised, carefully walking toward him. It looked up, staring at him, and gave a soft cry. Here, take this. Levi naturally understood what the cat wanted. With such sudden friendliness, what else could it be asking for? He placed the fried fish on the bench beside him, laying a sheet of newspaper beneath it. The cat looked at Levi, then at the fish on the newspaper, meowed once, then leapt onto the bench and began eating heartily. Levi reached out and stroked the cat's body, feeling its warmth. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes, watching children playing in the distance. How nostalgic. Seeing the laughing children running about in the square, Levi felt sentimental. Children of the past didn't have today's toys, yet still played happily together, games like Drop the Handkerchief, Eagle Catches Chicks, Dodgeball, Hopscotch, Jump Rope. Now, children only played on their phones. He wondered if those old games would eventually be forgotten. Levi petted the cat while watching the children at play. This particular game he hadn't seen before. Two girls held hands, raising them high like an arch, while the others lined up, holding each other's clothes like chicks in Eagle Catches Chicks, circling through the arch. Levi could faintly hear them singing. Imperial Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. Imperial Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Build it up with wood and clay, wood and clay, wood and clay. Build it up with wood and clay, my fair lady. Wood and clay will wash away, wash away, wash away. Wood and clay will wash away, my fair lady. Build it up with bricks and mortar, bricks and mortar, bricks and mortar. Build it up with bricks and mortar, my fair lady. Bricks and mortar won't stay, won't stay, won't stay. Bricks and mortar won't stay, my fair lady. Build it up with iron and steel, iron and steel, iron and steel. Build it up with iron and steel, my fair lady. Iron and steel will bend and bow, bend and bow, bend and bow. Iron and steel will bend and bow, my fair lady. As he listened, Levi's expression gradually changed. He stared at the children, his gaze turning grave. He even stopped petting the cat. This song. Why did this song feel so strange? Without hesitation, Levi stood and walked directly toward the children. Seeing him approach, the children stopped, curiously watching. Fortunately, Levi's appearance was refined, and he looked the sort that children liked. If it had been a red-nosed drunkard reeking of alcohol, it would have been a different matter. Hello, lovely young ladies. Levi removed his hat and smiled. The children giggled, crowding together curiously. One older girl stepped forward, lifted her skirt, and made a proper curtsy. Good day, sir. And to you, miss. Levi nodded with a smile, then asked. I'm very interested in your game. May I ask, what game are you playing? The Imperial Bridge game. The children answered in unison, like students replying to a teacher. Oh. Could you teach me how to play? Yes. For children, teaching a grown-up their game was clearly great fun. They eagerly explained, all talking at once. The rules weren't complicated. Two taller girls held hands and raised them high, pretending to be the Imperial Bridge, singing as they did so. The others lined up and crawled underneath, one by one. All the while, they sang. Imperial Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down, Imperial Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. When the last note fell, the two girls would drop their arms together, meaning the Imperial Bridge had collapsed. The child caught inside was eliminated, that is, unlucky enough to be crushed. Then the game continued, repeating until the last one remained, who became the winner. I see. After listening to their explanations, Levi nodded and took out his notebook. Could you sing the song for me again? He had found the thread. Game. When everyone was summoned by Levi's phone call, they were all utterly dumbfounded. And when they heard Levi describe that game, they were even more bewildered. Do many people play it? Probably every child in the Mist City is playing it. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. After searching for so long, after investigating so many rumors and pieces of information, Levi turned around and told them that the culprit behind all of this was actually a street children's game. No wonder their investigation had yielded no results for so long. Who would have thought a children's street game would be connected to this? Those children themselves probably hadn't thought of it either. This game is very interesting. Anthony tried it out, and his eyes immediately lit up. I remember that on the day of the ceremony, Her Majesty the Queen will pass through the middle of the Imperial Bridge by ship, right? Because they want to show the people the design essence of the Imperial Bridge. Henry spoke up. The idea of raising the bridge deck sounded simple, but seeing it in person was truly shocking. It was also meant to inspire a sense of national and ethnic pride among the citizens. Since it was the opening ceremony, naturally the people had to witness this special feature with their own eyes. In other words, the designer of this game very likely knew about this. Levi frowned. And the wording is also very professional. Anthony shook the slip of paper where Levi had written the lyrics. Things like bricks and mortar, ordinary children wouldn't think of that. And they're all the materials used for building the Imperial Bridge, not a single one missing. Henry carefully checked the lyrics again, and his expression immediately grew serious. Although the Imperial Bridge was a confidential project, the materials could not be kept secret. The constant transportation back and forth could be tracked by anyone with intent. So the game corresponds with the opening ceremony. When was the ceremony procedure finalized? Half a year ago? A year ago? It must have been a long time, asked the Secretariat. Something like an opening ceremony would never be decided only after construction was nearly done. It was always prepared in advance and pulled out when needed. In MI7, no one was a fool. Since Levi had found a clue, everyone naturally began to move, starting to investigate this intelligence. But Levi did not care about that. As for the source of the intelligence, we can investigate it later, or simply hand it over to someone else. Levi preferred being on the scene. Internal investigations like this, he was too lazy to do, and unwilling as well. Our problem now is to figure out how exactly they intend to turn this song into reality. Levi spoke, pointing again at that model. From what we can see, this nursery rhyme is clearly aimed at the opening ceremony, and the procedure matches, right, Henry? Yes. Henry held another document and nodded. According to the ceremony procedure, Her Majesty the Queen will board the Empire's newest battleship, the Blade of the Throne, and depart from the Tylesis River. Upon reaching the Imperial Bridge, Her Majesty will stand on the deck to conduct the opening ceremony. Then the bridge deck will open, the battleship will pass through, that's roughly the process. Envoys from other nations and guests will watch from the auxiliary bridges on both sides. Anthony added. Then according to this game, if Her Majesty passes under the Imperial Bridge aboard that battleship and the raised bridge deck suddenly come crashing down. Levi lifted his arm, then let it fall. Then it'll be fun. That would be anything but fun. Hearing Levi's words and picturing the scene, Henry broke out in a cold sweat. If it truly happened, it would be a catastrophe. Not to mention it would happen under countless eyes. If the enemy really succeeded, then the Empire. The Empire would truly explode. So, can the ceremony be changed? Levi turned toward Anthony. Let the Queen conduct the ceremony on shore instead. Just not board the ship. No. Impossible. These things are arranged in advance with all the guests, and it's already been announced. Changing it now would cause even bigger problems. Anthony shook his head, rejecting Levi's suggestion. So if I resign right now, is it still in time? Levi was serious. No. The paperwork alone would take a week. Anthony was serious too. Then it seems too late. Levi sighed. Without a formal resignation, there'd be no compensation, no pension. Besides, he still had a mission. Then let's go through the process once ourselves. Thinking of this, Levi made his decision. What do you mean? A rehearsal. You understand rehearsal, right? We take a boat and follow the same route as the ceremony. Let's see how exactly this thing comes into play. At this point, Levi had no other solution. But haven't there already been patrols under the bridge? Why wasn't it triggered? Because they were all men. That song is obviously directed at the Queen. At this time, superstition still lingered, like women boarding ships being bad luck. Of course, the Queen was an exception, she was the Queen, ruler of all lands, free to go wherever she pleased. But for repair or transport ships below, no one would bring a woman along just for trouble. And clearly the song had accounted for that, with every verse ending in, "My beautiful lady." Passenger ships aside, the women qualified to board a battleship were very few. So who the rhyme was aimed at was self-evident. I'll go, I want to go with you. Katie excitedly raised her hand high, like a student eager to be called on. Then you come. Levi had no one else to turn to anyway. Besides, in terms of fighting strength, this young lady surpassed even him. As a special department, MI7 certainly held authority, especially for extremely important cases. Soon Anthony, as representative, coordinated with the construction bureau of the Imperial Bridge. Of course, they did not mention rumors or mysterious events, only saying that for safety's sake, they wished to rehearse the ceremony process in advance, checking for any oversights. The bridge officials did not object. They too feared mishaps, but had no authority to propose such a thing. Now that MI7 had given them this pretext, they eagerly agreed. Chug chug chug. The little steamship was far smaller than a tall battleship, but it sufficed as a stand-in. The only issue was, it was already night. Levi hadn't even managed to eat lunch, and Irene had to cancel dinner with regret. The Tylesis River was pitch black at night. Luckily gas lamps lit the surroundings, though the river's center remained obscured. Levi steered the steamship forward while Katie stood at the bow deck, mimicking the ceremony procedure. Looking at it at night, this bridge is really beautiful. Gazing at the Imperial Bridge illuminated against the darkness, Katie couldn't help but murmur in awe. The entire bridge was ablaze with light, even the two massive towers in the river shone brightly. From afar, it looked like a bridge forged of pure light, brimming with romance. Beautiful, and very dangerous. Levi stared at Katie, face solemn. Are you really going to do this? To be honest, I'm not close to the Queen, but I can tell you, the danger this time is very great, extremely great. From Levi's investigation of the children's game, anyone hit was immediately eliminated, without even a chance to struggle. It was purely rule-based. Which meant that avoiding the game's effect relied solely on luck. No other option. Of course, one might try speeding up or slowing down, but that would break the rules, and then no one would play along. So if Katie was unlucky enough to be hit, her only path was elimination. I want to do it. Katie nodded eagerly. Because this is really fun. A little scary, but very thrilling, isn't it? Thrilling, yes, but sometimes thrills can be deadly. Remember to hold on to that model box. Since Katie had decided, Levi would not oppose her. To be safe, he also brought the model, stored in a box for Katie to carry. In case it proved useful, better to have it than not. As they spoke, their steamship approached the bridge. Levi glanced back and saw Henry piloting another ship behind them, just in case. If Levi and Katie really were struck, Henry could pull them from the river. Levi lifted the intercom and gave Anthony at the bridgehead the order. Ready. Start. Understood, boss. Thud thud. The next moment, with a deep rumble, the heavy bridge deck before them began slowly rising. Levi stared at it, then at the two towers. In his eyes, they looked just like the two little girls in the game, the bridge itself their arms. At this moment, they were slowly lifting their arms, and beginning to sing. Imperial Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down, Imperial Bridge is falling down, my beautiful lady. Levi said nothing. Once the bridge deck was raised, he steered the steamship forward. With a steady chug chug chug, the ship drew closer to the underside of the bridge. Looking up, the massive bridge deck loomed overhead, even blocking the starlight. Levi grew more tense. The steamship entered beneath the bridge, pressing on. Boss, run. Just as they reached the center of the bridge, Anthony's voice suddenly crackled through the intercom. Before he even finished, Levi had already leapt from the cabin, lunged at Katie, grabbed her, and the two plunged straight into the water. Almost at the same instant, the heavy bridge deck came crashing down, slamming hard into the river. Minute ago, Imperial Bridge Control Room. Are you sure this thing won't suddenly come crashing down? Standing at the window, looking at the bridge deck lifting upward, Anthony spoke with a trace of a playful, mocking smile. I really can't imagine what kind of power could possibly pull up such a heavy fellow. This bridge deck isn't made of wood, right? Of course not. Breaking the deadlock, it's now on the shelves, asking for monthly tickets at the start of the month. 1 minute earlier, inside the Imperial Bridge Control Room. Are you sure this thing won't suddenly crash down? Standing by the window, looking at the bridge deck rising upwards, Anthony spoke with a mocking smile. I really can't imagine what kind of power it takes to pull such a heavy thing up. This bridge deck isn't made of wood, right? Of course not. The burly engineer staring at the control console was clearly very displeased with Anthony, but still suppressed his temper and answered. After all, the man was here to investigate, and he could not refuse to cooperate. Can you explain? We use a hydraulic system. High-pressure water is produced by a reservoir, and the steam engine pumps the water from the reservoir into the hydraulic device, thereby lifting the bridge deck upright. And if this lifting device fails, then what? We designed a backup emergency system. If the pressure is lost, the bridge deck will automatically lock at its current position, and after we repair it, we can continue further. Bzzz. However, before the engineer could finish speaking, a sharp, ear-piercing alarm blared out along with flashing red lights, instantly making the atmosphere in the control room tense. What happened? What's going on? The bridge is automatically releasing pressure, fast. The staff member in front of the console widened his eyes in shock, staring at the controls and shouting loudly. How is that possible? Did the hydraulic device malfunction? I don't know. Shut it down. Lock it. The engineer hurried to give orders, but at this moment Anthony couldn't be bothered with such things. He directly grabbed the intercom and shouted loudly. Boss, run. Boom. But before Anthony's words fell, two bridge sections weighing thousands of tons came crashing down, slamming into the river with a thunderous roar. Water exploded into the air like a fountain, shooting so high it splashed directly against the control room windows, soaking Anthony to the bone before he could dodge. But right now, he had no time to care. He bolted out of the control room, intercom in hand. Big guy. Watch the surroundings. Find the boss and the young lady. Moments later, the bridge deck rose again, closing back up. The control room had already descended into chaos. It was obvious that even they had not expected the Imperial Bridge to actually malfunction. But Anthony had no interest in their panic. He knew news of this would quickly spread upwards, and what happened afterward was none of his business. Henry's steamship was further away from Levi and the others, so it wasn't directly affected. But even so, the waves caused when the bridge panels crashed down nearly flipped his small steamship over completely. Henry, however, had no time to worry about that. Wiping the water from his face, he pushed the engine to speed, steering beneath the bridge. After all, anyone who could swim knew, being struck like that in the water, even if one didn't die, one would likely black out. And if one fainted, drowning was almost certain. Right now, Henry only hoped he could quickly find Levi and Katie, and get them out alive. But the river at night was terribly dark. There were no searchlights around, and Henry could only rely on the small lamp aboard the steamship, searching across the river surface while calling out loudly. Yet it was useless. Levi and Katie seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no trace at all. Where had they gone? If Levi knew what the others were thinking at this moment, he would have answered in one sentence: they were on the bridge. Yes, on the Imperial Bridge. When the two plunged into the river, the immense impact struck them immediately. But that was not the end. Right after, they felt a powerful suction from below, dragging them deeper into the river's depths. And then, something bizarre happened. The sinking pair were suddenly flung out of the water, landing heavily on solid ground. When they opened their eyes, what appeared before them was the towering spire of the Imperial Bridge. What's going on? Katie stared in confusion at the Imperial Bridge before her. Didn't we just sink into the water? How are we back on the bridge? Maybe because this Imperial Bridge isn't the same Imperial Bridge as before. Levi spoke as he swiftly scanned the surroundings. He clearly remembered that earlier, the riverbanks were lit brightly, and the buildings of Mist City could be seen clearly. But now, from the bridge, everything was shrouded in thick fog, as if the entire world held nothing but the bridge and the mist. At the same time, Imperial Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down, Imperial Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Eek. Hearing the singing, Katie shuddered. Who's singing? Just look up. Though Levi was also terrified, he still forced himself to keep calm and answered flatly. Hearing this, Katie instinctively raised her head toward the tower above. And then, she froze. The two colossal towers that rose from the river had come alive. Yes, alive. Like some object personification from a cartoon, the searchlights on the towers had become eyes, the bridge arches mouths, opening and closing while chanting the childish sing-song voice. This, what is this? Katie could accept monsters, even ugly ones. Ghosts, though frightening, were at least familiar from childhood stories. But towers coming alive, turning human-like, this she could not comprehend. After all, this was an age without cartoons. How could she even imagine such a thing? Or rather, what exactly were these things? But Katie soon had no time to ponder. Because right then, the bridge beneath their feet trembled once more, and the side bridges of the towers rose like giant arms. And their target was all too obvious. Katie, give me the model. At Levi's command, Katie hurriedly handed him the model case she had been clutching tightly in her arms. Levi snapped it open, sweeping his hands over it. Meanwhile, the tower's arms had already risen high, and with the final line of, "My fair lady," they came smashing down at Levi and Katie. There was no escape from such a strike. Yet, something unexpected happened. As the tower's arms crashed down, Levi suddenly opened his right hand and flung it aside. Following his motion, the tower's arms veered away, smashing instead into each other. Wah! What are you doing? I didn't mean to. The two towers wailed at once, quarreling like children. Then their eyes turned toward Levi. It's him. It's him. The bad guy. He doesn't want to play fair. Phew. Levi secretly exhaled in relief, staring at the towers. He was very glad he had the foresight to make Katie bring the model. Through soul sight, he had already seen it, the red glow of the model and the Imperial Bridge here were fully merged. Meaning, the model and the bridge influenced each other. And fortunately, as a puppeteer, he could manipulate small constructs. He couldn't control the entire massive bridge, but through the model, he could affect its movements. As for destroying the model, Levi had tried. But though it looked delicate, fragile enough to shatter at a touch, it was abnormally sturdy. Even bullets could not leave the slightest mark. Bad guy, get out. The towers shouted again. This game doesn't allow cheating bad guys. We won't play with you. Raising their arms again, they prepared to smash Levi out of the game. But alas, Levi was no child. What they said, he would not obey. Naughty children needed discipline, a good beating. Fixing his gaze on the tower's raised arms, Levi's eyes flashed coldly. He thrust out his right hand. At his motion, the tower's arms jerked forward, as if pulled by an invisible force. Then they twisted like noodles, tangling tightly together. Why can't I move? Ouch. Let go. You let go first. Levi ignored their quarrel. He quickly stood and barked. Let's go. Where? To kill these two towers. Saying so, Levi raised his head, staring at the towers bickering like children. And within their bodies glimmered two pulsing red lights, like hearts. That was their target. Move. Ah, why yes. The towers were too busy squabbling to notice them. It was the best chance. Levi dashed toward the bridge arch, Katie hurrying behind. They passed over the trembling, tongue-like, bridge deck, and came to the gaping arch that opened and closed like a mouth. What should have been solid steel now felt soft and pliant like flesh, opening and shutting with shrill wails and complaints. In an animation, it might have been cute. But Levi had no mood to admire, it was terrifying. He quickened his pace, dragging Katie straight inside. This way. Luckily, Levi had once scouted the Imperial Bridge thoroughly with his puppets. He knew the tower's internal structure well. So after entering the arch, he immediately led Katie toward the emergency stairway. There was an elevator, but given how alive the structure was now, taking it would be suicide. And indeed, danger came quickly. Hey, be gentle. Ow, ow, ow. As they dashed up the steps, the steel staircase beneath their feet groaned in complaint. But Levi and Katie did not apologize, because... Invaders, get out. A massive gear suddenly burst from the wall, slamming down toward Levi. Katie leapt forward, clenching her fist and striking hard, smashing the giant gear aside in one blow. Leave it to me, detective. For the two of them, there was clearly only one way to escape this strange predicament, the burly worker who was staring intently at the control console. In animation, anthropomorphized objects were very cute. Of course, this anthropomorphism did not mean turning a mobile phone into a beautiful girl, placing a keyboard on her chest, and then having the protagonist plug in a charger. Nor did it mean a white-haired refrigerator elder sister feeding you drinks while also cooking meals for you. Although that was also interesting, it was not suitable for children to watch. But those teacups, teapots, chairs, tables and such that grew eyes and mouths, could speak, and could walk, whenever they appeared in animation, they were always filled with innocence and fun. But in reality... Hey, yeah. Katie swung a punch, smashing the chair that lunged at her into scrap, while she herself rammed forward headfirst, crashing open the tightly shut door. At the same time, Levi swung his hand as if playing baseball, smashing the cup flying from behind into fragments with his stick. The latter let out a pained wail before falling silent completely. If this scene were in animation, Levi and Katie would simply look like terrifying killers mercilessly smashing those cute, soul-bearing objects into pieces. But as far as Levi was concerned, he had a headache. These things were simply too noisy. Anyone with children knew, when kids got noisy, even a single one could be unbearable. 2 or 3 shrieking at once would make one's ears buzz, and if it was a whole crowd, it turned into a sonic weapon, enough to be fatal. Levi even felt his ears ringing so much now that he could not even hear what Katie was shouting. Perhaps because this monster was condensed from children's nursery rhymes, the behavior of these objects was almost no different from that of children. When they saw strangers, they would hop and jump around, desperately trying to stop Levi and Katie from moving forward. Whether they themselves were hit, or their companions were struck down, they would scream sharp enough to pierce eardrums. And even if they did not attack, they still screamed. Some objects, upon hearing others scream, would also start screaming. If sound could kill, Levi and Katie would already have been torn to pieces. But even now, just hearing their screams, Levi felt his brain being tortured to death. Who? Levi panted as he followed behind Katie. His stamina was not great to begin with, and although Katie blocked most of the object's attacks, making his role theoretically easier, the endless shrieking had nearly broken him down. "Detective sir, how much farther?" "Just above." Hearing Katie's question, Levi gritted his teeth and once again used soul sight to scan, confirming the position of the red glow. Then he lifted his leg and ran upwards. What was up there? As Levi climbed, he recalled the memory of using puppets for a carpet search. This bridge tower was 15 stories high. They were already at the 12th, heading to the 13th. And on this floor, what was it again? Right, he remembered the engineer saying, for safety, and also for defense. Careful. As the two stepped onto the 13th floor stairs, just as Katie was about to rush out, Levi grabbed her collar and yanked her back. Almost at the same moment, with the sound of da-da-da-da-da, gunfire blazed, bullets striking the wall, scorching it black. If Levi had not pulled her back in time, Katie would have been turned into minced meat. Intruders. Don't come closer. Pressing himself against the wall, Levi carefully peeked ahead. At the corridor's end, a heavy machine gun stood proudly, aiming at them with a fierce expression. Why is there a gun here? Katie shrieked. Though she could smash through a wall with one punch, that did not mean she could block bullets with her body. If she got shot, she would still die. They say it was designed as an anti-air weapon, so they installed it. Of course, why it's here, you'd better ask the designer directly. As Levi spoke, the machine gun reloaded by itself, aiming forward again. Leave here, intruders. Or I'll shoot you into pieces. This thing could reload itself. More outrageous than artificial intelligence. So this was the final barrier. Levi quietly drew his revolver and judged the distance. Katie. What is it? If you can get close to that machine gun, can you throw it out? I can. You can. Levi only caught a glimpse, but the thing looked much like an ordinary cannon, 2 giant wheels, front armor, and a gun barrel. It had to weigh dozens if not hundreds of kilograms. I'll try to rush over and control it, then you come in. Understand? Got it, detective sir. Be careful. Katie nodded, reminding him. The passage was extremely narrow, if the machine gun fired, Levi would have nowhere to dodge, just be shredded. I'll do my best. Levi locked his gaze on the corridor, taking a deep breath. The problem was, he had to rush across nearly 100 meters of corridor without being riddled with bullets. And the corridor was so narrow it only fit one person, no place to dodge. And this was an anti-air gun, the bullet's power. Although now it looked as cute as a Disney character, if its bullets hit his body, he would definitely not become as cute as in a cartoon. Levi inhaled deeply, then sprinted forward. Intruder. Repel him. The boy-like voice rang out again, like a child playing a war game. But the gunfire that followed was no game. Eye of the Reaper. Time slowed before Levi's eyes. He could see the storm of bullets flying toward him. Were these bullets anthropomorphized too? He did not care. He only stepped forward, plunging into the swaying shadows. Cold, pitch-black shadows surged like a tide, swallowing his body. The next moment, Levi emerged at the edge of the darkness, bullets whistling past him, burning pain grazing his arm. Then he vanished into shadows again. Once. Twice. The third time Levi emerged, he was beside the machine gun, grabbing it. You. The moment he gripped the barrel, searing heat burned his hand. He clenched his teeth, twisting the machine gun desperately, while the latter struggled like a disobedient husky, trying to break free. Let go of me, you bad guy. Big bad guy. Let go. Katie. While forcing the barrel away from the corridor, Levi shouted. Katie rushed forward at once, seized the machine gun's wheel, and lifted it high. Smash it here. Levi pointed at a wall nearby. To the eye, it looked no different from the others. But through soul sight, Levi saw something inside flashing red. Hi-ya! Katie cried out, smashing the machine gun into the wall. In her hands, the heavy weapon became a hammer, blasting open a huge hole. The machine gun twisted and deformed, turning into lifeless scrap. At the same time, the red glow inside the wall vanished. Silence fell instantly. The noisy, soul-like objects all shut their mouths, motionless, as if they had never moved. It's over. No, one more. Levi looked out the window. The opposite tower had noticed, its glowing eyes turning toward them. We have to do this again. Even Katie was exhausted, nearly unable to run. No need. Levi flexed his wrist. Give me the model. All right. Katie handed over the model. Levi placed his hand on it, staring at the opposite tower, then raised his hand. The tower they were in moved again, its auxiliary bridges lifting high like arms, fists clenched. You bullies. As the opposite tower screamed, Levi thrust his right hand forward. The auxiliary bridge smashed into the opposite tower, piercing it through. The screaming stopped. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tower shook. With the death of both bridge towers, something had changed. The river roared, and the towers began collapsing like a villain's lair at the end of a movie. What do we do now? Do you need to ask? Levi opened a window, looked at the raging river, clenched his teeth. Jump. He grabbed Katie, leaping out. Wind howled past, then a massive impact struck from below, as the icy river swallowed them. Levi felt himself sinking and floating, unable to tell directions, only keeping his eyes shut as the current tossed him and Katie around. The river grew colder, heavier, suffocating, until finally, the end. Hoo-ah. Levi burst from the surface, gasping, looking around. The bright Imperial Bridge, the noisy shouts, the clear surroundings, all told Levi, they were back. When Levi and Katie, drenched, returned to the bridge control room, it was still in chaos. How could this be? Why no results? Impossible, there must be something wrong. The burly engineer shouted in fury, his face red, veins bulging. Seeing Levi, he finally calmed, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Levi. If not for your proposal, we wouldn't have known this tower bridge had such a grave problem. We must find the source of the issue and fix it at once. Then come with me." Levi crooked a finger at him. The engineer froze. "Mr. Levi. Didn't you say you wanted the source? Just follow me." If it were anyone else, the burly engineer would have scoffed. But Levi had just proved with his own experience the bridge's dangers. Though confused, the engineer followed Levi out of the control room, taking the lift to the 13th floor. Levi led them through the corridor to the central room, pointing at a wall against the tower's inner side. "Break it open." But. Break it. The engineer still hesitated. Henry could not wait, he swung his hammer at the wall. Bang! 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 Soon the other workers joined in. Levi and Katie stood silently beside Anthony, watching. "Detective sir, what do you think is inside?" Wrapped in a warm coat, Katie widened her eyes. On the other side, Tower Bridge, she had smashed only a hole, seeing nothing inside, or so she thought. "You'll know soon enough." Levi's face was grave. Nursery rhymes, the anthropomorphized towers, the childlike objects, he could already guess what was hidden. Bang! Henry struck again, breaking a huge hole. At once, several skulls rolled out like flowing water. Eek! Katie cried out in fright. Levi stepped closer, examining carefully. Small in shape, about 3 to 5 years old. Having reached an answer, Levi sighed quietly, then looked to Anthony. "Send men to smash the same wall in the other tower. Then bury these remains. Our task is done." He spoke calmly, bang, bang, bang. From outside came the faint sounds of ceremonial cannons, yet Levi only sat in his chair, looking utterly lazy. Although today was the inauguration ceremony of the Imperial Bridge, as well as the unveiling of the Empire's strongest warship, for Levi, there was nothing worth watching. After all, he really was too lazy to bother. Once he had taken out all those skulls, Levi's work was reduced to merely wrapping things up, which was not difficult in itself. After all, the issue of the Imperial Bridge being sabotaged was extremely serious. Following interrogations of the workers and engineers who had been responsible at that time, the origins of those skulls were finally revealed. How should it be put? If Levi were to judge, it was indeed rather creative. At first, everyone thought that the murderer had taken advantage of a moment's carelessness, stuffed the corpses inside, then sealed up the wall. But Levi immediately dismissed this speculation. The reason was simple: if one directly buried corpses inside, they could not have turned into bare bones so quickly. Moreover, if the bodies had rotted, the stench would have been overpowering and easily detected by the workers. After all, apart from construction, a building still required interior decoration, furniture arrangement, all sorts of wiring and configuration, countless troublesome matters, and it was not always the same group of workers handling them. If corpses had simply been stuffed inside, they would have been discovered easily. The investigation confirmed Levi's judgment. According to the workers who had built it, that section had indeed been sealed for a time, but the explanation given was that the Holy Lord Church wished to bless the Tower Bridge, requiring a blessing ritual on that wall. Therefore, only priests of the church had been present. That solved the problem. Through interrogating the priests of the Holy Lord Church, the truth about the skulls finally came to light. In fact, it was quite simple. The church was in charge of managing cemeteries, and cemeteries abounded with corpses, particularly those of children who had tragically died young. Others might not know where to find them, but for priests overseeing the churches, it was perfectly clear. Relying on the mountain to eat from the mountain, relying on the water to eat from the water, the church simply relied on the graveyard. There was no need to kill anyone, they only had to gather a batch of skulls of 4- or 5-year-old children, bury them in the wall, and the matter was done. The others also had not gone to watch the ceremony in person. Although attendance was by numbered seats, ordinary citizens outside were not prohibited from watching. But clearly, like Levi, no one was interested in squeezing into the packed crowds, so they all idled away their time in the editorial department's lounge. Hearing the cannon fire outside, Henry frowned, his face dark. Never expected those bastards to commit such vile acts. They'll never be forgiven. Don't worry. Those guys are as good as dead. Lounging on the sofa, Anthony yawned. Desecrating corpses is a capital crime. For clergy to abuse their duties is an even greater sin. Once the ceremony ends and the foreign representatives leave, we'll soon see their corpses swinging from the gallows. Will the ceremony go smoothly? Katie propped her chin in both hands, staring blankly out the window, murmuring to herself. Hearing her words, Anthony shuddered. My lady, best not to say that. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. If it doesn't, we're finished. But since the boss already guaranteed no problems, it should be fine, right? Speaking, Anthony turned toward Levi, eyes filled with expectation. Should be. Levi nodded. After clearing all the skulls hidden in the walls, to be safe, he and Katie had sailed through again. This time everything went smoothly, without incident. As for what happened in the other world, Levi simply wrote up a report and submitted it. Whether they believed it or not was their problem. In any case, he had done his part. Would trouble arise again? Who knew? That was also one reason Levi and the others had gathered here. If something did happen, they could rush to the scene immediately. Hopefully, nothing would happen. Levi sipped his tea while fiddling with the system before him. This mission had not only been highly dangerous, but its puzzle-solving aspect was also exceptionally tricky. Levi had not expected the clue to come from a nursery rhyme, and he had almost been ready to pack up and flee. Moreover, the enemy this time was far more terrifying than before, harder to fight. Levi had never imagined he would one day battle against characters out of a Disney animation. If not for Katie being such a powerful MT, with only his meager skills, it would have been tough to handle. But effort and reward were proportional. Mission chasing secrets complete. Time spent, S. Investigation efficiency, S. Impact, S. Overall evaluation, SSS. Lifespan plus 150, bonus plus 50. His total lifespan days now exceeded 500, about a year and a half. Life was becoming ever more leisurely. Acquired extra skill, trace inspection, LV1. This trace inspection, when Levi tried it, turned out to be much like the great detectives in detective novels. Just like Holmes, with a glance he could know what the other person did. From footprints he could tell whether one was male or female, how tall, gender, whether walking calmly or in haste. And so on. Not only that, the knowledge of how such conclusions were derived would surface in Levi's mind, rather than simply spitting out a result with a process, omitted. Otherwise, that would have been troublesome. For Levi, this skill was extremely useful. Furthermore, it was one of only 2 skills he possessed that did not consume lifespan. Of course, like Puppeteer, its proficiency improved very slowly. And at this current level, Levi could only obtain the most basic information. To sweep one glance and uncover someone's entire household register like Holmes, that he still could not do. But it was fine. This skill was easy to practice, he could just keep it on and observe people anytime, anywhere. Mystery resistance plus 20%. Another boost to his mystery resistance. Excellent. If it eventually reached 100%, then he would never again fear magical curses or the like. But he was still vulnerable to physical attacks. Next came the ever-popular plus skill time. Shooting skill increased. Piercing shot / ricochet shot / burst shot. This was Levi's first true offensive skill, so he carefully examined the descriptions to decide his future path. Piercing shot specialized in armor penetration and breaching, perfect for ambushes, breaking through armor or walls. Ricochet shot was akin to billiards, bullets bouncing and colliding to alter trajectory, achieving effects like "my bullet can turn a corner" or "one bullet hitting several people," straight out of movies. Burst shot, simply put, emptying the magazine in one go for massive damage. Even a pistol could achieve the effect of a shotgun. Among the 3, Levi immediately discarded burst shot. Not that it lacked power, in fact, with his Eye of the Reaper, combined with burst shot, his one-turn damage would skyrocket, possibly hitting 99999 like in a game. The reason he refused it was simple. The skill consumed too many bullets. Levi calculated, to supply burst shot with enough ammo, he would have to lug around a full ammo box daily like a Saint Seiya. What nonsense. Reality was not a game. One could not possibly carry hundreds of bullets at all times. For a soldier like Henry, maybe, but Levi was a detective. He could hardly walk around armed to the teeth with endless ammunition every day. What would that even look like? Similarly, Levi rejected piercing shot. For breaching walls or armor, he could simply ask Benjamin to procure stronger armor-piercing rounds. If technology could solve it, why waste precious skill points? Thus, Levi ultimately chose ricochet shot. His reasoning was simple. First, he could shoot like billiards, bullets bouncing around corners. That meant he could kill an enemy hiding just around the wall without exposing himself. Second, reality was not a game. It was not that pistols were too weak to kill. In real life, anyone grazed by a bullet would not just lose HP, but would collapse, screaming in agony. Used well, ricochet shot could disable a whole group with a single bullet. Its cost-effectiveness and deterrence were maxed out. The only drawback was that although ricochet shot did not consume lifespan, it could not be upgraded. It was simply an advanced technique, its range and power depending on the bullet itself. What Levi had gained was merely the method of using it, a small flaw. Then came the familiar skill level +1. This mission had truly been a feast, worth every drop of blood spilled against the Imperial Bridge. Without hesitation, Levi invested the point into Puppeteer, raising it to LV3. During the battle at the Imperial Bridge, he had relied on Puppeteer, manipulating the bridge through its model to finally bring it down. Having tasted its benefits, Levi decided to continue down this path to the end. Finally. Well. Levi silently looked at Soul Fragment +2, speechless. Without asking, he knew these came from destroying the two cores of the Imperial Bridge. His ring had once again stolen them while he wasn't looking. But what exactly were these soul fragments for? The system still gave no answer. Woo-woo. Just then, a loud steam whistle echoed from afar. Hearing it, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They knew it meant the battleship had successfully passed through the Imperial Bridge, saluting with its horn. This also meant the ceremony had ended successfully. The Imperial Bridge had not collapsed, the Queen was safe, all was well. All right. Levi casually dismissed the system, stood up, and picked up his hat. Everyone, go back and rest. We're no longer needed. At last, he could finally rest properly. After this, Levi more or less began living the life of a detective as seen on television. And what was a detective's life on television like? Drinking, though Levi did not drink, reading newspapers, and horse racing. Only, Levi was not watching horse racing, but car racing. Human beings were naturally fond of competition and contests, everything was like that, and steam cars were naturally no exception. Moreover, since this was the very first time steam cars appeared in this world, there was still no unified standard. Thus, the steam cars that appeared on the racetrack came in every possible shape and form. For Levi, this counted as a rather interesting pastime. This was not to say that MI7 had nothing to do during this period. On the one hand, after the Imperial Bridge case, Levi and the others were granted leave. On the other hand, MI7 also needed to train other squads. It was impossible for Levi alone to investigate all the mysterious cases in Mist City and even the Empire. Therefore, according to Levi's own classification, some cases that did not seem particularly dangerous were handed over to other squads to handle. Of course, there was good news and bad news. Although others did not have Levi's system, the principle of physical exorcism was the same. With the support of weapons like silver bullets and incendiaries, the other squads also eliminated some cases involving ghosts or evil spirits. However, in nearly every case there were casualties, and sometimes entire squads were wiped out. But this was considered a necessary sacrifice, something unavoidable. As for the Imperial Bridge case, Levi was rewarded handsomely, £3,000 in bounty. Much less than when it was the courtesan killer, but not unexpected. After all, the circumstances then could not be compared to now. Besides, Levi was now inside the system, with many benefits hidden within political treatment. If he had still been just an independent detective, perhaps the other side might have even given him £10,000, it would not have been impossible. That would, of course, have included hush money. Which would not have been so easy to take. Levi sat leisurely in the VIP grandstand, sipping tea, listening to the roar of the steam cars and the noisy cheers below. He picked up a small telescope from the tray beside him and looked toward the starting line of the track. There, all sorts of strange and bizarre steam cars were lined up in place. Yes, truly bizarre, every kind imaginable. For example, Levi spotted one, Racer, that was basically a fishing boat with four wheels mounted underneath and even a sail hung up top, as if it intended to accelerate not only with steam but with wind power as well. But the other steam cars were not much better. Most of them were the size of trucks, and some had 6 pairs of heavy wheels. What exactly they were for, who knew? There was even a car like the skeleton of a fish stripped of its flesh, just a bare frame, with almost nothing but the steam engine, having abandoned even the car shell, its whole design emphasizing lightness. It was truly a case of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own powers. Levi leaned back against the chair, stretching comfortably. Let him see how the racing of this world fared. But in fact, Levi did not watch for long. By the time he returned home, it was still only mid-afternoon. "You're back, master." Irene, who had been wiping down the furniture, saw Levi step out of the lift and hurried over to greet him. "How was the racing?" "Nothing worth watching." Levi sighed. Right at the start, one of the cars charged straight out, apparently unable to turn, and slammed into the grandstand, exploding. Then it was nothing but boring chaos and screaming. Luckily no one died. Crude development, indeed, but this was far too crude. Not to mention the other cars that then crashed into each other in a chain reaction, filling the entire racetrack with thick steam until it resembled a giant bathhouse. Levi decided next time he had better go watch horse racing instead, at least it was popular and entertaining, and not nearly so dangerous. Uncle Hank just sent word, he says your car is nearly finished. Do you want to go take a look? It's done already. Levi patted his head. He had not expected Uncle Hank to work so fast. But thinking it over, it was not strange. The steam cars of this era were nothing like the complex vehicles of later generations, big, bulky, and simple. His only requirements had been about the exterior, nothing too complicated beyond that. For experts in steam technology, it should not have been too difficult. Yes. After lunch, we'll go see it. An hour later, after a hearty meal, Levi took Irene and once again headed to the steam factory on Iron Anvil Road. Uncle Hank was already waiting there. I have to say, your ideas really are quite interesting. Seeing Levi, Uncle Hank greeted him with a broad smile and led him into the factory. We had to put in quite a bit of effort to make the design you wanted work. Of course, it may not be exactly as you imagined. As he spoke, the three arrived in front of the warehouse. Uncle Hank pushed the door open wide, revealing the steam car parked inside. Wow! Irene could not help but exclaim, and Levi also raised his brows in surprise. When Levi had drawn several car shapes for Uncle Hank, it was just to see which they could build. Levi had thought they would choose something convenient and simple. But unexpectedly, the vehicle before him went beyond his expectations. How to describe it? Compared to modern sci-fi style sports cars, this one displayed obvious characteristics of the steam age, solid iron and steel. The body was geometric, with the two front wheels nearly fused together, encased within the flanks of the car's nose. Behind, the vehicle was supported by two wheels, each only slightly smaller than the body itself. It was somewhat reminiscent of Batman's Batmobile. How is it? Impressive, isn't it? Seeing Levi's surprised expression, Uncle Hank grew excited and patted the car. To make this vehicle, we put in a great deal of effort and came up with many ideas. According to Uncle Hank, they had balanced aesthetics with practicality and performance, and thus ended up with this design. They used two massive articulated arms to create a strong front suspension and fitted the front with heavy wide tires. For the rear, they coupled two large tires together on each side, creating a 2x2 rear wheel structure. This way, even in the wilderness, if one tire deflated, it would not matter much. As for power, Uncle Hank had used the latest compressed power steam engine, equipped with 2x2 high-pressure gas cylinders on either side. The latest compressed power steam engine was small in size but had a very practical feature. Not only could it drive using steam to pressurize the cylinders, but once the gas inside ran out, it could also reverse the process, using a pump to refill the cylinders with steam generated from combustion. This meant that even if Levi's car ran out of gas on the road, he need not worry. As long as there was coal essence, he could simply find a lake or river, pour water into the tank, generate steam, refill the cylinders, and set off again. Of course, this took time, at least a full day to refill one high-pressure cylinder with coal essence and water. If using wood or similar fuel instead of coal essence, the efficiency was even worse, perhaps 2 or 3 days. Indeed, coal essence was the very reason this world had developed steam power to such an extent. Levi had already been in this world for a while. If there was one thing it had that his original world did not, it was coal essence. A single piece the size of a fingernail, with water, could power a 3 to 4 meter tall mech at full capacity for over 2 days. Even gasoline probably could not achieve that efficiency. What was the principle behind this? Unfortunately, Levi had never studied science, so he had no idea. Moreover, this world's technological tree had branched in strange directions. Perhaps because everything here was steam-driven, vibration and shaking were common. As a result, anti-shock technology was highly advanced. For instance, this car of Levi's drove smoothly, almost silky. Even over bumpy terrain, it easily kept balance with hardly any jolting sensation. And the interior design of the car was quite peculiar. Because the vehicle was V-shaped, narrow in front and wide in back, the driver's seat at the front stood alone, while the second row had 2 seats. Of course, as part of the steam engine system, between these 2 seats was a heated platform, for making tea or keeping food warm. Not only that, but the chassis was also fitted with hot water pipes, much like northern heating systems in apartments. In winter, the valve could be opened to warm the whole car. In summer, of course, it would be closed. On top of this, Uncle Hank and his team had even designed a car air conditioner per Levi's request. Though rather than a real air conditioner, it resembled the water-blowing fans Levi had seen in his childhood, a rectangular box with a tank at the back. Fill it with water, flip the switch, and air mixed with moisture blew out. Calling it an air conditioner was generous, it was really just a water-cooled fan. But never mind, as long as it worked. With all this, who needed bicycles? Very good, very good. After driving the car around outside and returning, Levi could not praise it enough. I'm very satisfied. You all did an excellent job. That's good to hear. But, The previously straightforward Uncle Hank now looked a little hesitant and embarrassed as he glanced at Levi. "Mr. Levi, if possible, could I ask a favor of you?" "What is it?" "We." Uncle Hank looked at Levi, then at Irene, before gritting his teeth. "I hope you can cooperate with us." "Cooperate?" "Yes." Uncle Hank nodded seriously. "Your designs match the current trends perfectly. We believe that if we manufacture according to them, we can completely dominate the steam car market in Mist City, perhaps even the Empire itself." As said before, steam car manufacturing in the Empire was still in a crude, chaotic stage. If a fishing boat with 4 wheels could appear on a racetrack, what more could one expect? But this was normal. After all, this was the very first time steam cars had appeared in this world. Everyone was still exploring, what did a steam car truly need? What was unnecessary? Which functions were essential? Which could be removed? Which were feasible? Which were impossible? No one knew. That was why so many bizarre steam cars appeared on the market. Each steam tech company hoped the public would accept its own standards, but that was clearly not an easy thing. Levi did not understand car design, his knowledge of cars was limited to plain need for speed. But at least he knew what cars required. Wipers, seatbelts, air conditioning. These were not present at a car's birth, but gradually appeared later. Having experienced the complete state of modern cars, Levi might not know all the parts, but he understood the functions, at least most of the common ones. During the process of building Levi's requested car, Hank had grown more and more excited. He had keenly realized that this was a great opportunity. If he could cooperate with Levi, his steam cars would definitely win market recognition. But before that, "You want me to invest, don't you?" Levi understood Hank's meaning. He did not know steam technology, but he did understand the market Hank described. If successful, wealth would flow endlessly. This world did have patents, but Levi's ideas were not enough for that, he had only sketched shells and described functions. It was Uncle Hank and his men who used their ingenuity to realize them. So why didn't they go it alone, but instead sought him out? Because they had no money. Yes, £1,000. The initial investment needs at least that much. In return, we can offer you 45% shares and dividends. Levi pondered. £1,000 was not too much for him now. Besides, the Empire was at the peak of the steam revolution, success was very likely. And if Hank grew bigger and stronger, that would also benefit Levi. Having a professional mechanical team for support was necessary, since MI7 could not possibly provide everything he wanted. "All right. Bring me the contract, I'll have someone review it." Levi agreed decisively. Uncle Hank clenched his fists excitedly at the reply, letting out a low cheer. Then he suddenly thought of something and quickly turned to Levi. "Oh, Mr. Levi, would you like to give this car a name?" "A name, huh?" Levi frowned. That was indeed a tough question. Should it be called Knight Rider? Or Mark V? In this era, investment was also high risk and high return. However, for Levi, leaving money in the bank was useless. Previously, he had put part of it into a trust fund, collecting dividends. Just in time, another sum had been transferred down from above, so Levi planned to invest it into Uncle Hank's factory. Of course, he did not invest directly. First, he used his own ability to investigate the company thoroughly. After all, as a man of MI7, if he wanted to check the operations and finances of a company, it was a matter of a single word. The result was not bad. Judging from the financial situation, Uncle Hank's Kelida steam machinery craft had fairly normal cash flow, just not making much profit. That was normal. Similar to the tide of private ventures in the 80s and 90s, everyone wanted to go into business and become a big boss, but in truth, very few managed to run large companies. The rest either struggled to survive or shut down and left. This, Kelida steam machinery craft, was one of those currently struggling to survive. After all, its business scope basically overlapped with surrounding shops, and it relied almost entirely on returning customers for support. Most of the time, it survived by doing mechanical modification and repair work. But right now, most steam machinery shops were like this too, offering car repair, modification, and building all in one, a rough and ready kind of development. However, in a few years, things would inevitably become more standardized. Such street-side workshop businesses could not last forever. Uncle Hank clearly understood this as well, so he wanted to seize this opportunity to come ashore. Of course, without money, it would not work. They had the skills, they had the people, but they did not have the money. So Uncle Hank had no choice but to turn to Levi. After all, someone who could hand over several £100s without blinking, naturally, was a thigh worth holding onto tightly. Through Inspector Lestrade, Levi found a reliable law firm, and finally signed a contract. Levi invested £800, obtaining 38% of the shares. Basically, he was only there to take dividends, not responsible for daily operations. Levi had no objections, after all, he did not understand this business anyway. While Levi was busy with his side venture, great waves of change were also sweeping through the empire. Levi had never met the Queen, so he did not know what she thought of the Imperial Bridge incident. But judging from the follow-up actions, it was clear the Queen had already resolved to deal with the Church. Not long after the opening ceremony ended, newspapers quickly ran front-page headlines condemning the Holy Lord Church, naturally including the matter of secretly misusing corpses. Several church priests and pastors were executed publicly. But that was not enough. Her Majesty the Queen clearly did not intend to stop at executing a few small fries. She directly tied the matter to the Holy Lord Church itself, accusing the Church of violating faith. She further declared that the Imperial Church would no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Holy See in Mulan, and officially designated the Puritan sect as the Empire's state religion. Put plainly, the Queen believed the Holy Lord Church headquarters' faith was impure, disloyal, and unorthodox. Well, they had it coming. After all, as a church pastor, you dug graves and desecrated corpses, and those pastors even claimed it was an order from headquarters. Who would believe you still held pure faith? So the Queen directly and publicly declared, "We no longer recognize the legitimacy of the Holy See, because our empire's national church is the true Holy Lord Church." And the Queen's words were not just empty rhetoric. After all, the original doctrine of the Holy Lord Church developed alongside Emperor Arthur. The empire itself was the birthplace of the Church's doctrine. As the empire's ruler, she indeed had the right to point at the Holy See's nose and accuse them of being disloyal and unorthodox. Levi later read through the Puritan sect's doctrine as well, and found that these people really did have some skill. Historically, Emperor Arthur had very close ties with the Holy Lord Church, and since he was recognized by the Church as the Son of God, many aspects of spreading the Church's doctrine could not avoid him. So the Puritan sect seized this point, tightly binding their doctrine to Emperor Arthur and the Empire. In this way, the Holy Lord Church was not just a belief, but also a form of patriotic spirit and expression. If previously the Holy Lord Church's missionary work focused on universal truths, deliberately downplaying the connection between Emperor Arthur, the Empire, and the religion, then the Puritan sect went the opposite way, strengthening the spread of faith with nationalism and patriotism. Well, that was religion. Fighting for discourse power was common, nothing strange. At least from the news reports, Levi could see that within the Empire there had always been localists and pro-Holy See factions. The Holy See faction, to emphasize the authority of the Church, deliberately downplayed the existence and achievements of the Empire's father, Emperor Arthur. The localists, in turn, saw this as a deliberate suppression, a twisting of right and wrong, a blasphemous act. Put in more local terms, the Holy See faction said, "Our Holy See says your Emperor Arthur is the Son of God, so he is the Son of God. If we did not recognize him, he would be nothing." But the localists said, "Who cares whether your Holy See recognizes him or not? Emperor Arthur is the Son of God. You, as mere mortals, dare to deny the divine. That is the utmost blasphemy." So in the end, the two sides butted heads. Previously, the Holy See faction held greater power, so the localists could not resist. But now, with the Queen backing them, naturally they would beat the dog that fell into the water. Several times when Levi passed by churches, he saw priests at the gates preaching the so-called true doctrine. Nothing more than, "Our Emperor Arthur is the mightiest." The Holy See's blindness to this is blasphemy. Yes, it was immediately clear which faction these believers belonged to. And their preaching was rather effective. After all, everyone was a citizen of the Empire, and the sense of imperial honor was strong. To praise Emperor Arthur was to praise the Empire, and to praise themselves. Of course, everyone liked that. Although we were not the descendants of God, we were still citizens of a nation founded by the Son of God. With a long history and civilization, compared to those bumpkins in savage lands, we were far superior. In such circumstances, the Empire easily took over all churches within its territory. Of course, there were dissenters, but once the Puritan sect bound faith with patriotism, anyone opposing it now had to face the question, do you love the Holy See, or do you love the Empire? Well, that was deadly. Levi had little to say about it. After all, Her Majesty surely had her reasons. Even if Levi had opinions, it would not matter. With his identity and status, it was not his place to offer the Queen advice. All he could do was take things one step at a time, and see how it developed. But just because Levi had no opinion on the Queen, did not mean the Queen had no opinion on him. He had barely enjoyed a few comfortable days before the old butler summoned him back to MI7. "This time, I have a very important mission for you." The old butler's face was serious, his expression grave. This was personally designated by Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty personally designated it. Levi had to admit, this answer surprised him. He had not expected the Queen herself to point him out to investigate a case, which meant this commission would not be easy. "Yes." The old butler nodded, then after a brief silence, asked. "Do you know of the Baskerville family in the Delicat region?" "I've heard of them, but not familiar. They are nobles, of high status, long trusted by the royal family. But within the family, there has always been a strange matter. The head of the Baskerville family, once past his 38th birthday, would disappear." Disappear? Levi could not help but be surprised by this answer. That's right. The first case was more than half a century ago. At the time, Baskerville the Elder held a hunting trip after his birthday banquet, and never returned. His servants searched privately, finding only his horse. Since beast tracks were left nearby, everyone believed Sir Baskerville had accidentally provoked a wolf pack while hunting, and was killed. If it had ended there, it could have been dismissed as a tragic accident. But afterward, the second Baskerville, the son of the Elder, also vanished after his birthday. But unlike his father, the younger Baskerville did not go hunting. After his birthday banquet, he simply returned to his room to rest. According to servants' testimony, the next morning when they went to wake him, they found he had vanished. Meanwhile, his wife lay on the bed a mangled corpse. And on the blood-soaked floor remained beast tracks, as if a beast had entered. In fact, the police investigating then also believed a hungry wolf had entered the room, killed Lady Baskerville, and taken away the younger Baskerville. But the problem was, the two of them lived on the third floor, and no one had ever heard of wolves climbing walls. I haven't either. Levi muttered a complaint, fully attentive to the old butler's words now. His focus sharpened completely. He had to admit, these two disappearances were indeed bizarre, full of supernatural and unscientific elements. The old butler sighed helplessly. Not only that. After the second Baskerville vanished, a local rumor arose, claiming the Baskerville family was cursed. Every missing head was dragged to hell by a demon hound, and no one could save them. That saying really does sound a bit suspicious. Hearing the rumor, Levi immediately became more alert. Based on his experience, once rumors were involved, things could really become hard to define. And just a few days ago, the third Baskerville reached his 38th birthday. To prevent another disappearance, the local police provided close protection that day. But the result? No need to say it, surely another failure. Otherwise the Queen would not have sent him to investigate. Your mission is to uncover the truth, and to protect the heir of the Baskerville family. This is the last surviving bloodline of the Baskervilles. Her Majesty's order is, under no circumstances can the Baskerville bloodline be allowed to end. You must uncover the truth. All right, I understand. What else could Levi say? Besides, he was indeed interested in this case. By the way, will Miss Katie go with me? Miss Katie will not leave Mist City. The old butler paused before answering. This time, you will have to go alone. All right. Without his excellent MT, it seemed Levi would have to figure things out himself again. Before the troops moved, provisions always came first. For Levi, the very first thing he naturally needed to do was gather intelligence. After some investigation, Levi finally discovered why Her Majesty the Queen cared so much about the Baskerville family. The reason was not complicated, because the Baskerville family were descendants of one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table who had once followed Emperor Arthur. No wonder. In fact, the origin of the Knights of the Round Table was quite legendary. When Emperor Arthur first rose, he wanted to unify the world. Knowing he could not accomplish it alone, he sought out the 12 most famous heroes of that time, subdued them, and brought them under his command. As for the process, well, it was more or less like an RPG. Something like, a hero needed companions to defeat the Demon King, the hero found the companions refused to join for various reasons, then the hero solved their troubles, and the companions were moved and joined the hero's ranks. That was basically the process. Emperor Arthur and the 12 Knights were no different. In the end, he successfully gathered 12 heroes, conferred knighthood upon them, and began his great endeavor to unify the continent. The ancestor of the Baskerville family was one of them. Legend said he had been an abandoned infant left in the wilderness, raised by beasts, and became king who commanded the creatures of the forest. When Emperor Arthur heard tales about him, he went to find him. After a series of contests, the Baskerville ancestor admitted Arthur was stronger than himself, and thus submitted to him, becoming Arthur's loyal knight. After Emperor Arthur unified the continent and established the Macaron Empire, he granted the Delicat region as the fiefdom of the Baskerville clan. Incidentally, among Arthur's 12 Knights of the Round Table, 6 families still held their fiefs within the empire. The other 6 knights' fiefs were either now in other countries or had long since declined and vanished into history. For the empire, maintaining the survival of these 6 knightly families symbolized its inheritance of legitimacy from the Macaron Empire. Should one of them perish, it could very well shake and endanger the legitimacy of royal authority. No wonder the Queen had entrusted Levi with this matter. After finishing his intelligence gathering, Levi drove his brand new car and put set off. Irene had wanted to accompany him, but Levi considered such tasks dangerous. Unlike Katie, Irene did not have powerful combat abilities, so in the end he left her at home. Moreover, if Levi discovered anything there, Irene could investigate further in Mist City. Thus, Levi departed alone, driving his brand new steam car, put down the road. Though the windows were hand-cranked and the seats had no adjustment function, the appearance of Levi's car was indeed eye-catching. As he drove along, it attracted many looks. In this era, steam cars still emphasized practicality, few cared about looks. But Levi's car was clearly designed for style over comfort. Whether user experience was good or not, at least its fashion sense was maxed out. Even in modern times, it would be the same, if you drove a Hongqi and someone else drove a 3-wheeled camper van, no matter if the Hongqi cost 100 times more, people's eyes would first go to the camper van. Why? Because it was rare. As for the Hongqi, no matter how understated or luxurious, to outsiders it was just a black iron box with sharp corners, nothing particularly noteworthy, right? Seeing others cast admiring, surprised, curious, even envious glances at his car, Levi felt quite proud. Though he often encountered similar situations on the street, especially with girls, that never really mattered to him. After all, that was simply because he was born with it. He had done nothing to earn it, so it was hardly worth mentioning. But this car was different. No matter what, it had been designed and built according to his own drawings. Receiving praise and recognition for it held real meaning. Though Levi wanted very much to drive around all of Mist City, he restrained his excitement, left through the southern gate, and set off on the road to the Delicat region. Put put put, put put put. In movies, supercars always leapt from 0 to 120 in a flash, but unfortunately Levi's car, though it looked like a supercar, had none of a supercar's speed. Strictly speaking, it was basically an old utility car wrapped in a Ferrari's shell. Cool, yes. Fast, at best, 100 kilometers per hour. Of course, this wasn't because steam cars couldn't go faster. On the racetrack some reached 200 kilometers per hour. But Levi's was for daily use, not racing. Add to that the road conditions and the lack of traffic laws, and he worried that going too fast and flying too low might end with him blowing up like some unlucky soul who couldn't turn the wheel in time. Put put put, put put put. There were few cars and few people on the road. Levi drove on swiftly, soon growing bored. This era had no radio, naturally no broadcasts. The only entertainment was a punched card music player. Levi had bought several music cards, but they were all classical pieces, making him drowsy. Truly a little boring. Holding the wheel, staring ahead, Levi's mind emptied. Out of sheer boredom, he recalled the newspaper reports he had read about the disappearance of Sir Baskerville. According to the news, on his 38th birthday Sir Baskerville invited many notable and respected guests of Delicat to his manor. Everyone knew of the Baskerville family's situation, perhaps they attended partly out of curiosity, wanting to see with their own eyes what was going on. The manor was overflowing with guests, while dozens of police officers were stationed to guard it, surrounding the place tightly. The banquet lasted into the night. Most guests left, but several of Sir Baskerville's old friends remained, playing cards with him in the recreation room. At dawn, Sir Baskerville went to the lavatory, escorted by 2 policemen, while the others waited at the card table. But he never returned. Half an hour later, a guest went to look for him. They found 2 police officers dead in his study, but Sir Baskerville himself was gone. They immediately called the guard stationed outside, but the latter claimed they had remained at their posts all night and seen nothing. The reporter clearly did not believe them. He suspected negligence, perhaps even that they had fallen asleep and failed to notice. Since the police had been solely responsible for guarding the manor, it was understandable they might wish to shirk responsibility. The rest was not worth reading, just pointless venting of emotion. Screech. Just then, Levi stomped on the brakes. His Phantom, the name he had finally given his car, better than calling it Death Steed, let out a deep growl and screeched to a halt. Not far ahead, a girl in a red cloak with a basket on her arm had fallen to the ground, staring in fear at the iron beast before her. Levi stepped out, one hand on the gun at his waist, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Highway bandits, such things existed not only in this world, but even 20 years ago in Levi's old one. One common trick was to pretend to need help, lure the driver out, then have accomplices rush in, kill the driver, steal the car and belongings. It happened often. But Levi used soul sight to sweep the area. He saw no ambush nearby. Could it really be an accident? Apologies, miss. Levi approached, lifting his hat, nodding to the girl in the red cloak. Did I frighten you? Ah. Seeing Levi, the girl's face flushed red. She quickly lowered her head in embarrassment, then took Levi's outstretched hand and stood up. Are you hurt? And no, nothing, I'm fine. Sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have run out like that. No, I shouldn't have been distracted. In fact, the girl was right. Levi had braked because she had suddenly darted out from the crossroads. Helping her up, Levi studied her carefully. She looked about 16 or 17, with brown hair and a rather cute face. She wore the long skirt common to peasant girls, with a red cloak over it. From the calluses on her hands, she clearly often did farm work, a typical countryside maiden. Why did she seem familiar somehow? Tell me, miss, what are you doing out here alone? Levi glanced around, then asked. Although the highway was open and clear, this was still the middle of nowhere. For a young girl to be out here alone was extremely unusual for the era. I was on my way to the village ahead. I'm really sorry just now. If you don't mind, why don't I give you a lift? Really? The girl was clearly surprised at his offer. Of course. I'm going to Delicat anyway, it's on the way. Truly. Hearing Levi's reply, she broke into a joyful smile. That's wonderful. The village I'm going to is in the mountains near Delicat. Could I trouble you to take me there? Of course. Levi said as he opened the car door, gesturing invitingly. The girl hesitated, glanced at the seat, then carefully sat inside. Levi returned to the car, and they set off again. Inside, the girl seemed very curious about the vehicle. Holding her basket, she kept looking around with wide eyes, as if everything were fascinating. Wow, sir, is this a steam car? That's right. Have you seen one before? I've seen a few on the roadside, but they didn't look like yours. This is the newest model, naturally different from the old ones. Levi chuckled. Indeed, having someone to talk to on the road was far more interesting. Driving alone was far too boring. Do you often go there? Sometimes. But it's so far, if not for you, sir, I'd probably arrive only by nightfall. That's dangerous. By the way, why are you going to that village? Ah, I'm visiting my grandmother. The girl spoke happily. My grandmother lives there. I'd like to live with her too, but father and mother must work at the lumberyard here, so I can only visit when I have time, bringing food and wine. She treats me so well. This red cloak was sewn by her own hands. Yes, that's truly wonderful. As Levi listened, he suddenly felt something was not quite right. Why did it all sound so familiar? Levi did not know if this world had the story of Little Red Riding Hood, but now he truly seemed to have stepped right into it himself. According to this young girl, let's just call her Little Red Riding Hood. According to what Little Red Riding Hood said, her parents worked at the logging field near Mist City, so she also lived there. Their original home was in Wolf Head Village near the Delicat Mountains, and now only her grandmother still lived there. Every rest day, Little Red Riding Hood would bring food and wine purchased by her parents from the city to visit her grandmother. Of course, since the road was long, most of the time she would ride on the vehicles transporting lumber from the logging field, and occasionally she would hitch a ride on passing carriages. But this time her luck was bad, she did not catch a ride. Normally, it would not matter if she did not go. But earlier a letter had come from Wolf Head Village saying that her grandmother was sick, so her family was worried. Therefore, even though she had not caught a carriage, Little Red Riding Hood still decided to visit her grandmother. As for why she suddenly rushed onto the road at that time, it was because while walking along the roadside, Little Red Riding Hood felt as if there was some kind of beast nearby. The bushes suddenly rustled, which frightened her into running out onto the road. Along the way, Levi and Little Red Riding Hood chatted quite a bit. Using the routine questioning techniques he had learned from Inspector Lestrade, Levi had already figured her out completely. Clearly, she was just an ordinary girl. At least for now, there seemed to be nothing special about her. But this Little Red Riding Hood and Wolf Head Village. To call it coincidence would be far too much of a coincidence. In any case, he would know once he went and saw for himself. Levi's steam car was certainly faster than Little Red Riding Hood's 2 legs. By about afternoon, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly stretched out her hand excitedly, pointing outside the window. Ah, over there, sir, that is the road leading to Wolf Head Village. Levi followed the direction of her finger. At the side of the asphalt road, there was a bumpy dirt path, still showing the accumulated ruts of carriages. Levi turned the steering wheel, driving from the asphalt road into this country path. As the Phantom drove into the path, Levi only felt slight jolts, not too serious. It seemed that the shock absorption technology in this world was actually quite good. Levi drove deeper into the forest for about 10 minutes, and then a village appeared before his eyes. Compared to the jungle of reinforced concrete that was Mist City, this place seemed much more primitive and backward. As far as the eye could see, every house was built from stone and wood. Encircling the village was a ring of wooden walls. If someone said he had traveled to the Middle Ages, Levi would believe it. But it was not so strange. Even in his own world, there were still isolated villages living in backward poverty. Aside from having water and electricity, they were not much different from here. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Levi slammed on the brakes, stopping the Phantom. Immediately, several men appeared at the village gate holding hunting rifles, raising them and aiming at Levi's car. Stop! What is this thing? Is there anyone inside? It's Uncle Hunter. Sir, please let me out, I will explain everything to them. Seeing those men, Little Red Riding Hood quickly spoke. Levi raised his brows, then opened the car door and stepped out. When the door rose open, the farmers grew even more tense. They raised their rifles, staring at the door, and then saw a figure step out. Bang! A gunshot rang again. Before those farmers could react, they felt a powerful impact strike them. Before they could respond, the rifles in their hands clattered one after another onto the ground. I would ask you not to point your guns at my car. Levi calmly raised the persuader in his hand. This is a new car. A scratch on it would be most unfortunate. In that instant, the atmosphere became tense. Levi narrowed his eyes at the villagers blocking him, while they were stunned by that sudden strike, not knowing what to do. But Levi was not going to give them a chance to pick up their guns again. If they dared move, he would let them taste Ricochet's shot once more. But honestly, this skill was truly useful. Holding his gun, Levi secretly marveled. Just now, when he activated Ricochet's shot, a clear ballistic trajectory had appeared before his eyes, where the bullet would fly, what it would hit, where it would bounce. Everything was laid out clearly at a glance. That last shot had first struck the barrel of the rifle in the left hunter's hands, then bounced to hit the barrel of the middle hunter's rifle, knocking it aside, then deflected downwards into the ground, before leaping up again to strike the third hunter's rifle grip. That was how he had managed to disarm 3 people with 1 shot. If nothing else, this move was perfect for showing off. Seeing the wary eyes of the villagers fixed on him, Levi smiled inwardly with pride. He did not naturally look very intimidating, and often people mistook him for a weak, powerless pretty boy. But now, Uncle Hunter. Just then, Little Red Riding Hood's voice broke the tension and changed the dangerous course of events. Oh, child, what are you doing here? The leading hunter was surprised to see her, and Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward to embrace him lightly. I came to see grandmother. Is that so? There was no carriage from the logging field today, I thought you would not come. I caught a ride with this kind gentleman on the road. He is not a bad person. Little Red Riding Hood explained to the hunter, then looked around in confusion. But why is everyone so nervous? Did something happen in the village? At her question, the hunter's expression sank slightly. Seeing his look, Little Red Riding Hood's face changed dramatically. Could it be grandmother? No, Madame Gret is in good health. She was sick earlier, but she has already recovered. In truth. The hunter hesitated, then lowered his voice. The village has been attacked by werewolves. Werewolves? Yes, Fraser is dead. We are all very nervous. Werewolves? Hearing this, Levi's eyes lit up. Was this not just perfect? Interesting. Can you tell me the situation? I heard someone was killed. This is none of your business, outsider. Seeing Levi, the hunter's face darkened again. This is a matter of our village. We will solve it ourselves. It has nothing to do with you. I am afraid that is not the case. Levi reached into his coat, pulled out his identification, and flashed it at them. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Levi. I am a detective, and also a special investigation consultant for the Mist City Police. I suspect that a homicide has taken place here, therefore I require an investigation. As he spoke, Levi fixed his eyes on the hunter. Or would you rather I report back to the police station? Then next time it will not just be me coming here. Levi meant every word. The Queen's commission had to be kept discreet, but if someone was murdered in this little village, was he not allowed to call in reinforcements? Did they not believe he could return right now, and by tonight have the police surround the entire village? Whether it was his threat, or the badge on his identification, eventually the villagers agreed to let Levi enter. So Levi drove in boldly, without ceremony, steering his car straight through the gate. To a village that still seemed to live in the Middle Ages, Levi's car was like something from another world. Many people gathered curiously, pointing at the phantom. But Levi paid no attention. He was certain no ignorant villager would dare touch his car. The first thing Levi needed to do now, naturally, was the autopsy. Although Levi had not acquired the dissection skill, trace inspection more than made up for the gap. Besides, he did not need to dissect the corpse, just looking at the external wounds would be enough to guess most of the truth. The victim's family was reluctant to allow the examination, but when Levi promised he would only look and would not cut the body open, they eventually agreed. Thus, Levi soon saw the body. The corpse was still fresh, having only been discovered that morning. But unlike the TV shows where forensic doctors examined bodies in dissection rooms, Levi now had to perform the examination in the victim's own home, by the victim's bed, surrounded by grieving relatives. The time of death should have been around midnight. Levi examined the body briefly and quickly reached his conclusion. At the time, he must have been very drunk. Did he drink often? Yes, sir. A sobbing farm woman beside him spoke, likely the victim's wife. Every day after work, he would go to the tavern to drink, staying until it closed before coming back. But he did not come home last night. Did you look for him then? No. The woman shook her head. Sometimes when he was drunk, he would be taken to sleep at his brother's house. I hated seeing him drunk, especially when he was staggering, almost without reason, hitting anything he saw. So last night when he didn't return, I thought he had gone to his brother's again. I never thought. She covered her face with both hands and wept bitterly. Levi silently turned over the body, carefully checking the wounds on the back, then looked at the marks on the victim's feet. This should be the fatal wound. Instant death. Levi stared at the back wound. It looked as if it had been torn by the claws of some ferocious beast, leaving several bloody, bone-deep gashes across the back. Indeed, it was not something ordinary weapons could make. Levi turned the body back again, thought for a moment, then looked at the hunter who had been watching him. Take me to the place where the body was found. With that, he spoke. The place where the victim was found was not on the road, but in a pile of straw near the poultry house. We found Fraser right here at that time. The hunter pointed at the straw pile. We suspected he might have drunk too much and came out to relieve himself. Levi stared at the ground beside the straw pile. It was obvious that the villagers here had no awareness of protecting a crime scene. The footprints on the ground were a complete mess, who knew how many people had stepped through? Do you often have people come here drunk to relieve themselves? Most of the time. The hunter shrugged. After all, that's how the village is. We're used to it. Actually, what he said wasn't wrong. Levi fixed his gaze on the straw pile. With the help of trace inspection and the wounds on the back of the corpse, he could almost imagine what had happened here. In the dead of night, a drunk staggered out of the tavern, swaying as he came here, perhaps even humming a tune. Then he planned to relieve himself. Suddenly, a shadow leapt out from behind him like a beast. With one strike of its claws, it pierced the drunkard's body as easily as slicing butter, ripping through skin, bone, and organs. The drunk fell to the ground without a sound, and the shadow vanished without a trace. It was almost instantaneous, it hadn't even touched the ground. But that didn't mean it had left no trace. Levi lifted his head and soon spotted a large footprint on the roof of the poultry house. It had leapt across, struck the drunk in passing, landed on the poultry house, then quickly bounded forward, vaulted over the 2-meter-high wooden wall, and vanished into the forest. As for its arrival, it was the same. Levi saw its footprints on the roof on the other side, as if it had leapt over the wooden wall from the forest, paused on the roof, perhaps planning to steal chickens, only to encounter a drunkard by chance, whom it killed in passing before leaving. That seemed logical enough. But not entirely logical. Levi pondered for a moment, then turned toward the hunter. Why are you so sure it's a werewolf? Couldn't it have just been some beast that ran in, killed him, and ran out again? Levi wasn't nitpicking. From what he had so far, all the evidence suggested this was more like the work of a beast. Of course, an ordinary beast might not have such ability, but the beasts in the mountains weren't exactly reasonable creatures. Weren't there plenty of movies like this? Things like King Cobra, Crocodile King, always stories of huge, strong creatures in the wild with a bit of cunning. Detective, do you know why our village is called Wolf Head Village? I'm listening. Because this isn't the first time we've encountered such a monster. Soon, the hunter launched into an animated retelling of Wolf Head Village's history. According to him, the village's original name was Wolf God Village. Legend said a strong, intelligent giant wolf lived nearby. The villagers worshipped it as a god, offering a lamb each year so it would protect the village, and also so it wouldn't eat them. This custom had continued for nearly a century. But as times changed, more people saw it as mere superstition. 30 years ago, a few drunk young men bet each other to go to the offering site to see what this wolf god really looked like. The next day, their mutilated corpses were found at the altar. This caused a huge uproar. The villagers split into two factions. The elders believed the young men had offended the wolf god and deserved their fate. But the grieving families did not agree. And unlike the past, people now had guns, and courage. Finally, the vengeful villagers formed a squad, followed the tracks deep into the mountains, and hunted the wolf god. They found it in a cave, and to their surprise, the wolf god was not only massive but could also walk upright like a human, and even wore a cloak, dressed almost like a man. The two sides fought fiercely, and in the end, the humans slew the wolf god and cut off its head. This is it. The hunter pushed open a door and proudly showed Levi the village's most treasured trophy, kept in the church. A giant wolf's head. It was several times larger than a human head. Though preserved as a specimen, its fierce, glaring expression remained terrifying. Levi circled it. Judging from the skull, the wolf's size would have been between 2 and 3 meters. If it could walk upright, then, that was indeed frightening. After that, Wolf God Village was renamed Wolf Head Village, to prove our courage and strength. Impressive, but that still doesn't solve our problem. Levi glanced at the wolf head, then quickly returned to the matter at hand. As you said, this wolf is as dead as it can be. How could it possibly come back to attack villagers? Because they didn't finish the job. The hunter's face darkened with resentment. My father was part of the wolf hunting team. He said there was also a she-wolf and cubs. They killed the wolf god and the she-wolf, but the cub escaped. They wanted to chase it, but due to bad weather and many wounded, they had to retreat. Now the hunter grew more agitated. 30 years have passed. That cub has returned. It must have come back for revenge. Strange as it sounded, the reasoning couldn't be dismissed outright. After all, the victim had been killed with a single claw strike, without any signs of being eaten. Even if it was an animal, it clearly wasn't hunting for food. This looked more like a targeted attack and killing. Still, investigation was necessary. Levi thanked the hunter and went to the tavern, the last place the victim had been before his death. He found the tavern's owner and waiter, and asked about the events of last night. Nothing major, detective. The owner, behind the bar, absent-mindedly wiped glasses as he answered Levi's questions. Fraser was always like that. After a few drinks, he dared say and do anything. Last night he did quarrel with a few people, but it wasn't anything serious. If he weren't dead, then yes, it wouldn't be serious. Levi wasn't about to let him brush it off. If you won't tell me, perhaps you prefer to explain to a judge in court. Why would I? Alright, I'll talk. Last night Fraser was drinking with Roger, Charlie, and Tommy. The four of them got into an argument. I don't know what started it, but Fraser was furious. He cursed at Charlie and the others, calling them disgusting beasts, damned bastards. The owner spread his hands. Crude country talk. My apologies. What was his relationship with the other three? What did they do for a living? Roger was Fraser's brother. Charlie and Tommy were brothers too. Roger worked on a farm, Charlie and Tommy were blacksmiths. And Fraser? He used to be a hunter. You mean he no longer hunted? 1 year he broke his leg chasing game. Even after healing, he never went back. That's when he started drinking heavily. So why were they arguing? I don't really know. They argued every time they drank. People do that, don't they? Drink too much and fights break out. I don't know about the city, but here, when people drink and talk, it's easy for someone to smash a cup over another's head. The owner lifted the wooden cup in his hand. That's why I only use these now. Hearing this, Levi thought for a moment. One last question. Alright, detective, what else? If Fraser didn't work, where did he get money? At the very least, he had to pay for his drinks. Now that you mention it, I never saw him pay. The owner frowned. Sometimes Roger paid, sometimes Charlie or Tommy. He only cared about drinking. Thank you. Having gotten the information he needed, Levi rose from the bar, put on his hat, and nodded to the owner. Won't you have a drink, detective? Our gin here is quite good. No, thank you. I don't drink, it's bad for the health. Levi said this, then turned and left the tavern. Next, the natural targets for investigation were the victim's drinking companions. Levi soon found Charlie and Tommy, the blacksmith brothers, at their smithy, and asked about the tavern bills. To him, no matter how good friends were, it made little sense for someone to keep paying endlessly. After all, money didn't fall from the sky. Yet the brothers' answer surprised him. Card games. That's right. Tommy struck his hammer on the anvil as he fixed his eyes on Levi. We often played cards together. Whoever lost had to pay for drinks. That's all. You two must have lost a lot, then. Tell me about it. Charlie joined in the complaint. You wouldn't believe it. Fraser's luck was unbelievable. Dead drunk, yet always drew good cards. And Roger teamed up with him, so it was basically 2 against 2. We lost more often than not. Though sometimes we did win, and usually Roger would pay for him then. If you ask me, Fraser should have gone to the city casinos, he might have made a fortune. If he dared, more likely he'd have ended up dead in the street, forgotten. Levi closed his notebook and studied the two brothers. Though they tried to remain calm, his investigation easily revealed they were hiding something. Charlie, though minding the shop, kept glancing at Tommy, while the latter hammered uneasily, his movements lacking rhythm. Ah, detective. Just then, the shop door opened and a lively voice rang out. Levi turned his head, and saw a flash of red in his vision. What is it? My grandmother would like to invite you for dinner. And since it's already late, would you like to stay in the village tonight? The tavern has rooms for guests. Not luxurious, but comfortable enough. At Little Red Riding Hood's appearance, Levi noticed both brothers' eyes light up. Clearly, she was well liked in the village. But seeing her speak only to him, ignoring them completely, their eyes dimmed with disappointment. Well then. Oh woo-woo. Before Levi could answer, a sharp wolf howl suddenly echoed outside, long and unbroken. Everyone was startled. They hurried outside to see where it came from. But the village was surrounded by mountains, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location. Then, urgent bells rang out. Dang 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 dang. It's an emergency summons. Little Red Riding Hood's face turned pale. She quickly explained to Levi. The bells are only rung when something major happens, calling everyone to gather at the church. Let's go, detective. All right. Levi thought for a moment and agreed to her suggestion. Hopefully, nothing troublesome would happen. The church in Wolf Head Village was a small one, barely larger than a warehouse. When Levi and Little Red Riding Hood arrived, it was already packed with villagers. What's going on? What happened? Little Red Riding Hood squeezed close to some villagers and whispered her question. Seeing her, they hurriedly replied. The wolf's head is gone. Oh. Hearing their response, Levi looked ahead and indeed saw that the platform before the church was empty. Nothing remained there. He remembered clearly that the wolf's head had been displayed there before. It was him who stole it. Just as Levi was thinking, suddenly a villager pointed at him and shouted loudly. It was this outsider. I'm certain of it, I saw him come to the church before. Hearing the accusation, the other villagers all turned to glare at him with angry eyes. Yet, facing so many hostile gazes, Levi remained calm. It was Mr. Hunt who brought me here. I only looked at the wolf's head and left. After that, I went to the tavern and the blacksmith's shop to investigate Mr. Fraser's death. I know nothing about what happened here afterward. As he spoke, Levi lifted his head and fixed his eyes on the villager. Besides, what would I want with your wolf's head? To cook it for soup. No, no. If not you, then who else? The villager faltered, but seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, he quickly regained his courage. That wolf's head was perfectly fine here before. Then you came, and it disappeared. If you didn't steal it, who else could it be? You. Me. Caught off guard by Levi's instant counterattack, the villager froze in shock. Why me? I'm from this village. Precisely because you are from this village. When something goes missing here, suspicion would usually fall on an insider. But now I'm here, what better scapegoat could there be? You seized the chance to steal the wolf's head, then accused me of taking it. This way, everyone suspects me instead of you. And no, I didn't. The villager had not expected Levi to so quickly throw the blame back on him. He was dumbfounded, and many around began to look at him with doubt. After all, he had no good reputation in the village, and what Levi said was not impossible. Enough. Fortunately, the priest stepped in, calming the villagers. Then he turned to Levi. Detective, could I trouble you to investigate who stole the wolf's head? If you hadn't summoned everyone here, maybe I could have. Levi looked at the trampled area around the platform, his face helpless. Clearly, after the disappearance was discovered, the villagers crowded around. Fingerprints and footprints were everywhere. Levi suspected that even Sherlock Holmes would be stumped by this crime scene. Even if he could list every villager's ID number from those standing at the platform, what good would it do? It was that wolf cub. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. Everyone turned and saw an old man leaning on a cane, his face pale. It returned. It took its father's head. It's here for revenge. It killed Fraser, and it will kill us all. The villagers gasped, breaking into fearful murmurs. The younger ones handled it better, but the older men and women turned pale, glancing around in terror, as if a giant wolf might leap out at any moment. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. The priest shouted again, finally managing to quiet them. We believe that someone, for some reason, took away the wolf's head. Though clearly troubled, the priest continued firmly. The church is sacred ground. An evil wolf cannot trespass here. But remember this, the all-seeing eye is watching. There is still time. By tomorrow morning, I hope to see the wolf's head returned. Now, please go home. At his words, the villagers dispersed in small groups. When they had gone, Levi walked up beside the priest. Why didn't you notify me first? It was an accident. The priest wiped the sweat from his forehead. I entered the church with Mick, he said he had something to confess, so I took him to the confessional. That was when we saw the wolf's head missing. Mick insisted it must have been you, and that you should be arrested at once. Before I could stop him, he ran up and rang the bell. Mick? The same one who just accused you. If I had a search warrant, I'd thoroughly search his home. For all we know, the wolf's head is sitting there. He has no home. The priest shook his head. Mick's house burned down years ago. Since then, he's wandered, sometimes sleeping in the forest, sometimes here in the church. If he wanted to take the wolf's head, he's had plenty of chances. But an outsider like me doesn't get such chances often, does he? Well. True enough. But what use would he have for the wolf's head? It isn't even a holy relic. Then why keep it in the church? Because sacred ground suppresses the wolf's resentment. The priest sighed. I can feel it. That wolf's head is filled with hatred and grudge. Clearly, it bore no goodwill toward the villagers. Of course. If I were it, I'd hardly feel kindly toward those who chopped off my head. But earlier, when Levi looked at the wolf's head, he felt nothing. It seemed to him no more than an ordinary specimen. In his view, the priest was simply overthinking it. Though, not entirely wrong either. Levi turned his gaze forward. In his eyes, the system prompt was clearly visible. Trigger quest exploration. Quest objective, investigate the hidden secret of Wolf Head Village. Now that was interesting. Seeing the quest, Levi raised a brow, his eyes showing intrigue. Since crossing into this world, he had more or less accepted his new reality. Investigation and solving cases didn't repel him. Strictly speaking, Levi even felt a touch of excitement. But not out of noble justice, or comfort for the dead, or righteous destruction of evil, none of those lofty motives. For Levi, it was personal. Simply put, he liked to watch drama. Like in a sandbox game, when a player triggers a quest, curiosity arises. What does it mean? What's the process? What story lies behind it? What's the ending? That was how Levi felt taking quests now. What secret or story lay behind this case? What process would his investigation follow? And what ending awaited? For those involved, it was bitter feuds and tragedies. For Levi, it was just juicy gossip. Interesting was enough. Like those TV shows resolving family disputes, while the participants wept in misery, the audience simply watched with curiosity, satisfied by the spectacle. Levi was in that role now. And at this moment, this village was quite fascinating. Only, the werewolves here weren't what he had imagined. Usually, the word werewolf conjured images of humans transforming during full moons, losing reason and becoming savage killers. But the wolf god the villagers spoke of felt more like a creature from mythology, a beast gaining spirit, walking upright on two legs, wearing clothes. What was this, preparing for immortality cultivation? Could this be another strange hybrid tale of two flowers blooming together? Perhaps he should seek out those villagers who once hunted the wolf god. But that could wait until tomorrow. Night had already fallen. Levi declined Little Red Riding Hood's invitation to dinner at her grandmother's house, instead going to the tavern. After eating some bread, he returned to his inn room. The room, as Little Red Riding Hood said, was not luxurious, but at least clean. The sheets were freshly laid and somewhat comfortable. Levi entered, shut the door, and stood at the window, gazing outside. The whole village lay silent, only faint firelight flickering here and there. No electricity, no modernity, entirely a medieval village. Fortunately, his car still rested safely in the clearing nearby, untouched. Levi lifted his head to the moon. In the dark sky, a dim yellow disk hung high, like a cold eye staring down at the earth. Levi closed the window, lay on the bed, and shut his eyes. Soon, night passed. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Urgent knocking jolted Levi awake. He opened his eyes, rolled off the bed, and stood. Who is it? It's me, detective. Little Red Riding Hood's voice came from outside. So early? What's the matter? Something terrible, detective. Her tone was frantic, and indeed, her news was dire. Uncle Roger and Aunt Dable are dead. Roger was Fraser's older brother, and Dable was Fraser's wife. Levi had seen her just yesterday, weeping bitterly beside her husband's corpse. Now, the two lay naked on a bed, torn to pieces. Well then. At first sight, Levi felt a headache forming. Things were only getting more troublesome. As the saying went, the city is full of tricks, I'd better go back to the countryside. But even the country roads were slippery, and people's hearts were even more complicated. Looking at the corpse before him, Levi felt that this saying was just right. Fortunately, this time the first to discover the body was Little Red Riding Hood. She had originally come in place of her grandmother to deliver some food and medicine to Aunt Dable. When she arrived and knocked on the door, no one responded. Out of curiosity, Little Red Riding Hood pushed the door open, and then she saw the crime scene. Frightened, she hurriedly came to find Levi. This time, Levi had also learned his lesson. He sent Little Red Riding Hood to notify the priest and the village chief, then cleared a 2-meter radius around the cabin door. By the time other villagers, having heard the news, came rushing over, the village chief and the priest had already kept them outside. Only then did Levi, eating hot pot and humming a tune, stroll into the murder scene to begin his examination. The houses in this village were actually not much different from ordinary ones, and their functions were quite similar too. The corpse of Fraser, who had died yesterday, still lay on the wooden boards in the living room, not yet buried. According to Little Red Riding Hood, the custom here was that the deceased must stay one last night in their own home, and only be sent off the next morning. So logically speaking, today should have been Fraser's funeral day. Now, it might have to be postponed. After bypassing Fraser's corpse in the living room, there were 2 pale bodies in the bedroom inside. From the footprints, Levi could already guess what had happened last night. Most likely, Fraser's wife had been crying, and Fraser's elder brother was comforting her. Then, he helped her into the bedroom, and while comforting her, they ended up clinging together, at least that was what the footprint suggested. Levi even suspected that, judging from their behavior, this was not their first time. Considering that during his investigation, he had heard that Fraser's elder brother's wife had died many years ago and he had remained single ever since, which was why he often took his drunken younger brother home, it was not impossible that he and his younger brother's wife had secretly been having an affair. Especially considering that he often paid for his younger brother's drinks, could that money have had another meaning? Unfortunately, this time Levi could not rely on diaries to figure out the truth. Country folk could barely read a few characters, not to mention that they were not like well-educated young men, who would bother writing a diary out here. Alright, enough of the gossip. Time to examine the bodies. Levi collected his thoughts, then walked to the window and looked at the 2 corpses. Roger's body lay face down on the bed, with wounds very similar to his younger brother's. Clearly, it had been a fatal blow, another claw strike from behind. But the woman's corpse was strange. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth agape, a look of horror frozen on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. Nothing like the blissful look one would expect after moments of passion. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. The man had his back to the killer, while the woman had been facing him. Even if Roger had initially blocked her view, once Roger was killed, she naturally saw the attacker, and it was only natural for her to show such terror. Then there was the woman's wound, somewhat unusual. Levi narrowed his eyes, staring closely at the wound on her chest, for sharp gashes pierced directly into the center of her chest, then violently tore downward, nearly splitting her entire body open. This immediately reminded Levi of the courtesan killer case. Only that killer's cuts had a certain sense of surgical beauty, with precision, symmetry, and closure. But this wound clearly looked like the work of a beast, brutal and savage, tearing so violently that her internal organs had spilled out. Following the wound downward, Levi seemed to notice something, and his brows furrowed. As expected, things had gotten troublesome. After thoroughly examining the corpses, Levi called the village chief and the priest inside. As for the rest outside, once the initial excitement was over, most had already dispersed. How is the situation, detective? The village chief was a man in his 50s, balding, his expression grave as he nervously stared at Levi. From the traces, the wounds are very similar to those that killed Mr. Fraser yesterday. Levi did not say, identical. In fact, although they were very similar, his trace inspection skill indicated that there were subtle differences. Put simply, Fraser's fatal wounds had been made by a left claw, while this time, both victims had been killed with the right claw. Normal enough, maybe the killer just wanted to strike with both hands. So, they really were killed by a werewolf? Both the village chief and the priest had stiff expressions. Clearly, even now, they struggled to accept such a fact. Possibly. At least from the wounds, they were not caused by human tools. And humans could not make such wounds with bare hands. Oh, Almighty God. Hearing this, the priest quickly grasped the emblem of the all-seeing eye and muttered a low prayer, while the village chief only frowned deeply. Levi merely observed them briefly before continuing. But if it was the work of a beast, then there's one problem. What problem? Where did the beast come in from? Levi spread his hands, glancing around the room. Judging from the size of the claw marks, whatever this beast is, it's about the size of a full-grown horse. But the windows in this house clearly couldn't fit such a beast. He pointed at a nearby window. Unlike in the city, village windows were small, barely the size of a human head, and covered with wooden planks. Of course, the main reason for this design was that glass was difficult to come by. Couldn't it have come through the door? The village chief offered his doubt. Yes, the door was indeed open at first. But there are no signs of impact or claw marks on it. Given the state of the two victims, Levi was certain they had heard nothing, otherwise they would not have been so relaxed. And he had checked the lock. The locks here were simple, even crude. Since there were no marks on either the lock or the door, the killer had either picked the lock or used a key. Only then could he have entered without alerting the two lovers in the bedroom. Oh, and there's another matter. I hope you can provide me with some clues. What matter? The woman was pregnant. I found an undeveloped fetus in her body, about 3 months along. This was the problem Levi had discovered from the female victim. Although uncertain if it was related to the case, he still explained it. This was also thanks to Dr. Doolittle's diagnosis, truly deserving his reputation as a gynecologist for courtesans. One look and he was always spot on. Levi only needed a careful glance to judge whether a woman was pregnant, and even how many months along, though this expertise was utterly useless to him. He was no gynecologist. Heavens! Upon hearing Levi's explanation, the priest grew even more uneasy. He clutched his holy emblem, closed his eyes, and muttered in prayer. Levi only stared at the two before speaking again. So, I want to ask you something, about Mr. Fraser's elder brother Roger, and Mr. Fraser's wife. Were there any rumors about them? Why you mean, what exactly? Exactly what I said. Although for police, motive was not the most important factor, sometimes in solving cases, it still helped. Fraser's death had been widely regarded as bad luck, that he had gone alone to relieve himself by the haystack and been attacked by a beast. But Levi had always been suspicious. With so many people around, why only him? Now, discovering Fraser's wife was pregnant, and possibly had an illicit relationship with Fraser's elder brother, a relationship that might have lasted quite some time, Levi naturally considered this angle again. After all, the story of Pan Jinlian, Shiman Qing, and Wu Dalong had endured through the ages. No matter the time or world, such tales remained the same. The only question was, in this story, who would play Wu Song? I haven't heard any strange rumors. The village chief shook his head. As for the priest, he said nothing. But his silence already said enough. Knock knock knock. Just as Levi was about to have a private talk with the priest, the door was knocked again, and Little Red Riding Hood anxiously ran inside. Something's wrong, village chief, detective. What is it? Everyone says they're going to kill the wolf. Little Red Riding Hood's face had gone pale, her lips tightly bitten. They said if they don't kill the wolf, then everyone will end up like Fraser's family. So they decided to hunt the wolf. What nonsense. At this, the village chief could no longer contain himself. What wolf are they hunting? Do they even know where it is? They said they're going to the cave from last time. They claim the wolf was there before, so it must be there again. Fools. A bunch of fools. The village chief stormed out in anger, the priest hastily excusing himself to follow. As for Levi couldn't be bothered. As the saying went, when heaven sends rain, a woman must marry, and if she wants to reform, let her be. These villagers wanted to seek death on their own, and Levi felt he had no reason to stop them. Moreover, he believed that a monster capable of picking locks, whatever it might be, was not something villagers with hunting rifles could deal with easily. Besides, he always felt that this village's legend of the wolf god was strange from the very beginning. But now, Levi glanced at Little Red Riding Hood. You know, in the village, who is more familiar with the matter of eliminating the wolf god before? Ah, you've asked the right person. Hearing Levi's question, Little Red Riding Hood immediately answered with excitement. My grandmother has always lived in the village, she knows more about the village's affairs than anyone else. I'll take you to see her. Yesterday it had been too late, so Levi had declined the old lady's invitation to dinner. Now, it was still early. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way. To Levi's surprise, Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother's home was not inside the village, but rather in a secluded wooden house on the outskirts. He had to say, in Levi's eyes, this place was clearly not associated with safety. Welcome, young man. Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother looked already 70 or 80 years old. Her whole body was stooped, her skin sagged loosely from her arms and face, and she leaned on a cane. The old woman's room looked somewhat cluttered, a small table, a small chair, rather inconvenient for someone tall. A thick fragrance of incense lingered throughout the house. When Levi stepped inside, he nearly sneezed from the strong scent. Ha ha ha, forgive me, young man, it's just a small hobby of an old woman. Seeing Levi frown and rub his nose, the grandmother smiled kindly and poured Levi a cup of tea, sitting opposite him. Little Red Riding Hood went behind her grandmother to massage her shoulders. Grandma, the detective wants to ask you about what happened decades ago, when everyone hunted the wolf god. Ah, that matter. The grandmother sighed and looked toward Levi. What is it, young man? Do you think what's happening in the village now is connected to that? Perhaps, perhaps not. But I still want to hear you tell it, it may help in this case. Facing the elder, Levi remained respectful. Ah, I heard earlier, those young men have gone hunting, right? How amusing. It reminds me of that time years ago. Back then, those young men were also full of spirit, holding rifles and spears, marching into the mountains, saying they would hunt the wolf god and rid the village of its disaster. The grandmother sighed again. I don't know the exact details. I only know that when they came back, they had lost quite a few men. 2 young men died, and 4 were wounded. Everyone returned carrying the wolf's head, laughing and chatting as they brought it back to the village. Then the village held a bonfire celebration. It was truly lively. But, some said that killing that wolf brought a curse. A curse? Yes. The grandmother nodded. The 4 young men who were injured, they were the bravest in the fight against the wolf god. Though they killed it, they were wounded. And after that, over the years, their wives all died one after another, for various reasons. Some disappeared, others died by accident. So there was a rumor that, when they killed the wolf god, they were cursed by it, that's why they lost their wives. Roger wouldn't have been among them, would he? Hearing this, Levi narrowed his eyes. The deceased Fraser's elder brother Roger's wife had indeed died years ago. And by his age now, 30 years ago he would have been a young and vigorous man, it was very possible he had joined that hunt. That's right, Roger, Cohen, Mick, and Cornice. Mick. Another familiar name. Levi remembered that the tramp who had falsely accused him of stealing the wolf's head had been named Mick, and his age also matched. Who is Cohen? Cohen was the village blacksmith. But he died of illness a few years ago. Fortunately, he had 2 sons, Charlie and Tommy, who inherited their father's trade. They're doing fairly well. And Cornice? He is now the village priest. How interesting. Hearing the grandmother's words, Levi's expression subtly changed. Up to this point, he realized that among the people he had met in relation to this case, quite a few were connected to that old wolf god hunt. And %, and %. As Levi pondered, noises gradually came from outside. The grandmother lifted her head, gazing toward the window. Oh my, what's happening? Grandma, sit here, I'll take a look. Little Red Riding Hood pressed her grandmother's shoulders, seating her on the sofa, then hurried out. Click. The door shut, and the room fell silent. Levi picked up the teacup, only to notice that the grandmother was staring at him with her somewhat clouded eyes. You are an interesting young man. Thank you for the compliment. Levi lifted the teacup and took a sip. No need to thank me. I've seen many people in my life, but rarely one as interesting, and so handsome, as you. So. I must tell you something. What is it? Hearing the seriousness in her tone, Levi sat upright, staring at her. She remained leaning on the sofa, as before. The wolf god's curse is real. This village is cursed. I am old now and cannot escape. But that child is still young, so, consider this my request. I hope you can protect her. This is the only thing I can still do for her. The curse is real. Levi fixed his gaze on the grandmother. Can you explain in more detail? It's not that I don't want to explain. It's a feeling. I can sense something evil hidden in this village. But that's all I know. I am old, with dim eyes and weak body. I can't even lift a rifle to protect myself. So, I hope that child can leave this village, go to the big city, and stay far away from this barren and evil place. Then, can you tell me what made you think so? The grandmother closed her eyes. Once, there were many animals near this village. Birds, mice, martins. But now, they're all gone, all fled. They fear this place, because there are bloodthirsty souls here. Have you noticed you've never heard the sound of birds? Hearing this, Levi realized something was off. Normally in the countryside, birdsong should be abundant. Yet since he had arrived, he indeed hadn't heard any birds. He hadn't noticed before, but now that the grandmother mentioned it, it was truly suspicious. Grandma. Detective. Little Red Riding Hood burst through the wooden door, panting heavily. The hunting party is back, and they've killed the wolf. They brought back its corpse. When the hunting party returned, the whole village was bustling as if celebrating the new year. Leading them, the Charlie brothers strutted arrogantly, chests puffed out, carrying a thick wooden pole, upon which was tied a huge, pitch-black beast. The others followed beside them, all equally thrilled and excited. This is that damned monster. The hunting party threw the monster to the ground and began shouting loudly. It looks tall and strong, but it's timid as a mouse. Perhaps at night it was a terrifying killer, but in the daytime, it's nothing more than a ferocious beast. Wah! The villagers screamed and crowded around, while Levi also stepped closer to observe the massive creature. Its size was about what Levi had expected, quite large. It had taken 8 hunters to move it. Its appearance resembled a mix between a gorilla and a wolf, the upper body strong and burly, the lower body somewhat thinner. Its head was wolf-like, a long face with jaws wide open, revealing a scarlet tongue and gleaming fangs. What most concerned Levi, however, were its claws. They were huge and broad, with sharp dagger-sized talons. Judging by the marks and shape, they indeed matched the wounds found on the victims. Only. This was too fast. He had not yet finished his investigation, and yet the culprit had already been caught. Hey, detective. At this moment, Charlie and Tommy spotted Levi among the crowd and shouted at him. "This is the evil wolf that killed Fraser's family. Isn't it?" Levi walked up, carefully examining the giant wolf before him, especially its claws. He then gave a slight nod. "Judging by the marks, they are very similar." "Ugh." Hearing Levi's response, the surrounding villagers erupted in cheers. Charlie and Tommy, holding their rifles, looked at Levi with provocative grins. "In that case, your little detective game is over, boy." "Maybe." Facing their provocation, Levi remained calm. Yet, after a moment, he looked at the monster and spoke. "Sell this monster to me." "Ha." The sudden request stunned everyone, and even the cheering quieted. "I mean this monster. Since you have no further use for it, I'd like to buy it back and dissect it, to see what it truly is. I'm quite interested in this creature." At Levi's words, all eyes turned instinctively to the Charlie brothers. After all, since they had killed the beast, its disposal naturally fell to them. The two exchanged a glance, then the elder brother Charlie frowned. "We. 10 gold pounds. Levi didn't bother listening to excuses, he directly played his trump card. Hearing his offer, the villagers were stunned. 10 gold pounds. Indeed, the monster was strange, and many had never seen such a bizarre-looking creature before. But to think it could sell for 10 gold pounds. Levi glanced around, making sure the villagers were watching him, then spoke again. "Before, I doubted whether such a monster truly existed. But now it seems clear that such creatures do live here. Therefore, I am willing to buy this one's corpse to study. Moreover." At this, Levi raised his voice, making the crowd fall silent. "I believe there may be more of its kind nearby. If any of you see one, come and tell me. I wish to capture a live one. Of course, if someone manages to catch one alive, I am willing to pay 100 pounds. Even just providing information, if it proves real and valid, I will pay 1 pound as a reward." At the words, 100 pounds, the villagers exploded with excitement, even more than when they had first seen the monster. After all, just a message was worth 1 pound, and capturing one alive could bring a bounty of 100. No one doubted Levi's sincerity. After all, that strange, luxurious steam car of his was still parked in the village. Someone with such a vehicle was certainly rich. What about the corpse then? Soon, someone shouted. "The same, 10 pounds. Levi replied with a smile, glancing at the Charlie brothers. Though they still wore smiles, their expressions looked stiff, like biting into what seemed to be a piece of chicken only to realize it was ginger. Levi, meanwhile, gave them a polite smile. "I look forward to working with you again. There won't be more monsters." Tommy glared at Levi and muttered. "There are no more here, only this one. We checked, it had no cubs. So you'll be disappointed." "Then I won't be disappointed at all." Levi tapped his cane lightly against the beast's corpse. "So, are you willing to sell it to me?" "We." Tommy was about to speak, but Charlie cut him off. "We need to think about it." "Very well." Levi nodded. "Since the matter is settled, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. I hope to receive your answer before then." With that, Levi pressed the brim of his hat, nodded politely to the brothers, and turned to leave. Watching his figure disappear into the crowd, the brothers' faces shifted uncertainly, neither speaking. Clearly, it wasn't an easy decision. Later that night, the feast began. The villagers sang and danced, circling the bonfire, eating fresh roast meat, and drinking large gulps of beer, a scene of pure revelry. Levi stood silently on the second-floor balcony of the tavern, gazing at the crowd below. As for how the hunting party had dealt with the monster, Levi had already heard their boastful accounts. They had gone to the cave where the wolf god once lived, placed a rabbit at the entrance as bait, and when the beast appeared, they set a fire to block its retreat. Then, the others opened fire. But the monster had darted left and right, lunging at the Charlie brothers. The others panicked and fled, while the brothers stood their ground bravely, raised their rifles, and shot it down with a few blasts. Yes, very brave. And the whole story was amusing, wasn't it? To Levi, the villagers' hunting tale was nothing short of entertaining. Dong, dong. A knock sounded at the door. Levi, without turning, said, "Come in." The door opened, and Little Red Riding Hood entered. "It's me." The girl still wore her red cloak. She walked slowly to Levi's side and spoke softly. "Are you all right?" I mean. That. "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry." Levi waved his hand. "For everyone, the threat is gone. Isn't that a good thing? Then. Would you like to join the feast?" Little Red Riding Hood looked at Levi, inviting softly. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hands nervously fiddled with the hem of her cloak. "Everyone's dancing below. If you'd like. I don't really belong in such a scene." Levi looked at the men and women singing and dancing around the bonfire, his expression calm. "Thank you, miss. But right now, I'd like to be alone, unless, of course, you came with information about that monster." "Sorry. It's nothing, thank you for your kindness. I'm just not good at these lively occasions." Little Red Riding Hood lowered her head and was about to turn and leave. However, at that moment, Levi called out to her again. "By the way, I haven't seen Mick. Where did he go?" "Mick?" Hearing Levi's question, Little Red Riding Hood froze. Mick was the tramp who had earlier accused Levi of stealing the wolf's head. Only. Now that you mention it, I really haven't seen Mick. How strange, he usually loves this kind of festivity the most. Little Red Riding Hood remembered Mick quite well. Every village had such a rascal, and it was impossible not to remember him. Normally, if the village held a festival or party, he was more enthusiastic than anyone, eating and drinking to excess, taking more than his share, and always trying to take advantage of the young women. But today. It was true, she hadn't seen him. Did he join the hunting party? Mick? No way. He's not the brave type. He wasn't in the hunting party. Clearly, Little Red Riding Hood held no fondness for this lazy freeloader, her face full of distaste. Then maybe, like me, he's enjoying the festival in his own way. Levi smiled faintly, staring toward the festival square. There, people sang and danced around the giant wolf's corpse. Seeing Levi's expression, Little Red Riding Hood blushed deeply. She hesitated, then whispered. Then I'll bring you something to eat, detective. Much obliged. Receiving Levi's reply, Little Red Riding Hood left happily. Levi remained on the balcony, staring silently at the distant crowd. Behind Levi, a huge dark shadow appeared silently on the rooftop. Its glowing yellow eyes fixed fiercely upon him. Then, with a sudden leap, the shadow pounced straight at Levi. Faced with the attack, Levi did not react at all, as if he hadn't noticed. Claws slashed downward toward his back. With a single strike, he would be killed instantly, just like the others, without sound, without pain. But at that very moment, something strange occurred. Just as the claw was about to touch Levi, he vanished. This sudden twist clearly shocked the shadow. Then it saw, where Levi had just stood, there now crouched a black cat. The cat raised its head, staring at it, and then, its body disassembled instantly. Schwa! Blades burst from the cat's body, spreading layer by layer like blooming petals. The shadow could not dodge and crashed straight into them. Then, like a man-eating flower, the petal-like blades snapped shut, biting down hard on the shadow. Boom! The villagers singing and dancing in the square turned in shock. Then they saw another enormous black wolf monster suddenly fall from the tavern balcony, crashing heavily to the ground. The once boisterous square instantly fell silent, then came the screams. The villagers, who moments ago had been reveling, now shrieked and scattered in panic. They had never expected there would be more than one of these monsters. Detective. Little Red Riding Hood was also stunned. Instinctively, she wanted to rush toward the tavern, but just then, a hand reached from beside her and pressed her shoulder. Startled, she turned, and saw Levi step out from her side. Detective? You're all right. I'm fine. Quite fine. Levi's expression was calm. He looked at the struggling shadow on the ground, then raised the persuader in his hand. His puppeteer had already reached LV3. In addition to a larger control range and more puppets, Levi had also gained a special ability. Shadow Step. In short, Levi could instantly swap positions with his puppet. For him, it was another life-saving skill. At least now, in similar situations, his chances of survival had increased. Just like now. Roar. The monster broke free of the trap. The blades that could slice through flesh had only left a few shallow wounds on its body. Its hide was truly thick. Levi silently reloaded his gun, raised the barrel, and fixed his eyes on the creature. The monster, in turn, raised its head and glared savagely at Levi. Then, with a furious roar, the pitch-black giant wolf charged forward, rushing at its prey. Although he had already seen another corpse, when this monster truly moved, the sense of oppression it exuded was indeed not to be underestimated. Under the reflection of the bonfire, the pitch-black giant wolf charging toward Levi was as large as a bear. Each time its paws struck the ground, a muffled sound rang out. Little Red Riding Hood stood stiffly at Levi's side. If it had been Katie instead, she would probably have clenched her little fists, eager to leap forward and test her strength against the creature. But Little Red Riding Hood was, after all, just an ordinary farm girl. Even if she had some strength, she absolutely did not possess Katie's ability to wrestle with elephants. Levi, however, did not mind. He raised his gun, pulled back the hammer, and aimed at the target. The giant wolf leapt into the air. At the same time, Levi pulled the trigger. Twice. Bang bang. The giant wolf, midair, paid no attention to the gunfire. Its fur was thick and its hide was tough, ordinary bullets posed no real threat or harm. But Levi never dealt in ordinary tricks. The spray of flames enveloped the giant wolf head-on. The creature let out a shrill, agonized scream, even forgetting how to land, crashing heavily into the ground instead. Then, one saw it rolling frantically, leaping back up, and turning in panic to flee, its backside on fire, not a metaphor. In the blink of an eye, the fiery sparks disappeared into the darkness of night. Moments later, the villagers who had fled earlier returned. But this time, the joy from the feast was gone from their faces, replaced by panic and unease. That the monster had attacked again was one thing, but the fact that there was indeed a second one, that was what truly terrified them. How could this be? why is there another giant wolf? Wasn't there only one? The villagers looked around blankly, asking in unease, hoping someone could answer. But unfortunately, no one could. Detective, are you all right? Little Red Riding Hood cautiously looked at Levi and asked. He simply nodded. I'm fine. But you're amazing. I heard from the hunting team that this monster is very difficult to deal with. At this moment, admiration filled Little Red Riding Hood's gaze. After all, she had heard from the hunters how the creature was not only fast but also thick-skinned, bullets hard to pierce, and its strength immense. The hunting team had struggled greatly against it. Yet Levi had merely fired 2 shots, and the monster had fled. Not bad. Levi fixed his gaze in the direction the monster had fled, the corner of his lips slightly curved. Do me a favor. Go find the village chief and have him gather the whole village. Are we going to hunt the monster tonight? No. Levi shook his head. I just plan to take attendance. Though no one knew what Levi was up to, after witnessing the power he displayed against the monster, they obeyed. Many hadn't even managed to escape the square earlier, they had seen, from beginning to end, how Levi drove off the monster with just a single shot. One had to admit, it was impressive. Soon, under the village chief's call, over 100 villagers obediently gathered in the square. Even Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother came, trembling as she lined up. Many thought Levi was about to seize the chance to pursue the giant wolf, and their hearts wavered with unease. But Levi merely glanced over the crowd and looked at the village chief. Who hasn't come? Who hasn't come? The village chief looked around at the villagers and shouted. With just over 100 people, all familiar with one another, it wasn't too hard to notice who was missing. The villagers checked amongst themselves, whispering for a while, before someone called out. Mick isn't here. That's rare. Where did he go? Who else is missing? Charlie and Tommy. They were dancing just now. Where did they go? Did they go home to fetch guns? Before long, the head count was complete, only 3 people were missing. Mick, and the brothers Charlie and Tommy. Levi was not surprised by the news. He simply nodded and asked the village chief and the priest to take him to the brothers' house, while the others stayed put. Ordinarily, the villagers would never obediently let an outsider order them around. But now, none dared to protest. After all, there was still a monster out there, they too wanted it dealt with quickly. At the same time, a troubling question spread among them. Why were there 2? Levi had no mind to explain to the villagers. He simply followed the village chief and the priest to the brothers' home, located on the edge of the village, built on a slope. The 2 usually chopped wood nearby. The priest stepped forward and knocked, but there was no response. It seems they haven't returned yet. I wouldn't say so. Levi shook his head, then stepped forward and knocked again. This time, the door opened, and Charlie appeared, face unpleasant. Upon seeing Levi, his expression darkened, and he asked in a low voice. What is it? Good evening, Mr. Charlie. Levi fixed his gaze on Charlie, pressed down on his hat brim, and nodded slightly. I'd like to have a word with you and your brother. Where is he? He's injured. Injured? That's right. When that monster appeared earlier, he was nearby and got hurt. I only just managed to bring him back. Shouldn't you be taking him to see a doctor? That's none of your business. Charlie glared angrily at Levi, shouting furiously. His fierce demeanor frightened the others into stepping back, yet Levi still stood where he was, smiling as he stared at Charlie. He did not care at all about the man's vicious presence. On the contrary, he reached out and tugged at the glove on his hand. Then he spoke. I fired 2 shots just now. The others were all surprised to hear Levi suddenly bring this up. One of them was an incendiary round, made with white phosphorus. It burns easily, and it can burn even in water. Burn even in water? At this, the crowd was astonished. In the simple minds of country folk, water was meant to extinguish fire. A fire that could burn in water was something they had never seen in their lives. Charlie, however, clenched his teeth, staring at Levi with fists tightly balled. But Levi still looked entirely unconcerned as he continued. The second bullet was more interesting. It was a mercury round, in simple terms, a bullet containing mercury. When it enters the body and bursts, the mercury poisons the insides, causing coma, shock, even death. So. Levi tilted his head curiously, looking past Charlie. Is Mr. Tommy still doing well? If he's awake, he can give a howl. But I'd guess he probably can't manage that anymore. You. Charlie raised his fist in fury, but Levi's gun was faster than him. With the muzzle pressed against his forehead, he had no choice but to back step by step into the house under Levi's pressure. Levi followed him in. The others, having heard their conversation, were even more shocked. They crowded to the doorway and looked inside, only to see Tommy lying on the bed, face ashen and drained of blood. As expected. Levi glanced at the unconscious Tommy and quickly made his judgment. Then he turned his gaze back to Charlie. Tell me, who killed Fraser? Was it you brothers, or Roger? The village chief and others were taken aback by this sudden question. They had not expected the matter to circle around and point directly at them. Confronted with Levi's question, Charlie's expression flickered briefly with surprise. Then he clenched his jaw. It was Roger. Because Fraser's wife carried his child. Yes. At this point, Charlie abandoned all pretense and answered directly. That idiot insisted it was his own son, that he had to raise it himself, not let Fraser do so. We tried to talk him out of it, but the fool had lost his head. So, you were the one who killed Roger and Fraser's wife? I did it. Charlie nodded. Because you came here, and we were afraid you might discover something, so I stole Roger's key, followed him at night, and when he went into that woman's room, I slipped in and killed them both. And then you thought you could pin all of this on some so-called son of the wolf god, stirring up the villagers to hunt it? I'm curious, why didn't you simply kill me outright? Because, you're that special advisor from the police station, aren't you? Charlie frowned, staring at Levi. We were afraid killing you would draw police investigations and a manhunt. Sensible enough. Levi nodded. And then? How did you trick Mick into becoming your scapegoat? Charlie now looked utterly terrified at Levi's gaze. How did you know? When they hunted the wolf god, 4 were injured. Roger, Mick, and your father were among them. Levi flicked the gun slightly. And as it happens, I heard a rumor, that those bitten by werewolves also become werewolves. That's why their wives died one after another in the following years, isn't it? That's right, the wolf god's curse. Charlie, resigned now, nodded and continued. They killed the wolf god, but were cursed. Ever since, on nights of the full moon, or when their emotions raged out of control, they would transform into werewolves. Our father too, we saw with our own eyes how he became that terrifying, savage, loathsome beast. And he told us that since we carried his blood, we too would become the same monsters. We couldn't bear it, so we killed him. Wait. The village chief was stunned. So, he didn't die of illness? No. We killed him and claimed it was illness. Though he was a werewolf, when in human form, his strength was no greater than a common man. My brother and I poisoned him, then killed him, but that wasn't the end. Charlie clenched his fists as he spoke. That old bastard told others about us too. He said, because we're companions. But I'll never be companions with those damned monsters. That's why you often drank together. We never wanted to, but Roger threatened us. He demanded we help his brother, or he'd reveal our true identities. So we had no choice. It was only drinking with a drunkard anyway. But you still worried, still feared exposure. So when Roger killed his own brother and stirred up trouble, you saw the chance to silence him, Mick too, right? Yes. Charlie was fully open now. We told Mick we'd stage a play, if everyone believed the giant wolf was killed, then everything would be fine. Mick thought it was a good plan, so in front of the villagers we put on a show. Originally, I was only supposed to press my gun to him and pretend to shoot. But instead, I shoved the barrel into his mouth and blew his brains out before he could react. Charlie's gaze toward Levi grew more furious as he spoke. Originally, it would have ended there. The monster slain, life returning to peace. But you had to put out a bounty of £100 for a live capture. Now, everyone's eyes were on us. Even if we left only a footprint, they'd rush to sell us out for money. So you decided to kill me. Levi looked at Charlie with no trace of sympathy. And that's exactly what I wanted. I had long sensed something strange. So you deliberately posted that bounty? Correct. You killed the giant wolf too quickly, and hurried to bring back its corpse, because you wanted to bury the matter fast. But all I had to do was ensure it wouldn't end quickly, and you would act. Seems I guessed right. Charlie glared at Levi, Levi stared back at Charlie. Both men knew, there was no room left for words. Only one thing remained. Die. I'll kill you all. Charlie suddenly grabbed a chair and hurled it at Levi. At the same time, his body began to swell and twist. Facing the oncoming chair, Levi did not dodge nor flinch. He widened his eyes, staring straight ahead. In that instant, time seemed to slow immeasurably. Then, Levi pulled the trigger. If this were a game, then at this moment it should have been a cutscene. Charlie would have thrown a chair, everyone would have panicked and dodged, then they would have seen Charlie transform into a huge werewolf, followed by the start of a boss battle. However, Levi did not give Charlie this chance. He activated Eye of the Reaper, slowing the flow of time around him, then without hesitation aimed at Charlie and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. Gunfire rang out, and time returned to normal. Levi sidestepped the flying chair, while the village chief behind him failed to dodge and was struck head-on, crying out miserably as he collapsed to the ground. But the unluckiest one, naturally, was Charlie. In reality, there was no such thing as invincibility through transformation. At that moment, Charlie's body had only just begun to swell, tearing apart his clothes, and he was far from ready. An armor-piercing bullet struck directly at his chest and exploded, cruelly turning his chest into a vast basin of flesh and blood. Then, the second silver bullet repeated the trick, shooting into Charlie's wound. Yua! Charlie spat blood and fell to his knees, his massive body slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. Yet Levi did not relax his guard. On the contrary, after dodging the thrown chair, his figure flickered into the shadows by the wall. Almost simultaneously, a thick claw swiped from behind, nearly grazing Levi's body as it raked across the front wall, leaving a long gash in the solid wooden planks. See, cornice. Priest. The village chief, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief at the giant wolf before him. Just moments ago, it had been a calm and steady priest. But now, it had transformed into a towering black wolf. I am not like you, Charlie. The priest, transformed into a werewolf, raised his arms, staring at his massive hands tipped with sharp claws. I do not believe this is a curse. This is the power granted to us by the Holy Lord. We passed the trial, we destroyed the evil that plagued this village, and so the Holy Lord blessed us with this mighty strength. Why will you not accept it? So that's the explanation. Levi stepped out of the shadows again, staring at the priest. He had not forgotten that there had originally been 4 injured people, the priest was among them. Since the others had all become werewolves, the priest would naturally be no exception. The others may not have realized it, but Levi had always been aware, thanks to his puppet bird acting as a scouting drone, circling above their heads. Thus, the moment the priest transformed, Levi had already noticed. And nonsense. Charlie collapsed on the ground, the silver toxin rapidly corroding his veins and nerves. Perhaps because his transformation had not fully completed, his muscles were still writhing, as though desperately trying to heal his blasted chest. Yet the more he tried, the faster the silver spread. Levi hadn't expected it, but this stuff worked wonderfully against monsters with regenerative bodies. Benjamin would deserve another note of credit for this. This ugly abomination, how could it be God's blessing? Foolish. The priest shook his head, spreading his arms as though delivering a sermon. Fear is the Holy Lord's whip for hurting his lambs. Only demons tempt through beauty. The greater the fear, the more grotesque, the more sacred it becomes. Come to think of it, it did fit. Levi recalled that Eliza had explained how, within the Holy Lord Church's clergy, the belief was that the less human-like something appeared, the more sacred it was, the more human-like, the more demonic. Demons needed human form to tempt mankind, but angels did not. Speaking of which, Bishop Raphael's feathered monstrosity looked no better than the werewolf before him. If the priest's words were the truth, it wouldn't be surprising. I am the blade of the Holy Lord, the sword aimed at evil. But you ignore his blessing and betray him so. You shall face judgment and punishment. The priest cast a glance at Charlie, then turned toward Levi and the village chief. What a pity. You were never meant to know this truth. Perhaps this is fate. You don't expect us to surrender obediently, do you? Levi chuckled coldly, staring at the priest, who flexed his claws. I admit, you are strong indeed, outsider. But I. Whatever the priest intended to say, Levi would never know. Because at that instant, a thick, fur-covered wolf arm pierced through his chest. In the massive hand was a dripping, bloody heart, still beating fiercely. How? The priest stared dumbly at his own heart in disbelief. What was happening? Could there be another werewolf? But who? Clearly, only a handful of them had received this so-called blessing. But he had no chance for answers. The hand holding his heart clenched, and with a wet squelch, the still-beating organ burst like a crushed tomato. The priest collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. And so, the shadow behind him finally revealed itself before Levi. My apologies, detective. Moonlight pierced the clouds, casting silver upon the earth and dispelling the darkness. Behind the priest, a petite figure emerged, red cloak, white dress, unchanged as always. Only now, the girl's right arm was grotesquely thick, coated in black wolf fur and dripping with blood. Little Red Riding Hood raised her head toward Levi, smiling brightly. I didn't want to intervene, but if it were you, you would have killed him, wouldn't you? And then I would have lost the chance to avenge my father with my own hands. Father? Levi arched a brow, surprised. You don't mean to say, you are the cub that escaped back then? That's right. Little Red Riding Hood smiled. They weren't wrong. I did return, and I returned for revenge. First against the ones who killed my father, then against the villagers. They all must die. Honestly, I rather liked you, detective. I thought to wait until you left before taking action. But I didn't expect you to uncover so many interesting things. So I had no choice but to act first. You're so certain you can kill me? I'm quite formidable, you know. Oh, I'm very aware. But please don't compare me to these worthless creatures. She cast a scornful glance at the priest and the suffering Charlie nearby. They were nothing but low-grade beings infected by father. So this identity of yours is fake. The girl before him looked no older than her teens. Yet the wolf god had died 30 years ago. If she were that cub, the age didn't fit. Of course. She chuckled lightly. Ah, but the girl truly existed. I didn't lie. She did want to see her grandmother. But unfortunately for her, she met me. So I ate her and became her, perfectly mimicking those I devour. That is one of my abilities. Now you see, detective, why I am nothing like these brutes who only transform and use force. So, in the end, the big bad wolf still ate Little Red Riding Hood. Levi sighed, silently raising his gun. As fairy tales go, this ending is not well received. I like you too, detective. Little Red Riding Hood's eyes gleamed. You're clever and beautiful. If I devoured you, it would be far easier to hunt in the human world. Surely a man like you attracts plenty of female attention. That would make hunting and breeding so much easier. Should I say thank you for the compliment? He he he. The two chatted as though nothing had happened. But then, with a soft laugh, Little Red Riding Hood vanished. Like a hurricane. When Levi looked up, his vision was filled with blackness. A giant wolf, not like Charlie and the others, who resembled grotesque ape-wolf hybrids, but a true, proportioned giant black wolf. Its body stretched against the night sky, moonlight glistening off its sleek fur, its blood-red maw threatening to swallow the heavens. And then, Levi vanished too. Replaced by black steel. A steel body, a roaring engine, and blazing headlights. Blinding light flared, dazzling the black wolf. Instinctively, it squinted and rolled away, an innate reaction of any creature to sudden brightness. At the same time, the phantom roared forward, colliding with the wolf head-on. If the steel beast could speak, it would surely cry, "Taste my 70-mile-per-hour fury." Thud. The wolf was the size of a horse, but before the power of modern technology, it had no special defense. The phantom barreled through, slamming into the wolf, which yelped in pain, trying to evade. Yet time slowed again. Levi, reappearing on a tree branch through Shadow Step, raised his transformed cane gun, aimed at the wolf's head, and fired. Bang 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 bang. Flames burst, igniting its fur. Before it could howl, armor-piercing bullets tore its flesh, shattering its skull. A silver bullet followed, entering through the opening, burying itself deep into the wolf's brain. Time returned to normal. Boom. The phantom crashed into the wolf once more, sending it flying, sliding dozens of meters before coming to a halt. It blinked weakly, opened its jaws as if to speak, but only a feeble howl escaped. By the time Levi appeared before it again, the wolf's eyes had already shut forever. Ha! The cold wind blew. Levi stood in silence over the corpse of the giant wolf. Clearly, the root of everything in Wolf Head Village lay with this wolf's father. But unfortunately, Levi had no means to capture and interrogate it. Detective. The village chief's trembling voice came from behind. Levi turned to see him, pale-faced, rising unsteadily and looking around. What should I do now? How can I explain this to the villagers? Levi blinked, surveying the scene. Charlie lay dead in the cabin, Tommy motionless on the bed. The priest with his pierced heart was still on the ground, and the corpse of the black wolf beside him made it look like the aftermath of a monster film. Why not stuff their stomachs with stones and sink them in the lake? I'm joking. Levi glanced again at the wolf, sighing softly. Burn them. Sometimes, arson also required a bit of skill. For instance, you had to drag the corpses together, then douse them all with fuel, and finally set them ablaze. Of course, in this kind of environment, it wasn't so easy to burn them all into ash, but with a few more bundles of firewood, it wasn't impossible either. Levi had even generously donated a few white phosphorus incendiary grenades. Now that he had a car, the amount of equipment he carried with him had naturally increased as well. The flames roared skyward, tearing through the pitch-black night. Levi stood beside his car, silently watching the wooden cabin in the distance as it was consumed in a blazing inferno. The fire lit up the surrounding darkness, painting everything in a glaring crimson glow. For Levi, this case felt somewhat unusual. The ones he had encountered in Mist City before were basically all monsters born out of rumor and hearsay. But this one, right now, seemed more like a local specialty. Detective, sir, what do you plan to do next? I mean, how am I supposed to explain this to everyone? Either tell them the truth, or say that they died heroically in a fight against the Black Wolf and were burned together into ash. The choice is yours. Levi lifted his chin, gesturing toward the burning cabin before them. But, what if there are still some left? What should we do then? You can test with this. Levi took out a silver bullet and handed it to the village chief. Earlier, he had already tested it on the corpses of the Black Wolf and Charlie's group. The moment their skin touched silver bullets, it reacted as if corroded by sulfuric acid. Clearly, werewolves still had weaknesses. The only uncertainty was, what exactly was going on with this local werewolf? He still needed to go investigate that wolf god's cave. For Wolf Head Village, this night was one of chaos. They had suffered a monster's attack, then sat in vigil at the square for half the night, only to see a brilliant blaze erupting from the distance. The villagers were left both mentally and physically exhausted, yet they dared not speak out, only huddling together, trembling, and waiting, until the village chief finally returned, his face weary. The lying in cover up were his business, not Levi's. Once the small wooden house had completely burned down to charcoal, Levi returned to the village. As for the remaining werewolf corpse, once a vagabond named Mick, it too had long since been hoisted onto the fire by the villagers and burned away, leaving not a trace. It had to be said, fire was a wonderful thing. Now, whenever Levi encountered monsters, his method of dealing with them was simple: if uncertain, burn them first. After all, no matter what kind of monster it was, as long as you burned it down to ash, there was no risk of it crawling back out to cause more trouble. Plenty of horror films had offered that lesson: bury the monster, or sink it underwater, and odds were, after the end credits rolled, a hand would crawl out of the ground, or the corpse submerged beneath the water would suddenly open its eyes. Levi had no interest in producing sequels. Even if he couldn't burn them all to ash, reducing them to nothing but bones was also an acceptable outcome. He didn't believe for a second that Bones could get up and cause mischief again. In short, as far as Levi was concerned, the cleaner the burn, the lower the hidden risk. The other way around, leave things undone, and chances were you'd be dragged into shooting a sequel. Next, he and the village chief used silver bullets to test everyone in the village. Thankfully, no one else showed signs of mutation. The village chief finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Levi did not relax. To him, this was not the end. It was the beginning. Here it is. Carrying a gas lamp in his hand, Levi walked through the dim cave, eyes scanning the surroundings. This cave lay halfway up the mountain outside the village. Normally, climbing such a height would have exhausted Levi to death, but now he had a way around that. He controlled his puppet bird to fly to a stable ledge higher up, then used shadow step to directly transfer both himself and the puppet bird there. After repeating this process several times, he naturally avoided the exhausting climb. It had to be said, after his puppeteer profession leveled up to 3, Levi felt much safer. The power of shadow step was simply too convenient. Now, even venturing alone deep into a cave, he wasn't afraid of accidents. He had stationed puppets outside the cave as guards. Even if the entire cave collapsed, Levi could instantly swap himself with a puppet using shadow step. To complement this ability, Levi had even asked Irene to craft several miniature puppet toys. Just like the small pull-along animal toys made for 3 or 4-year-olds in modern marketplaces, except smaller, at most the size of a button or a watch. As long as Levi placed these tiny puppets somewhere safe, and they remained within his control range, he could return instantly from anywhere. And since these toys were cheap, losing them was no loss at all. For instance, the one Levi had tossed at the cave entrance now was a coin-sized insect puppet, its string mechanism allowing it to twitch and move slightly. Left in the mud, no one would notice it. Caves were dangerous places. Even though Levi had already used soul sight to confirm no beasts were inside, caves themselves posed risks. Many were riddled with twisting passages. Once inside, it was all too easy to lose track of the entrance and suffocate to death. If not for the puppet, stationed outside, giving him an escape route, Levi wouldn't have dared enter. The cave interior was a mess, but Levi quickly found what he needed. Little Red Riding Hood had apparently been here before. Her footprints were easy enough to spot, and following them, Levi pressed onward deeper into the cave. After several turns, he finally reached the deepest chamber. And this was his destination. So this is where the wolf god lived, huh? Levi raised his gas lamp high, illuminating the chamber. 30 years had passed, and little remained. Only scraps of cloth and decayed tables and chairs. What stood out most was a tin teapot and cups placed in one corner. It seemed this wolf god had at least some taste for life. Levi stepped closer, examining the items on the table. Most were human things, plates, cutlery, tea sets, even some books. But the books were in terrible condition, so decayed that they crumbled to pieces at the slightest touch. Levi stared silently at the cave remnants. If not for the villagers' certainty that this had been a wolf, he might have suspected a human lived here. Or perhaps it originally was a human. After all, Charlie and the others could switch between human and wolf forms, and Little Red Riding Hood could freely transform as well. Whoever lived here could easily have lived as a human most of the time, only transforming into a wolf when necessary. And unlike legends, werewolves here did not revert to human form upon death, but remained in their killed shape. Perhaps that explained the origin of the wolf's head. But then came the question, if this being could live as a human, why live in isolation? Why not simply blend into the village, or better yet, into Mist City? In a big city, it was far easier to stay hidden. Unless one howled every night to disturb the neighbors, it was nearly impossible to be discovered. Or perhaps, there was a reason they had to live apart. Levi rummaged through the table. Suddenly, from a hole in a drawer, a glint of metal caught his eye. Carefully, he reached in and pulled open the drawer, which was nearly rotted away, leaving only its base. Inside lay a badge, quietly resting. The badge was filthy, but still intact. Levi picked it up and wiped it with a handkerchief until most of the grime came off, revealing the design beneath. A round badge, its center bearing a vertical blade, gripped by a claw, its tip stabbed into the ground. Around it twined vines and figs. This was. Levi's gaze froze slightly. He recognized it as a family crest. Normally, he wouldn't have known which, but by coincidence, before leaving Mist City, he had seen this very design. It was the crest of the Baskerville family. At that moment, a system notification flashed before Levi's eyes. Quest exploration complete. So this was the hidden secret of Wolf Head Village. Levi frowned at the quest completion notice. It seemed all that had happened here could indeed be traced back to this cave, and all of it was tied to the Baskerville family. Which meant the next step was heading to the Delicat region to investigate the family itself. Silently pocketing the badge, Levi checked the evaluation results. Time spent, A. Investigation efficiency, S. Impact, A. Overall evaluation, S. Time and impact both dropped a grade, likely because he took too long. A top-tier detective might have solved everything the very first night. But Levi was calm. What mattered was, he had resolved the matter, and he was still alive. That was enough. Then came the rewards. Lifespan plus 40, bonus plus 10. Fairly low, only a bit over a month, but better than nothing. Special skill selection. Keen smell / rapid sprint / disguise transformation. These were clearly Little Red Riding Hood's skills. Levi examined them. Keen smell was simple, like a dog's sense of smell, able to detect countless odors, but Levi dismissed it. He'd rather just keep a real dog. Besides, going around sniffing like a hound hardly fit his style. Rapid sprint was a speed skill, temporarily increasing Levi's speed by 120% in all actions. Disguise transformation was the same as Little Red Riding Hood's ability. However, unlike her, Levi did not need to devour someone to transform. As long as he had the target's data, information, and belongings, he could assume their form, becoming indistinguishable from the original. The more detailed the data, the more perfect the disguise. Levi discarded keen smell immediately. He hesitated between rapid sprint and disguise transformation, and finally chose disguise transformation. LV1 by collecting target data, transform into their appearance. The more detailed the data, the more complete the disguise. Cost, 5 minutes per second. This one. Levi silently confirmed his choice. Rapid sprint was essentially just speed, something he could already compensate for with Eye of the Reaper. But disguise transformation was invaluable. Disguise was an essential tool for detectives in investigations. Levi normally stood out too much, attracting attention wherever he went. With this ability, he could conceal his identity and act unnoticed. Excellent. As disguise transformation was added under disguise, boosting his disguise stat by 10, Levi nodded in satisfaction. The matter here was settled. Next, it was time to see what awaited with the Baskerville family. Director Macmillan had not been having a good time lately. As the director of the Delicat police station, his daily work was usually very leisurely. The Delicat region was a laid-back agricultural area, where most of the people worked in farming or jobs related to agricultural products. Of course, occasionally a case would occur, but none of them were particularly serious. Director Macmillan remembered that since he had joined the police, the only homicide he had encountered was 10 years ago. At that time, a girl had been fooling around with her boyfriend, and accidentally pushed him down the stairs. The latter's head had unfortunately hit the corner of a table, and that was the end of it. Truly pitiful. But now, the situation had changed. The curse of the Baskerville family. Director Macmillan did not believe in this, but the problem did not lie in whether or not he believed such ridiculous rumors. After all, the events had already happened. Sir Baskerville had disappeared, and 2 of his subordinates had died. This had caused an uproar locally, especially with the Delicat Morning News, which had fiercely scolded the police station and its officers, claiming they had failed to fulfill their duties as policemen, even accusing them of dereliction of duty. What the hell would those pen-wielding idiots know? Just the thought of those harsh and biting reports in the newspaper made Director Macmillan seethe with anger. He hated journalists, believing they only wanted to stir up some big news. They spoke endlessly of justice and truth, but in fact, they only wanted some rumor-mongering gossip and far-fetched stories. Just like that previous homicide, at the time, the newspapers had filled their pages with all kinds of baseless speculations, from love and hatred born of quarrels, to the girl having a new lover and thus murdering to silence. Yet when the police revealed the truth, these journalists had swept away their previous enthusiasm, showing no intention of reporting it at all. They would rather fill the front page with the love triangle between a girl and 2 boys who loved her, than simply state, according to police investigation, this was merely an ordinary accidental death caused by roughhousing. Truth. Facts. Director Macmillan scoffed at such words. These wild dogs only wanted excitement, no different from those damned addicts. But now, these wild dogs had already rolled away from the doors of the police station, and the case had been handed over to someone sent from higher authorities in the Mist City. In any case, he had already done what he should have. Now it depended on whether the person sent to investigate had any way to resolve this problem that he himself could not solve. Thinking of this, Director Macmillan's heart grew somewhat anxious. On one hand, he truly hoped the case could be solved. On the other hand, deep down he secretly harbored a trace of malicious delight, for if even those sent from the Mist City could not crack the case, then it would prove that it was not his fault. This made him hesitate, the scales in his heart swinging back and forth, not knowing which way to lean. Dong dong dong. From outside came the sound of hurried footsteps, followed by a policeman rushing in without even knocking. Director. What are you doing, flustered and panicked like that? What kind of appearance is this? Director Macmillan snapped back from his thoughts, glaring at his subordinate in dissatisfaction. Even if this was a countryside police station, it was still a police station. What kind of disgraceful behavior was this? No, it's a car has arrived. A car. And what of it? Director Macmillan looked at his subordinate with bitter disappointment. True, the Delicat region was backward as an agricultural district, but steam cars were not unheard of. He had also heard that recently the higher-ups were considering adopting steam machinery to improve the efficiency of sowing and harvesting crops. Yet his subordinates acted like a bunch of country bumpkins. Truly disgraceful. Muttering under his breath, Director Macmillan stood up and turned to look out the window. You lot, getting all worked up just because you see a steam car, what future can you possibly have like this? This isn't decades ago, you young men. What the hell? Seeing the black steam car chug into the yard of the police station, Director Macmillan almost spat out a curse on the spot. What the hell was this thing? It wasn't as if Director Macmillan had never seen a steam car. In his youth, he had studied and worked in the Mist City before being transferred here. But the thing before his eyes, no matter how he looked at it, it was completely different from the steam cars he remembered. Had the city really advanced this far already? Let's go down and take a look. Seeing this, Director Macmillan's face grew solemn as he left his office. Though he did not yet know who had arrived, based on his experience, anyone riding in such a vehicle could not possibly be an ordinary person. As a dignified police director, albeit of the countryside, it was not unreasonable for him to personally go and see. When Director Macmillan reached the entrance, he saw the car had already parked. The door slowly lifted open, and a strikingly handsome young man stepped out. He wore a top hat, held a cane, and dressed in a suit, looking every bit the nobleman. At this sight, Director Macmillan's heart gave a tremor. He had seen handsome men before, he had seen wealthy men before, but a man who was both handsome and stylishly dressed while driving such an impressive steam car, that, he had truly never seen. Hello. Levi stepped down from the car, adjusted his clothes, and approached the police station entrance. There, he saw a bearded man in a police uniform, with a beer belly and an air of authority. Smiling politely, Levi stepped forward and greeted him. My name is Levi. I am a special investigation consultant from the Mist City Police. Hello, Mr. Levi. I am Macmillan Black. Hearing Levi's introduction, Director Macmillan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already suspected that the man was likely an expert sent from the Mist City. It was just that his grand entrance had been rather peculiar, making it hard to guess. But this consultant was far too young. Looking at Levi's handsome and youthful face, Director Macmillan could not help but think to himself, such a young fellow, can he really solve a case? My apologies for arriving late. Some matters on the way caused delays. I hope you don't mind. Facing Director Macmillan, Levi smiled and offered his apology. After arriving in Delicat, he had not gone straight to the police station, but first to the post office, where he had sent a telegram to MI7. He informed them of the events at Wolf Head Village, leaving them to handle the aftermath. As for the cave, MI7 would also need to assign people to investigate properly. Of course, Levi would not put it so directly. Instead, he had sent it in the form of a strange tale to the editorial department, confident that as soon as they saw his name, they would know exactly what the story meant. That's quite all right, you arrived much faster than I expected, Mr. Levi. Given the urgency of the situation, it could not be helped. Levi nodded at Director Macmillan. Shall we speak in private? Director Macmillan had no objection to this. After all, it was not proper to discuss sensitive matters at the front gate. So he led Levi to his office, where the latter gave his explanation. You say, this is a new kind of criminal method? Hearing Levi's words, Director Macmillan was somewhat surprised. Yes. Levi nodded. The explanation of a new type of criminal method was the conclusion decided upon after discussion with MI7. After all, in this great era of the steam revolution, new inventions were constantly emerging, and so too were new methods of crime. Just like how hackers only appeared after the invention of computers. This was a miraculous era, where all kinds of mad, wondrous, and bizarre inventions sprang up endlessly. Therefore, it was only natural that criminal methods evolved and changed with each passing day. Unlike ordinary crimes, these criminals like to exploit or fabricate various mysterious legends and stories to conceal their motives and purposes. By relying on certain special methods, they commit crimes, and in this way, they easily escape the pursuit of the law. What we must do is arrest them and bring them to justice. This was, in fact, very difficult. The old butler had also told Levi that after the corpses of those monsters had been delivered, both the royal family and Parliament had shown considerable concern. The problem, however, was that they had no way to legislate or declare such people guilty within the framework of law. The reason was the same as before, they could not present such bizarre things before the public. If the public learned that someone summoned monsters to kill or someone turned into a monster to kill, it would inevitably cause panic. Therefore, the old butler's hint had been, catch them in the act. If they resist, then... well, you know. Of course Levi understood, this was standard procedure in a certain so-called beacon of freedom. Empty the bullets, then call it a day. Actually, Levi knew that what the higher-ups truly wanted was to capture them alive for interrogation. But Levi was unwilling to take that risk. The reason was simple, just like that joke Levi had once read in his own world. Chow Chow had ordered his men to capture Zhao Yun alive, then watched as Zhao Yun carved a bloody path through the encirclement, in and out 7 times. Enraged, Chow Chow cursed his men, and his men replied aggrievedly, Prime Minister, we knew you wanted him alive, but he didn't know that. Of course, if this were the military, soldiers would treat obeying orders as their highest duty, whether it meant climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a cauldron of boiling oil, they would not hesitate. But Levi was not a soldier. Why should he risk his own life for the paltry interests of the royal family and Parliament? Wouldn't it be easier to let flames purify everything? If others wished to capture them alive, that was their business. Levi certainly would not. He had already discovered that these monsters possessed an extraordinary vitality, unless utterly destroyed, they could not be trusted to be dead. And yet others wanted to capture them alive? Easy to say, since you're not the one doing the capturing. If you have the ability, then you go do it yourself. That is the current situation. Levi quickly explained, and was rewarded with seeing Director Macmillan's face show a look of relief. For the police, nothing was more feared than accusations of incompetence. But Levi's explanation neatly resolved this problem. Delicat was a rural area, in this era there was no internet, and intelligence on the latest criminal methods could not be obtained so quickly. Thus, this explanation offered both sides a way to save face. So, you mean this is a very secretive method of crime? Then, specifically, what kind of method is it? I'm sorry, I cannot say for now. It requires a very high degree of expertise. Furthermore, I am not yet certain whether the disappearance of the Baskerville family is related. I need to investigate, confirm, and then determine whether the details need to be disclosed. At this, Levi looked at Director Macmillan and added. It is precisely because this technique is so obscure and rare that I came here. Immediately, he saw Director Macmillan's once tense expression relax considerably. Very good, the problem was solved. Then let us resolve the matter at hand. Levi coughed lightly, returning to the main topic. As for the case itself, I have only read the newspapers and official internal records. Now, I have a few questions. Levi looked at Director Macmillan and asked. When Sir Baskerville said he was going to the washroom, why were the bodies of the two officers found in the study? Sir Baskerville had first been playing cards in the first-floor recreation room. There was, of course, a washroom on the first floor. He had no reason to go to the second-floor study. That is also something we found strange. Facing Levi's question, Director Macmillan nodded. We can only guess that after visiting the washroom, Sir Baskerville suddenly remembered something he wished to retrieve from the study. Thus, the two officers accompanied him. Unfortunately, we can no longer know the answer to this question. You deployed a large number of police to guard the manor's perimeter, yet none were stationed inside the house. Levi was somewhat doubtful. But Director Macmillan shook his head. Sir Baskerville refused our proposal. Honestly, I can understand. At his status, he naturally would not want policemen casually placed inside his home. After all, who could know if there was something within his house he did not wish others to see? And that secret was more important to him than his own life. Levi silently complained inwardly, then shifted the subject. May I see their corpses? Of course. The bodies of the two officers were stored in the police station's underground morgue. It was only because they were policemen, had they been ordinary victims, their families would surely have already insisted on taking them for burial. After all, people of this era still valued being laid to rest in the earth. Especially in rural places like Delicat, the strength of tradition was very powerful. Entering the morgue, Levi soon saw the corpses of the two officers. And their cause of death was obvious at a glance. Under the pallid light, enormous, razor-sharp claw marks had torn through their bodies, leaving gaping wounds across their backs, almost as if the two men had been ripped apart like puppets. Levi stretched out his hand to measure, finding that the claw marks were nearly larger than a bear's. Almost instant death. Director Macmillan's expression was grim. Though his face showed little change, his tone carried a trace of anger. May they rest in peace. So, some kind of beast stood behind them, raised both claws, and struck down, killing them instantly. Levi stared at the wounds. He was far from unfamiliar with such marks, only a few days ago, he had seen almost identical injuries. There are no beasts of such size in the Delicat region. Director Macmillan replied in a low voice. Here, the worst we usually worry about are wolf packs. But even a wolf, I believe, could never inflict such injuries. To this speculation, Levi said nothing more. What he could now confirm was, the events in the Delicat region were indeed connected, in some way, to Wolf Head Village. Then, Director Macmillan, what is your preliminary judgment regarding this case? Levi withdrew his gaze from the corpse and asked, while Director Macmillan coughed lightly and gave his own deduction. We believe the murderer must harbor a very deep hatred toward the Baskerville family. Their motive is not money, but revenge. They may have even disguised themselves as Baskerville servants to infiltrate, create disappearances, and use rumors to spread panic. What about the motive then? Perhaps to drive the Baskerville family away from this land, to atone for what they call their sins. Sins? You don't know about the curse of the Baskerville hound? I only know that because of this curse, every head of the Baskerville family mysteriously disappears on the day of his 38th birthday. But I don't know the details of the curse. In the Delicat region, this is common knowledge. Even children know this story. Director Macmillan paused before speaking again. Legend has it that in the deep mountains of Delicat, there exists a king ruling over all the wolves, we call it the Wolf King. Its age is as old as the Delicat region itself. They say the Wolf King can transform into a human and walk among men. On nights of the full moon, wolf howls can be heard echoing through the mountains of Delicat. People believe that is the Wolf King proclaiming its existence and authority. This did not seem to have much to do with the Baskerville family. Levi listened quietly without interrupting. And then, during the time of the Baskerville patriarch 3 generations ago, no, actually, 4 generations ago, they angered the Wolf King. Angered? Yes. The Baskerville family had a tradition of going hunting in the forest after the patriarch's birthday. At that time, Sir Baskerville organized a hunt, and his trap caught a white wolf. The wolf's entire body was as pure white as snow, with eyes as red as blood. The baronet liked this prey very much and planned to make a specimen out of it to boast of his valor. But the accompanying hunters warned him that this white wolf was the Wolf King's mate. If he killed her, he would provoke the Wolf King's wrath. And as a typical victim in a horror tale, this baronet surely ignored the warning. Levi could already guess how the story would go, and sure enough, Director Macmillan soon confirmed his thoughts. But the baronet dismissed the warning. He believed the Baskerville family were the true rulers of the Delicat region, not some Wolf King. So, before everyone's eyes, he slew the white wolf with a single sword strike. He even declared that as ruler of Delicat, he had the right to dispose of anything that belonged to him. They say that before dying, the white wolf let out a heart-rending howl that echoed through the Delicat mountains. Soon after, from deep within the mountains, an enraged howl of another wolf resounded. And then? Yes. Everyone was shocked, and the baronet's horse panicked and bolted, carrying him deep into the forest. Soon, the others regained their senses and rushed to chase after him. But in the end, they found only the baronet's horse by a stream, he himself was gone without a trace. Back then, people simply said Sir Baskerville had angered the Wolf King and was taken away. As a story, it is rather interesting. Levi nodded. And what about the slain white wolf? They say that when everyone returned later, the body of the white wolf had vanished. Everyone was terrified, and the forest was filled with wolf howls. In the end, they had no choice but to flee the forest. Everyone thought the matter was over, but clearly, it was not. As he spoke, Director Macmillan produced a stack of documents. This is the investigation record from the case of young Sir Baskerville. Levi flipped through the files. He found they were almost identical to the current case. After his birthday banquet, young Sir Baskerville saw off his guests, then returned to his room with his wife. The next morning, when the servant came to wake him, they found his wife dead in bed. The cause of death was similar to that of the two police officers, her body torn apart by what seemed to be a sharp object. Only in her case, her chest had been ripped open directly. That made Levi recall the man and woman from Wolf Head Village. From then on, people began to say the Baskerville family was cursed. Because the very first victim, the baronet, had gone hunting after his 38th birthday and then vanished. So everyone believed the Wolf King had indeed cursed the Baskerville family, so that every family head would die on their 38th birthday. What if there were a successor already in his 40s? The Baskerville line only passes down through a single heir. If they had relatives, perhaps the curse would have been broken already. They could also wait until after turning 40 to inherit the title. Levi made a casual joke, though he knew it was impossible. A family head was not just an honorary title, he was responsible for all decisions regarding the territory. Not to mention, though the Delicat region seemed remote and backward, it was an important grain-producing area. How could there not be someone in charge? I have another question, Director Macmillan. I wonder if you can answer it. What question? Listening to the whole story, it is all about the feud between the Baskerville family and the Wolf King, correct? Yes. Then why is the curse called the Baskerville Hound? Levi fixed his gaze on Director Macmillan, gesturing slightly. A wolf and a dog are different, aren't they? And from what I've heard, there wasn't a single dog in this whole story. This was clearly a case of hanging a dog's head but selling wolf meat. This. Faced with Levi's peculiar line of thought, Director Macmillan also frowned. Now that you mention it, it is indeed odd. Perhaps because wolves cannot easily slip in, but dogs can. And I heard the Baskerville family also used to keep dogs. Very strange, why is it called the Baskerville Hound? Director Macmillan muttered to himself, frowning, while Levi stared at him. I want you to find the officer who handled the disappearance case of young Sir Baskerville back then and ask about the details. Since the rumor spread after his disappearance, I don't believe it is entirely baseless. Perhaps the clues to the case are hidden within it. I understand. Director Macmillan came back to his senses, nodding gravely. I will send someone to find the officer in charge back then. Good. Levi cast another glance at the corpse before covering it with the white cloth. Let us head to Baskerville Manor. The Delicat region was an important grain-producing area of the empire, with much of its harvest sent to Mist City. From the royal family down to the poor, most people lived off the crops grown here, mainly wheat. Because of this, the environment here was far better than the perpetually foggy Mist City. At least one could see blue skies and white clouds. Fields of wheat stretched like waves in the wind. Driving along the country road, Levi looked out upon a pastoral scene of stability and peace. Actually, regarding the Baskerville family's fate, there is another version of the story told in private. Seated in the back, Director Macmillan withdrew his curious gaze from observing the surroundings and spoke. Originally, he could have just sent any officer to guide Levi, but it seemed Director Macmillan was also quite interested in this car, so he took the excuse of guiding the way to ride along. Levi did not particularly care about this. Another version? Yes. Director Macmillan lowered his voice slightly. These words I can only say here, never elsewhere. In fact, since the time of young Sir Baskerville, they have been devoted to promoting agricultural steam mechanical automation. They wanted to replace the current farming methods with steam harvesters and seeders, to increase agricultural output and shorten the time for harvesting and planting. Let me guess, many opposed it. Quite a few opposed. Director Macmillan grew solemn. Many claimed this method would cause severe damage to the land, leaving it unable to produce crops the following year. Others said those machines were poisonous, that the grain harvested with them was unfit for consumption, and so on. Though the Baskerville family had high local prestige, due to the immense resistance among the people, they were never able to implement it. At this point, Director Macmillan lowered his voice again. So, we have always suspected, could it be the work of those Luddites? For Luddites in this world, hating machines was almost instinctive. Put another way, if they could smash machines and burn factories, then killing a person would hardly be an issue. But you found no clues, correct? Levi naturally understood why Director Macmillan confided this to him. No, we investigated secretly, but found nothing. Actually, in this region. Sigh. Director Macmillan said no more, but Levi understood his meaning. Delicat was a grain-producing region, with high mountains and clear waters, virtually the dreamland of the Luddites. It could even be said that most of the populace here was likely supportive of Luddism. People were like this, once accustomed to their life, they refused to change. From Levi's perspective, introducing agricultural mechanization was the trend of the times, an inevitable step. For the Baskerville family to have thought of this, they could be considered competent leaders. But if the people beneath were unwilling, that was another matter. Up ahead is Baskerville Manor. Finishing his hushed words, Director Macmillan changed the subject. Levi lifted his gaze toward the front, and soon saw the gates of a manor appear at the end of the road. The entire Baskerville Manor occupied an immense area. Its ivy-covered high walls stretched almost endlessly into the distant fields. Even after Levi's steam car passed through the open gates, it still took another 10 minutes before they arrived at the main entrance of the Baskerville residence. These wealthy folk, with nothing better to do, really had to make their homes so absurdly vast. Levi grumbled inwardly, though no expression showed on his face, as he followed Director Macmillan out of the car. At that moment, officers were still on guard. Upon seeing the two appear, they visibly sighed in relief. One hurried forward to appeal to Director Macmillan. Director, you're finally here, thank goodness. We can hardly hold out any longer, please help us talk sense into that young lady. What is going on? Hearing his subordinate's complaint, Director Macmillan frowned. But before the officer could reply, the tightly shut doors opened, and a fierce voice rang out. We are not prisoners. Or do you intend to treat me as a criminal and arrest me? Levi lifted his head toward the doorway, and saw a young and beautiful woman storming out. She looked about 18 or 19, with dazzling waist-length golden hair, fair skin, and sapphire blue eyes. A standard image of a southerner of the empire. The woman wore equestrian riding clothes, the currently fashionable athletic attire for imperial women. The tight-fitting jacket and trousers outlined her striking curves clearly. Her golden hair was coiled into waves with the empire's most fashionable hairband, looking quite trendy. At a ball, such a graceful figure and lovely appearance would surely attract everyone's attention. Even now, she did. Director Macmillan. The blonde woman stormed down the steps, coming before Director Macmillan, glaring at him. What do you mean by this? If you intend to confine us for questioning, then you might as well throw us straight into prison. We only wish to ensure your personal safety. Facing this fiery young woman, a helpless grimace appeared on Director Macmillan's face. But soon, he turned and gestured toward Levi. Please rest assured, however, the investigation expert from Mist City has arrived. I believe he will certainly solve this case. Investigation expert. The woman frowned, following his gesture to look at Levi. Levi seized the moment to remove his top hat and bowed politely to her. Hello, I am Levi, Special Consultant of Mist City Police, here to investigate the disappearance case of Sir Baskerville. The woman glared at Levi. Gradually, her stern expression softened, and then she nodded. Hello, I am Aurelia Baskerville. Welcome to this manor. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer. With those words, the woman named Aurelia turned and left. Seeing this, relief appeared in the eyes of the surrounding policemen. As local officers, they had long been troubled by this unruly young lady. This was the first time they had ever seen her act so obediently. Director Macmillan glanced at Levi, then at Aurelia's retreating figure, nodding thoughtfully. Well, perhaps this was not surprising either. After this, a servant came forward and welcomed the two into the mansion. As they stepped through the main doors, Director Macmillan lowered his head and whispered into Levi's ear. If possible, please help me keep an eye on that young lady. Oh. Does she have some sort of problem? No. The problem is that she is Sir Baskerville's daughter. Oh, no, now she should be addressed as Lady Baskerville. At this, Director Macmillan let out a sigh. But right now, she has no intention of fulfilling her duties as a noblewoman. Instead, she spends all day thinking about finding her father, even vowing to set fire to the mountains, hunt down that wolf king, and kill it. As Director Macmillan spoke, he shook his head. This is not mere childishness, Mr. Levi. That young lady has always been a troublemaker since childhood. Seeking the wolf king, she is indeed the sort who would actually do it. That's why I station people here, in case her emotions spiral out of control and she truly runs off into the deep mountains and forests to search for the wolf king. At that point, things would only get worse. She is the only heir of the Baskerville family. Yes. Director Macmillan's expression grew grave. The people of Delicat have been loyal to the Baskerville dukes for generations. As Delicat folk, we absolutely cannot allow the Baskerville bloodline to end in our era. That would be a disgrace to us all. Oh. Faced with Director Macmillan's earnest and serious demeanor, Levi felt somewhat surprised. Though he knew there was a Western saying, "The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal," actually witnessing such loyalty firsthand still startled him a little. It seemed the people of Delicat truly held deep devotion to the Baskerville family. Levi almost wanted to ask Director Macmillan, if Lady Baskerville and Her Majesty the Queen both fell into the water, which one would you save? But better not. He was just a small detective, it wasn't wise to meddle in such matters. So Levi only nodded. Let's go see the scene. According to the records, Sir Baskerville had been playing cards with several of his friends in the recreation room on the first floor. The recreation room, located on the southeast side of the hall, was furnished with bookshelves, sofas, a tea table, a billiard table, and a card table. That night, Sir Baskerville and his friends played cards there, while 2 policemen guarded the door. What about the servants? Except for one maid, the others had gone back to their rooms to rest. Their quarters are all on the first floor. But that maid didn't leave with them. According to the records. Walking beside Levi, Director Macmillan pulled out some files and flipped through them. At the time, Sir Baskerville said he wanted a late-night snack, so the maid went to the kitchen to prepare sandwiches and black tea. 5 minutes after she left, Sir Baskerville said he was going to the washroom. As Director Macmillan reported, the two stopped in front of the washroom. Levi raised his head and examined it carefully. It looked no different from anywhere else, positioned at a corner next to the recreation room, which was quite normal. On the other side was the staircase leading to the second floor. Next comes the conjecture. Director Macmillan extended a hand, pointing toward the staircase at the end of the corridor. After leaving the washroom, Sir Baskerville suddenly recalled needing something from the study. So he went upstairs to the second-floor study. Then the culprit killed the 2 policemen, knocked him unconscious, and abducted him. As he spoke, the 2 reached the second-floor study, now sealed off by a "Do Not Enter" cordon. Beyond the line, Levi saw blood splattered on the floor and walls, as well as chalk outlines marking where the 2 officers had fallen. Levi crouched down, examining the floor carefully. Even without the aid of investigation, he could make out claw marks etched into the once smooth wooden surface. These prints were much larger than the ones at Wolf Head Village. What do you make of this? Levi looked toward Director Macmillan, who remained silent. Just then, a proud voice rang out. Just as I said, it must have been the Wolf King. Turning his head, Levi saw Miss Aurelia walking toward him. She had changed out of her riding attire and was now wearing a formal dress. Wolf King. That's right. You must have heard the legend. I believe that demon must have slipped into this house, waited until we were all resting, then killed the 2 officers and carried off my father. The guess was reasonable, but still unrelated to the demon hound. The golden-haired beauty grew more impassioned. So, we must capture it, kill it, and display its corpse before the public. Let everyone know the Baskerville family cannot be defeated. Whether it be wolves or anything else, none shall make us fear. Retreat. Or flee. With that, Aurelia turned and went downstairs. This young lady was quite agitated. Levi said nothing more. He rose to his feet and glanced through the open doorway toward the study window. Was that window open at the time as well? Yes. Both the door and the window were open. So, whether human or otherwise, it couldn't have simply passed through the wall. Levi remarked casually as he stepped into the study and walked over to the window. The study was on the second floor, overlooking the roof of the first floor, and beyond that, the garden. Director Macmillan, where were the policemen stationed that night? Here, and here. Macmillan pointed out each guard's position, while Levi leapt through the window onto the roof, surveying the surroundings. The roof was tiled, leaving no clear traces. There was no lighting nearby either, meaning that if something, or someone, had stood there, the policeman would not have noticed. After all, most people never paid attention to what was above their heads. But the problem wasn't there. It lay in the fact that the grounds around the mansion were all open space, at least 30 meters to the nearest wall. This meant the culprit either could fly or could leap 30 meters in a single bound, otherwise, they would surely have been seen by the guards on the ground. That was the problem. From the Wolf Head Village case, Levi already knew that werewolves had extraordinary physical abilities. So as for whether one could manage this, he thought it very likely. But it wasn't entirely impossible to verify. Levi closed his eyes, then opened them again. At that moment, the world lost all color, leaving only black and white. Everything around him looked like a monochrome image on a television screen. Levi turned his head back toward the study. This time, he saw claw marks glowing vividly, as if burning with flame, leading from the doorway into the study, then leaping out the window. A silent, nimble landing on the roof, followed by a powerful leap. About the same physical level as Little Red Riding Hood. Levi recalled silently that when he fought her in Wolf Head Village, she too had cleared such a distance in a single bound. Werewolves indeed had formidable physiques. In close combat, Levi stood no chance against them. Fortunately, he didn't rely on close combat. The only thing he had was the street fighting skills he'd gained from the Ghost Knight, tricks like throwing sand or underhanded strikes. Against werewolves. Probably useless. Levi shut off soul sight and stood on the roof, staring out toward the surrounding mountains. After the Wolf Head Village affair, he had begun forming some suspicions about the Baskerville family. It was highly possible that the Wolf King was the true first-generation werewolf, and that the Baskerville family, like the villagers of Wolf Head Village, had simply been unlucky enough to encounter it, then were infected and mutated. A perfectly reasonable deduction. After all, this family had endured for over 1,000 years, and such things had never been heard of before, had they? But the question was, if they were transformed, why retreat into the mountains? The infected hunters of Wolf Head Village could disguise themselves and live quietly among villagers for 30 years. The Baskerville family, in Delicat, had wealth, manpower, land, estates. To be blunt, if they wanted, they could simply build a mountain villa or a hunting lodge in the hills and live there far more comfortably. Much better than hiding in caves. From what Levi had seen in those caves, even transformed werewolves still had human needs. Surely not every Baskerville patriarch was some sort of masochist who enjoyed hardship. Any findings, Mr. Levi? Hearing Director McMillan's inquiry, Levi finally drew back his gaze and looked toward him, still standing in the study. Nothing conclusive yet. I intend to take a look outside the manor. Just then, a maid appeared at the door. Levi glanced at her, recognizing her as the one who had accompanied Aurelia earlier. Mr. Levi, Mr. McMillan, dinner is ready. The mistress invites you both to dine. At her reminder, Levi realized his stomach truly was empty. He exchanged a glance with Director McMillan, then nodded. In any case, first eat, then talk. As a grain-producing region, Delicat was also considered a land of fine food. Or rather, as a grain-producing region, the thing they prided themselves on the most was naturally food. For instance, tonight's dinner was just such an example. First came oyster soup, delicious in flavor, with plump, tender oyster meat that whetted the appetite. Then came poached flounder, served on a platter, its translucent flesh simmered to perfection, eaten with lobster sauce, rich in taste and deeply satisfying. But that was only the starter. Next came appetizers of honey-glazed pigeon and lamb chops with tomato sauce. The main courses were roast lamb, stewed veal's head, and bacon stew with spinach. This was why Levi could still enjoy good food even in this era. At the very least, most of it was meat dishes. And with meat, making it taste bad was a skill of its own. Most of the time, the natural flavor of the ingredients alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Moreover, Levi himself preferred lighter flavors. Back in his original world, his favorite dish had been plain boiled chicken, simply cooked without too many seasonings, just scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to remove the smell, then eating the chicken directly. The natural fragrance of the meat, though not as intense as roasted meat, was in Levi's view far more comfortable to eat. Where Levi once lived, meals emphasized full harmony of color, fragrance, and taste. But here, there was not so much fuss. Take the roast lamb, for instance, it was simply a whole lamb roasted and brought out as is, a ring of greens laid beneath it. But the sight of the juicy, tender slices cut from it was enough to make one's fingers itch. And that was not all. Afterward came side dishes of plum pudding, cheesecake, along with desserts and iced treats. One had to admit, calling Delicat a land of fish and rice was hardly an exaggeration. Comparing, Levi found the Baskerville family's chef far more skilled than Irene, though that was only natural. Of course, he still did not drink alcohol. Mr. Levi doesn't drink. Seeing Levi politely decline the brandy poured by the maid, instead replacing it with a pot of flower tea, Aurelia blinked curiously and fixed her gaze on him. Alcohol is bad for the body. I normally don't drink. Levi took a sip of tea as he spoke. Besides, keeping a clear mind is very important. You're quite right. Beside him, Director McMillan nodded, taking a sip of brandy. At the bureau, the cases we encounter most often are assaults under the influence. Always some farmers who drink too much at the tavern, get hot-headed, quarrel, and then brawl. I don't know why they drink so much. Just to beat each other bloody and land in the hospital or jail. I see you haven't drunk any less. Aurelia was still polite to Levi, but with Director McMillan her tone carried little warmth. He only laughed heartily in return. Because Baskerville brandy is famous. One mustn't waste it. If you can find the culprit who took my father, I can give you the entire brandy cellar. I'm doing my best. For now, it depends on whether Mr. Levi can find any clues. Thick-skinned as ever, Director McMillan deflected Aurelia's displeasure with a smile. Levi only cast him a glance, then looked back toward Aurelia. Miss Aurelia, I have something I wish to discuss privately with you. May I? You may. Aurelia nodded. Let's go to the study. After dinner, McMillan, his general's belly full and heavy, took the carriage back, bringing with him the unfortunate duty-bound policeman. But that was not the end, for the replacement officers soon arrived. They now bore the duty of guarding the Baskerville household. Were the Baskervilles just an ordinary noble family, this might have smacked of misusing public power. But considering that they were essentially Delicate's feudal lords, the true rulers of the land, it was nothing unusual. Levi, after a short rest, was guided by a maid into the study. Inside, Aurelia sat behind the desk, staring at him expressionlessly. As Levi entered, Aurelia suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. As the young lady of the Baskerville family, Aurelia had always been proud and aloof, and she had every reason. Noble birth, and having studied for a time at the Royal Master Academy. Young, beautiful, intelligent, almost without flaw. Because of her background, from an early age Aurelia had seen all manner of men. Especially after making her social debut, there were always men around her. But toward such men, Aurelia had always shown no special regard. She was proud of her bloodline, and her many successes had built a confidence few could imagine. She had even long resolved that when she became head of the Baskerville family, she would put an end to this so-called curse once and for all. Thus, Aurelia always looked down on men who groveled before her, and women who fawned upon men. In her eyes, such people lacked confidence, they needed to curry favor with others. A truly confident person stood tall, neither humble nor arrogant, unshaken by externals. This was Aurelia's ideal. Until just now. Seeing Levi enter, Aurelia felt nervous. She even suddenly thought. Was her makeup all right? Was her dress wrinkled? Was her posture upright and proper? In the past, Aurelia had never once considered such questions, for she was certain she could always present her best. But now, facing Levi, she felt for the first time a flicker of uncertainty. Of course, she reassured herself inwardly, it was only because she cared too much about her father's case, that's why she felt this way. Absolutely not because the man before her was extraordinarily handsome. Absolutely not. Sorry to disturb you, Miss Aurelia. It's nothing. Please sit, Mr. Levi. Aurelia offered a polished social smile, gesturing for Levi to sit. Soon, a maid came to pour tea. Aurelia gave her a glance, and the maid quietly withdrew. I've long heard of your name. I truly didn't expect to meet you here. Oh. I studied at the Royal Master Academy. Your name was well known there. I see. Hearing Aurelia's explanation, Levi nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned. He had long known he was memorable, walking down the street, strangers his age or adults would often greet him. Even at school, unfamiliar juniors or seniors could call out his name at once, though Levi rarely remembered theirs. It wasn't that Levi had poor memory. So, over time, he grew used to it. There was nothing odd about others knowing his name. In the vampire case, Levi had killed 2 students and a professor of the Royal Master Academy. Surely there were rumors of him in the school, good or bad, but Levi paid them no mind. I have something to show you. Levi skipped small talk, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and laying it on the desk. Unfolding it, he revealed the badge within. Do you recognize this badge? Aurelia's face, smiling with social grace a moment ago, stiffened slightly. But she quickly regained composure, reaching out carefully to pick up the badge, scrutinizing it. She examined it for a long time. Levi didn't mind, sitting quietly and sipping tea as he waited. After nearly half an hour, Aurelia solemnly set down the badge and looked at Levi. This is my grandfather's badge. Then, she spoke. Hearing Aurelia's reply, Levi raised an eyebrow. It was not an unexpected answer, but to be safe, he still needed to confirm it. Are you sure? I'm sure. Aurelia nodded. Every member of the Baskerville family receives a personal badge during their coming-of-age ceremony, with their name engraved on the back. As she spoke, Aurelia flipped over the badge and pointed to the corroded, almost illegible letters on its back. Here is my grandfather's name. I have one just like it. As she said this, Aurelia took off a badge from her own chest and placed it before Levi for comparison. Levi took it and examined it carefully. Indeed, it was very similar to the badge he had received. Compared to the old, corroded one, Aurelia's badge was clearly newer, with patterns and letters still sharp and clear. Mr. Levi, may I ask where you obtained this badge? At this moment, Aurelia's expression was quite serious. Levi's reputation as a detective was already well known throughout Mist City, and of course Aurelia had heard of him. But what she had not expected was that, as soon as Levi came to her home, he immediately produced her grandfather's badge. Even magic tricks couldn't be that fast. It was merely a coincidence. Levi did not explain the matter of Wolf Head Village in detail to Aurelia. He felt there was no need to tell her that her grandfather's head had been hung up for decades. Wait a moment, the wolf god of Wolf Head Village was Aurelia's grandfather. Which meant he was Sir Baskerville the Younger. And Little Red Riding Hood was the wolf god's daughter. So by generation, what should Miss Aurelia call Little Red Riding Hood? Aunt? Levi subconsciously began pondering this question. After all, generations were still important, weren't they? Is grandfather still alive? Aurelia did not grow angry at Levi's silence, but only stared at him and asked her next question. Please accept my condolences. That was all Levi could say. I thought so. Aurelia was not as distraught as one might expect. She only sighed softly. This badge, then, has returned to its rightful owner. Levi stood up and nodded to Aurelia. However, Miss Baskerville, there is something I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I would like to see the historical records of the Baskerville family. Levi fixed his gaze on Aurelia as he made his request. He knew that families with such long histories often kept their own records, somewhat like a family genealogy, detailing the deeds of ancestors and family heads. Of course, compared to diaries, these records were usually beautified. But Levi thought they were still worth studying. His focus remained on the first Baskerville family head who had been attacked. But that incident had taken place many decades ago. For Aurelia, that was already her great-grandfather. Finding usable clues directly was impossible. Thus Levi could only look through family records, in hopes of finding something useful. No problem, the library has a special section for storing those records. When would you like to see them? If possible, right now. Very well. Aurelia picked up the bell on the table and gave it a shake. Soon, the maid opened the door and entered again. Take Mr. Levi to the historical records section of the library. Yes, Mississippi. Thank you. Levi nodded politely to Aurelia, then turned and followed the maid out. Aurelia, meanwhile, remained seated, her expression unchanged. Only when Levi's figure had completely disappeared did she quietly exhale. Immediately after, however, her brows furrowed again. Clearly Levi was not much older than she was, so why did her heart beat so quickly when facing him? How strange. Perhaps it was simply because she hadn't been resting well recently. Aurelia thought for a moment, then decided she should turn in early tonight. After all, she was now the head of the Baskerville family and had to maintain her health. Perhaps she also needed to find some time to visit the hospital for a checkup. On the other side, the maid led Levi into the library. This is the place, Mr. Levi. The maid guiding him was nearly 40. Seeing Levi, she was not as nervous as the younger ones, but still spoke politely. If you need anything, you may ring the bell to summon me. I'll stay here and follow your orders at any time. Then, if you don't mind, shall we chat a little? Levi sat down and gestured for the maid to sit as well. After a brief hesitation, she nodded and sat down. May I ask your name? Fosco Gladys. Gladys. Miss? Yes. You must have worked here for a long time. Of course. I've worked here since I was 16. My parents also served here. My father was a gardener, and my mother was a maid, just like me. This was quite common in noble households. Not only nobility was passed down generation to generation, but their servants as well. After all, servants' lives revolved around their masters, and the noble household was their workplace. It was not unusual for romances to blossom there. Especially in an old aristocratic family like the Baskervilles, it was even more so. The nobles encouraged this, since they too had children. Rather than letting their children mingle with outsiders of unknown origin, it was much more reassuring to let them grow up and play together with the children of trusted servants. Of course, once the children grew up, their statuses would naturally no longer be the same. The servants would have to call them young master or young lady, their attitudes would become respectful, and between them would lie a sad, thick barrier. It was no longer like the old days, when they could grab a pitchfork together to hunt badgers. Oops, lost my train of thought. I want to talk with you about some matters concerning the Baskerville family. Hearing Levi's inquiry, Madame Gladys immediately became somewhat uneasy. Oh, sir, we are only servants, it would be improper to gossip about our masters. I can understand your loyalty to the Baskerville family. Levi was not surprised by Madame Gladys' refusal. But I hope you can understand, my coming here is not to meddle in some petty schemes between nobles. My only purpose is to investigate and resolve these strange events currently happening to the Baskerville family. That is all. Do you understand what I mean? Madame Gladys stared at Levi in silence for a moment, then gave a slight nod. I understand, detective. Good. Levi took out his notebook and leaned comfortably back in the soft chair. First, I want to ask, regarding the earliest disappearance, what was your view on it? At that time I had not yet been born, and my parents never spoke of it in front of me. Madame Gladys shook her head. Only that, back then, everyone thought it was just an accident. An accident? Yes. Such things happen at times. A horse was startled, someone strayed in the forest, disappeared. City people might not understand, but the forest is extremely dangerous. Whether noble or commoner, once you lose your way, you may never come out. Very well. Levi knew that Gladys clearly did not wish to speak further about matters she did not know, so he shifted direction. Then let's talk about the case of Sir Baskerville the Younger. According to the report I saw, the next morning someone knocked on the door, and upon entering discovered the corpse. Yes. At this subject, Gladys' face grew much paler. I still remember Madame's appearance at that time. She lay there on the bed, eyes wide open, as if she had seen something terrifying. Her body was torn apart. By the Holy Lord above, it was far too dreadful. I had never seen Madame like that before. She was so pitiful, to end up in such a way. Truly. Wait. Hearing this, Levi interrupted Madame Gladys' account. He took his pen and quickly sketched a few lines in his notebook, drawing the outline of the corpses he had seen before in Wolf Head Village. Was it like this? Yes, it looked something like that. Looking at the sketch, Madame Gladys recalled for a moment, then nodded. And then? You discovered Sir Baskerville the Younger was gone. Yes. There was blood everywhere. We also found footprints leading out the window, but there was nothing outside. Beyond was the second-floor roof, with no path nearby. All of us searched the entire manor from top to bottom, but we couldn't find Master, so we had no choice but to call the police. And it was after this that the rumor spread? Yes. The reason? Because of the footprints. Footprints? Yes. Madame Gladys nodded. In the bedroom, they weren't human footprints, but looked more like wolf prints soaked in human blood. After that, word spread, and it turned into this irresponsible rumor. At this point, Madame Gladys was clearly very displeased. Then I have another question. Please ask. Why is this curse called the Demon Hound of Baskerville? Dogs have had nothing to do with any of this, right? I don't know either. Madame Gladys shook her head again. Perhaps someone deliberately wanted to slander the Baskerville family, so they fabricated such a rumor. Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. Levi closed his notebook and smiled at Madame Gladys, who stood up. Then, I shall take my leave. Saying this, Madame Gladys turned and walked out of the library, closing the door behind her. Levi kept watching her figure until it disappeared from the doorway, then finally withdrew his gaze. All right, time to look through the records. Looking at the bookcases stretching up to the ceiling before him, Levi rubbed his hands together and stood up. The historical records of a family were far too long, he did not intend to read them all. Levi had already decided, he would start with the first generation, then gradually work forward. Anyway, he had plenty of time, and he refused to believe that he could not discover some clue. So Levi circled the bookcases several times before finally finding a volume almost buried beneath dust and cobwebs, record of the first Baskerville night. After wiping the dust clean, he sat back down and began reading at ease. However, what Levi had not expected was that, upon just opening it, he stumbled upon a great drama. When Baskerville was abandoned in the forest, she was not yet 1 year old. At that time, no one knew that this woman would one day leave such a bold and colorful mark on this turbulent continent. Wait a moment, the Baskerville Knight was a woman. Levi had to admit, this opening surprised him somewhat. He had always heard people speak of the 12 Knights of the Round Table, and had subconsciously assumed they were all men. But the Baskerville Knight was actually a woman. That was rather interesting. Levi read it as if it were a biographical novel. In fact, in his eyes, it really was like a grand heroine's tale. The heroine, abandoned by her family from infancy, grew up raised by beasts in the forest, and thus gained the eyes of an eagle, the ears of a wolf, the speed of a leopard, and the strength of a bear. She soon became famous locally, and word reached Emperor Arthur. He sought her out and invited her to join his grand expedition to unify the continent. The two fought, and the heroine was defeated by Emperor Arthur. Willingly, she became his knight and joined him in conquering the continent. However, it did not end in a cliché of marriage between the two. According to the book, the heroine fell in love with another soldier in her own army, and the two eventually married. Still, Levi discovered something interesting. After she joined Emperor Arthur's campaign, because she often used her beast-like powers to capture fleeing enemies, she was also called Arthur's Hound. Finally, the heroine bore a daughter, designating her as the heir of the Baskerville family. At this point, Levi suddenly furrowed his brows, as if realizing something. He put the book down, stood up, and began searching the shelves again. This time, he quickly found the genealogical records of the Baskerville family. Opening them, he examined every detail carefully. Good heavens, what a discovery this is. The more he read, the brighter Levi's eyes became. He had found something extremely interesting, something no one had ever noticed. That was, in the Baskerville family, aside from the 3 male Baskerville lords recently lost in the curse incidents, all the rest had been women. Yes, from the first generation until now, except for those 3, every head of the Baskerville family had been female. And coincidentally, only when these 3 men became the heads did the curse of the Demon Hound of Baskerville arise upon them. To say there was no connection at all. Levi absolutely refused to believe it. Now the question was, what exactly was the connection? With this clue, Levi quickly confirmed the direction of his investigation. The direction of an investigation, when handling a case, was a very troublesome matter. If one could not determine a direction, then no matter how many clues were collected, it was like trying to scoop the moon from the water. Just look at Director Macmillan, he had always believed this might be the work of Luddism terrorists, so all his efforts had gone in that direction. But the problem was, after so much effort, there had been no results. Very few traces remained at the scene, and there were hardly any clues. From the current perspective, Levi felt that starting the investigation from Lady Aurelia's great-grandfather should count as a fairly good direction. Thus, Levi spent the entire night in the library. By combing through the history of the entire Baskerville family, Levi indeed discovered some strange things. First of all, the Baskerville family had always had female family heads, generation after generation. Even if twins were born, it was always the female who served as the head. The males, well, they could do whatever they pleased. Then, the descendants of the Baskerville family always included a girl. Either a single girl was born, or a pair of twins. This tradition had lasted for 1,000 years, until Sir Old Baskerville broke it. His wife had given birth only to young Sir Baskerville, who was Lady Aurelia's grandfather. Young Sir Baskerville's wife then gave birth only to the 3rd generation Sir Baskerville, Lady Aurelia's father. Not until this generation did a girl appear again, namely, Lady Aurelia. Of course, from a statistical point of view, probability always existed. But as a detective, who had read countless suspense and mystery novels, Levi felt this probability was far too abnormal. Not to mention, there were so many coincidences. Sir Old Baskerville broke the rule that only women could inherit the family head position. Then he had only one son, and then disappeared. Afterwards, young Sir Baskerville also had only one son, and then he too disappeared. It was at this time that rumors of the Baskerville family's curse began to emerge. But in fact, judging by the circumstances, the curse had already taken effect when Sir Old Baskerville vanished. From Sir Old Baskerville onward, the family line had been abnormal for 3 generations, and then the curse had lasted 3 generations. To call this coincidence, Levi would never believe it. Moreover, the reason why Sir Old Baskerville became the family head was also strange in Levi's eyes. In his generation, there had been twins. At 16, he and his elder sister went hunting in the mountains, and when he came back, he claimed his sister had fallen off a cliff. They searched for a long time, but in the end, she was never found. Since only these 2 siblings remained of the direct bloodline, by tradition the sister should have become the family head, but now, only the brother could. It couldn't possibly be handed over to some nameless outsider. To Levi, this accident was suspicious in itself. Although Sir Old Baskerville and others who went hunting with him swore the sister had fallen off by accident. But how careless must a person be to fall off a cliff? Blind? Or what? On the other hand, it was far more reasonable to assume that Sir Old Baskerville and his companions, coveting the family head position, conspired to kill the sister. As someone from the modern world, Levi had seen no shortage of real case records, and since coming to this world, he had also witnessed many cases. Think about it, people could kill for as little as 10 pounds. To shed rivers of blood for the position of family head, was that not even more normal? Levi even maliciously speculated that the irregular births over these 3 generations might also have been deliberate. Perhaps Sir Old Baskerville had indeed fathered twins, but secretly drowned the girl, leaving only the boy. Later, when his son grew up, he might have taught him the same method, so the latter also had only one male heir. After all, according to the records, the Baskerville family was always bound to produce a female infant. So if there were none in 2 successive generations, was it truly that none were born, or were they killed? Young Sir Baskerville's disappearance might have been an accident, so he had no time to pass on the method. As a result, his child was Lady Aurelia. Otherwise, Lady Aurelia might never have existed. Of course, these were merely Levi's speculations. He had no evidence, and he had no intention of telling Aurelia. After all, such things were enough for him to know, there was no need to tell her. But digging into Noble's black history and scandals, it really was fun. Like a Billy viewer happily watching a mystery explaining video, Levi went off grinning to find Aurelia. You want to visit the ancestor's tomb? It had to be said, Levi's request surprised Aurelia. That's right. There are some things I want to investigate, so I'd like to see the ancestor's tomb. This idea wasn't a whim. After discovering this pattern, Levi had already formed this thought. The reason was very simple. The Baskerville family's heads had always been female, and each generation always produced a girl. It was like the saying, every radish has its own pit. So the question arose, why must the family head be female? Levi asked Aurelia, but being head of the family didn't require any special ritual, at most, just going through a simple process before the ancestors. There was no involvement of sacrifices. It was basically like conferring a position. In fact, when it came to Aurelia, because the situation had been urgent, even the conferring process had been simplified. As for any blood sacrifices or the like, that had never existed. That made it all the more interesting. Why? Since this rule had been passed down from the ancestors, Levi decided, why not go ask them directly? Of course, the dead couldn't speak. But perhaps there would be some clues in their tomb. To Aurelia, this request was very odd. Her father's disappearance, what did that have to do with the ancestors? That was what she thought. But even so, Aurelia still had someone take Levi to the Baskerville family's ancestral cemetery. One advantage of the countryside was its vast land, used however one pleased. For example, this Baskerville family cemetery. Levi roughly estimated it was nearly 3 times larger than the Holy Lord Church Cemetery in the Mist City, comparable to a football field. The graveyard was enclosed by walls. Inside, paths crisscrossed, greenery was planted, it felt almost like a high-end neighborhood. Following the guide, Levi walked in, looking around as he went. Tombstones alone marked the ordinary graves. Those with houses were the enhanced ones. The tallest and grandest villa, of course, belonged to the ancestor. Well, the divisions were quite clear. Standing at the deepest part of the cemetery, facing the villa-sized tomb, Levi's expression was calm. This had been a founding hero, after all. Building such a large tomb was normal. At least it wasn't dug underground, that was already pretty good. Compared with the surrounding tombs, this one was not only large but also spotless. Even the iron gate had been polished until clean, without a trace of rust. We clean the ancestor's tomb every year. The elderly tomb keeper struggled to push open the heavy doors while explaining quietly to Levi. The tomb keepers were also passed down through generations, though in a slightly different sense. In the Baskerville family, tomb keepers were retirees from other posts. In this era, there was no formal concept of retirement, but when one grew too old to work, they came to guard the cemetery. And in passing, chose their own future resting place. The Baskerville family was proud of its history, and greatly respected its ancestor. After all, the family's status had ultimately been built by that ancestor, and a millennium of lineage itself was a kind of qualification. From one perspective, their family history was even longer than that of the empire itself. Naturally, this was a matter of pride. The iron gate creaked open. Carrying his gas lamp, Levi stepped inside the tomb, carefully inspecting. The stone coffin in the center, of course, belonged to the ancestor. It was very tall and large, nearly 3 meters long and 2 meters high. On the lid was carved a knight, eyes closed, hands folded over a long sword. Around the coffin were carvings of flowers, vines, birds, and beasts. Apart from this, the most striking things were the 4 stone statues in the 4 corners of the chamber. An eagle, a bear, a wolf, and a leopard. What do these mean? Looking at the 4 snarling statues, Levi asked. The tomb keeper chuckled. Ah, that is considered an interesting legend. Some say they were once animal kings who fought alongside the ancestor. After their deaths, they still guarded her, so their bodies were buried here and statues made. Others say they represent the ancestor's great power, placed here to show that she will forever protect us. Levi nodded, then walked to the statues, curiously observing them. He passed over the other 3 quickly, but before the wolf statue, he stopped for a long time. It was a wolf statue, head raised in a howl. From its appearance, it was quite fine, full of vitality. Yet after staring at it for a while, Levi lowered his gaze, staring instead at the stone slab beneath it. After a moment, Levi spoke. This stone slab has been moved. Ah. Hearing him, the tomb keeper rushed over, examining the slab. Moved? That's right. There are signs of it being lifted, and when replaced, it wasn't aligned properly. Levi pointed at the slab's edge. Sure enough, one corner rested atop another slab. This. Help me move it aside. Levi spoke as he narrowed his eyes. He now had an idea, a very wild idea. The tomb keeper, though unsure what Levi intended, still stepped forward and helped shift the stone slab, revealing the soil beneath. Dig it up. Dig, all right. Had Levi wanted to dig up the ancestor's coffin itself, the tomb keeper would never have agreed. But now his own curiosity was piqued, so he began digging under the slab as instructed. He dug, and dug. Stop. When the hole was nearly a meter deep, Levi suddenly shouted. Then he crouched, brushing the soil carefully with his hand. Soon, a pale shape emerged from the dirt. It was a skull, no larger than a fist. Buried in the soil, its hollow eye socket stared straight ahead. Eek. Seeing this, the tomb keeper cried out in fright, stumbling backwards. But Levi stared at the skull, then rose to his feet after a long moment. Go notify Lady Aurelia Baskerville. The atmosphere of the tomb chamber was heavy and solemn. Aurelia stood there, her delicate face like ice, the pressure so suffocating it felt as though it could crush someone to death. The few servants responsible for helping did not even dare to breathe loudly, only whispering as they worked. Levi, however, was utterly unconcerned, merely wearing gloves and quietly playing a game of fitting bones together at the side. Only when the last piece of bone was placed did Levi glance at the pit before him and nod. That's all. You all may leave first. Upon hearing Levi's words, Aurelia also spoke up and issued the order. At her command, the 2 servants and the old tomb keeper immediately seized upon this chance like a pardon from death, eager to leave. Yet at that very moment, Aurelia's voice rang out once more. Remember, if this matter gets out, you know what the consequences will be. Why yes, yes. Aurelia's fierce reputation was widely known. None of the 3 dared utter another word, hastily turning to leave and shutting the tomb chamber doors again. Mr. Levi, please give me an explanation. Aurelia fixed her gaze on Levi once more, her expression stern. It was no wonder she was so curt. After her father's disappearance, the police had been swarming around the manor yet found nothing. But Levi had been here less than a single day, and already unearthed this. Just some deductions, guesses. I haven't yet drawn sufficient conclusions. Levi looked at the 2 skeletal remains on the ground as he spoke. Guesses are fine. Tell me. Very well. Levi thought for a moment. He felt there was nothing much to hide. In detective novels, sleuths often discovered something and stubbornly refused to reveal it until the final unveiling of the truth. Levi, however, had no intention of pursuing such dramatics. Aurelia was, after all, the current family head, perhaps she might provide a clue of her own. So Levi voiced his speculations to Aurelia. After hearing him out, Aurelia furrowed her brows even tighter. So you came here specifically to find these remains? A complete accident. Levi shrugged. I merely wished to see if I could find the reason why the Baskerville ancestor chose women as family heads. I hadn't expected, well, thinking carefully, perhaps it isn't so strange after all. Then these 2 are. Judging from the burial time of the bones, it supports my deduction. Levi gestured toward the 2 skeletons once more. If I am not mistaken, this one should be your grandfather's sister, and the one beside her, your father's sister. In this era, there was no such thing as DNA testing. Levi could only rely on conjecture. But with the burial time, gender, and age all fitting, he dared make the bold guess. After all, guessing wrong wasn't a crime. Staring at the 2 small skeletons, Aurelia's expression grew complicated. Though she was not versed in anatomy, even she could tell these did not seem like ordinary children's bones. After a long while, she let out a deep sigh. So, all that has befallen the Baskerville family stems only from great-grandfathers, retribution? Who knows? I am merely speculating. I lack sufficient evidence to prove it. So many years have already passed, even if we wanted to investigate, there's nowhere to begin. But to say there's no connection at all, I don't believe that either. Aurelia did not know, but Levi did. He knew about the werewolf matter. Considering this family had buried corpses beneath a wolf statue, perhaps this was the very cause of their transformation. After all, myths and legends often had such tales. You see, even burials had to be done properly. If they had been buried beneath statues of a leopard or an eagle, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out so grim. I will see to their burial so the deceased may rest in peace. After a pause, Aurelia spoke. Will that end everything? I don't know. Levi shook his head once more. In Ring, it had been said that bringing Sadako's corpse to a temple for veneration would resolve everything, yet she still climbed out of televisions without delay. Such, burying the remains to solve it all, notions and horror stories were about as fatal a flag as, after this battle I'll go home and marry. Raise it, and if it didn't mean certain death, it meant great misfortune. Do you need any further assistance? By now, Aurelia was treating Levi with utmost respect. After all, he had been at her home barely half a day, yet unearthed secrets she herself had never even considered in 18 years. She too wished to know what the true source of the Baskerville family's plight was, and when it might finally end. Levi glanced at the stone coffin. He rather wanted Aurelia to open it, but as a guest in another's home, courtesy had to be observed. For now, this coffin was outside the scope of his deductions. It could be set aside. I would like to examine some things, including account books and such. May I? No problem. I'll take you. This time, Aurelia called no others to help. Levi was simply too formidable. Wherever he wandered, he uncovered something. She would not make the same mistake twice. And for Aurelia, nothing was more important right now than investigating her own family's affairs. Had Levi not told her, Aurelia would never have known that the Baskerville family still harbored so many secrets. I never imagined. I had never even thought the family held such secrets. Decades are not long, yet not short either. Levi glanced at the remains once more inside. From Sir Baskerville onward, it was clear the man had consciously concealed certain histories of the family. He had passed these down to his son, then grandson. By the time they reached Aurelia, the family history had already been twisted beyond recognition. If not for Levi's careful investigation, nothing might ever have been uncovered. Now, Levi had set his sights on Sir Baskerville himself. Though he still did not know how it had all come to this, why it had become what it was, many cases were the same, piece by piece, clues emerged through investigation until the truth unfolded. And Levi's present request had been made after careful thought. He placed himself in Sir Baskerville's shoes. Suppose his deduction was correct, that the man had killed his sister to inherit leadership, then what would he do? Previously, succession had always gone to women. The Baskerville family was a great clan, and when women became heads, their husbands married in. Men, on the other hand, were usually cast loose, left to do as they pleased. This meant that numerous branch families must have existed, and among them, surely some had daughters. By the family's ancestral rule that a woman must lead, it was entirely feasible to select a head from the branches. Thus, Sir Baskerville's position at the time could not have been easy. He must have done many things to secure his place. Of course, time was cruel. After so many years, even the servants who had once attended Sir Baskerville were likely long in their graves. Seeking someone to ask was impossible. Levi did not know any necromancy, he couldn't summon the dead from below to answer. But that did not mean he was helpless. Indeed, Sir Baskerville might have hidden or erased many things, but there was one thing he could not alter. That was, the account books. The Baskervilles ruled all of Delicat region. Their transactions were countless. Manipulation was possible, but complete deletion was not. Anyone who kept accounts knew, even a penny out of place was as if the sky had fallen. Thousands, tens of thousands unaccounted for. That was doomsday itself. Sir Baskerville would never have dared such blatant acts. That would have been handing ammunition to the branch families. He surely adopted measures to conceal certain expenditures. And whatever needed concealment, was precisely what was suspicious. This, however, was manual labor. Yes, hard labor. The Baskervilles' account records were kept in the archives, a place even larger than the library, almost the size of an indoor gymnasium, lined wall to wall with ledgers as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, the period Levi sought was not too broad. Otherwise, he might have had to dig into the basement. Yet even so, retrieving the ledgers of that era left several servants drenched in sweat. In Mist City, it's fashionable now to store records with difference engines. Aurelia's expression was clearly disdainful as she eyed the dust-laden ledgers. Delicat should adopt difference engines too. People say they're too costly, but in my view, the expense is necessary. Indeed. Levi nodded. He too missed the days when data could be summoned with a keystroke. Flipping through ledgers like this was torture. Clearly, Lady Aurelia was dissatisfied with Delicat's backwardness. Before, she had not been head of the family, her words carried no weight. Now, as a new ruler, she was intent on burning with the fire of reform. Levi's accounting was not mere number checking. Each Baskerville head had a biography, Sir Baskerville no exception. Thus Levi placed the ledgers beside the biography, cross-checking. Small expenses might be omitted, but large projects or disbursements always had to be recorded. If Aurelia purchased a difference engine now, her biography would surely note it. So Levi read and flipped and read, while Aurelia only sat at the side, watching him intently. She did nothing else, just waited. Normally, waiting was dull, but watching Levi's solemn, focused face at the desk, it was anything but dull. Levi occasionally jotted in his notebook, and Aurelia, chin in hands, simply stared at his profile, mind empty, as though gazing at the most beautiful scenery in the world, savoring it in silence. That will do. Only when Levi's voice rang out did Aurelia awaken as though from a dream. Turning, she was startled to find it already afternoon. The dusk sunlight outside was soft and bright, and she recalled they had come here before even lunchtime. What did you find? A few things. May I borrow your telephone? Of course. As great nobles, the Baskervilles naturally had a telephone. Levi stepped to it, opened the directory, found the local police number, and dialed. After identifying himself, soon Director Macmillan's voice came through. Mr. Levi. I was just about to speak with you. I've located the officer who investigated young Mr. Baskerville. When would you like to meet him? As soon as possible. And in fact, Director Macmillan, I have another matter I'd like you to investigate. Levi spoke while picking up his notebook. It concerns Sir Baskerville. I discovered that at 16, he was once detained by police for involvement in a criminal case, and paid a large compensation. There's such a thing. Wait, Sir Baskerville. When he was 16, that was many years ago. I believe the police must still have the records. I hope you can find them. Well, I'll look, but I can't guarantee it. Macmillan's reply was hesitant. Understandably, police handled countless cases, who knew if such an old record remained. You must find it, Director Macmillan. At that moment, Aurelia strode over and snatched the receiver. This is an order. The Lady Baskerville. Very well, I'll begin searching immediately. Had it been Levi's request, Macmillan might have delayed. But Aurelia left him no such option. If displeased, she could have him removed from his post altogether. To keep his hat, he could not dare slack. Besides, he wouldn't search personally, wasn't that what his many officers were for? Levi took back the receiver, said a few more words, and hung up. Then he checked his notebook and looked up. What shall we do next? Next, let's take a walk outside. To Aurelia, Levi's every action was baffling. Investigating her great-grandfather's criminal record at 16. Now circling the house. None seemed related to their current predicament. Yet if Levi wished to circle, she would follow. And to her, it was no chore. Walking beside Levi, seeing his upright figure, handsome face, and deep gaze, Aurelia felt her blood surge as though she might float away. Even walking felt lighter. At that moment, Levi suddenly spoke. During my investigation, I discovered that after Sir Baskerville took succession, he oversaw a major renovation of this house. Isn't that normal? Aurelia blinked. The Baskerville manor was stone and timber. After long use, renovations were only natural. Renovation itself is indeed normal. Levi surveyed the house again, then stretched out his hand and pointed. What is that place? Over there. Let me think. I believe it's a warehouse, mainly for unused furniture and such. Aurelia studied where Levi pointed, thought a moment, and answered. Let's go take a look. Levi spoke as he walked over. The warehouse that Aurelia mentioned was located at the northwest corner of the Baskerville mansion, at the end of a long narrow corridor. From the outside, the room appeared utterly ordinary. However, when Aurelia asked someone to fetch the key to this room. Miss, you want to go in here? Upon hearing Aurelia's command, Madame Gladys stared at her in astonishment. This won't do. Why not? Faced with her maid's words, Aurelia frowned in displeasure. She was the head of the Baskerville family. She could go wherever she pleased. Was there truly anywhere in this house forbidden to her? Because legend has it this room is cursed. Whoever enters will die. Oh. At those words, Levi instantly perked up. If you're going to say something like that, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Tell me. This. Confronted with Levi's inquiry, Madame Gladys hesitated, glancing at Aurelia. The latter merely stared back at her and nodded. Thus, Madame Gladys had no choice but to open her mouth helplessly. This rumor has been passed down since my parents' generation. It said that once, a maid was meeting her lover in this room, only to be murdered by him. After that, the maid turned into a vengeful spirit, wandering the warehouse. Whoever went inside would, without exception, meet a tragic end. How many died? Levi's peculiar question stunned Madame Gladys completely. Didn't you say whoever went in would meet a tragic end? So how many died? I only heard that afterward, a few servants, for various reasons, went into the warehouse and died inside. Everyone became afraid, so the curse rumor spread, and no one dared go near. So you only heard it, then? Hearing this, Levi instantly lost interest. How novel, what house hadn't someone died in before? In any building with a history of more than 100 years, the number of dead inside surely exceeded 1, 2, 3, or 4. How foolish. By contrast, Aurelia was utterly unconcerned, her face indifferent. Go get the key. But. Quickly. Why yes. It was evident that this young lady held great authority in the mansion. A single sharp command left Madame Gladys trembling in fright. She hurried off to the porter's lodge, then returned with a ring of keys. Open the door. Madame Gladys looked at Aurelia, opened her mouth as if to speak, then finally sighed helplessly and unlocked the door. Creak. The door, long unused and even rusted, gave off a harsh, grating sound. Levi reached for the grip of his pistol, stepping in front of Aurelia, peering cautiously into the room. Inside, the room appeared empty. Against the walls stood some furniture draped in white cloth. Dust covered the sheets, rendering everything gray and hazy. As the door opened, a choking musty air filled with dust rushed out, forcing Aurelia to take out her handkerchief to cover her nose and mouth, her expression displeased. No one ever cleaned this place. This. No one usually comes here. Levi didn't care about such trifles as household cleanliness. He stepped inside, sweeping the room with sole sight first to ensure nothing strange lurked within. Only then did he open the windows, partly to ventilate, and partly. Just as I thought. Levi leaned out the window, glanced at the adjacent wall, and smiled faintly. The reason he had chosen this warehouse was that, in his view, the room's shape was odd. Normally, for ventilation, windows would run along the entire exterior. Yet Levi noticed that only the front had 2 windows, the back had none. It felt as though it were sealed. Of course, perhaps it was some special room design. Maybe someone simply liked it that way. But when Aurelia had told him it was nothing more than a warehouse, his suspicions greatly deepened. Madame Gladys's curse story only heightened his doubts. Now, after stepping inside, opening the windows, and glancing outside, Levi was certain. This room was problematic. What is it, Mr. Levi? Seeing Levi's smile, Aurelia was puzzled. To her eyes, the room was just an ordinary warehouse, dirty, yes, but hardly remarkable. Come see for yourself. Levi beckoned her over to the window. Aurelia walked over, leaned out, and looked at the wall outside. Her eyes suddenly narrowed. She drew back sharply, turned, swept her gaze once more around the room, then fixed her eyes on Madame Gladys. What is the meaning of this? Forgive me, miss, I don't understand. Fetch Mark and the others. Yes. Seeing Aurelia's stern expression, Madame Gladys hurried off. Levi, meanwhile, merely stood by in silence. No wonder Aurelia grew so serious. Inside, the room seemed normal. But when Levi urged her to look outside, she discovered something strange: the interior and exterior dimensions didn't match. From inside, the wall was just 2 meters from the last window, filled with old furniture. Yet outside, from window to corner stretched nearly 10 meters. So the question was, where had the missing space gone? Soon enough, the 2 unlucky fellows who had previously been forced to dig graves were summoned again. Since it was certain the room hid a secret, Aurelia dared not summon just anyone. What if, like the crypt before, corpses turned up again? Thus, she chose those 2. At least they already knew some of the Baskerville family's secrets, knowing more wouldn't matter. On the bright side, perhaps they could rise to become Aurelia's confidants. Provided they didn't get themselves killed. Move these cabinets away. At Aurelia's order, the 2 immediately obeyed, while Levi stood aside, saying nothing. He lacked the strength anyway, and such labor was beyond him. Even in modern times, Levi preferred calling professionals to move furniture rather than sweating himself. Once the bookcases and wardrobes were moved, what remained, naturally, was only the wall. Break it down. With the young lady's command, the servants dared not disobey. Trembling, they hefted hammers and began smashing. Thud. 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 Levi and Aurelia stood at the doorway, watching, their expressions grim. For Levi, it was mainly the dust. For Aurelia, it was fear of what might be uncovered. After all, 2 corpses had already been discovered before, at least those were in the cemetery. But this was inside the home where she had lived for more than 10 years. If more corpses appeared, Aurelia doubted she'd be able to sleep tonight. Bang, bang. At last, with the servants' persistent effort, the wall opened up a sizable hole. Bricks and rubble clattered to the ground. Staring at the gap, the 2 servants froze, clearly recalling their terror when corpses were unearthed earlier. That's enough. Seeing them nearly collapse, Levi spoke. After all, they were only servants, not police. Besides, the hole was already large enough for a person to pass through. He didn't want them smashing further and potentially ruining something important. At Levi's word, the 2, drenched in sweat, panting and terrified, gratefully fled with their tools. After a moment, once the air cleared somewhat, Levi lifted his gas lamp and carefully stepped through the opening into the sealed-off space. Perhaps because it had been closed off for so long, the air here was equally stale. But Levi cared little for that. He entered, observing cautiously. The first thing he saw was the Baskerville family crest mounted on the wall. Below it stood a desk, flanked by a bookcase and other furniture. It resembled a study. In addition, the walls were adorned with mounted animal heads, trophies of hunts. On a shelf in the corner rested all manner of weapons. From longswords to longbows, everything was present. Clearly, the room's former occupant had loved hunting. Of course, in this era, hunting was one of the nobility's most common pastimes. But Levi had little interest in it. To him, hunting animals without eating them was pointless. And making trophies of severed heads was equally senseless. Think about it, killing your prey, gutting it, skinning it, then hanging its head in your room. If it truly had a soul, wouldn't it curse you forever? This looks like a study. Whose room was this? Aurelia, however, was more concerned with another question. Clearly, this was no ordinary person's room, otherwise it would not have been sealed off. We'll know if we search. Levi set down the gas lamp on the desk and began examining every corner meticulously. He strongly suspected this room had been sealed by old Sir Baskerville himself. But why? Normally, there would be no reason to seal a room. At most, it could be renovated. Yet instead of remodeling, old Sir Baskerville had crudely bricked it up. That suggested he feared something hidden here might be discovered during renovations, something he didn't even want his descendants to find. So he had chosen to seal the entire room away. Which meant the things he didn't want others to see were most likely right here in this room. The study was neither large nor small, but for Levi, it did not matter. He kept staring at the ground, inspecting inch by inch, measuring meter by meter, groping point by point. Fortunately, the study had no carpet, otherwise searching would have been even more troublesome. Aurelia did not know what Levi was doing. She only poked her head in from the hole, curiously gazing around without entering. Levi had asked her to wait outside, so Aurelia obediently waited outside. However, just as Levi groped a certain spot, he suddenly felt heat at his fingertips. Lowering his head, he saw that the red ring on his right hand was once again emitting a faint crimson glow. What kind of radar effect was this again? Levi stared blankly at the ring on his finger. He knew in games there were similar radar scans, like searching for objects. You spun around, used the instrument to find the direction of the loudest noise, locked it, then corrected repeatedly until reaching the destination. This mode often appeared in games, but in reality, this was the first time Levi had encountered it. Levi shook his arm, feeling the heat from the ring fluctuate. Slowly, he swung his arm, turning nearly half a circle, confirming direction like in a game, then locked onto the direction where the ring felt hottest. Then Levi slowly walked forward. The heat of the ring gradually increased, though not to the point Levi could not bear. Meanwhile, the gemstone on the ring shone ever brighter. By the time Levi stopped walking, its glow was nearly equal to a small LED bulb, radiating soft yet bright light. This was the spot. Levi twisted the ring so it faced his palm, then crouched down, carefully staring at the floor. On the surface, this plank looked no different from the rest, but upon close observation, Levi noticed the dust here was uneven compared to elsewhere, and Levi stretched out his hand, gently brushing away the dust, feeling along the floorboard seams. Then, his fingers sensed a loosened corner. He pressed down with a click. Rumble. The next moment, the floor rumbled deeply. Levi raised his head and saw the floorboards before him slowly shift aside, revealing a stone carving beneath. What is this? Detective, may I come in and look? Upon seeing the mural, Aurelia could not restrain herself. This time Levi did not stop her but nodded. Come in. With permission, Aurelia hurried inside, came to Levi's side, and stared at the stone carving on the ground. It depicted a knight wielding a blade in battle against a dragon. The knight chopped off the dragon's head, while the dragon pierced the knight's chest. Ah, this picture is. You know it? Seeing Aurelia's knowing expression, Levi curiously asked, and Aurelia nodded. This is a famous ancestral legend. It is said that Emperor Arthur once led troops through a mountain range, but a dragon occupied it. So our ancestor volunteered to slay the dragon. They fought fiercely, the ancestor finally cut off its head, but the dragon's claw nearly pierced her heart. This myth has been passed down for generations in the Baskerville family. Oh. In the past, Levi might have thought it was luck. But after learning that the ancestor was a woman, his thought changed. Perhaps it was because her breastplate was thick enough. After all, even in modern times, there were rumors of silicone stopping bullets. Thinking of this, Levi instinctively glanced at the knight's chest in the carving, noticing a small depression there. Surely it could not mean the ancestor's chest was concave. What do we do now? Levi rubbed his chin, staring at the stone slab. Generally speaking, in this situation, blood is needed to trigger it. I understand. Aurelia nodded. The next moment, Levi saw a flash of steel. Aurelia placed a finger on the stone slab, while a dagger had somehow appeared in her other hand. Catching Levi's puzzled gaze, Aurelia smiled a little awkwardly. I like hunting, so I'm quite familiar with this sort of thing, at least I'm not as delicate as an ordinary young lady. Oh, is that so? Levi nodded, saying no more. It was not Aurelia's action itself that troubled him, but her speed. It startled him. Katie was strong, but not particularly fast. Yet Aurelia, this young lady, acted with astonishing swiftness and precision. If that slash had been aimed at Levi's neck, he might not have even reacted before being cut. Now Levi understood why mages in fantasy novels feared thieves. With this speed, even with shadow step, he might not react in time. Of course, if he activated Eye of the Reaper, he could see clearly. But Levi could not possibly keep Eye of the Reaper open 24 hours a day. Actually, Katie's brute strength was already outrageous, and now it seemed this young lady was no less so. Imperial nobles, perhaps few of them were truly normal. Levi secretly grumbled in his heart, then saw Aurelia's blood drip steadily into the stone slab's depression. Then, the blood vanished. Clack clack clack. The ground trembled. The hard stone carving split apart like scattered blocks, revealing a treasure within. It was a wooden box. A box. Aurelia reached out curiously, picked it up, and opened it. Inside lay a necklace. At the sight of it, Levi's eyes widened slightly. The necklace looked silver-made, with a gemstone embedded in the center. But the problem lay within the gemstone, it moved under the light like flowing water. Indeed, just like the ring on Levi's finger. At first glance solid, but upon closer look, liquid-like. And both were red. A coincidence? Impossible. The thought flashed in Levi's mind, only to be instantly dismissed. No way there were so many coincidences. He had never seen a gemstone like this, until now. Could there be a connection between his ring and this necklace? Levi examined Aurelia's necklace. The carvings around it were elaborate, featuring the Baskerville family crest and emblematic plants. Judging from its age and its hidden placement, it must have been a Baskerville heirloom. Then why had old Sir Baskerville not taken it? Could it be linked to family tradition? Perhaps only a woman's blood could activate the slab to reveal it, not a man's. Mr. Levi, what is this? While Levi pondered, Aurelia looked at the necklace with confusion. She had seen many jewels, but never one like this. This should be a Baskerville heirloom. Perhaps Sir Baskerville failed to find it, so he sealed this room. Or maybe he never even knew what he was looking for. In any case, this must be important. Keep it safe. All right. Aurelia nodded. She too could tell this necklace was extraordinary. As for whether it carried evil spirits, Levi had already checked with soul sight. Like his ring, it only glowed red, nothing more. Though the true cause of the Baskerville mystery was not yet clear, Levi was certain, they were closer than ever to the truth. Afterward, the two left the room and locked it again. After all the fuss, both were covered in dust, so they planned to wash up, change clothes, and eat before continuing the investigation. Just as Levi was about to return to his guest room, Madame Gladys approached. Ah, Mr. Levi, I was just looking for you. Director Macmillan just connected via comms, he says he has important intelligence for you. Thank you. Thanking Madame Gladys, Levi went to the living room and picked up the receiver. Hello, this is Levi. Ah, detective. It's me, Macmillan. Soon, Director Macmillan's booming voice came from the other end. I really did find the case file you mentioned. Ha, never thought old Sir Baskerville did such a thing. What did he do? According to the record, on the day of the Holy Lord Festival, old Sir Baskerville, he was only 16 then, was with some hooligan friends at a nearby villa. They spotted a girl rushing home and dragged her inside, trying to assault her. But apparently those drunks all fell asleep, and the frightened girl escaped, then reported it to the police. At this, Director Macmillan's tone grew smug. Ha, never thought that Patriarch had such a side. And then? The police raided the villa, arrested the lot of them drunk as pigs. Later, after negotiations with the Baskervilles, they compensated the girl so her family could move away, and she dropped charges against Sir Baskerville. Oh. I see. Levi was unsurprised, nobles paying to settle matters was typical. But that's not all. I dug deeper and found it might not be as simple as the girl said. What do you mean? According to the file, the girl said they locked her in a room, while she heard them shouting outside. When things went quiet, she jumped from the second floor to escape. But think, if they meant to assault her, would they bother? They'd just drag her in and tear her clothes, done. So I thought it odd, and investigated further. Guess what I found? Please, keep it short. Fine. I found that many of the others with Baskerville that night later joined Lutta's terrorist activities. Now isn't that interesting? You think they brought that girl to the villa for assault? Or for something much messier? Beep, beep, beep. Before Director Macmillan could finish, the line suddenly cut. What happened? Hearing the busy tone, Levi's face hardened. He quickly tried calling the Delicat police station again, but still could not connect. Could it be, something had happened at the station? Do. The busy tone echoed in the receiver, then faded. Levi held the receiver, frowning. In movies, what he hated most was this kind of scene, where someone was in the middle of speaking when the line suddenly cut off. But right now, the problem wasn't someone cutting off mid-sentence, it was, why had the line gone dead? The telephones of this era required wires to work. Could it be, that the line had been cut? With a thought, Levi commanded the puppet bird that had been resting atop the roof of the Baskerville house. It spread its wings and took to the sky. Immediately afterward, Levi activated soul sight to investigate the surroundings. Then, Levi saw something, well, something rather troublesome. Indeed, very troublesome. Madame Gladys. Levi put down the receiver and looked at the maid who had been following by his side. Call Lady Baskerville here immediately, it's urgent. But the young lady right now. Hurry, just tell her I have something extremely important. Understood. Although Madame Gladys had no idea why Levi was in such a rush to find Aurelia, she still nodded and hurried away. Moments later, Aurelia rushed in. What happened? Detective? Did you discover something again? How many people are in the manor right now? It had to be said, Levi's question went somewhat beyond Aurelia's expectations. She thought for a moment, then finally gave an answer. 20. So few. This answer truly went against Levi's expectations, but Madame Gladys quickly offered an explanation. Because we have a new master, many matters must be reorganized, and some servants resigned. Right now only the butler, the cook, the gardener, the coachman, 6 maids, remain. What about the policemen sent by the station? 8. TCH, can you summon everyone together? What's going on? What happened? We're under attack. Attack? This answer shocked everyone. Small wonder, Delicat was an inland region. Even if the empire went to war with another country, it was not here that would be attacked first. In truth, Delicat was mostly peaceful. There were cases of murder and crime, but an attack on a noble manor? That was almost tantamount to rebellion. Contact Director Macmillan at once. The line has been cut. Levi shook the receiver in his hand at Aurelia. Her face immediately changed upon hearing this, then she took the receiver, listened, and her expression darkened. Madame Gladys, find Mace at once, tell him to ring the bell and gather everyone at the front gate, hurry. Why yes, I'll go right now. I'll prepare as well. Levi left the room, went to the garage, took out spare ammunition from the car, and checked his cane gun. At that very moment, the bell atop the house began to toll urgently. Dang, dang, dang. The Baskerville family's rules were indeed well enforced. By the time Levi returned, the servants were already assembled. Even the policemen patrolling the grounds came curiously to see what was happening. Just these people. Levi scanned the servants and immediately frowned. Most were maids, the rest included an old butler, a coachman, the old tomb keeper he had seen earlier, and 2 sturdy young gardeners, the same unlucky pair Aurelia often sent on errands. In addition, there were 4 guards stationed in the courtyard. A group of the weak and elderly, hardly anyone capable of fighting. Levi frowned deeply. The timing was truly poor. Aurelia had just inherited the chieftainship, and with the disappearance of her predecessor, many servants had either been dismissed or resigned. Given time, she could have hired replacements, but unfortunately, she had no time now. Detective, explain the situation to everyone. Aurelia gathered the crowd and, seeing Levi return, asked him to speak. Levi nodded, stepped forward, and glanced at everyone. I want you all to listen calmly. According to the information I just received, this manor is about to be attacked. Attacked? At this, not only the servants but also the policemen were shocked. Who's attacking us? We should contact the director at once. The lines are cut. We cannot reach anyone. Levi interrupted a timid young policeman. Now I need everyone to regroup inside the house. Lock doors and windows, arm yourselves, and prepare for battle. Also light every lamp around the estate. Board up windows and doors just in case. Understood? Wait. A guard spoke up quickly. This is completely passive defense, what if they trap us inside? I said we're under attack, but I never said our attackers are human. Levi's answer left everyone bewildered, even Aurelia looked at him in surprise. In any case, start moving. By my calculations, the enemy should arrive after sunset. We don't have much time. Levi glanced at the distant horizon. The sun had already dipped behind the mountains. At most an hour remained before total darkness. Faced with Levi's orders, everyone hesitated and looked to Aurelia. She looked at Levi, then bit her lip. Do as the detective says. Open the armory, men fetch weapons and ammunition. Others, lock and barricade all doors and windows. At Aurelia's command, everyone stopped hesitating and began moving quickly. The menservants and policemen went to fetch rifles and shotguns from the armory, while the maids inspected doors and windows, locking every entrance tight. Fortunately, as a descendant of one of the 12 knights, the Baskerville family manor was ancient and built with military features. Had this been some indulgent villa full of floor-to-ceiling windows and skylights, defense would be impossible, they could only wait for death. Night fell. The entire manor was brightly lit, gas lamps illuminating every corner. The men held weapons, staring out from the first-floor windows and second-floor balconies, restless and bored. Hey, you think that detective's reliable? A guard with a shotgun yawned, chatting with a companion. Gathering us all like it's dangerous. What's dangerous here? Even if it's animals, so what? Sometimes wild beasts wander in. City folk are just fussy, making a big fuss over nothing. A woo. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the night, cutting the guard's complaints short. Wolf? The guard froze, quickly raising his gun, but he kept talking. See? Just a wolf or two, nothing to panic about. City people really don't know better. But before he finished, howls erupted from every direction. A woo. A woo. A woo. At once, everyone's face changed. Wah, what is going on? The guard stopped joking, his expression grave. They had accompanied their masters hunting before, and a wolf or two was nothing. But few had ever faced a wolf pack. Now, with howls echoing from all sides, it felt as if they were surrounded. Just how many wolves were there? At least 100. Possibly every wolf from the nearby mountains. Lying on the roof, Levi gripped his cane gun with its unfolded stand, glancing at the mini-map in the corner of his vision. Densely packed glowing dots filled it. Above him, the puppet bird soared, faithfully surveying the battlefield like a drone. Levi felt like he was in a shooting game, first person, gun in hand, mini-map at the corner. The battlefield was one-way transparent to him, nothing to fear. Gamers had joked in forums before, if you gave an FPS protagonist a mini-map and regenerating health, they could fight from Dunkirk to Berlin in World War II, a true, king of soldiers, setup. Levi didn't have regenerating health, but the mini-map was plenty. Now, night had fallen. Inside the manor the lights shone, but beyond the glow, pairs of gleaming eyes peered from the darkness. If this were the wild, such a pack could easily annihilate everyone. But here, at least they had the wisdom of human construction. Thankfully, the house was not made of straw or wood. Levi pulled the bolt of his gun, staring ahead. Behind him stood Aurelia, gripping a hunting rifle, her face tense as she watched the wilderness. Normally, this was a place of beautiful pastoral scenery, wind over fields, cattle and sheep grazing. Aurelia liked it very much. But when what emerged from the grass were not cattle or sheep, but wolves, it was another matter entirely. The wind rose stronger. In the distance, the wheat fields swayed like waves, toppling and rising again, occasionally revealing lurking beasts. They pressed low, eyes gleaming, fixated on the bright manor ahead. Inside, the people gripped their weapons, holding their breath. Everyone prepare. No one fires without my order. Aurelia shouted from the second-floor window. Since their foes were beasts, not humans, there was no need for secrecy. Roar. The wolves crouched, glaring fiercely at the house. Then, like arrows loosed from strings, they leapt and charged forward. This was something completely against common sense. Normally speaking, animals would avoid places with light as much as possible. Especially now, with the manor brightly lit, unless they were completely out of their minds, no ordinary wild beast would be foolish enough to appear in such an environment. But these wolves were clearly different. They were like drunkards high on drugs, excited beyond reason in the drunken haze of the early morning, opening their bloody jaws, drool spilling down as they charged forward with their tongues lolling out. By all rights, the iron fence around the manor should have been enough to resist the assault of these beasts. However, perhaps because of long years of peace, the people here had no such concept of danger. Many haystacks and crates were piled right against the wall. Wolves were no fools. After circling the fence, they climbed directly up via the crates and hay. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing this, Aurelia cursed in her heart and silently made up her mind. Once this was over, she would definitely have the manor walls raised higher to prevent such incidents from happening again. One wolf leapt onto the haystack first, then jumped. Bang! At that very moment, a gunshot rang out. The wolf's head instantly exploded, its body, mid-flip, convulsed before falling heavily to the ground. But that was not the end. Soon the second, the third, the fourth, like soldiers in a Normandy landing charge, they rushed forward through the storm of bullets, determined to break through the obstacle before them. Yet gunfire roared again, mercilessly blowing apart the heads of every wolf. Bang bang bang. When the fifth wolf's corpse fell, the pack finally retreated, their bodies once again swallowed by the night. Who? Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Who fired just now? Our guns can't hit that far, right? That detective, probably. Didn't expect it, his marksmanship is really good. The men on the second-floor balcony whispered as they glanced at Levi not far away, whose smoking barrel was still raised. In this era, not to mention city folk, even countrymen were rarely strangers to guns and hunting. In fact, hunting could even be considered a social activity for men in these times when nobody had ever heard of a Wild Animal Protection Act. People went on outings, enjoyed the greenery, and hunted something. It was ordinary, casual. Nobody worried about shooting a protected animal, nor feared prison for it. In modern times, the stranger it looks, the faster the sentence comes. But in this era, the stranger it looks, the greater the sense of achievement. Ordinary animals had long lost their appeal. Only by hunting bizarre, unknown creatures could one truly impress. Put bluntly, it was like opening blind boxes. Pulling an N card everyone else had was nothing special. But drawing an SSR? That was something to screenshot and show off in the group. Similarly, if a man in this era hunted down a strange creature, he would definitely have it stuffed and displayed at home. In essence, the act was no different from posting that SSR screenshot. And compared to the fleeting flood of online bragging in the information age, this kind of trophy was permanent, stable, even hereditary. From, I killed a tiger back then, to, my father killed a tiger back then, to, my ancestor killed a tiger back then. It might last several generations. The bragging rights had a far longer shelf life. It showed that no matter the era, no matter the world, humans never really changed. Because of this, these countrymen's shooting was quite good. As the saying went, once an expert moves, you can tell. That wolf hadn't even entered their effective range, and it was mid-leap, yet Levi blew its head off with a single shot. Just this feat, in a hunting party, would leave men awestruck and women dazzled. But they looked at Levi again, then quietly averted their gazes. With that face, women would be dazzled whether he hit anything or not. Levi cared nothing for their opinions. He had no time to care. At this moment, he was controlling his puppet bird to track the wolves. In Levi's view, these wolves did not seem natural at all, they looked more like they were being controlled. After all, wild beasts did not, without warning, gather to attack human settlements, nor would they cut lines and sabotage communications. That was clearly human thinking. Anyone else would likely never consider this. But Levi was different, he had truly seen werewolves before. Thus he couldn't help suspecting that perhaps these wolves were being controlled by a werewolf even stronger than Red Riding Hood. Unfortunately, Levi's puppeteer, LV3, control range was only about 200 meters. He had circled around and found no black-clad mastermind lurking like a final boss, watching from afar. Movies had shown animal controllers linking senses from a distance. Could this hidden boss be the same? Levi sighed quietly. He hated such cowards the most. If the opponent was within his investigative range, he could have his puppet bird silently fly behind them and then use Shadow Step to teleport, launching a surprise attack to finish things instantly. But now, the enemy sat like a castle-dwelling demon lord in Dragon Quest, unmoving, sending minions to harass him. Annoying, wasn't it? And the minions were clever. Through the puppet bird's eyes, Levi frowned. All units, watch the surroundings. Get ready to fire. What is it? What happened? The others looked around in confusion, but in the pitch-black night, they saw nothing. Levi did. The wolves were digging. Not in one spot, but everywhere. They were furiously clawing under the fence, opening one pit after another. They really are becoming demons. Levi glanced around silently. This position was too awkward for a clean shot. He could try Ricochet's shot, but he chose to save it. After all, these were just minions, not the boss. A whoa. Howls soon echoed from every direction, making everyone more nervous. Levi's face grew solemn. His shooting skill might be powerful, but he was still just one man, unable to cover all angles. But he wasn't alone. It depended on the others too. Roar. Suddenly, dark shadows lunged from all directions toward the house. Fire. In the open, an ambush from a wolf pack would have been devastating. But in a house, it was easier. So long as people guarded doors and windows, most danger could be averted. Thus, despite the wolves' all-around charge, very few actually reached the entrance. Levi's marksmanship was outstanding, but the others were no slouches. With shotguns more deadly at close range, the house erupted in gunfire. Dozens of wolves fell, corpses piling high. Yet the wolves did not fear death, charging into muzzles again and again. Several times they nearly burst through the door, only to be blocked by tables and chairs braced behind it. These beasts are insane. One guard cursed as he reloaded, slamming fresh rounds into his shotgun, while the maids were not idle either. Unlike in horror films, where women screamed to heighten tension, in reality they busied themselves. They refilled empty clips and handed them to the fighters. Though pale with fear, the maids still did their duties. Aurelia was no exception. Dressed in hunting clothes, she wielded a shotgun at the window, firing mercilessly at the wolves outside. Wolf after wolf rushed forward, only to collapse. Yet the blood and corpses only fueled the others' ferocity. Even against the deadly flames of shotguns, they hesitated not. Bang! A policeman shot a wolf at the window. But the beast didn't fall, instead, it bit onto the shotgun's barrel. Before the officer could react, a tremendous force yanked the weapon out of his hands. Ah! Startled, the policeman instinctively reached forward, and just then, a wolf's head lunged through the window, jaws snapping for his arm. Swish! Cold light flashed. A throwing knife lodged in the wolf's skull. It fell before its teeth closed. At the same time, Aurelia's scolding voice rang at his ear. What are you dazing for? Why yes, ma'am. Snapped from shock, the officer retrieved another gun and fired again. The battle between humans and wolves dragged on for over an hour. Only when the final wolf fell did the fight end. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Some were clawed or bitten, but no one had died, that alone was fortunate. Who? Aurelia wiped sweat from her brow, then swept her gaze across the hall and calmly gave orders. Stay alert. Dispose of the wolf corpses. Yes, mistress. With her command given, Aurelia climbed to the second floor. She intended to change clothes before discussing matters with Levi. Tonight's attack was far too strange, utterly without warning. Could it be related to the necklace they had found earlier? What exactly was that necklace for? Why had her father never mentioned it? Or did even he not know? Pondering, Aurelia entered her room and closed the door. Click. The door shut. Curtains rustled in the breeze. Instinctively she glanced at the window, and froze. A man stood before it, unmoving, staring at her. And to Aurelia, this man was no stranger. Or rather, the most familiar of all. Father. Staring at the figure, Aurelia cried in shock. How are you here? Where have you been? What happened? She rushed forward. But her once handsome father now looked battered, clothes torn, face gaunt as if tortured. Aurelia. Hearing his daughter, the man slowly lifted his head. And only then did Aurelia see, his eyes were no longer human. They were a wolf's eyes, golden, cold, filled with madness and bloodlust. She instinctively stepped back. Father. Then the huge black shadow engulfed her. Crash. Glass shattered. Levi's head snapped up, just in time to see a giant wolf leaping from the second floor, vaulting the manor walls. Its size was even greater than Red Riding Hood's. That was no ordinary wolf, it was a werewolf. And in its clawed grip, a lock of golden hair. Aurelia. At once, Levi raised his gun and fired without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. Bullets tore into the werewolf, staggering its frame. Yet in the next heartbeat it accelerated again, vanishing into the black forest. Damn it. Levi cursed. He had wanted to use incendiary rounds, but with Aurelia in its grasp, he was forced to hold back. So it was true, wolves feared fire most. Fire was the answer. But now it was too late. Even so, Levi would not have fired phosphorus with her so close. If Aurelia had been burned, that would have been worse than death. But he wasn't without options. His gaze hardened. The next moment, Levi's figure vanished into the night sky, leaving no trace behind. Deep in the forest, shadows flickered. The pitch-black giant wolf grabbed Aurelia with one hand, darting swiftly through the woods. It looked just like Tarzan in the movies, leaping from tree to tree, occasionally using its other hand, sharp claws extended, to grip a trunk, maintaining balance or shifting direction. From a distance, it seemed like a drifting ghost in the forest, not even making the faintest sound. Even the most experienced hunter would find it almost impossible to track. However, for Levi, all this meant nothing. Standing on a nearby cliff, Levi stared at the forest below. Within the vision of Soul's sight, the brilliance of Soul shone incomparably bright. This was a dimensionality reduction strike. It was just like military camouflage. Of course, one could lie hidden in tall grass without moving, even enduring mosquito bites without a sound. No matter how carefully someone looked, they would not discover a person concealed there. But if someone used a drone with infrared to scan the area, then no matter how strong-willed or skilled the camouflage, the person would be completely exposed. The same applied here. If it were a contest of tracking and counter-tracking, Levi was certainly no match for this werewolf. But why should he compete at all? He had something like an unmanned reconnaissance drone at his disposal, why would he waste time chasing after the opponent's heels? Levi had no interest in that. Besides, this was not even some beauty. As for how Levi managed to keep up with the werewolf, he naturally had his own method. He had two puppet birds under his control. One constantly tracked the werewolf, while the other served as Levi's tool for shadow step, allowing him to keep up in the shortest possible time, or even far surpass the werewolf's speed. After all, no matter how fast a werewolf ran, leaping and sprinting still required time. But Levi's shadow step was essentially the equivalent of 200 meters per second. Moreover, puppet birds flying in the air were far faster than a werewolf on the ground. Combined with Soul's sight, the forest's concealment and cover were nearly nullified. In such circumstances, Levi could effortlessly catch up to his target. But he did not strike immediately. For one, Levi had already noticed that Aurelia was in the werewolf's grasp. His incendiary bombs could not be used, making it difficult to kill the creature. Under such conditions, the best choice was not to act rashly. On the other hand, during the pursuit, Levi kept thinking. The matter of the Baskerville family was still not completely clear to him. Of course, based on the clues he had so far, Levi already had a rough guess. That everything surrounding the Baskerville family most likely had something to do with that necklace. This might also be the reason Aurelia had been attacked, since Levi remembered that after leaving the room, Aurelia promised she would keep the necklace with her. Though she appeared to have changed clothes, with her stubborn nature, Levi believed the necklace was still on her. Even so, Levi remained suspicious of how the opponent had slipped past his drone surveillance, at least he was certain that after the Wolfpack's assault began, nothing entered the manor under his nose. But before that, it was hard to say. In short, Levi still had many questions. But he believed he would soon have answers. As long as he followed this werewolf. In fact, baiting had been one of Levi's plans all along. He had thought that, if nothing else worked, he could use disguise to pose as Aurelia and wander in the forest to see if he could lure the enemy out. But since the real bait had already been taken, Levi naturally would not let this fish escape. Aurelia slowly opened her eyes. Darkness filled her vision. What had happened? Just awakened, Aurelia's mind was a mess. She blinked hard a few times, gradually regaining clarity. Right, the manor, the attack, and father. At this thought, Aurelia's heart jolted. She hurried to stand, but the next instant collapsed back down. Only then did she realize her entire body was bound tightly, leaving her unable to move. He. It seems our young lady is quite lively. Then Aurelia heard an aged voice. She turned her head toward the sound and saw, not far away, an old man cloaked entirely in black robes, smiling as he stared at her. Who are you? The moment she saw the old man, Aurelia forced herself to calm down. She glared coldly at him, her voice sharp. Who am I? The old man paused briefly at her question. Yes, young people these days no longer know who I am. Heh, how ironic. I should have been remembered for generations as the head of the Baskerville family. Yet now, I can only hide in this forsaken place. Could it be great-grandfather? If she had been confused before, after her talks with Levi, Aurelia had already gained some sense of the family's hidden history. It did not take her long to guess the old man's true identity. He. Hearing her words, the old man froze, then burst into laughter. Never thought you would be able to guess who I am. It seems the Baskerville family truly produced an extraordinary descendant. I also know you killed your own sister to become the family head. Aurelia looked at him with contempt, her voice cold. If she had once been doubtful of Levi's suspicions, now she believed them made tense. If this ancestor had done nothing shameful, he would not have fled into the mountains, nor used such methods to capture her. The old man fell silent for a long time, before speaking again. Never thought you would even know that. But what wrong did I do? Aurelia could not help but be surprised at his response. She looked up at him. Beneath his hood, his small eyes glowed green, now erupting with a wave of bitter, venomous emotion. What did I do wrong? I was better than her in every way, yet just because she was a woman, she could inherit the position of head. And because I was a man, I could not. What kind of logic is that? Just because the ancestor decreed that women would inherit, I was expected to bow and give up the power rightfully mine. Aurelia gave no answer. She did not know why the ancestor had made such a decision. Strictly speaking, it was indeed unfair to the other family members. But the world had never been a fair place. Perhaps this ancestor truly had been wronged, but what exactly do you want? Aurelia decided to take the opportunity to ask what weighed on her heart. Back then, you had already become the family head. Why did you suddenly disappear? You don't know. I heard that great-grandfather, you were attacked by the Wolf King while hunting in the forest. Wolf, ahahaha. The old man burst into wild laughter. Yes, that's not wrong, I was indeed attacked. But not by a wolf. Then. Let me tell you a story. The old man seemed to be in very high spirits. He walked closer and stared at Aurelia. Only then did she notice with shock, his body was hunched, skin and bones, like a walking corpse. His face was ravaged, torn as though by some beast, even his gums were exposed. This old man looked more like a monster than a human. Any ordinary girl would have been terrified. But Aurelia forced herself to meet his gaze, her expression cold, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Brave and stubborn, you remind me of my sister. The old man sighed as he looked into her eyes, then sat down on a stone nearby. As a child, I always worked hard. He began to speak faintly. I was proud of being a member of the Baskerville family. And not to boast, but as a child, I was intelligent and eager to learn. Completely unlike my sister, she was a wild girl, always running about in the mountains and forests, much to the family's distress. Because of that, I never much liked her. The old man gave a cold snort. In my view, members of the Baskerville family should be models for others. Always running wild, what kind of behavior was that? Unlike her, I excelled in my studies, and also performed brilliantly in school. That was my pride, my honor. He believed that anyone with clear eyes could see, compared to his sister, he was obviously more suited to lead the Baskerville family forward. But the old man clenched his fists tightly. On our 16th birthday, my parents held a grand banquet and publicly announced that my sister would become the next head of the Baskerville family. At that time I was shocked, and furious. I went to my mother to ask why. Then my mother told me that this was the Baskerville family's rule, that only females had the right to become the head. Men could only go out to carve out their own careers, or assist the family head. Only then did I finally understand why my father had always been so incompetent. Before, I had looked down on him, thinking it was because of his uselessness that my mother had to take all the power into her own hands. But now I realized that my father was like that only because he had given up. But I had not given up. The old man glared viciously at Aurelia. The bloodthirsty fury emanating from him made Aurelia's heart pound violently. Yet even so, she clenched her teeth, glaring back at him fiercely. I could not persuade my mother. No matter what I achieved, she would never let me become the family head. So I thought of a way, that was. If my sister disappeared, then my mother would have no choice but to choose me as head. So you killed her? That's right. The old man nodded. That fool. I only told her I wanted to see the same scenery as her, and she excitedly took me into the forest, to the places she usually went, happily telling me stories of those places. But I wasn't interested in any of it. Later, she brought me to the edge of a cliff. At that time, she stood there, and I was right behind her. With just one push, I could send her into the bottomless abyss. As if reliving the scene, the old man's hands began to tremble. And so, I did it. I watched her lean forward and fall from the cliff, at least, that was how it should have been. But she was stronger than I thought. At the last moment, she turned and grabbed the cliff's edge. The old man raised his head, staring at the dark night sky. At that time, I had two choices. But I did not choose to save her. Instead, I drew the dagger I carried for self-defense and stabbed her palm, severing her fingers, and watched her fall into the abyss. At this, the old man revealed a smile. Then I ran back home and told everyone my sister had fallen. Everyone went to search, but because I led them to the wrong place, they found nothing. But I knew the matter was not over. My mother was clearly suspicious of me. Though she had no proof, I knew she was a strict woman who could not tolerate a grain of sand in her eye. If she knew it was me, she would lock me up without mercy, or even kill me. So, I killed her. You killed your own mother? Aurelia was stunned at this point. The old man lowered his head and glanced at her. Yes. She never imagined I would poison her. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived, she was already dead. Otherwise, I truly would have liked to vent my anger in front of her. To let her know, all of this was her fault. But hadn't you already gotten what you wanted? Why did you then disappear? Aurelia could not understand. Though her great-grandfather's actions were cruel and inhumane, he had already seized power and status. Why vanish? Because our bloodline was cursed. Cursed. That's right. The old man nodded forcefully again. After that, I eliminated many more obstacles and finally became the head. I thought just like you, that as the Baskerville head, I would lead the family to glory. By then, no one would care about outdated traditions of passing power to daughters instead of sons. But I did not know that surrounding this family was not only glory, but also blood and curses. After that, I married and had children. Ironically, my wife gave birth to twins, a brother and a sister. When I looked at those two children, I thought of myself and my sister. To prevent my children from meeting the same fate, I quietly killed her and buried her. But after that, I found myself changed. I grew to crave raw meat. The old man stared at Aurelia, licking his lips. Before, I had no special desires for food. But afterward, I noticed I had changed. I longed for the forest instead of the study. I wanted to hunt prey in the woods, to devour them, and I did. I led a hunting party into the forest. But when others enjoyed roasted game, I only wanted to eat the living, wild animals. I wanted to tear their bodies apart with my teeth. Feel their warm blood. Swallow their burning innards. I craved it more and more, losing my reason. More than once I secretly snuck into the poultry pens and devoured the animals. Before this, I had never had such urges. The old man roared with his mouth wide open, fists clenched, looking furious. I became more and more like a beast, not a man. I didn't know what was happening to me, nor could I see a doctor. Too many others were watching the family head position. If I failed to appear the best, the situation would change completely. So I had to go hunting frequently to calm the hunger inside me. Until my 38th birthday. At this, Aurelia focused intently. She knew her great-grandfather had disappeared at 38. But no one knew how. That time, I went hunting again. But unlike before, I felt something watching me as soon as I entered the forest. At first, I thought it was my imagination. But later, I realized it wasn't. A monster was watching me from the forest depths, as if I was the prey. Then my horse panicked and bolted. I don't even know when I was thrown, but when I came to, that monster had stepped out of the forest before me. Perhaps recalling it, fear crept into the old man's voice. Aurelia grew tense. It was a huge black dog. A dog? This answer was far from Aurelia's expectations. That's right, not a wolf, a dog. I had never seen such a large dog. It stared at me like it was about to snap my neck. And then, I remembered nothing. The old man sighed spinelessly. In short, when I awoke, I had become a wolf. I didn't know why. But I knew I could never go back. Still, I didn't care much then. After all, as long as my son had no issues, he would be the next head. By then, everything would be fine. At this point, the old man grew angrier. But he also gave birth to twins. What a joke. But fortunately, before I left, I told him, if twins were born, kill the girl. I refused to believe the Baskerville family's fate can never change. This man was utterly mad. Aurelia stared at the deranged old man, her heart growing cold. She already knew from Levi that the Baskerville bloodline always produced a girl. And this old man actually wanted to kill every girl infant, leaving only the boys to fight the bloodline. That was pure insanity. Unfortunately, he too could not withstand the curse. When I found him, he had already fallen ill and killed his wife. I wanted to take him away, but he refused to accept the cruel reality, and even resented me, saying I made him commit such inhumane acts and that it was retribution. Then he left. The old man let out a heavy sigh. After all, it was his son. There were still feelings. Seeing things turn out like this, he felt some regret. I don't know where he went after that. If Levi had heard this, he would have told the old man that his son's head had been hanging in Wolf Head Village for decades. And because of that, he failed to pass down my teachings, leading to the birth of you, this abomination. The old man sighed again, then stared coldly at Aurelia. Fortunately, I found a way to lift the curse. Aurelia said nothing. She was tied up and dragged here, how could his method be peaceful? Don't you want to know your fate? The old man lowered his head, staring at her with a cruel smile. Your flesh will be devoured, and the emerald heart destroyed. In this way, the Baskerville curse will be completely gone. Emerald heart? I know it's on you. The old man stretched out his hand, seizing the necklace hanging around Aurelia's neck, pulling it free. He stared at the red gem on the necklace, eyes glowing. This is the Baskerville secret treasure, only usable by the head. I searched for it for so long and never found it. To think you had it. He. The old man raised the necklace high. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared in Aurelia's eyes. The ropes binding her fell away, and in the same instant she leapt to her feet, a dagger silently appearing in her hand, stabbing straight at the old man's throat. Pst. The dagger pierced the old man's neck without deviation. He roared, swung his left arm, and sent Aurelia flying. Fool! Did you think such a trick could kill me? As the old man roared, his body began to swell. Soon, the cloak fell away, revealing a massive black wolf before Aurelia. It opened its bloody jaws, staring at her. The dagger once lodged in its neck fell clattering to the ground. At the same time, another black wolf emerged from the forest and stood beside the old man. Father? Aurelia cried out in shock at the sight of the wolf. But it only stared at her silently. Ha, did you think I'd make the same mistake again? He is now completely my slave. Come, my child, devour the flesh of your descendant and complete this blasphemous ritual. Roar. At his command, the black wolf growled at Aurelia. Then it leapt toward her. At that very moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the black wolf was instantly engulfed by bursting flames. It let out a wail and leapt back in a hurry. Almost at the same time, a figure emerged within Aurelia's vision. So that's why I like this, behind-the-scenes bosses confessing themselves is far more useful than any investigation. Levi raised his cane gun, aimed at the two giant wolves before him, while also glancing at the system prompt that had just appeared. Mission Curse Mystery activated. Mission objective, eliminate the curse of the Baskerville family. There were many ways to eliminate a curse. According to old Sir Baskerville, carrying out some sort of ritual might also dispel it. But wasn't there another method? If all those afflicted by the curse were eliminated, then wouldn't the curse itself be gone? Eye of the Reaper. The flow of time began to slow. Levi raised his gun, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. He reloaded, pulled the bolt, and fired again. After 3 consecutive shots, Levi tossed away the cane gun, raised his revolver, and emptied all its bullets in one go. Then he reloaded again and fired. After that, the flow of time returned to normal. Bang 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 bang. Aurelia had no idea what had just happened. She only heard a string of gunshots, then fire, explosions, and the howling wind filled her entire vision. At that moment, a hand reached out from the side and patted her shoulder. Aurelia turned her head in surprise, only to see a strikingly handsome face appear before her eyes, one that could leave an impression on anyone. Detective? Are you all right, Miss Baskerville? As Levi spoke, he once again gripped the persuader tightly, staring ahead. This time he had used an upgraded version of what he had used against the Red Cloak Girl, greater in both power and quantity. Normally, against an ordinary werewolf, such a wave of saturated attacks would absolutely be enough to kill it. Normally. Bang! The smaller black wolf collapsed to the ground, twitching twice. On the other side, however, the towering giant wolf, nearly 4 meters tall, swayed on its feet and coldly stared at Levi. In its scarlet-yellow eyes, a chilling murderous intent surfaced. The flames blazing upon its body seemed to cause it no harm at all. Even its ruptured skin, pierced and blasted apart by armor-piercing rounds, rapidly regenerated before the naked eye. As expected, the final boss was never easy to deal with. Levi silently counted the bullets in his hand. That entire volley had failed to kill this beast. Another round probably wouldn't do much either. The real problem was that he had spent too many bullets dealing with the other wolves earlier. And because Aurelia had been captured, he hadn't had the chance to resupply his ammo. It felt like entering a boss battle only to realize he hadn't saved his progress. That was Levi's mood right now. I'm fine. Aurelia had no idea what Levi was thinking at this moment. She simply nodded and stepped back. With a twist of her right hand, another dagger slid out from her sleeve and into her grasp. Levi silently gave the young lady a glance before shifting his gaze away. Was this young lady perhaps a professional knife dealer? Who are you? The old wolf fixed his eyes on Levi and spoke in a cold voice. I never imagined someone would actually follow. Who are you? My name is Levi. I'm a detective. Levi answered calmly, secretly deciding to stall for time and then decide his next move depending on how things developed. Detective? Then I suppose this little girl finding the emerald heart is your doing as well. And the infant corpses you killed. Levi let out a light chuckle. If you hadn't buried the infant corpses beneath the statue back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. What are you talking about? The old wolf's response was unexpectedly puzzling. What statue? The corpses of the 2 infants you killed are buried beneath the giant wolf statue in the Baskerville ancestors' tomb. Levi studied the old wolf carefully as he spoke. Although I don't know exactly how things unfolded, I am certain that the curse you're suffering from is very likely connected to this. Don't tell me you knew nothing about it. Though it seemed unbelievable, Levi could clearly tell from the old wolf's expression and movements that he was genuinely surprised by this revelation. That's impossible. I buried the bodies beneath the tree in the cemetery. I had my son do the same. The cemetery? Why? Isn't it obvious? The old wolf shot Levi a glance. Even if they were baby girls, they were still of Baskerville bloodline, and thus had the right to be buried in the family cemetery. Though without coffins or tombstones, it was still my last mercy for them. Killing infants, and you dare to speak of mercy. Disgusting. Aurelia coldly cut off the old wolf's justification, glaring at him in fury. At first, Aurelia had seen old Sir Baskerville as a pitiable victim. But now, in her eyes, he was nothing more than a complete madman and murderer. Could it be that your cultist friends gave you the idea? However, Levi's words made old Sir Baskerville suddenly startle. What are you talking about? You've had very close dealings with the Luddists. I already know about this. Eh? Hearing Levi's words, Aurelia glanced at him in surprise. Levi, however, turned his head slightly and signaled to her with his eyes. I suppose it was also your Luddist friends who urged you to kill your sister and seize the position of head of the family. The old wolf remained silent, but his attitude alone spoke volumes. After all, if Levi's words had been false, the old wolf could have easily dismissed them. But if everything Levi said was true, including the urging to kill his sister and seize the headship, the murder of infants, and the burial of their bodies in the family cemetery, then the answer as to why the infants' remains were found beneath the wolf statue in the ancestor's tomb was obvious. If old Sir Baskerville had even a shred of reasoning, then he must have realized the true cause of his current condition. Even Aurelia could see the shifting, conflicted expression on the old wolf's face. Levi, of course, saw it even more clearly. As expected. Ever since he had learned from Chief Macmillan that old Sir Baskerville had dealings with Luddists in his youth, Levi had suspected he had found the root of the matter. Old Sir Baskerville's desire to seize the family headship was human nature, such petty intrigues were common in noble families. Hardly surprising. But what benefit did the Luddists gain from it? Levi quickly recalled that when he had first come to the manor, Chief Macmillan had hinted that, as rulers of the Delicat region, the Baskerville family had long sought to promote steam mechanization in agriculture. But due to opposition from local people, they had never succeeded. At that time, Chief Macmillan had suspected that the troubles within the Baskerville family were connected to the Luddists. After all, in his view, the Luddists had both the motive and the means. So long as the Baskerville family was plagued by the curse, agricultural mechanization reform could never proceed, and the Luddists' goal would be achieved. It was just that Chief Macmillan had never found evidence to prove it. But now it seemed his initial suspicions were right. He simply could never have imagined that the Luddists would use such a method to deal with the Baskerville family. These bastards really were like lingering ghosts, refusing to go away. Levi cursed inwardly. Worse still, these bastards seemed to have some real tricks up their sleeve. Though Levi swore silently in his heart, outwardly he still appeared calm and collected, as though everything was within his grasp. I suppose that so-called method to lift the curse was also told to you by your friends. Roar. The old wolf gave no verbal reply, but the furious roar from his throat confirmed Levi's suspicion. Are you sure you want to keep acting like a pawn, following their orders? Levi knew the chances were slim, but he still tried to turn him, to see if he could win this wretched man over. After all, no matter how foolish old Sir Baskerville was, he must have realized that everything he was suffering had been orchestrated by those Luddists. If he were willing to defect, perhaps the crisis could be resolved. Yet reality, of course, was never that kind. Humph, kid, you've got quite the tongue. The old wolf was silent for a moment, then finally let out a cold laugh. But wanting me to believe your nonsense is impossible. As long as I eat this girl, I can completely control the Emerald Heart, and once I destroy it, my curse will be completely lifted. I don't need to believe your lies. Levi had already guessed it would end this way. Bosses were always like this, the sunk cost was too high. Even if deep down he wanted to believe, he wouldn't dare to. Forget it. If persuasion failed, then so be it. Levi fixed his eyes on the old wolf, his mind racing. As things stood, he and Aurelia probably couldn't defeat this creature, but it wasn't entirely hopeless. Thinking carefully, the old man had just said that by devouring Aurelia's flesh and blood, he could fully control the Emerald Heart. Werewolves had the ability to transform into the prey they consumed. Levi had already learned this from the Red Cloak girl. Thus, he understood what the old wolf meant. Clearly, the old wolf intended to devour Aurelia, then become Aurelia, and thereby control the Emerald Heart. But how exactly would he control it? At least since Aurelia had obtained the necklace, Levi hadn't noticed anything unusual about her. Wait. Levi suddenly recalled the stone carving in the secret chamber that had sealed away the Emerald Heart. Could it be Aurelia, the necklace? Levi tilted his head and asked quietly. Aurelia, however, shook her head, glaring at the old wolf. He took it. TCH. Following Aurelia's gaze, Levi finally saw the old wolf clutching the necklace in his right hand. He instantly felt speechless. I'll take it back. Take it back. That's right. Levi looked toward Aurelia. Remember that stone carving? You mean? Hearing Levi's question, Aurelia froze for a moment, then seemed to understand. Do it according to that. Levi once more tightened his grip on his gun, staring at the old wolf. The next moment, the flow of time shifted again. Eye of the Reaper. Levi suddenly raised his gun, aimed at the old wolf, and once more pulled the trigger. Bang! As the flow of time returned to normal, the spinning incendiary round whistled through the air and struck the old wolf's face directly, instantly enveloping its head in flames. "Oh!" The old wolf let out a piercing shriek. Levi, meanwhile, flashed into the shadows, then emerged from the silhouette of a tree to the wolf's side. Yet the old wolf was no less dangerous, it roared while violently swinging its arms. Those claws, spread wide, could easily tear him to shreds with a single hit. But Levi locked his eyes on the wolf's swinging arm, then activated again, Eye of the Reaper. The swinging arm began to slow. Levi raised his gun, aimed at the old wolf's right arm, and once again pulled the trigger. Armor-piercing rounds and silver bullets shot forth toward the arm. Then, the flow of time resumed. Bang 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 bang. The armor-piercing rounds tore through muscle and shattered bone, blasting the old wolf's right arm apart. The silver bullets immediately drove deep into the flesh, bringing searing, tearing agony. Ah! At last, the old wolf could no longer hold back its scream. At the same time, its right hand released, and the emerald heart it had been clutching dropped toward the ground. Before the necklace could fall, Levi rolled out of the shadows in a flash and snatched it into his hand. "Give it back to me." Almost simultaneously, the old wolf stomped down hard, its foot slamming onto Levi's body, crushing him beneath it. "Detective." Seeing this, Aurelia cried out in shock. But when the old wolf looked closer, it found that what it had crushed beneath its foot was not Levi's body, but a flattened puppet that looked like a bird. Aurelia. At that very moment, Levi, having completed shadow movement with the puppet bird, appeared at Aurelia's side and tossed the necklace into her hands. Aurelia didn't hesitate. She flipped her dagger and stabbed her palm, opening the wound above the necklace. Then she grabbed it tightly. In that instant, her blood fused with the crimson gemstone. Immediately after. Woof woof. From the void, the sound of dogs barking suddenly echoed forth. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. The barking echoed through the forest, and upon hearing it, the old wolf, who had just been about to pounce, trembled all over and suddenly stopped. Although that nightmare had happened decades ago, this sound still struck a fear deep in the old wolf's heart. Truth be told, he could no longer even remember exactly what had happened to him that day. The only thing that remained imprinted in his memory was this barking. The fur on his head had already been burned black, yet at this moment the old wolf had no time to worry about that. He even instinctively backed up 2 steps, his tail subconsciously tucked between his legs. It seemed that becoming a werewolf did not come with only advantages. At least right now, even Levi could clearly see it. This guy was scared. Woof woof. Gur. The barking began to turn into a growl, which was even more dangerous. After all, anyone who had owned or seen a dog knew this: if a dog barked loudly at you, it might mean nothing. But if it stared at you while letting out a low growl, that was when you needed to be careful. The old wolf's whole body shook violently. Then, a burst of black mist sprayed out. Thick, heavy black mist erupted from the necklace tightly clutched in Aurelia's hand, surging forward like a howling storm, swirling, growing denser and denser. The surrounding trees shivered in the gale, swaying constantly, producing rustling crashes. Gur. Immediately afterward, a massive creature emerged from the black mist. It was a hound. A 3-headed hound. Its body was as huge as a bus, and behind it swayed 3 long tails. From its 3 elongated, pointed heads, crimson eyes stared coldly at the old wolf before it, radiating the savage ferocity and brutality of a beast. Wow. Seeing the monster before him, even Levi couldn't help but gasp in amazement. After all, he had seen plenty of hellhounds in movies and games. But this was the first time he had actually witnessed such a legendary being in reality. Gur. The 3 heads, from left, center, and right, all glared at the old wolf simultaneously, emitting deep growls. The latter trembled, tail tucked, but still forced out pitiful cries. Just like a wild wolf driven to the wall, struggling desperately in vain. After a moment of standoff, the old wolf quickly made a decision. Run. It leapt up and bolted toward the depths of the forest. As long as it reached the dense woods, it would be free to leap like a fish in the sea, soar like a bird in the sky. However, though it was fast, the 3-headed hound was faster. The hound's left head suddenly lunged forward and clamped down on the old wolf's leg, yanking it back. Before the wolf could react, the right head opened wide, biting down on its upper body. Then, both heads exerted force together, tearing the old wolf cleanly in half. Immediately, both heads tilted upward in unison, swallowing the 2 halves of the wolf's corpse down into their bellies. This was truly. Levi was deeply shocked at the sight. He had seen monsters before, like that bat monster, or Little Red Riding Hood. But compared with this 3-headed hound, those 2 weren't even on the same level. To put it simply, if the bat monster and Little Red Riding Hood were like genetically modified beasts from a monster movie, then this 3-headed hound was more like a primordial fiend walking straight out of the Jurassic era. They simply weren't in the same league. Gur. The 3-headed hound turned around, one head fixing its gaze on Levi, while the other 2 focused on Aurelia. The 2 of them froze on the spot. "Detective, what should we do now?" In terms of courage, Aurelia had dared to stab the old wolf directly. In terms of personality, she had always been aggressive. But in front of this three-headed hound, Aurelia felt like a helpless little rabbit, weak and powerless. The fact that she hadn't sat down and burst into tears already was her last shred of stubbornness. You ask me. Who should I ask? Since it came out of your necklace, it should listen to you, right? Levi's heart was also pounding, though he had made ready to run at any time. Just as he said, the hound had been summoned from Aurelia's necklace, so it ought to listen to her. Even if he fled, this hound probably wouldn't harm Aurelia. Probably. Thump. Thump. The hound walked step by step toward Aurelia. The central head lowered itself, sniffing her. Then the left head did the same, then the right. Next, black mist erupted once again from the hound, enveloping it completely. Aurelia instinctively backed up 2 steps. When she focused again, the gigantic three-headed hound had vanished, and in its place. Woof, woof, woof. A palm-sized puppy with only one head, looking like a common mutt, stood wagging its tail happily at Aurelia, tongue sticking out. The two of them stared at the little dog before them, then exchanged a silent glance. What now? Just take it back, of course. The battle had ended, but there were still things to be done. Upholding his usual attitude of destroying the corpse and erasing the evidence, Levi built a bonfire in the forest together with Aurelia, dragging the werewolf's remains onto it to burn. This not only destroyed the corpse, but also served as a signal to the people at the manor. According to Aurelia, once they saw smoke rising from the forest, they would send people to investigate. And now, all they had to do was wait. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The two sat by the bonfire, watching the corpse consumed by flames, both silent. Aurelia hugged the little puppy transformed from the three-headed hound, stroking its fur, staring at the fire before her for a long time without speaking. Levi, too, said nothing. He knew Aurelia's feelings must be complicated right now, and this was her family's matter. He had seen enough already, no need to meddle further. Thank you for saving me, detective. He didn't know how much time had passed when Aurelia suddenly spoke. Levi had thought she had already fallen asleep. No need to thank me. This is my duty. Levi replied quietly. But, I still can't imagine. Aurelia stretched out her hands, lifting the puppy she held. This is the Baskerville hound. Interesting, isn't it? Levi looked at the little black dog and chuckled. After the old Sir Baskerville had been devoured by the three-headed hound, they had found a diary nearby. In it was explained the origin of the so-called curse of the Baskerville hound. In truth, this curse was something the old Sir Baskerville himself had spread, hoping that future generations, out of fear of it, would act according to his will. As the victim of the attack, old Sir Baskerville had always believed that the black dog he saw that night was the true culprit behind everything. But to everyone else, it was nothing more than a strange curse. As for why the two later heads of the family had vanished on their 38th birthdays, that was simpler still. It was merely because old Sir Baskerville himself had been attacked on his 38th birthday. Thus, he would come to take others on their 38th birthday as well, transforming them into werewolves. So strictly speaking, this wasn't really a curse at all. Aurelia sighed, and Levi didn't press further. Although there were still many matters left to settle, at least for now, it all seemed more or less over. Mr. Levi, does this mean that everything is finished now? Pretty much. As far as it looks now, yes. Levi glanced at the system task and gave his answer. If the system said it was complete, then it was complete. Right? Otherwise, what use was the system? Then, will you be leaving here? Yes. Now that the matter was resolved, Levi of course had to return and file his report. Thank you, Mr. Levi. Aurelia lowered her head, holding the puppy. In the firelight, her expression was hidden. If not for you, I don't know what would have become of the Baskerville family. This is my duty. Levi leaned against a tree trunk, eyes on the bonfire as he replied. He thought the scene would be perfect for a cigarette to look cool, but after some thought, he let it go. I plan to advance agricultural steam mechanization. Aurelia's voice was soft, but firm. This is something the Delicat region must do. Now the entire empire is pushing forward improvements in this area, we cannot be an exception. No matter what others think, I will never give up. It was clear Aurelia also wanted to contend against the Luddites. After all, they had already ruined her family to this extent. If the empire still practiced extermination of 9 generations, who knew what Aurelia might have done? You can start with your own lands. Levi suggested. It was just a piece of advice. There's no need to force it on everyone at the beginning. The Baskerville family must own quite a bit of farmland, right? Start with your own estates. Once others see the benefits, they'll be more willing to follow your orders. An excellent suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Levi. No need for thanks, Miss Baskerville. Aurelia. Just call me Aurelia. She raised her head, staring at Levi. Whether it was the firelight or something else, her face was flushed red. Levi looked into those deep blue eyes and, after a pause, smiled slightly. All right then, Miss Aurelia. After this, the people in the manor also saw the smoke. They sent men to search, found Levi and Aurelia, and brought the two back to the manor. Levi, on the other hand, went back to have a feast, took a bath, and had a good sleep. Only then did he leisurely sit in the outdoor pavilion, sipping tea while opening the system to look at the harvest of his case. Curse mystery complete. Time consumed, S. Investigation efficiency, S. Impact, S. Overall evaluation, SSS. Lifespan plus 200, extra plus 100. This reward was quite generous. Levi was somewhat surprised. Although he knew that difficult cases generally gave generous rewards, this time the rewards were clearly a little over the top. In terms of severity, Levi thought this case was not as critical as the Imperial Bridge, but thinking carefully, he could understand. The Imperial Bridge had been a matter of preemptive intervention. Her Majesty the Queen herself had not actually been in danger. But this time, Aurelia's very life had been threatened. From the perspective of emergency status, the two were indeed different. Looking at it this way, Levi had grasped another system rule. Clearly, the difficulty of the case was directly related to the level of threat faced by the target. Of course, it was also tied to their status. A courtesan or a student of the Royal Master Academy obviously did not compare in importance to Her Majesty the Queen or the descendants of the 12 Knights. Didn't expect you, system, to be biased toward the rich and noble. Levi silently complained in his heart, then continued reading. Special reward, choose any one body attribute plus 10, maximum cap 90. This reward was far more important than Levi had imagined. In Levi's system, attributes were divided into body attributes and skill attributes. Body attributes clearly quantified Levi's physical constitution, while skill attributes quantified the skills he had learned. Then there were special skills, such as Eye of the Reaper, Soul Sight, Shadow Step, Puppeteer, abilities akin to superpowers. Special skills could increase proficiency through repeated use. Skill attributes could also be improved through self-study. But body attributes were very difficult to raise. Constitution and strength might be improved through relentless training, but how was one supposed to raise agility, intelligence, or perception? At least, after all the ordeals Levi had endured in this world, he had never seen his body attributes improve even a little. Even in the Imperial Bridge mission, such a good reward had not appeared. Yet here, with Aurelia, it had. Perhaps only descendants of the 12 Knights could trigger this level of reward. If the other Knight descendants also had such missions, there were only 6 in the Empire, for a maximum of 60 points. So, in Levi's eyes, this bonus had to be used wisely. At present, there were naturally 2 ways to use it. One was the short plank principle, patch up the weakest attribute. The other was the typical gamer approach, extreme specialization, pouring everything into one stat until maxed, ignoring the rest. Levi's lowest attributes right now were strength and constitution. In his view, constitution was likely tied to his defense, or, more directly put, his ability to withstand blows. For instance, before, Katie's single punch had cost him 5 days of lifespan. If his constitution were higher, maybe it would only cost 3 days, something like that. Strength, similarly, was tied to melee attack power. But neither mattered much to Levi. He had realized that unless one had Katie-level strength, close combat against monsters was basically pointless. And raising his strength to Katie's level was something he shouldn't even dream about, not anytime soon. Or rather, not in the foreseeable future at all. Levi's past skill choices had always played to his strengths, relying entirely on mid to long-range combat. Thus, constitution didn't mean much to him either. Appearance had already reached its peak. Raising charm seemed pointless too, his past failed persuasion attempts had shown him that bosses at the end of cases were mostly immune to enchantment. Besides, charm was already at 85. Raising it to 90 would waste 5 points, since only 5 would count. That left agility, intelligence, willpower, and perception. Levi thought for a moment, took another sip of tea, and finally chose intelligence. The reason was simple, who didn't want to be a little smarter? Intelligence plus 10, raised to 80. New skill acquired, library. Library, 60, for one who swims in the sea of knowledge, learning is a joy, trait, photographic memory, added, certain chance to learn and increase other skill values. This skill was excellent. Looking at the new skill trait, Levi nodded in satisfaction. After all, he had once seen those geniuses with photographic memory, while ordinary people struggled to memorize through endless repetition, such prodigies could remember with just one glance. Back in school, Levi had greatly envied them, even though he himself had been among the top students. But, if one could learn easily, who would ever want to spend sleepless nights cramming? This was like good looks, something bestowed by the heavens. At least looks could be improved with plastic surgery, but no amount of surgery on the brain could give one a genius's memory. Levi had already decided, once he returned to Mist City, he would head to the Imperial Library to fully enjoy the pleasures of being a genius. And for a detective, knowledge of history, geography, natural sciences, all were invaluable. The more, the better. Committing them all to memory could only help, never harm. Of course, except mathematics. Math was hopeless. No matter what, he wasn't going to get it. Levi waved his hand, and the system tactfully vanished. He sat back in his chair, sipped more tea, and took a scone. The maid hurried forward to refill his cup carefully, watching him with eager eyes. While Levi enjoyed his brunch tea, Aurelia was still busy handling the aftermath. The case was indeed over. But over did not mean gone. Old Sir Baskerville had been the killer, true, but by Levi's deductions, the Luddites were the real masterminds. And with Aurelia's personality, letting such people go would be sheer foolishness. So, on one hand, Aurelia began pushing agricultural steam mechanization, on the other, she began rooting out the Luddites. Especially the man who had guarded the graveyard before. If old Sir Baskerville had not lied, then he had buried the infant's corpse beneath a tree, which was later moved into the ancestral crypt. And the only ones with keys to the ancestral crypt were the family head and the tomb keeper. That meant either the tomb keeper's key had been stolen, or he had been a Luddite himself, colluding with those who had manipulated old Sir Baskerville. But Aurelia didn't care. Investigate, and investigate to the end. The old tomb keeper had long since died, but his family still lived. A local lord was essentially a little emperor. Far from the imperial capital, they did as they pleased. Following this trail, Aurelia indeed rooted out several diehard Luddites. For her, this was at least some measure of catharsis. After that, the Baskerville family still had many matters to handle, and Levi, as an outsider, couldn't very well linger. So, after bidding Aurelia farewell, he left. Aurelia, of course, was extremely grateful. Levi had helped resolve the Baskerville curse and even uncovered nearly lost secrets of their family. Such merit could not be repaid with mere hospitality. So Aurelia gave him her token of gratitude. £10,000. After tax. Levi was quite stunned when he received it. Truly, the Baskervilles were wealthy. In this era, a family like theirs, dominating an entire region, could make £20,000 or £30,000 annually. For Aurelia to hand over such a sum at once proved just how rich the family was. Levi naturally accepted the money gladly. The situation in Mist City was different. Previous bounties had been from public funds. The courtesan killer's bounty had been posted by City Hall. The Imperial Bridge reward had come from the royal treasury. Neither could be too large. But a regional lord like the Baskervilles derived most income from landholdings, not to mention investments and factories, private wealth. Aurelia could give as much as she pleased. No need for City Hall reports, no parliamentary approval. In this sense, local nobles spent money far more freely than the royal family. For the royal family to hand Levi £10,000 would have taken a year of paperwork. After all, when others saw you profiting, they try to block you just out of spite. As for this payment, Levi had no qualms. He had always been in a cooperative relationship with MI7, and publicly, his identity was that of a consultant, his main job was still detective. Aurelia paying him as a detective's fee was perfectly reasonable. Thus, after bidding Aurelia farewell, Levi got in his car and chugged back to Mist City. He could no longer wait, he wanted to test the power of being a genius.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.